Chapter 88. No spot left. At year-end, the Little River Brigade had more than just work point settlements to deal with. There were two other major events: slaughtering the New Year pig and ancestor worship. Although the authorities forbade feudal superstitions, one couldn't forget their ancestors. So, the annual ancestor worship ceremony still went on. This ritual was highly structured. The placement of offerings, the positioning of participants, the manner of bowing, and the exact words spoken were all governed by strict rules. In the past, Ye had held a position of some respect in the brigade, allowing him to stand in the front row during the ceremony. This year, however, his spot had been moved from the front row to the very last. The offerings placed on the altar weren't just casually brought. Only a few prominent families in the brigade had the honor of contributing. In previous years, with the Ye family thriving, a table of offerings was always prepared by Ye Jingchuan, assisted by her daughters-in-law and granddaughter. This year, that honor had been taken by Zhao Xiaoyu. Ye Jingchuan had barely sat down after entering the house when her eldest daughter-in-law, Chu Feng, told her about the arrangements for this year's ceremony. "How is that possible? Your father has stood in the front row every year. Last year, he even delivered several speeches during the ceremony. How can they not let him stand in the front this year?" "Mother, times have changed. There were always a few old men who coveted the front row spots. Father and second brother went to the brigade office twice to argue, but both times they were humiliated by second brother. Now, those old men are using that to claim father can't even manage his own family, so he doesn't deserve a front row spot." Chu Feng was being quite tactful. The actual rumor in the brigade was that Ye had lost his moral standing and was unworthy of a front row position. "I think they're just jealous because our family has been doing so well. They're taking advantage of your father's absence to cause trouble. And why can't our family prepare the offerings this year? Just because second brother's family split from us, does that mean they get to take over?" Ding Chunhua grew increasingly angry. Was it because she had only been away for half a month to care for Ye Jingchuan? How had everything changed so drastically upon her return? "No, I'm going to go talk to the party secretary. We've done it every year." Ye who had been silently puffing on his tobacco pipe, suddenly growled in a cold, low voice. "Where are you going?" "They've already decided. Do you want to go make a fool of yourself?" Ding Chunhua nearly ground her teeth in frustration. "So we just let it go? What else can we do?" Ye was also depressed that his position had been taken, but he knew that if he went to the brigade to cause a scene, he'd only humiliate himself further. He had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. Seeing their sour expressions, Chu Feng added another blow. "I heard from someone in the brigade that Ye Jingchuan bought all the firecrackers for this year's ceremony himself. The offerings on the altar are also more abundant than in previous years. I heard he's planning to buy pig, sheep, and ox heads to display. Ye Jingchuan is trying to challenge us heathen." Ye trembled with anger. The Little River Brigade had held ancestor worship every year, but because the brigade was so poor, they never used expensive offerings, usually just steamed bread shaped like Jock Mountains or flowers, and sometimes not even whole chicken. Now, Ye Jingchuan was pulling this stunt. From now on, no matter how many years passed, whenever people mentioned the ancestor worship, they would remember Ye Jingchuan's extravagant display, the fact that he was adopted by Ye Yuanshan, and how Ye had been publicly disowned by Ye Yuanshan in front of the entire brigade. Thinking of this, Ye face grew even darker. He had never expected Ye Jingchuan to be so scheming. At this point, no matter how much hatred he harbored, he was powerless against Ye Jingchuan. The boy was no longer the helpless child they could push around. Because of the incident with Ye Jingchuan, the old Ye family had nearly exhausted all their savings. Normally, after the year-end workpoint settlement and grain distribution, the family would have a comfortable life, and buying a few gene of pork for the new year wouldn't have been a problem. But now, not only was pork out of the question, even eating stewed white flour dumplings was a challenge. The entire old Ye household was shrouded in gloom. Ye thought this was the worst new year he could possibly have, unaware that Ye Jingchuan had saved an even bigger gift for him. After entering the 12th lunar month, every household began preparing for the new year. Some families with better fortunes would even send New Year gifts to their parents or in-laws. Ding Chunhua had always enjoyed subsidizing her natal family, and during the new year, she was sure to send them gifts. Ye Jingchuan had Ye Xiaoyan keep an eye on her. Sure enough, on the 17th day of the 12th month, when she went to the market, Ding Chunhua carried a basket to the supply and marketing cooperative. It wasn't until near noon that Ye Xiaoyan came to find Ye Jingchuan. "Brother Jingchuan, I saw your grandmother give your cousin a big stack of coupons. I don't know what kind of 2 gene of pork, plus a whole bag of flour." Ye Xiaoyan gestured to Ye Jingchuan, indicating a bag that looked to be at least 10 gene. Ye Jingchuan knew the old Ye family situation better than anyone. They had just ground flour a few days ago totaling only about 50 jin. With so many mouths to feed, it was hard to say if that would last until the new year. Yet Ding Chunhua had taken 10 jin to send to her natal family. It seemed she had already forgotten the beating she'd received from old Yi. Xiaoyan, come here. I have another task for you. Ye Jingchuan leaned close to Yi Xiaoyan's ear and whispered a few words. Got it. I remember. After the little new year came the actual new year. Soon, the day of ancestor worship arrived. Though Ye Jingchuan couldn't wear a formal robe and stand in the front row to worship his ancestors, the offerings on the altar were all purchased by him. The Yi ancestors, if they were watching, should have been extremely pleased. Deafening firecrackers exploded. The Yi ancestral hall was packed from inside to out. As one person after another knelt and bowed, the crowd bowed in unison. After the bowing, the clan elder took the family genealogy from the altar and began writing the names of the children born this year into the book. Names were recorded regardless of gender, as long as they were a child of the Yi family. They could be entered. Ye Jingchuan watched the elder, who was surrounded by people, with a smile on his face. Earlier, during the ceremony, he had already made a promise to his ancestors. As long as his twin daughters were born safely next year, he would offer double the offerings, and he would buy firecrackers with 10,000 blasts. Ancestor worship was a major event for the Little River Brigade, and almost everyone attended, including Ding Chunhua. Grandma, the other day when you went to the market, you dropped 2 grain coupons. I called out to you several times, but you didn't hear me. Yi Xiaoyan cheerfully handed 2 grain coupons to Ding Chunhua. What? I didn't lose any grain coupons. Ding Chunhua was confused. She knew exactly how many coupons she had, and none were missing. Grandma, it must have been you. I wanted to give them to you earlier, but I forgot because I was busy splitting firewood. It was when you bought 2 jin of meat for cousin Ding Guochang the other day. Shut up, you stupid boy. You must have seen wrong. Ding Chunhua was almost beside herself. She couldn't believe that despite hiding it so carefully, Yi Xiaoyan had seen her giving things to her natal family. Grandma, why are you yelling at me? I didn't get it wrong. Think carefully. You also gave Ding Guochang a bag of white flour and a stack of coupons. Those 2 grain coupons must have fallen when you were pulling out the stack. In the Little River Brigade, there was no one more honest than Yi Xiaoyan. He was simple-minded and never lied. If he said he saw it, it must be true. As for why Ding Chunhua wouldn't admit it, everyone present understood perfectly. Yi Haod, standing in the crowd, had a dark expression on his face. Today was a major ancestral ceremony, and he knew he should restrain himself and not let others laugh at them. But after taking 2 deep breaths, he still couldn't hold back. In the end, anger overpowered reason. Chapter 89. Beating Ding Chunhua. With a dark face, Yi Haod pushed through the crowd and strode toward Ding Chunhua. Old man, let me explain. I really didn't take our family's things to give to Ding Guochang. Yi Xiaoyan must have seen wrong. Before Ding Chunhua could finish, slap. A loud, resounding slap landed on her cheek. Yi Haod had put all his strength into that slap. Ding Chunhua's cheek instantly swelled, with 5 clear fingerprints visible. Our family can barely make ends meet, and you still dare to take our things to subsidize your natal family? Do you want us to starve? As Yi Haod's words fell, slap. He slapped her again with the back of his hand. Now, both her cheeks were swollen, perfectly symmetrical. No wonder the Ding family could build their big tile-roofed house in recent years just on work points. It's all because you, this wasteful woman, have been secretly subsidizing them. I don't even dare to eat a bite of meat myself. And you go and give 2 jin of meat directly to the Ding family. You don't respect me at all. From now on, don't manage the household anymore. If this family keeps being managed by you, it'll be handed over to the Ding family for free. In front of so many people from the brigade, Yi Haod didn't feel comfortable hitting Ding Chunhua again after 2 slaps, but that didn't mean the matter was over. When they got home, Yi Haod counted the family's meager cash and found 30 yuan missing. He could easily guess where that 30 yuan had gone. He grabbed his tobacco pipe and began hitting Ding Chunhua with it. His tobacco pipe was made of copper and caused intense pain when it struck. Ding Chunhua screamed in agony inside the house, but not a single son or grandson entered to stop him. In their eyes, Ding Chunhua had used the old Yi family's resources to subsidize the Ding family, so a beating was justified. The 2 daughters-in-law, hearing Ding Chunhua's screams, all frowned deeply, not daring to say a word, afraid of drawing the fire onto themselves. The screams from inside the house continued for a long time before gradually subsiding. Ding Chunhua was beaten black and blue, with countless injuries on her body, but she didn't dare to complain. She knew she was in the wrong. Tonight, I want cabbage and pork dumplings. Go dig 2 fresh cabbages. Yi Hao glared at Ding Chunhua. The cabbages for the New Year's Eve dinner had been dug up a couple of days earlier. Yi Hao'd suddenly ordering Ding Chunhua to dig more was clearly deliberate torment, but she dared not refuse. If she said no, she would only face another beating. In the past, after winter set in, the cold and exhausting task of digging cabbages and radishes from the field cellar was usually done by Ye Jingchuan. Now that it had fallen to Ding Chunhua, she naturally hated it. Ding Chunhua wanted to call her daughter-in-law and granddaughter to help, but after a cold snore from Yi Hao, she could only shoulder the shovel and basket herself. Since her sons had grown up, Ding Chunhua hadn't dug cabbages and radishes from the cellar on New Year's in decades. Yi Hao was doing this purely to humiliate her, but she had to bear this humiliation. After all, she had sent a lot of things to the Ding family over the years. At least half of the cost of their 4 large tile-roofed houses had come from her contributions. She didn't dare to argue this point with Yi Hao. Although the ancestor worship had ended, the street was still crowded with people. Ding Chunhua, carrying her shovel, tried to avoid the busiest areas, taking a long detour to reach her family's vegetable plot. Yi Hao had made her lose face today, and a burning anger grew within her. At the same time, she realized that Yi Xiaonian returning her grain coupons might not be a coincidence. She had few grain coupons, and she kept each one carefully. How could she have dropped 2 without knowing? Yi Xiaonian was usually Ye Jingchuan's shadow, always listening to him. So, it was very likely that Ye Jingchuan was behind this. At this thought, Ding Chunhua's liver ached with hatred. She had known he was an ungrateful wolf from the start. When Yi Yuanshan brought him home, she should have thrown him into the urine bucket and drowned him. She cursed Ye Jingchuan mercilessly, but as she was ranting, her foot suddenly slipped. With a scream, she fell hard to the ground. The fall was severe. Ding Chunhua lay on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. The intense pain in her hip made her unable to speak. After a while, someone else from the brigade came to the vegetable plot to dig cabbages and radishes and discovered Ding Chunhua lying there, unable to move. Lu Wanqin, the most well-informed person in the brigade, immediately went to Zhao Xiaoyu's house as soon as Ding Chunhua was carried home, using the excuse of borrowing paste. Xiaoyu, isn't this karma? Old Lady Ding went to dig a cabbage and ended up slipping. Other people's vegetable plots don't have ice, but only the old Yi family's plot has ice. How strange. Zhao Xiaoyu, who was filling a bowl with paste, said indifferently, I used to take care of the plot, so it was always clean. Now the old Yi family is full of lazy good fornithings who probably don't take care of it at all. It snowed heavily a while ago, and then a lot of it melted. I was afraid the water would seep into the cellar and ruin the cabbages. So, I specifically cleared the snow. I guess the old Yi family didn't bother, so a thick layer of ice formed outside the cellar. You didn't see it. Old Lady Ding was carried back. I heard she fractured her hip. She won't be able to walk normally for several months and can't do any work. After the spring festival, farming season starts. They'll have to take care of Old Lady Ding while doing farm work. The old Yi family still has a hard time ahead. With those 2 daughters-in-law, not one of them would take good care of Ding Chunhua. When she couldn't move, she would suffer. Zhao Xiaoyu handed a bowl of paste to Lu Wanqin, smiling. People do things and heaven watches. If you do too many bad deeds, you'll eventually face retribution. Exactly. Xiaoyu, you finally had your turn. Your son and daughter-in-law are filial. Your good days are ahead. After the ancestor worship, the brigade began slaughtering the New Year pigs. The amount of meat each household could buy was determined by their work point earnings. The brigade's pork didn't require meat coupons and was slightly cheaper than at the supply and marketing cooperative. But even so, not many households could afford to buy much meat for the new year. Initially, the fatty pork belly and large chunks of fat were the most popular and were quickly snapped up. Lean meat, being slightly more expensive, was bought by fewer people. By the time it was Ye Jingchuan's turn, there was still a lot of neck meat left. This cut wasn't fatty and had tender meat, perfect for stir-frying, so Ye Jingchuan bought it all. He also reserved the ribs, leg bones, trotters, and tails from a New Year pig. Since Kong Xingyao had been staying with them, Ye Jingchuan had developed a taste for bone soup. Adding trotters and tails would make the soup even better. Because he was waiting to pick up the spine bones, Ye Jingchuan returned home late. Most of the New Year pork had already been sold, and he didn't see any members of the old Yi family come out to buy pork. It seemed they were planning to eat vegetarian dumplings for New Year's Eve this year. Jingchuan, I just saw your grandmother being carried home from the vegetable plot by several people. I heard she slipped and fell in the plot, and it's serious her bones are fractured. Yi Tingdong ran over to tell Ye Jingchuan as soon as he got the news. Falling at her age like that will be hard for her to endure. Ye Jingchuan showed no expression on his face, but inside he was overjoyed. This was the big gift he had prepared for Ding Chunhua. He had a lot of experience in reading people's minds. From the moment he had planned for Ding Chunhua to be beaten, he had deliberately poured water on the vegetable plot for several days. Otherwise, how could there be a thick layer of ice on a perfectly good plot? He still clearly remembered how Moon Nanzhi had died the same way. No matter how much time passed, he would never forget this grudge. He didn't know if Ding Chunhua would ever be able to stand again. If she remained paralyzed, it would be far more painful than letting her die directly. He knew exactly what kind of people the old Yi family were. Once Ding Chunhua had no more use, they wouldn't care about familial ties. The suffering his family had endured, Ding Chunhua could now taste for herself. As for Yi Haod, who valued family unity and hated the idea of splitting the family, he would make the old Yi family fall apart, leaving him alone and miserable for the rest of his life. Of course, if Ding Chunhua was lucky enough to recover, he would continue to send her another big gift. Jingchuan, just now an old woman was asking where you live. She was asking for your aunt's name. She looked unfamiliar to me. I don't know what she wants with your aunt. Oh, is that so? Chapter 90. The suffering Zhao family. Zhao Xiaoyu's daily interactions were primarily with a handful of aunts and elder women from the brigade. She scarcely recognized anyone from outside her circle. Who could it possibly be, coming to seek her out during the new year? With a heart full of doubt, Ye Jingchuan hastily made his way home, clutching a bag of pork and ribs. From a distance, he spotted a middle-aged woman conversing with Zhao Xiaoyu at the door. As their conversation deepened, Zhao Xiaoyu discreetly wiped away a tear. Mom, who is this? Zhao Xiaoyu, noticing Ye Jingchuan's approach, quickly dabbed at the corners of her eyes, anxious that he might discern something amiss. This is your Aunt Zhao, she replied. Happy New Year, Aunt Zhao. Ye Jingchuan greeted Zhao Manqin with a cheerful smile. Oh, so this is Jingchuan. It's been years, you've grown so much, Zhao Manqin remarked, appraising Ye Jingchuan with curious eyes before turning back to Zhao Xiaoyu. Since you've separated from your family now, you can make your own decisions. You should visit your parents. I'll think about it. Manqin, you should head back. It's quite a bother for you to come out on New Year's Day, Zhao Xiaoyu replied. Oh, we sisters are being too polite. I shall take my leave, Zhao Manqin said, exchanging a few more words with Ye Jingchuan before riding away on her bicycle. As Ye Jingchuan watched her retreating figure, a question mark loomed in his mind. Who was this woman? He racked his brain, attempting to recall anything about Zhao Manqin, but she was a complete stranger to him. Zhao Xiaoyu's parents, after all, were his maternal grandparents. In his previous life, Ye Jingchuan had endured years of hardship before life took a turn for the better. He had inquired of Zhao Xiaoyu regarding her relatives back home, to which she had replied that all her kin had perished, save for an elder brother who had moved south with his family, severing all ties. For many years, there had been no word from them, and even after Zhao Xiaoyu's passing, he had never encountered or heard her mention her family. Mom, Aunt Zhao mentioned you should visit your maternal grandparents, he ventured. Zhao Xiaoyu nodded slightly, her brow furrowing. Years ago, I fled to the Ziyaki brigade, and later married your father. I once encountered someone from my village at the market, who helped me convey a message to your grandparents, but our family was so impoverished that they feared coming to find me. Worried that the Lao family would not welcome me back. Life had become quite difficult. As she spoke, Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes began to glisten with tears once more, recalling the cautious existence they had led due to their dire circumstances. Over the span of more than 20 years, it was a falsehood to say she had not yearned for home. In previous years, when her parents were still sprightly, she could visit them at the market, but their advancing age had rendered the journey across the treacherous mountain roads nearly impossible, and they had not seen each other in a long time. The message Zhao Manqin had delivered was spurred by her father's illness. The family was too destitute to afford medicine, and fearing he had little time left, Zhao Leoi wished to see Zhao Xiaoyu one last time. Before I escaped the famine, we witnessed my elder sister perish before our very eyes. She had wasted away to nothing, and a mere cold claimed her life. In order to survive and alleviate the burdens on my parents, I left home with nothing but a tattered bowl. At that moment, I resolved that I would rather starve than let my parents witness their child perish in their arms, for that would be far too cruel. Fortunately, I encountered your father. Otherwise, I fear I might have succumbed to starvation long ago. For the Zhao family, illness is akin to a nightmare. Upon hearing of her father's ailment, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a profound sorrow, terrified that if she missed this chance, she might never see him again. Mother, where exactly is Grandma's house? Ye Jingchuan pondered, filled with doubt. Jiangpu City, nestled between mountains and sea, had seen its share of famine, yet the surrounding villages of the Hongxing commune suffered comparatively few casualties. The Qiushan commune, to the west of Jiangpu, is over 80 miles away from here. As soon as Zhao Xiaoyu mentioned Qiushan, Ye Jingchuan understood why that area was experiencing such severe famine. True to its name, Qiushan commune lay amidst low hills, where the elevation was modest, devoid of dense forests. In years of hardship, the mountains yielded no crops, and the forests provided no sustenance, leaving the populace to face starvation. After a brief silence, Ye Jingchuan voiced his thoughts. 80 miles is not too far. Mother, after the new year, I shall accompany you back to visit. Zhao Xiaoyu looked up at Ye Jingchuan, who towered over her, and after a moment's contemplation, she nodded vigorously. Your grandmother and grandfather are righteous individuals. They will not be selfish like your grandfather, nor will they exploit us simply because our circumstances have improved slightly. Your uncle is the same. He would rather beg on the streets than allow me to venture out. Remembering her brothers, Zhao Xiaoyu could not help but wipe away her tears. She had 2 brothers who, in their quest to save a morsel of food, would not even eat the leaves of the elm tree. When hunger struck, they endured it, and if it became unbearable, they resorted to gnawing on tree roots and bark. The 2 brothers would venture out to beg. No matter how far they roamed, they would return home immediately upon securing any food, unwilling to spare any for themselves. Zhao Xiaoyu had 2 younger sisters as well, and her foray into begging was driven by the hope that they might survive. Regrettably, due to natural calamities and misfortunes, she lost one brother, and shortly after her departure, both sisters followed suit. Now, only Zhao Xiaoyu and her brother Zhao Chongjing remained of the Zhao family. My mother is so kind. I believe that my grandmother, grandfather, and uncle are equally virtuous. Ye Jingchuan gently wiped the tears from Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes and offered her some comforting words. Together, they made their way home. On New Year's Eve, Ye Jingchuan's family prepared a sumptuous feast, including dumplings made from fine flour, and set off firecrackers. Amidst the sounds of fireworks and laughter, the family joyfully celebrated one of the most delightful spring festivals together. Ye Yuanshan even distributed red envelopes to the children, albeit modest in amount, yet a gesture to bring good fortune. On the first day of the new year, as dawn broke, the family set out to pay New Year's visits. Nanzhi, the new bride, was traditionally expected to visit the Yi family to receive red envelopes. However, the 2 families had long since fallen out, and Ye Jingchuan did not even go, instead taking Nanzhi to visit other relatives who had not severed ties. Ye Yuanshan and Zhao Xiaoyu were no exception. From the moment Yi Haod revealed Ye Jingchuan's origins, their familial bond was irrevocably severed. The sun gradually ascended, and several groups of children visited the old Yi family to pay their New Year respects. Yet Yi Haod did not see Yuanshan come to their door. His heart seethed with resentment. How could he dare to forsake his father for a child picked up from the streets? Throughout the morning, the visitors consisted solely of children, and not a single peer of Yi Haod's graced his presence, which only deepened his sense of frustration and confusion regarding the unfolding events. On the evening of the 3rd day of the new year, Ye Jingchuan broached the subject of visiting Qiu Mountain Commune the following day to pay respects to his maternal grandparents. Ye Yuanshan was taken aback. Despite being married to Zhao Xiaoyu for quite some time, he had never heard her mention her family, and he had presumed they had long since disappeared. Xiaoyu, why have you not mentioned such an important matter sooner? You have family. We should visit them each year, he exclaimed, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. He understood Zhao Xiaoyu's hesitations and the pain she endured each new year as she watched her 2 sisters return to their maternal home. Simultaneously, he loathed his past cowardice. Had it not been for his foolish filial piety, his wife and children would not have suffered such indignities. Ah, Yuanshan, do you truly wish for me to visit my family? Zhao Xiaoyu's heart fluttered with uncertainty. She did not want Ye Yuanshan to misconstrue her intentions. They had finally achieved a semblance of stability, and she was reluctant to appear as if she longed for her family. Of course, it is my fault that you have not returned to your family in over 20 years. Tomorrow, let us rise early. I shall borrow a bicycle, and we shall all visit your family together. Very well, it has been over 20 years. I wonder if Zhao family river is still the same as before. Zhao Xiaoyu suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. She would soon see her parents again. Would they still resemble their former selves? Did they still reside in those 4 humble thatched cottages? The following morning, Ye Yuanshan set out to borrow a bicycle, and with the one at home and Wang Zhuoran's. They had a total of 3. As for gifts, Ye Jingchuan did not elaborate, but merely adhered to the customary standards for visiting relatives during the new year: 2 packets of calcium biscuits, 2 plain steamed buns, and 2 date buns. Their family would need an entire day to reach Chiu Mountain Commune. Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao's lunch would consist solely of steamed buns and a stew of pork belly, cabbage, and tofu, which Xiao Xiaoyu had prepared that very morning. She felt a twinge of guilt for accepting so many gifts from the Kong family while ensuring her guests were well fed. The journey of over 80 miles would not have taken long on an ordinary dirt road, but the path to Chiu Mountain Commune was exceptionally treacherous, riddled with hills that made for a jarring ride and narrow passages that required utmost caution. In the final 10 miles, they nearly pushed their bicycles. Unable to ride at all, Zhao family river nestled in a valley. Had it not been for Zhao Xiaoyu's remarkable memory, they would have surely lost their way amidst the many forks in the road. Upon descending a slope, Zhao family river came into view. Standing on the mountainside, Zhao Xiaoyu gazed at a small village not far off, seemingly comprising only a few dozen households. If not for the wisps of smoke rising from some chimneys, Ye Jingchuan would have been oblivious to the existence of this quaint settlement nestled within the valley. A river, measuring several meters in width, flows past the entrance of Zhao family river village, likely the origin of its name. The last time Zhao Xiaoyu stood on this hillside gazing towards home, she was merely a young girl. In the blink of an eye, she returned here, now a woman in the midst of her life. A tumult of emotions surged within Zhao Xiaoyu, rendering her momentarily speechless. Joy intertwined with bittersweet nostalgia, these feelings coiling in her chest like a heavy stone, making it hard to breathe. The mountain path was arduous, prompting everyone to forego their bicycles, opting instead to push their carts towards Zhao family river. As they drew closer, a wave of trepidation washed over Zhao Xiaoyu. Memories of the past flooded her mind, quickening her pace. The familiar, yet foreign village materialized before her. The once narrow path into the village had been significantly widened, and several new houses now graced the entrance. Following the contours of her recollection, she soon caught sight of her modest four-room home from a distance, where Zhao Changzheng was chopping firewood in the yard. With remarkable strength, he split logs as thick as his own fists with a single strike of the axe. "Brother." Zhao Xiaoyu's voice trembled as she called out to Zhao Changzheng, her lips quivering before she finally uttered the word. In that moment, the tears that had been threatening to spill from her eyes cascaded down her cheeks. Zhao Changzheng, upon hearing the word brother, paused, his axe missing its target and landing on the nearby stump. "Xiaoyu." As he looked up, Zhao Changzheng saw his sister standing a short distance away, her expression fraught with anxiety. He tossed aside his axe and hurried towards her. "Xiaoyu, it truly is you. I thought you would never return." "Brother, it's me." Zhao Xiaoyu endeavored to rein in her emotions. She wished to remain composed, believing that tears during the new year would bring misfortune. Yet, she found it impossible to contain herself, her vision blurred by tears. Though her face was adorned with a radiant smile, Zhao Changzheng gazed at the girl he once knew, now transformed into a middle-aged woman, and his eyes too grew misty. The distance between Zhao family river and Xiaohe brigade was merely over 80 miles, yet it loomed like an insurmountable mountain between the siblings. Over the years, he had often contemplated searching for her, but their family's poverty weighed heavily on his heart. He feared that his sister might suffer if he visited, knowing that impoverished relatives were seldom welcomed. For years, he had tirelessly worked to improve their economic situation, yet earning a living proved exceedingly difficult. Despite his relentless efforts, he could not construct a sturdy tiled house akin to that of the Yi family. Zhao Changzheng glanced at the Yi family members behind Zhao Xiaoyu. Each of them donned new garments, their faces radiating health and happiness, which only deepened his sense of inadequacy. "Xiaoyu, do not cry. It is a rare joy for you to return. We should celebrate this moment. I am simply overwhelmed with joy." Zhao Xiaoyu retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her tears, striving to regain her composure, for soon she would meet their parents, and excessive weeping would surely cause them worry. Zhao Xiaoyu's tears of joy prompted Mu Nanzhi and Ye Jingchuan to quietly shed tears as well. Their mother had endured so much hardship. "Brother, I heard that father is unwell." After a moment of calming herself, Zhao Xiaoyu finally found her voice. "A few years ago, my father caught a mild cold, and despite my efforts to provide him with medicine, he stubbornly refused to take it. Feeling utterly helpless, I asked Manqin to convey a message to you, hoping you would return to persuade him." Upon hearing that the old gentleman was merely suffering from a common cold, Zhao Xiaoyu sighed in relief. "Brother, this is my beloved Ye Yuanshan, my eldest son, Ye Jingchuan, my daughter-in-law, Mu Nanzhi, and my youngest daughter, Ye Qianqian. Wishing you a prosperous new year, uncle." The three of them chimed in unison to Zhao Changzheng. "Wonderful, let us return home." I shall prepare a generous red envelope for you. Happy New Year, brother. Ye Jingchuan also stepped forward to greet Zhao Chongzheng. Excellent. Splendid. All is well. It is rather chilly outside. Let us converse indoors. Zhao Chongzheng remarked as he led them into the house. He continued to explain, a few years back, I rebuilt our home in the village. Yet my father remains adamant about not moving. He fears that Xiaoyu will not find her way back. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyu felt her eyes welling with tears. Among their numerous siblings, only 2 had survived, and 3 of their children had passed before her. Even after so many years, her parents had yet to come to terms with their losses. Father, look who has returned. As the low wooden door swung open, the dim interior revealed Zhao Qinghe dozing on the bed. Father, I have come back to see you. Zhao Xiaoyu, who had just reminded herself to hold back tears, lost control upon seeing her father's aged visage. It had only been a few years, yet he appeared so much older and devoid of vitality. It is Xiaoyu who has returned. Chapter 92. The fierce rivalry of 3 brothers in the backyard. Qin Yonglan, feeding the chickens, heard the commotion from inside and quickly returned to the house. Xiaoyu. In the dimly lit room, she immediately spotted her long-missed daughter. Zhao Xiaoyu, upon seeing her mother enter, could no longer contain her emotions and threw herself into Qin Yonglan's arms, weeping uncontrollably. No one needed to console her. They all understood that the sorrow and longing Zhao Xiaoyu had suppressed within her heart needed to be released. The mother and daughter embraced and cried for quite some time before gradually calming down. The house was too small to accommodate so many people comfortably. Let us go to my house for a while. Xiaoyu can stay with the elders and converse, Zhao Chongzheng suggested, glancing at Ye Jingchuan. With so many people in the house, there was hardly a place to sit, and it seemed more sensible to visit his new home. Very well, Xiaoyu. You keep your parents company while we visit your brother's house, Ye Jingchuan agreed. All right, Zhao Xiaoyu softly replied, clutching Qin Yonglan's hands tightly, fearing that if she let go, her mother might vanish. As they exited the old house, the group headed east. Along the way, they encountered a few acquaintances who greeted Zhao Chongzheng, who cheerfully introduced them to the Yi family. This is my brother-in-law's family. Indeed, this is Xiaoyu's beloved. Zhao Chongzheng's new house comprised 6 rooms, resembling the layout of the old Yi family home. However, the courtyard only had one east wing, while the west wing stood vacant, suggesting it had once been planted with numerous vegetables. Wife, quickly boil some water for tea. Our brother-in-law has arrived. Zhao Chongzheng's voice rang out loudly, causing Sun Mingni, who was busy with household chores inside, to momentarily freeze. She stared at the group in the courtyard, struggling to comprehend who this new brother-in-law was. Xiaoyu has returned today. Is that true? Sun Mingni had only heard of Zhao Xiaoyu since marrying into the Zhao family, but had never encountered her in person. Indeed it is. Xiaoyu is at our parents' place and will come home for dinner shortly. Go summon those 3 rascals. They shouldn't be out all day. All right, I'll do it right away. Ye Jingchuan, along with the other 2, came to pay New Year's greetings to Sun Mingni. Mu Nanzhi stepped forward to assist in brewing tea, while Sun Mingni hurried to call her 3 sons back from their outdoor escapades. Uncle, I noticed there were many earthworms and cicada exuvii drying in the courtyard. What are you planning to do with them? Ye Jingchuan took a sip of tea and turned his gaze towards Zhao Chongzheng. Our commune has been collecting medicinal herbs in recent years. With so many mouths to feed in our family, the meager points earned from the brigade are simply insufficient. I took a few of your cousins to the mountains to dig for earthworms and gather cicada skins. The money I earned from harvesting earthworms was what enabled me to build these few houses. It seems that is indeed the case. Our commune also collects various traditional Chinese medicinal materials. In a previous life, aside from trapping weasels, Ye Jingchuan had contemplated other means of making money, and selling medicinal herbs was among them. Whether digging for earthworms or collecting cicada skins, neither task was easy. Earthworms typically reside in forests, nestled beneath decaying leaves, and extracting them requires constant turning of the soil, a laborious endeavor, one that those lacking physical strength could not manage. Moreover, although earthworms appear quite large, they become surprisingly light once dried. The commune's purchase price for earthworms ranged from 0.8 to 1 yuan per pound in his past life. After digging up less than 100 pounds, Ye Jingchuan abandoned the task entirely. It was simply not sustainable for a human. Similarly, collecting cicada skins is a seasonal endeavor limited to summer, and the competition is fierce. One might return after a night's outing with only a handful. Cicada skins are also remarkably lightweight, with the commune purchasing them at a price between 1 2 to 2 yuan per pound, in his previous life. After spending half a summer attempting to collect them, he ceased altogether. Venturing into the woods at night to gather cicada skins made it uncertain how much one could collect, but it was all too easy to return covered in dozens of mosquito bites. On one occasion, a bite from an exceptionally venomous mosquito left his face swollen for several days before the inflammation subsided. Ye Jingchuan could hardly fathom the extent of effort Zhao Chongjing's family must exert to build these 6 houses relying solely on digging for earthworms and collecting cicada skins. After some leisurely conversation, Sun Mingni finally returned with her 3 children. Upon seeing them, Ye Jingchuan instantly understood why the Zhao family could profit from harvesting earthworms. His 3 cousins were all remarkably robust. They appeared to be only slightly younger than Ye Jingchuan, each carrying a bucket, their clothes dirty, and their rolled-up sleeves revealing well-defined muscles, evidence of their hard labor. Observing their appearance, Ye Jingchuan surmised they had likely gone fishing in the river, even in winter. Catching a few crucian carp could provide a welcome treat. The eldest was Zhao Zihu, who was 2 years younger than Jingchuan, while Zihua and Ziming, the twin brothers, were 3 years his junior. Sun Mingni cheerfully introduced her 3 sons to everyone. Although her family in Zhao Family River was not particularly affluent, she possessed 3 sons, and no one in the brigade dared to look down upon them. Her sons were her source of confidence. Yi Yuanshan looked fondly at the 3 robust young men before him, particularly Zhao Zihao, whose appearance bore a resemblance to Zhao Xiaoyu, resembling an even more spirited version of her. As Yi Yuanshan engaged in conversation with the Zhao brothers, Ye Jingchuan's heart was already in turmoil. He recognized the names of the Zhao brothers with striking clarity. In the early 1980s, when the economy was accelerating, some individuals began purchasing trucks for long-distance deliveries, a lucrative business at the time that was unattainable for those lacking connections. During that period, Ye Jingchuan was still mingling in the black market, hearing numerous rumors, one of which was the rise of the Zhao brothers. Initially, they resorted to highway robberies, using a thick wooden post to halt countless trucks. They did not seek to harm the drivers, only to extract money. If cash was unavailable, they would demand goods, and if the truck was empty, lacking both money and cargo, the unfortunate driver would be left with a severed finger. The Zhao brothers were notorious, and truck owners who suffered repeated robberies naturally sought revenge against them. On one occasion, a group of 7 or 8 strong men hid in a truck, intending to teach the Zhao brothers a lesson. However, all 7 or 8 were swiftly defeated by the Zhao brothers, cementing their infamous reputation. Eventually, with their newfound wealth, the Zhao brothers established a logistics company, flourishing in business. Yet, in their initial years, they had offended too many people, as their business thrived. Envy brewed among rivals who schemed against them. Ultimately, the 3 were wrongfully accused and met a grim fate. Their assets swiftly divided, leaving their families with nothing. Reflecting on this, Ye Jingchuan couldn't help but sigh. The Zhao brothers, barely literate, managed to succeed in the logistics industry, showcasing their remarkable abilities. Unfortunately, their bravery lacked wisdom, leading to their tragic demise. Simultaneously, Ye Jingchuan was utterly astonished to discover that the renowned Ye brothers were, in fact, his cousins. He realized that since his rebirth, he had encountered numerous individuals and circumstances previously unknown to him, the flutter of a butterfly's wings altering the destinies of many. Contemplating this, Ye Jingchuan looked up at the Zhao brothers, pondering whether his presence would alter their fates. Chapter 93. Testing the 3 brothers. Ye Jingchuan vividly recalled the exploits of the Zhao brothers, if they were to align with him, at least in the short term. The sales of bags and scrap fabric would experience a significant boost. The 3 brothers possessed a certain cleverness. They would undoubtedly excel in selling goods. However, Ye Jingchuan harbored his own reservations. They were akin to untamed wild horses, and he needed to scrutinize them further before employing their talents. For him, character was paramount in both business and friendship, and when seeking business partners, assessing the other's integrity was essential. A trustworthy partner could save one from numerous troubles. During their casual conversation, Ye Jingchuan took the initiative to steer the discussion towards the topic of digging for earthworms. While others may only manage to dig up a few pounds of earthworms in a day, I possess a unique technique that allows me to surpass them by at least 10 to 20 pounds daily. Zhao Ziyu spoke of his earthworm digging prowess with great pride, asserting that no one in the entire Zhao family river brigade could rival his skills. What is your secret? Ye Jingchuan inquired with curiosity, gazing at Zhao Zihu. It's quite simple, Zhao Zihu replied. By probing the soil with a thorny branch, one can ascertain whether there are ample earthworms beneath. Earthworms favor loose, decaying soil. The softer and more pungent the earth, the more worms it harbors. Conversely, if the soil feels hard and compacted, it is devoid of worms. Are you not concerned that I might learn your trick and deplete the earthworm supply on the mountain? Ye Jingchuan joked lightheartedly, aware that such lucrative endeavors are typically closely guarded secrets among peers. Not at all, Zhao Zihu assured. You are my cousin. I would gladly take you along to the mountains to dig for earthworms. To be honest, there aren't many worms on your side of the mountain. As the pine needle layer there is rather thin. Here, in our dense pine forests, the earthworms thrive. Many from Zhao family river brigade have witnessed the profits my family has made from earthworm digging and have joined in, yet our mountains still abound with them. Even if you were to join me, we would not exhaust the supply. Zhao Ziyu then elaborated on the various treasures their forest harbored, sharing every detail with Ye Jingchuan. To Ye Jingchuan's surprise, Zhao Zihu treated him as family, revealing secrets without reservation, including the prime locations for gathering pine mushrooms. Instantly, Ye Jingchuan felt a surge of appreciation for Zhao Ziyu, viewing him as a brother and trusting that he would not betray him in future collaborations. However, since they had only just met, he opted to remain observant for the time being. The unexpected return of Zhao Xiaoyu caught the Zhao family off guard, and in a bid to entertain their guests, Sun Mingmi sacrificed an old hen. In the Jiangpu city region, there are strict regulations governing the number of chickens each household may keep, dictated by the number of adults in the family. Each adult permitted a single chicken. The Zhao family owned 5 hens in total, a precious resource as they could scarcely afford meat. Eggs were their most nutritious sustenance. Sun Mingmi, without hesitation, killed a hen to honor the Yi family, which deeply moved Ye Jingchuan. As Zhao Xiaoyu had remarked, the Zhao family was markedly different from the Yi family, which consistently sought to take without giving. The Zhao family, in contrast, always endeavored to provide the best for their guests. As lunchtime approached, Zhao Zihu personally summoned the elder Zhao couple and Zhao Xiaoyu to join in the meal. Though the Zhao family was impoverished, they laid out their finest offerings, a generous bowl of stir-fried mushrooms with chicken and a large pot of braised tofu with cabbage. While devoid of meat, the dish was enriched with remnants of rendered fat, rendering it quite aromatic. For staple food, Sun Mingmi prepared 2 bowls of flatbreads, one made from cornmeal and the other from white flour. As she served the dishes, she promptly filled the bowls of the Yi family with the white flour flatbreads. Please, savor my cooking, she urged. Thank you, Aunt, Ye Jingchuan responded graciously. Ye Jingchuan took the white flour pancake, feeling a mixture of emotions. The Zhao family remained too impoverished to provide everyone with such a simple fare. As the meal commenced, Zhao Changzheng warmly placed a chicken wing into Zhao Xiaoyu's bowl, saying, Xiaoyu, taste your sister-in-law's culinary skills. She cooks exceptionally well. Thank you, elder brother, she replied. Zhao Changzheng then served chicken to Ye Jingchuan's children, dividing 2 chicken legs among them, nearly filling the bowls for the Yi family. Your grandfather caught a cold a few days ago. He should eat more meat to regain his strength. It will aid his recovery, he added. Ye Jingchuan transferred some of the chicken leg meat into the bowls of Yi Qinghe and Qin Yongwan. Jingchuan, you should eat. You are young and need the nourishment. I am older. I do not require such fine meat, Zhao Qinghe insisted, attempting to place chicken back into Ye Jingchuan's bowl, only to be gently stopped. Please, enjoy your meal. I can manage with other dishes, Ye Jingchuan replied. Among the numerous guests, only Zhao Changzheng had served chicken to the Yi family, while the Zhao brothers quietly consumed their cabbage and corn cakes, not taking any chicken for themselves. The Zhao family's upbringing was commendable. At least there was no scene of chicken being devoured the moment it arrived at the table. If such a thing occurred, Ye Jingchuan would resolutely refuse any assistance from the Zhao brothers. Observing that her 3 nephews refrained from taking chicken, Zhao Xiaoyu understood that it was not a lack of desire, but rather a reluctance to indulge. You mustn't only eat cabbage, partake in the chicken as well. There is plenty left in the bowl, she encouraged. Resolutely, Zhao Xiaoyu lifted the bowl and placed several pieces of chicken into her nephew's bowls, before doing the same for Zhao Changzheng and Sun Mingmi. Xiaoyu, you should eat. Do not worry about us, Sun Mingmi said, surprised by Zhao Xiaoyu's generosity. Sister-in-law, after all your efforts, you deserve to enjoy some chicken, she added, feeling a pang of sadness. Each year during the festivities, her siblings visited her home. Last year, she had purchased a pound of meat and prepared braised pork with cabbage and vermicelli. However, before she could even sit down, the pork was devoured by her brother, sister, and the children, leaving her with none. In contrast, her sister-in-law's kindness felt overwhelming. The meal concluded with great satisfaction from both hosts and guests. Before dining, Zhao Qinghe had not appeared to be in high spirits, but he noticeably perked up by the end of the meal. "Uncle, Aunt, you must visit our home sometime soon. Let's not dwell on the past. From now on, whenever possible, our families should spend more time together." 80 miles may sound distant, yet it is not far when traveled. Ye Jingchuan proposed, inviting the Zhao family to his home. He believed that regardless of future business dealings, maintaining familial ties was essential. "Changzheng, Jingchuan is right. I overheard Xiaoyu mention that the Yi family has divided their household. In the future, you should take Zihu and visit your sister more often. The cousins have not interacted much, but they should become acquainted. It is important to look out for one another," Zhao Qinghe suggested, smiling as he gazed at the room full of children. He cherished the lively atmosphere of family gatherings. "Father, I understand. After the 6th day of the new year, our family will visit Xiaoyu's home. We can all go together to see how she is doing, which will put your mind at ease," he assured. "In the past few days, Father, you must take your cold medicine on time. If by the 6th day of the new year your cold has not improved, I shall not dare to take you to Xiaoyu's home. I ought to pay a visit. He is likely aware of how Zhao Xiaoyu has been faring. She has quite formidable in-laws, and out of consideration for her, he had refrained from visiting the Xiao River Brigade. However, now that they have separated their households, he can visit his daughter without such reservations." Chapter 94. Old Ye's false hopes. Upon returning from Zhao's home, the sky had darkened. As soon as Nanzhi arrived home, she lay down, feeling utterly fatigued from the day's exertions, hardly touching her dinner. "Nanzhi, are you unwell? You seem rather listless and lacking in spirit." That evening, noticing Nanzhi's lack of appetite, Zhao Xiaoyu specially heated a bowl of bone soup and brought it into her room. Yet, as soon as the soup was placed on the table, Nanzhi, lying on the kong, felt a tumultuous churn in her stomach, nauseated and uncomfortable. She hurriedly rose from the kong and rushed outside to dry heave. Nanzhi's severe reaction alarmed Ye Jingchuan. He anxiously patted her back while inquiring, "Nanzhi, what ails you?" "I don't know. As soon as I caught a whiff of the bone soup, I felt so nauseous," Nanzhi replied, struggling to expel anything but only feeling increasingly unwell. Ye Jingchuan poured her a cup of warm water to help her recover. "You haven't eaten anything unusual today. Could it be gastritis?" Having experienced similar situations, Zhao Xiaoyu quickly glared at Ye Jingchuan. "What gastritis? In my opinion, Nanzhi is pregnant." Jingchuan, quickly help Nanzhi back inside. "I shall summon your uncle Qian Kuan to examine her pulse." Ye Jingchuan paused. Calculating the days, he realized his twin daughters were likely on their way. Before long, Zhao Xiaoyu returned with Yi Qian Kuan, who confirmed her suspicion upon examining Nanzhi's pulse. Indeed, she is pregnant, nearly 2 months along, and it's twins. Both children are developing well. Tomorrow, Nanzhi should visit the medical clinic for a blood pressure and blood sugar check, and thereafter, she must be cautious and nurture herself. Twins. Ye Jingchuan gazed at Yi Qian Kuan, filled with joy. His twin daughters were on their way back. "My pulse diagnosis skills remain quite accurate. It is certainly twins. This is truly wonderful." Ye Jingchuan, overwhelmed with excitement, could hardly find the right words, simply grasping Nanzhi's hand tightly. After bidding farewell to Yi Qian Kuan, Zhao Xiaoyu hurriedly approached Nanzhi to inquire what she might crave, sour or spicy. "Mother, you need not trouble yourself. I am not so finicky." Nanzhi felt slightly embarrassed. Having spent several years in the countryside, she knew that the pregnant women in the brigade were not treated so delicately. Typically, during the initial months, they would still work in the fields until their condition required them to rest at home. "It is no trouble at all. Had I known you were pregnant, I would not have taken you to Zhao's home today. Thankfully, you remained unharmed despite the bumpy journey. I shudder to think what might have happened." Zhao Xiaoyu was filled with trepidation. The early months of pregnancy were crucial, especially for Nanzhi, who was expecting twins. "Mother, there is no need for concern. These little ones are robust." Soon, Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao learned of Nanzhi's pregnancy. They felt it was no longer convenient to stay at the Yi family home and decided to pack their belongings and return the following day. With Xingyao's injury nearly healed, they resolved not to trouble their hosts any further. Wang Zhuoran took the initiative to approach Ye Jingchuan, expressing their intention to leave. This time, Ye Jingchuan did not hesitate and readily agreed, feeling that they had weathered the worst of the year, and the Grim Reaper would likely spare Kong Xingyao. They must not forget to continue their studies upon returning. Their admission to a prestigious university depended on their diligence over the next 6 months. I know, replied Wang Zhuoran. Xingyao and I plan to apply to the capital university. Although it seems challenging, we will overcome it together. However, Kong Xingyao, who struggled academically, immediately became anxious upon hearing the mention of the capital university. If you want to take the exam, do it yourself. Why drag me into it? It's pointless to strive alone. The three conversed for a while and agreed to gather every Saturday for supplementary lessons at the Ye residence, facilitated by a highly capable teacher arranged by Ye Jingchuan. The next morning, Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao departed, and soon, news of Mu Nanzhi's pregnancy spread like wildfire. Many acquaintances of Zhao Xiaoyu and Mu Nanzhi came to visit and congratulate her. Naturally, the old Ye family heard the news as well. Ding Chunhua, confined to her bed, could not help but curse Mu Nanzhi, comparing her to a hideous she-devil, declaring that even if she gave birth, the child would be both ugly and foolish. Ye Hao, however, paid little heed to such matters. His chief concern was his reputation within the Ziyaqi brigade. Seizing the opportunity during the New Year festivities, he took his 2 sons to circulate among the brigade members, hoping to salvage some of his standing. Before long, it was the 6th day of the new year. The Zhao family set out before dawn, and by 10 o'clock, they arrived at Ziyaqi brigade. Zhao Changzhong, a dutiful son, had borrowed a bullock cart from the brigade to bring along the 2 elderly family members, along with the 3 Zhao brothers and their spouses. Their large party drew considerable attention upon arriving at the brigade. As it was their first visit to Ziyaqi brigade, the Zhao family inquired about the direction to Ye Jingchuan's home. With each question and answer, the locals quickly recognized that Zhao Xiaoyu's parents had come to visit. Many in the brigade remembered that Zhao Xiaoyu had fled here during a time of hardship, and most believed she was an orphan without a maternal family, which explained why Ding Chunhua had dared to bully her. Now that her family had arrived, the brigade members began to gossip, especially upon seeing the robust Zhao brothers, who resembled young calves. Henceforth, who would dare to bully Zhao Xiaoyu again? Her 3 nephews would certainly not stand idly by. The news of Zhao Xiaoyu's family arriving swiftly reached Ye Hao's ears while he was engaged in a game of chess in the brigade office. Uncle Hao, it seems you will be dining at a feast this noon, remarked a middle-aged man seated across from him, offering a compliment with a smile. With the in-laws visiting, Ye Hao naturally felt compelled to make an appearance. We shall see if that white-eyed wolf, Ye Jingchuan, can persuade me, he replied, moving a pawn forward with a decisive click. Although Yuan Shan had been embroiled in some unsavory business lately, with his father-in-law's arrival, it was essential for Uncle Hao to present himself to maintain decorum. Ye Hao smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. He was eager to witness how Ye Yuan Shan would navigate the current situation. After all, it would be unseemly for a father to hide away when his father-in-law arrived. If he were to do so, Ye Yuan Shan would undoubtedly lose face in front of his father-in-law. Ye Hao had calculated well, hoping to use this occasion to subtly assert control over Ye Yuan Shan. Unfortunately, Ye Yuan Shan had no intention of inviting anyone from the old Ye family to dine at his home. He had resolutely decided to sever ties with the old Ye family, ideally leading to a complete estrangement. As for maintaining appearances, he was unperturbed about clarifying matters with his father-in-law. As noon approached, the staff of the brigade office began to disperse. Ye Hao waited in vain for Ye Yuan Shan to invite him to a meal. Those who had previously flattered him now left with their tails between their legs. Filled with unspoken grievances, Ye Hao could only return home in frustration. Upon entering his house, he was immediately met with the wailing of Ding Chunhua. Just let me die. I've barely lain on the Kong for a few days, and you treat me like I'm not even human, not even offering me a sip of water. Mother, drinking so much water makes it hard for you to go to the toilet. It's better to drink less, Chu Feng remarked, placing lunch on the Kong before turning to leave, not even sparing her a glance. Ding Chunhua was not one to be trifled with. She immediately began to hurl insults at Chu Feng, her words laced with venom. Witnessing the chaos unfold within his home only fueled Ye Hao's ire. What are you shouting about? Everyone, be quiet. Have you no sense of shame? Chapter 95. The Test of Greed. Zhao Qinghe visited Zhao Xiaoyu's home for the first time. Observing the dilapidated stone house, he felt a pang of sadness. He was a man of little means, and his children had suffered alongside him. Had it not been for their dire poverty, he would never have let Zhao Xiaoyu beg for food. In their haste to split their household, They had neglected the importance of their living conditions. As time passed, he realized that as long as the family remained healthy, it was worth more than anything else. Zhao Xiaoyu ultimately refrained from mentioning the conflict with the old Yi family. Her parents were aging, and discussing such matters would only heighten their worries. When they entered the home, Zhao Qinghe felt a slight relief upon seeing the newly crafted furniture and the tidy space. Although the house appeared shabby, its orderliness indicated that Zhao Xiaoyu was managing well. The stove had been lit early, and upon entering, they immediately felt the warmth compared to the chilly outdoors. With too many people in the main room, Ye Jingchuan led Zhao's 3 brothers to the east room to sit and chat. He produced peanuts, sunflower seeds, and sugar cubes as snacks for them. The 3 young men gazed longingly at the array of treats, but restrained themselves from reaching out. This being their first visit to Zhao Xiaoyu's home, Zhao Chongzheng had cautioned them against overeating and urged them to maintain decorum, leaving them hesitant to take the initiative. Don't just stand there. Take what you like, Ye Jingchuan encouraged, shoving a handful of sunflower seeds into their hands, followed by a handful of sugar for each. 3 robust young men gazed at the candy in their hands, grinning foolishly. For years, the Zhao family had tightened their belts to save money for building their home. Even during the New Year celebrations, they could not afford to buy sweets, let alone sunflower seeds. It had been many years since they had savored the sweetness of candy. Under the onslaught of various snacks, the Zhao brothers gradually relaxed, shedding their earlier tension. While engaging in casual conversation with them, Ye Jingchuan pondered how he might further test their character. They had passed the previous test of integrity, so this time he decided to orchestrate a more substantial challenge. One that would probe their greed. Every human harbors desires, yet greed represents an excessive longing. What distinguishes humanity is the ability to govern one's covetousness. Ye Jingchuan was unaware of the reasons behind the Zhao brothers' past misdeeds, if it were solely due to avarice and laziness. He would never consider entering into any business with them, regardless of their intelligence or integrity. The method to test their greed was rather straightforward. While they chatted, Ye Jingchuan deliberately produced the small radio gifted by the Kong family, manipulating it in their presence to pique their interest. In those days, a radio was a rare commodity, and the melodious tunes emanating from the diminutive box left the 3 young men in awe. Brother Jingchuan, that little radio must be quite expensive, remarked Zhao Zithu. Our brigade has radios too, but they are all rather large. With that, Zhao Zithu gestured towards Ye Jingchuan. This one is imported from abroad, so it is indeed a bit pricier. Allow me to show you something even better, Ye Jingchuan replied, producing a watch for the Zhao brothers to admire. Radios were already a rarity among the brigades, but watches were an extravagant luxury, with scarcely a few to be found across the entire brigade. Could I touch it, cousin? I have never held a watch before. I have seen others wear them from afar, but I have never had the chance to touch one. Of course. Let me place it on your wrist so you can experience the sensation of wearing a watch worth $100 or $200. Ye Jingchuan generously handed the watch to Zhao Zithu. Upon first contact with the watch, Zhao Zithu's hands trembled with excitement as he carefully slid the watch onto his wrist, fearful that a slight misstep might send it crashing to the ground. The watch, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen, adorned his wrist, and he beamed with the delight of a child, eagerly rolling up his sleeves to showcase it to his 2 brothers. Brother, this watch is truly beautiful, Zhao Ziming exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. If we work hard this year and sweat a bit, perhaps by next New Year, we can buy ourselves a watch too. Zhao Zihai's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the watch, yearning to experience the sensation of wearing one himself. Indeed, in the summer, let us set up a grass hut by the woods. As soon as the cicadas shed their skins, I will collect them right away, Zhao Ziming chimed in enthusiastically. Ye Jingchuan, listening to their lively discussion about how they might earn money to purchase a watch, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. At the very least, they had not shamelessly asked him to lend them the watch. After Zhao Zithu had worn the watch, the twins took turns trying it on, both grinning foolishly as they reveled in the experience. As someone who has experienced it all, Ye Jingchuan found it remarkably easy to outmaneuver the 3 Zhao brothers. During their casual conversations, he gradually discerned intriguing insights from their words. The Zhao brothers were individuals of great loyalty. Their endeavors in the mountains, whether it was digging for earthworms or collecting cicadas, were fraught with challenges. Some individuals, taking advantage of their youth, would deliberately encroach upon their territory, preventing them from accessing the more bountiful areas. Yet, they were undeterred, rolling up their sleeves and confronting any obstacle. They would often resort to their iron fists. ensuring that they carved a bloody path through adversity. Throughout this journey, they received assistance from others, which they remembered and reciprocated when the opportunity arose during their subsequent foraging. After recounting the territorial disputes, Zhao Zihu shared another amusing anecdote. Once, we descended the mountain rather late and stumbled upon a bamboo cage filled with earthworms, weighing at least 20 to 30 pounds. To find such a bounty was akin to a heavenly gift. Ye Jingchuan interjected, while it may seem fortuitous. A gentleman values wealth acquired through just means. Extracting so many earthworms would undoubtedly require considerable effort, and the person who lost them must have been quite distressed. What did you do with the earthworms afterward? He inquired. Zhao Zihu replied, I figured the owner would return looking for them, so I followed the mountain path downward. Sure enough, I encountered a young man from the neighboring team hurrying up the slope, who immediately inquired if we had seen a bamboo cage filled with earthworms. Surely, you did not return them so easily? Ye Jingchuan asked, intrigued. Of course not. I needed to ascertain the truth. What if someone falsely claimed ownership? Zhao Zihu recounted the entire incident, explaining that not only did he return the earthworms, but he also made a friend in the process, who later visited his home to pay New Year's respects and brought gifts. For nearly an entire morning, Zhao Zihu regaled Ye Jingchuan with tales of his experiences over the years. While Zhao Zihu spoke without intent, Ye Jingchuan listened with keen interest, gaining a deeper understanding of the Zhao brothers. However, this depth of understanding did not fulfill his evaluative criteria. He had further strategies in mind. Chapter 96. The Test of Greed. After Zhao Zihu had spoken at length, Ye Jingchuan finally took the initiative to share details about his own small business. Eager to gauge the brothers' reactions, Brother Jingchuan, you possess remarkable audacity, Zhao Zihu exclaimed with admiration. In his eyes, regardless of whether it was remnants of fabric or any material, selling them at the market was fraught with risk. He believed that setting up a stall would inevitably attract the attention of enforcers, rendering items like crossbody bags and faux collars all the more precarious. Society is evolving and policies change daily. Just before the new year, the city cracked down on street vendors, leaving everyone anxious about setting up stalls. As for post-New Year regulations, who can say? If they permit stalls, the potential for profit would far exceed that of foraging for earthworms. Brother Jingchuan, your connections are truly extensive. We are merely country folk and lack such avenues. Zhao Zihu admired Ye Jingchuan without prying into the origins of his goods, recognizing that it was the lifeblood of another's livelihood. He understood the delicate balance of social etiquette in such matters. When you sold fabric at the market, did you ever find yourself pursued by enforcers? Zhao Ziming looked towards Ye Jingchuan with a cheerful smile, reminiscing about their previous escapades at the market where they sold cloth shoes, only to be chased for 2 streets by enforcers before making their escape. Since that day, they had all developed a psychological shadow. At the Hongxing commune, the markets were rather lenient. One could sell scraps of cloth, crossbody bags, and faux collars without issue. I had also sold goods in Jiangpu City, where the enforcement was capricious, making it rather elusive. Ye Jingchuan shared numerous tales regarding the sale of scraps and crossbody bags with the Zhao brothers, who listened attentively but did not delve deeper. Without comparison, there can be no pain. When he first ventured into selling scraps, Ye Guanyan, upon learning of the potential profits, attempted by all means to seize his supply route. Despite being brothers, how could there be such disparity among them? After a brief conversation, it was soon time for lunch. Ye Jingchuan still refrained from mentioning the request for the Zhao brothers to assist in selling crossbody bags, as he was a cautious individual, not one to make hasty decisions. Zhao Xiaoyu, having anticipated the arrival of the Zhao family, had made ample preparations. She had stewed ribs, braised pork, rib soup with cabbage, braised crucian carp, cold pig's head meat with scallions, stewed pig trotters, and a large platter of steamed buns as big as a face. With the family gathered, Zhao Xiaoyu opted not to use plates, but brought out basin after basin of meat dishes, leaving the entire Zhao family in awe, particularly Zhao Qinghe, who had never indulged in such a feast in his lifetime. When a large basin of braised pork belly was served, everyone present was astounded. They had seen braised pork before, but always in small dishes. Xiaoyu, are you no longer mindful of your household? You already have stewed ribs. Why prepare such a massive basin of braised pork? Quickly take it away. Save it for the children to enjoy later. Zhao Qinghe felt a pang of anxiety at Zhao Xiaoyu's lavishness, fearing that Yi Yuanshan would disapprove of her inability to manage household affairs. Father, please eat with ease. This 3-gene portion of pork belly was specially purchased for everyone to enjoy thoroughly, Zhao Xiaoyu insisted, scooping a generous serving of braised pork into Zhao Qing's bowl. He wished to protest further, but Ye Jingchuan placed a piece of rib into his bowl, saying, "Father, this is Xiaoyu's heartfelt gesture. She hasn't returned to her maternal home in years, and it reflects poorly on me. Now that life has improved, let her express her filial piety." With such words spoken, Zhao Qinghe could not voice further objections. He sighed inwardly, lamenting that the Zhao family had been too impoverished, and Zhao Xiaoyu's marriage left her without the support of her family, causing her to endure so much hardship. "You three should not be too reserved. Eat what you enjoy," Zhao Xiaoyu encouraged, serving each of her nephews a spoonful of braised pork in their bowls, allowing them to feel more at ease. The large basin of braised pork was soon emptied, and to celebrate the new year, Ye Jingchuan had purchased some rice wine, which, with its low alcohol content, could be enjoyed by all ages. They raised their glasses, exchanging auspicious words, with genuine smiles illuminating each face. Today marked a gathering of the two families, a moment Zhao Xiaoyu had awaited for over 20 years. As she sipped the rice wine, tears welled in her eyes, for from this day forth, all suffering would dissipate, leaving only happiness behind. The ox cart moved at a leisurely pace, and shortly after the Zhao family finished their lunch, they began to prepare for their departure. Zhao Xiaoyu took out the 2 baskets brought by the Zhao family. The New Year gifts she had previously taken back from her maternal home were returned intact, along with an additional 20 eggs. "Mother, please take these items back, but I shall keep the 20 eggs," Zhao Xiaoyu whispered softly in Qin Yonglan's ear. "Nanzhi is pregnant, and we have neither hens nor eggs at home. I'll keep these eggs for her. She's not yet 3 months along, so I haven't made it widely known. You need only to be aware." All right. You have just separated from the family and are about to welcome a new member. Keep these items," Qin Yonglan replied. Qin Yonglan's gaze fell upon a bundle in the basket originally meant for the eggs, which contained an entire basket of steamed buns. It was customary to take 4 buns when visiting relatives during the new year, and here Zhao Xiaoyu had brought a whole basket, certainly more than 8. She felt unworthy to accept such generosity. "Mother, everyone in the mountains knows this. I have been married for over 20 years and have never sent anything back home. Just a few buns. Please do not decline any further." Recalling the past, both mother and daughter felt a deep sorrow. Although Zhao Xiaoyu never mentioned the hardships endured at the old Yi family's home, Qin Yonglan could surmise the difficulties from the state of their divided household over the past 2 decades. "Whenever you feel homesick, do come back and visit. Your father and I will be at ease knowing you are safe and your family is harmonious. Certainly, once the weather warms a bit more, I will learn to ride a bicycle. As long as I am not busy, I shall return to see you both." The Yi family accompanied the Zhao family to the village entrance before reluctantly returning. On the way, Zhao Xiaoyu was intercepted by Lu Wanqin, and she disclosed everything about the Zhao family candidly. By evening, the old Yi family received word as well. "Fushan, go check on Guanyin tomorrow. If he is nearly recovered, he should return home without delay." Yi Hao's expression was grim, clearly displeased. Didn't Tizhou Dongfeng say he should lay low for a while? If he returns and runs into Qiu Laoda, especially during the new year, it would be a significant loss if he were to be beaten again. If he chooses not to return, that is acceptable. He has been married for quite some time now and should start a family for the old Yi lineage. Yi Hao's calculations were sharp. He was eager for Liang Qing, a youth from the capital, to become pregnant, knowing her parents would surely come to visit. A connection with in-laws from the capital held far greater prestige than those from the Zhao family. He sought to overshadow Ye Jingchuan's family, wishing to prove to everyone that Ye Jingchuan's decision to separate was grievously mistaken. Without his guidance, their family would not prosper. "I cannot believe I forgot the time. Fortunately, I woke up early today." Chapter 97. The arrow shot last year finally strikes home. Ye Jingchuan was quite satisfied with the various trials he had set for the Zhao brothers, though he did not make an immediate decision. Instead, he had them assist in selling scraps of cloth and crossbody bags, postponing this matter until after the Lantern Festival. His actions were motivated by 2 primary reasons. Firstly, he sought to administer one final test of their patience and composure. Secondly, it was a well-known fact that during the Lunar New Year, the bustling city of Jiangpu witnessed a significant decline in outdoor activities, as the populace was preoccupied with familial visits and festivities. It was not until after the new year that the community resumed its usual pace. with laborers returning to work and various teams engaging in agricultural tasks. However, the Ye family transitioned into work mode shortly after the 10th day of the new year. Aside from the Zhao family's visit for the new year, they had no other relatives to entertain, leaving them with little to do at home, making it prudent to commence work early. In previous years, the Ye family's New Year celebrations were filled with vibrancy, but this year, due to the division of the Ye family and Ding Chunhua's injury, the atmosphere was particularly subdued. Relatives hesitated to visit, opting instead to send messages citing familial obligations, leaving Ye Haoed in a foul mood, rendering the holiday rather lackluster. Nanzhi, starting today, you shall refrain from using the sewing machine. Let mother and Xianyan handle it. Father, you should also familiarize yourself with the sewing machine. Once our production increases, I will consider purchasing another one. Both Mu Nanzhi and Ye Yuanshan were taken aback by Ye Jingchuan's plans. Jingchuan, I am only 2 months along. It is hardly noticeable. I can manage sewing crossbody bags without issue. While that may be true, do not forget that the college entrance examination is just a few months away. You have numerous subjects to review. Should you fail to gain admission to your desired university this year and choose to retake the exam next year, you will need to learn an additional subject, English. Without a foundational understanding of English, self-study will be exceedingly arduous, and your chances of being accepted into a prestigious university will significantly diminish. In the years of 77 and 78, aside from English majors, other disciplines did not require an English examination. And in certain regions, even when English was tested, the scores did not contribute to the overall assessment. However, beginning in 79, Jiangpu City implemented English examinations, which, although not graded, were still considered by reputable universities when selecting outstanding candidates. It could be said that the 78 college entrance examination would be the most manageable for Mu Nanzhi. Really? Mu Nanzhi hesitated. Having spent several months with Ye Jingchuan, she had discerned his ambition and aspirations. The crossbody bag business would undoubtedly expand. And with the demand for numerous bags each day, how could she focus on her studies? Nanzhi, do not fret. You have but 2 responsibilities now: to nurture the baby and to prepare diligently for the entrance examination, aiming for admission to the capital university. After a moment of silence, Mu Nanzhi regarded Ye Jingchuan earnestly. Then you should also take the entrance examination for the capital university with me. As long as you study alongside me, I will entrust the sewing machine to Xianyan. Ye Jingchuan was taken aback by Mu Nanzhi's unexpected request. A smirk tugged at his lips. It appeared his wife was truly reluctant to part from him, even in the pursuit of higher education. While attending university seemed effortless for him, he was more than willing to assist her in achieving her aspirations. Very well, I shall accompany you in your studies. However, it has been quite some time since I last engaged with my textbooks, and I wonder if I can recall anything. With my presence, I assure you that anything I know will be imparted to you without reservation. The others present merely assumed that Ye Jingchuan accompanied Mu Nanzhi in her studies to amuse her, never considering that he might also gain admission to the prestigious Beijing University. Jingchuan, you just suggested I learn to operate a sewing machine. How could a rough man like me manage such a delicate task? Please, don't put me in a difficult position. I can barely manage to cut fabric for you, Ye Yuanshan said, glancing at Ye Jingchuan with evident discomfort. Feeling that operating a sewing machine was indeed a meticulous endeavor beyond his capabilities. Father, one cannot speak like that. Look at Xianyan. Not only can he cut fabric, but he is also quite adept with the sewing machine. I believe you will grasp its operation even quicker than Xianyan. Why not give it a try? Though Ye Yuanshan was reluctant, the thought that if Xianyan could do it, he ought to be able to, as well, spurred him on. Thus, he joined the ranks of those learning to use the sewing machine. From the 10th day to the Lantern Festival, the 4 of them, Ye Yuanshan, Ye Xianyan, Zhao Xiaoyu, and Ye Qianqian, practiced tirelessly with scraps of fabric. Initially, Ye Yuanshan found the sewing machine to be quite a formidable challenge, but as his proficiency grew, by the Lantern Festival, he finally crafted a complete crossbody bag. Beholding the neatly constructed bag in his hands, a smile broke across Ye Yuanshan's face that he could not suppress. He had never imagined that his weathered hands could create such a beautiful piece. Father, you must have confidence now, making crossbody bags isn't as complex as it seems. Ye Yuanshan nodded, realizing that it was indeed not so difficult after all. However, he pondered whether many others would soon follow suit. Memories of competing street vendors at the market before the new year flashed through his mind. Surely, Some would emulate their success. They were currently racing against time. While others remained oblivious, they had already sold a significant number of crossbody bags, making a quick profit. When others caught on and began producing bags as well, they would then devise strategies to enhance their sales. With an increase in sellers, would the authorities swoop in and eliminate all market stalls? Such concerns seemed unlikely within the next 3 months. The situation beyond that would depend on forthcoming policies. At this moment, Ye Jingchuan refrained from voicing his thoughts. In 1978, tolerance towards small vendors had significantly increased. As long as they did not overstep boundaries, the authorities would turn a blind eye to those selling basic goods like needles, threads, eggs, and ducks. Let us first produce the crossbody bags. As long as we have stock, selling them will not be a concern. Father is right. We shall endure this arduous period, for opportunities to toil may not arise again. Not long after the Lantern Festival, with the arrival of the south wind, the earth thawed, and the entire brigade became bustling with activity. Each morning, the brigade members gathered at the office to receive tasks and earn work points. Ye Haod, who was seldom seen, had recently become remarkably diligent, almost daily bringing the old Ye family to earn points. Having lost face when work points were calculated before the new year, Ye Haod was determined to regain his dignity this year. However, the old Ye family bore their burdens in silence, as the tasks yielding the most points lately were arduous field work, earning a mere 2 points for a full day's labor. After several days of relentless labor, both Ye Jingchuan and Ye Fushan finally collapsed, utterly fatigued and resolute in their refusal to till the fields. Ye Haod, left with no alternative, was compelled to force them to work, which inevitably led to yet another round of quarrels. Father, have you noticed that the second son has yet to visit the team office? Ye Fushan, being quite astute, quickly redirected the blame elsewhere, firmly declaring that he would not be tilling the farmland that day. Ye Haod furrowed his brow, his voice low and rumbling as he replied, "Mind your own business concerning him. This year, you and your elder brother will barely earn 200 work points. None of us shall fare well. Father, I truly cannot bear it any longer. Look at my hands. They are blistered," Ye Fushan implored, displaying his palms to Ye Haod. Unbeknownst to him, in previous years, during this very season, Ye Jingchuan had toiled from dawn till dusk. Tilling the earth was arduous work, yet it accrued substantial work points. For the sake of providing his family with a better life, Ye Jingchuan exerted every ounce of strength he possessed. Regrettably, the old Ye family had not cherished his efforts back then, and now, having forced him away, they were left to endure the consequences alone. Chapter 98. A fiery endeavor. Ye Fushan, reluctantly compelled to till the fields, found that the daughters-in-law of the Ye family were also not idle. Ye Haod instructed them all to engage in weeding. Last autumn, Ye Hanxing had observed that other teams profited handsomely from apple cultivation, which piqued his envy, prompting him to clear a patch of wasteland on the hillside to plant apple trees. However, come spring, the wild grasses outgrew the saplings, necessitating the team's assistance in weeding. After 2 days, Shun Huifeng and Chu Feng began to suffer from sore backs, aching legs, and painful arms. Initially, neither of them wished to tend to Ding Chunhua, but now they both vied to stay and care for her. Ye Haod had long seen through their petty schemes. With Ye Lingling already at home attending to Ding Chunhua, the rest could focus on weeding. Days passed, and the members of the old Ye family found themselves too exhausted even to curse, each one resembling a weary hound. Oh, had I known, we would not have divided the family. When Zhao Xiaoyu was around, we certainly would not be this fatigued, Shun Huifeng lamented, clutching a cabbage at the kitchen door with a heavy sigh. After toiling all morning, both she and Chu Feng returned home to prepare meals for the entire family, and witnessing the chaotic state of the kitchen only added to their fatigue. Lingling is already 16, she ought to learn to cook. Otherwise, once we finish our agricultural tasks, we will still have household chores to attend to, Chu Feng remarked, casting a glance at Ye Lingling, who was sweeping the courtyard, unable to suppress a disdainful curl of her lip. In other families, young women of such age would already be adept in managing household affairs, unlike Ye Lingling, who seemed utterly incapable. Alas, Lingling is still young. We must wait a few more years. Shun Huifeng felt a pang of sympathy for Ye Lingling. Before the division of the family, many household responsibilities had fallen to Ye Qianqian, but now, all burdens had shifted to Ye Lingling. After an entire winter of domestic toil, Ye Lingling's once delicate hands had become rough and calloused, marked by small cuts. Wait a few more years? If we keep waiting, Lingling will soon be of marrying age. The old Ye family has raised her to adulthood, yet we shall gain not a glimmer of benefit from it. Chu Feng, who had borne 2 sons, had always looked down upon Ye Lingling and Ye Jingchuan, perceiving them as burdensome liabilities, contributing nothing but consuming resources from the old Ye family. Her sons, robust and capable, had long been able to earn work points equivalent to those of an adult man, far surpassing the usefulness of these young girls. As noon approaches, sister-in-law urges us to hasten our actions, otherwise, father will surely scold us again. Shun Huifeng deftly shifts the conversation, wishing to avoid any further discussion about Ye Lingling. Since you are so reluctant to part with Lingling, you ought to take on more tasks. My waist is aching. I shall return to my room to apply a plaster and come back to assist you shortly. As she speaks, Chu Feng attempts to leave. However, her assertion of returning shortly is merely a ruse, and Shun Huifeng, not one to be easily deceived, does not allow her to depart. Initially, the 2 sisters-in-law converse amicably, but soon the atmosphere becomes charged with tension. You ought to recognize your own faults. Were it not for your family's precious son marrying Nanzhi and subsequently rejecting her, how could the second branch of the family have split? Had they remained united, we would not be facing such burdens. Ultimately, it is your family's fault. Whoever wishes to cook can do so. I shall not partake in it any longer. Chu Feng raises her voice, dredging up old grievances, which Shun Huifeng vehemently denies. What does Ye Jingchuan's decision to split the family have to do with us? You are merely a sloth, unwilling to work, so do not heap blame upon my son. The verbal exchange escalates, and when words fail, they resort to physical confrontation. Thus, the Ye family finds itself embroiled in the most significant conflict in its history, with the eldest and third families joining forces, causing chaos in the kitchen. Had it not been for the arrival of the brigade secretary, Ye Hansheng, the house might have been completely overturned. Upon witnessing such an uproar, Ye Tingdong promptly rushes to inform Ye Jingchuan. On the Saturday, Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao are present as well, and they, eager for excitement, accompany Ye Tingdong and Ye Jingchuan to observe the commotion. By the time the 4 arrive at the Ye household, a crowd has already gathered, encircling the scene in layers and faintly. One can hear the shouts of Ye Haod and the wails of Ding Chunhua. Moments later, Chu Feng is pulled from the kitchen into the courtyard, her hair disheveled and her face marred with bloody scratches. One can only imagine that Shun Huifeng is not faring much better. Ye Jingchuan observes the unfolding drama from a distance, feeling little surprise. He had anticipated such turmoil since their division. As Winter said in the previous year, the Ye family had little work to occupy their time, thereby avoiding conflicts. However, post-New Year, the situation changed drastically. They were compelled to earn work points. And with the entire family needing to eat and drink, the absence of Ye Yuanshan and Zhao Xiaoyu, who had previously toiled tirelessly to maintain the household, inevitably led to discord. After watching the spectacle for a while, Ye Jingchuan and the others eventually head back home. Thank goodness you have separated, otherwise, with all the troubles at your grandfather's house, your wife would hardly be able to focus on her studies. Kong Xingyao, having witnessed fights within the brigade before, notes that this is indeed his first experience of an entire family engaging in such a brawl. He hears that Ye Fushan was struck on the head by his brother, Ye Jinshan, causing considerable bleeding. It truly reveals how ruthless one can be toward their own kin. Who can argue otherwise? On their way home, Ye Jingchuan cannot help but inquire about their learning progress. He had also attended the class earlier and, to be frank, found the material somewhat challenging. In his previous life, he had self-studied mathematics, physics, and chemistry, establishing a solid foundation that enabled him to pass the university entrance examination. However, the physics problems discussed by teacher Zhou appeared rather profound, and he doubted whether Wang Zhuoran and the others could fully grasp them. Teacher Zhou lectured for 45 minutes, during which I felt as though I was deciphering an ancient text. As Kong Xingyao glanced at Wang Zhuoran, he patted his shoulder and continued, "I can no longer accompany you to Beijing University. You must strive on your own." "No, I understood half of it. Let's return and delve deeper into the other half. If we figure it out together, we can both master it." Ye Jingchuan was utterly speechless, realizing there were alternative methods of learning. Upon returning home, Ye Jingchuan sought the assistance of Nanzhi, who was slightly more adept than Wang Zhuoran, having mastered at least half of the material. However, when it came to examinations, she too would face deductions. Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao collaborated in the main room, grappling with challenging physics problems. while Ye Jingchuan summoned Mu Nanzhi to the West Room to explain the concepts. Mu Nanzhi was taken aback, utterly astonished that Ye Jingchuan could solve such difficult physics problems. Jingchuan, are you concealing something from me? My parents mentioned you never attended high school. How can you solve physics problems? Mu Nanzhi looked at Ye Jingchuan with a puzzled expression. In recent days, while you were reviewing, I was right beside you. Perusing the self-study physics and chemistry series, I absorbed the material as I read. Ye Jingchuan's words were somewhat misleading. His reading was not about learning, but rather about awakening memories buried deep within his mind. Certain knowledge may remain dormant when not utilized, yet it is etched into one's very soul. With careful contemplation, previously acquired knowledge can resurface. Jingchuan, you are simply a genius, Mu Nanzhi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. However, Ye Jingchuan found the compliment somewhat peculiar. Chapter 99. The Zhao brothers are activated ever since Mu Nanzhi discovered Ye Jingchuan possessed an extraordinarily sharp intellect. She included him in her daily reviews. Despite studying the same material, she required an entire morning to digest it, while Ye Jingchuan needed merely half an hour to grasp it fully. This disparity in their learning pace left Mu Nanzhi envious, pondering the vast differences among individuals. Previously, when faced with difficult problems, Mu Nanzhi could only wrestle with them in solitude. But now, with a scholarly companion by her side, her studies became much more manageable. Often, one could observe the two seated side by side at the desk, with Ye Jingchuan first explaining the problems to Mu Nanzhi. In the East Room, Zhao Xiaoyu peered through the window into the West Room and whispered to Zhao Yuanshan. Jingchuan has been spending all his time with Nanzhi. Is that prudent? After all, Nanzhi is only a few months pregnant and not entirely stable. You should speak to Jingchuan and advise him to be cautious, he replied without lifting his head. Diligently operating the sewing machine, swiftly crafting several meters of shoulder strap for a diagonal bag. I'll find the opportunity to speak with him. When Ye Jingchuan stepped out to fetch firewood, Zhao Xiaoyu took the moment to pull him aside, offering her admonitions, which left him both amused and exasperated. Mom, I'm not a child. I understand the gravity of the situation. As long as you understand, I see how much Nanzhi is burdened with her studies. Please encourage her not to overexert herself. I understand. Ye Jingchuan too felt that Mu Nanzhi was imposing excessive demands upon herself, dedicating nearly every hour of the day to her studies, aside from the few hours spent eating and sleeping. In truth, whether she gains admission to the prestigious Jingcheng University is of little consequence to him. Even if she were to attend an ordinary institution in the future, he would still feel a sense of joy for her. After discussing academic matters, Ye Jingchuan took the initiative to suggest enlisting the help of the Zhao family's three brothers in selling crossbody bags and faux collars. Do you find your three cousins reliable? Zhao Xiaoyu, an ordinary rural woman, was entirely unversed in the world of commerce, yet she possessed a sound understanding of human relationships. She wished not to burden Ye Jingchuan, for the endeavor of supporting relatives often invites trouble. Once money becomes involved, any mishaps could potentially sever even familial ties. Zhao Xiaoyu did not desire such a fate for Ye Jingchuan and the Zhao brothers. From my interactions with the three cousins on 2 occasions, they have proven to be quite dependable. I shall make a special trip to Zhao Jiahe to clarify the details regarding the sale of the crossbody bags. Should they be willing, it would be splendid. If not, I would harbor no grievances against them. How do you envision their assistance in selling the bags? I propose a model akin to that of Zhuoran and Tingdong, offering them 2 bags each. The selling price is entirely their prerogative. Even if they manage to sell each bag for a mere 10 yuan, I would not covet their earnings. This method of collaboration is the most hassle-free and minimizes the likelihood of complications, thereby significantly reducing the chances of discord among the brothers. What if they take the bags and are unable to sell them for a while? They cannot simply hold on to them indefinitely, and your cousins likely do not possess sufficient capital. Zhao Xiaoyu expressed her concerns, striving to anticipate any possible scenarios. It is better to clarify everything now than to address issues as they arise later. I have already considered this matter. For the initial 2 batches of goods, I can lend them to them. From the 3rd batch onward, all stock will be sold on a cash basis, with no further debts incurred. As for the issue of unsold items, they can return any unsold goods from the first 2 batches within 5 days. Beyond that, I shall take no responsibility. 5 days should suffice to sell at least 2 large markets. If they cannot sell even then, it would simply indicate that the 3 brothers lack the aptitude for business. I will clearly communicate this to my 3 cousins, formalizing our agreement with a written contract, so that any future issues can be resolved according to what is stipulated. This approach ensures that all matters are laid bare, providing a framework for their collaboration. Zhao Xiaoyu felt that Ye Jingchuan had meticulously planned this endeavor. As for whether the Zhao brothers could profit, that would depend on their abilities. After the new year, Ye Jingchuan and Zhao Xiaoyu rode their bicycles to Zhaojiahe. And upon explaining their intentions, the three brothers were rendered nearly speechless with excitement. It is not common for even biological siblings to jointly seek profit, let alone cousins. Ye Jingchuan's proactive approach indicated that he truly regarded them as brothers. Brother Jingchuan, we lack experience. We will follow your lead in whatever you suggest. We are completely at your service. Zhao Zihu's voice trembled with enthusiasm. The prospect of earning a yuan for each crossbody bag seemed astonishingly easy. To excavate a single pound of soil insects requires considerable effort. At times, one might toil for an entire hour without managing to unearth even a pound. In stark contrast, selling a crossbody bag might only take a few fleeting minutes. When Zhao Zihao juxtaposed the two, he could scarcely fathom the happiness that awaited him in the days to come. This is the cooperative agreement I have drafted. Please take a look, Ye Jingchuan said as he handed the meticulously prepared document to Zhao Zihao and his companions. Brother Jingchuan, could you read it aloud for us? There are many characters I cannot recognize, Zhao Zihao admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. The three brothers had never attended school and had only participated in a literacy class organized by their commune, leaving them with a limited vocabulary. Very well, but you must ensure that you don't rely on others to sign contracts in the future. It's essential to recognize the characters yourself. Otherwise, you might be deceived and end up counting someone else's money, Ye Jingchuan wisely advised. Brother Jingchuan is right. We should borrow a Chinese textbook from the village to learn to read. If we become big bosses in the future, we cannot remain illiterate, Zhao Zihao responded. Your intentions are commendable, Ye Jingchuan acknowledged, and then he proceeded to read the cooperative agreement aloud for everyone. The Ye brothers attentively inquired about several points they found unclear and, without hesitation, signed their names and affixed their fingerprints to the document. Brother Jingchuan, we shall retrieve the first batch of goods tomorrow. We won't be going to the large market at Hongxing Commune. For now, we will try selling at the bigger markets in Qiushan Commune. Subsequently, we will venture to more distant communes to sell the crossbody bags, Zhao Zihao declared. That is precisely my thought as well. With the weather warming, we should rise early and travel a bit farther each day to increase our earnings, Ye Jingchuan mused, secretly impressed by the Zhao brothers' business acumen as they quickly grasped their next steps. Furthermore, they showcased their loyalty by intentionally avoiding competition with Wang Zhuran and Yi Tingdong, who were selling crossbody bags at Hongxing Commune. For this reason alone, Ye Jingchuan was eager to invite them into his business venture. When the Zhao brothers set out to sell for the first time, Ye Jingchuan, concerned about the pressure they might face, provided each of them with 100 pounds of scrap fabric and 20 crossbody bags. He intended for them to gain some practical experience in the art of selling. According to his expectations, their inaugural market experience would likely be fraught with discomfort, and they might not sell anything at all. However, he was utterly unprepared for how remarkably resilient the Zhao brothers turned out to be. On Saturday morning at 9 o'clock, a knock resounded at the door of the Yi household. Ye Jingchuan initially assumed it was Wang Zhuran and Kong Xingyao arriving for a study session. However, upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of the Zhao brothers, drenched in sweat, standing at his doorstep. Behind them was a horse-drawn cart, pulled by a magnificent, dark horse that snorted in anticipation as soon as the door swung open. Zihao, what brings you here? Ye Jingchuan inquired, perplexed as to why the three individuals, expected to be at the market, had suddenly appeared at his home. Brother Jingchuan, the scrap fabric you provided us was somewhat insufficient. We need to make another trip, and could you please give me 100 crossbody bags instead of just 20? That amount simply won't suffice. They will be snatched up in no time. Even the faux collars are in demand, with 50 requested, which surprised me as so many people seem to favor them. Working daily in the fields, I fail to comprehend the utility of a faux collar. Brother, kindly provide me with several more floral and checkered lace trimmings. This morning, several young ladies inquired about them. Zhao Zihu expressed his thoughts in one breath, oblivious to the reasons behind the popularity of scraps and faux collars. As long as it brings in profit, he felt no need for understanding or aesthetic appreciation. With over 600 pounds of scraps still at home, he urged them to take all of it, offering 20 additional floral crossbody bags at a price 5 dimes lower than the army green ones, selling them for $1.50. All right then, thank you, brother, the Zhao brothers said, exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Xiaoyu before hurriedly gathering the scraps. They loaded the cart, barely pausing for water, and swiftly departed. Once they left, Ye Jingchuan belatedly realized that the market they were heading to was at least 70 or 80 miles from the Xiao brigade. Even if the Zhao brothers hurried with their cart, it would take around 3 hours to reach there. By the time they returned, the market would likely have concluded, leaving uncertainty about whether they could sell all their goods. Given the communication difficulties of the time, Ye Jingchuan knew it was impossible to ascertain the Zhao brothers' situation immediately. Nevertheless, judging by their urgency, it was clear they would have no shortage of crossbody bags to sell, prompting him to hasten his efforts to acquire a sewing machine. The following morning, Ye Jingchuan rode his bicycle to seek out Feng Shichang. Brother Feng, I came specifically to ask for your assistance in acquiring another sewing machine ticket. Your timing is quite fortuitous. Just a few days ago, a friend handed me a sewing machine ticket to help me sell it, and here you are today, Feng responded. After collaborating for an extended period, Feng Shichang had increasingly recognized Ye Jingchuan's commendable qualities, his reliability in work and his loyalty as a person. Earlier, when Feng found himself with an excess of scraps, he had immediately helped Ye Jingchuan dispose of them without hesitation. With this thought, a broader smile graced Feng Shichang's face as he continued, "It's fortunate you came today. This morning I visited a garment factory that needs assistance in handling a batch of damaged cotton fabric. Perhaps you might be interested." Damaged? Ye Jingchuan inquired. Yes. The factory received a large order last year, but ran into financial difficulties halfway through production, leaving a substantial amount of checkered fabric in storage. During the post-holiday cleanup, they discovered that many pieces had been improperly stored, some chewed by rodents, while others were damp. However, the usable areas remain intact, and if you're interested, the price won't be much more than that of waste fabric. Ye Jingchuan's eyes brightened at Feng Shichang's words. Checkered fabric was quite fashionable. If he could transform it into shirts for sale, it would surely be profitable. He quickly contemplated where to sell clothing in 1978. The Hongxing commune was out of the question, as vendors would be swarmed by officials the moment they set up stalls. However, in Nanjing Road in Jing'an City, individual vendors had begun to open stalls throughout the year, albeit in limited numbers, and the distance made that option improbable as well. At the Yangqing railway station, there exists a handful of audacious vendors who engage in the modest trade of garments. However, the issue of distance remains paramount. Ye Jingchuan cannot traverse half of China merely for a few shirts. As for the northern regions, an idea suddenly struck Ye Jingchuan. Though he had never dealt in clothing in his previous life, he was aware of the Banyang Grand Market, which was quite remarkable. Before the establishment of the new China, Banyang boasted more than a dozen specialized markets. Regrettably, it fell into decline later on, but from 1976 onward, the market saw a resurgence, and by 1978, numerous individual entrepreneurs had set up stalls there. During his time in the black market, Ye Jingchuan frequently procured goods from Banyang, yet the distance from Jiangpu City was considerable, over 500 li. The only means of travel was by bus, making the journey quite arduous. Nevertheless, if a substantial profit could be made, enduring a bit of hardship would be worthwhile. Brother Feng, let us not merely speak of it. Could you take me to assess the extent of the fabric damage? If it is not too severe, I would consider purchasing it all at once. Let us go? I shall take you there this very moment. Feng Shichang had been troubled by this matter earlier that morning, but upon Ye Jingchuan's arrival, the situation appeared to resolve itself. He cheerfully led Ye Jingchuan to the fabric warehouse. Instead of entering through the main entrance of the garment factory, they slipped in through a small side door adjacent to the warehouse. Feng Shichang greeted someone at the warehouse entrance, and they were promptly ushered inside. In total, there were 360 pieces of damaged cotton fabric, varying in levels of impairment. Feel free to take a look, the warehouse manager, Xiao Lu, warmly invited, as he pointed out the most severely damaged pieces to the two men. The batch of checkered fabric boasted a plethora of colors. Ye Jingchuan estimated at least 7 or 8 hues, each vibrant and captivating. If the young women of Jiangpu City were currently draped in shades of blue and gray, this checkered fabric resembled a radiant rainbow. This order could not possibly have originated from Jing'an City, could it? Ye Jingchuan could not discern the provenance, yet Feng Shichang regarded him with incredulity. His knowledge of fabrics was rudimentary at best, and he lacked any sense of aesthetics or fashion. He was merely a soulless sales machine. Judging by the style and colors of these checks, it is evident that this is beyond the capabilities of our local textile mills. Ye Jingchuan approached to inspect the extent of the damage to the fabric closely. The current fabrics came in two widths, one measuring 1.44 meters and another at 0.9 meters. Fortunately, this batch was the wider one, 44 meters. Had it been the narrower width with damage on either side, what remained would scarcely be fit for salvage. The most severely affected pieces had been gnawed by rodents, with each side sustaining damage approximately 3 palms wide. If cut from there, they would not even retain the 0.9 meter width. Other fabrics exhibited varying degrees of damage, some on the edges and others in the center. If the damaged sections were entirely removed, there would still be enough material to craft women's shirts, albeit with a reduction in width. Originally, one piece could yield 11 shirts. Now it would only suffice for 8 or 9. Ye Jingchuan then reached out to feel the fabric. It was no wonder that this was the merchandise sought by Jing'an City, as the quality of the material was exceptional. After inspecting the goods, the two men emerged from the warehouse and stood on the street outside the clothing factory, sharing a cigarette. In Chapter 101, titled Selling Shirts is Not a Death Wish, Ye Jingchuan took a leisurely drag from his cigarette and remarked, "Brother Feng, I can accept this batch of fabric, but I'm afraid the price will be quite low. Once we cut away the damaged sections, the width of the fabric will be minimal, leaving us unable to produce larger sizes for women's shirts. We can only make small ones." "I understand. Just name your price, and I'll see if I can sell it." The clothing factory is eager to clear the warehouse. Having so much damaged fabric stored away is quite unsightly. Feng Shichang took a puff of his cigarette, hesitant to mention that in a few days, higher-ups would be bringing foreign merchants for an inspection. With so many problematic fabrics, it would be impossible to conceal them if discovered in the warehouse. It would reflect poorly on the factory's management. To save face, the factory needed to act quickly, and given their relationship, Feng Shichang would naturally offer a price akin to that of scrap fabric. "Why don't you propose a price? I'm afraid that if I do, you'll retaliate against me." Ye Jingchuan, an astute individual, had gleaned quite a bit from his brief conversation with the warehouse manager earlier. He intended to capitalize on this opportunity. "As brothers, let us be straightforward. The purchase price for this batch of fabric is 26 yuan per roll, and you have seen for yourself that it is of exceptional quality. The level of damage is not severe, and it is still suitable for making shirts. How about this? I will offer you a nominal price of 6 yuan per roll. You could sell just one shirt and recoup your investment. The remaining profit would be yours to keep." That calculation is flawed. If this were high-quality fabric, I would not haggle. After all, a decent shirt made from such fabric can sell for at least 5 yuan. However, cotton shirts max out at around 3 yuan. Moreover, making shirts involves a certain level of skill. These damaged fabrics cannot be cut using machines. Everything must be done by hand. Furthermore, due to the varying widths, crafting shirts will be even more troublesome. I can't toil for hours only to make a meager profit of 10 or 8 yuan. You must leave me with some margin." After a moment of silence, Feng Shichang finally said, "Just give me a price. 3 yuan per roll." "What?" Feng Shichang nearly dropped his cigarette in shock. "Jingchuan, did you bring a dragon-slaying sword with you today? You've slashed my offer in half. This is an entire roll of fabric, not just scraps. Isn't 3 yuan a bit too low? This price is quite reasonable. The scraps you gave me are far easier to handle than a full roll. You know the current market situation. The risks of turning this batch into shirts for sale are considerable." Ye Jingchuan's words left Feng Shichang speechless. He was right. To swiftly offload such a large quantity of shirts, one would have to resort to the black market, where prices would naturally not compare to retail. Ye Jingchuan was a seasoned player in the market, with decades of experience and countless strategies, while Feng Shichang was merely a young man, ill-equipped to match his wits. A few persuasive words from Ye Jingchuan had persuaded him to relent. "Very well, 3 yuan it is. When will you come to collect the goods?" "Tomorrow. I shall borrow a tractor in the morning, placing the fabric beneath and the scraps above. Please inform the factory warehouse to ensure that all the fabric is carefully packed and remains unsoiled. Once packed, it should be transported to the waste materials warehouse." "No problem. I will have them pack it immediately." Feng Shichang patted Ye Jingchuan on the shoulder. He genuinely enjoyed collaborating with him, as he was meticulous in his work, leaving no room for criticism. After finalizing the arrangements, Ye Jingchuan joyfully returned to Xiaohe Brigade with his sewing machine ticket. His first task was to ask Yi Tingdong to borrow the tractor. and the second was to enlist Ye Jingchuan to help erect a temporary shelter in the yard using plastic tarpaulin. The 360 pieces of fabric occupied considerable space. They could not all fit in the east room where Ye Jingchuan resided. Moreover, some of the fabric had absorbed moisture and emitted an unpleasant odor, making it impossible for Ye Jingchuan to sleep there. Wait, Jingchuan, what did you just say? You intend to make shirts from the fabric? The vendors at the market would chase you down for 2 miles. I won't be selling at our local market. Once the shirts are prepared, I will take them to the Banyang Grand Market. Banyang Grand Market? I have never heard of such a place in Jiangpu City. It is quite distant. Approximately over 500 miles away. The Banyang Grand Market permits individual vendors, although few dare to set up stalls. I plan to make a few shirts first to gauge the market. If they sell well, we can produce them in bulk. In our family, only Nanzhi knows how to sew. She is currently focused on her health. Giving her so much work would hinder her well-being. Later, Nanzhi will only need to help cut the fabric. As for the shirt making, that will be your responsibility. Can I trust you, though? Ye Jingchuan had only recently learned to make crossbody bags and felt uncertain about producing shirts. Father, you learned to make crossbody bags in just 5 days. Learning to make shirts will surely not be difficult. I believe you will not disappoint me. Very well, as long as you are certain, I shall support you wholeheartedly. Initially, when Ye Jingchuan brought home scraps of fabric, Ye Jingchuan remained skeptical. However, regarding the shirt-making endeavor, he chose to place his complete trust in Ye Jingchuan. Having experienced numerous challenges together, he believed in his son's capabilities and trusted that he was not one to take reckless risks. Constructing a simple shelter was not a daunting task. Ye Jingchuan, skilled with his hands, even added a circle of fencing made from willow branches in the afternoon. He covered the top of the shelter with plastic sheeting and wheat straw, using some old tiles salvaged from the roof renovation before the new year to ensure protection against rainy weather. To guard against moisture, Ye Jingchuan placed 2 rows of wooden racks inside the shelter, ensuring the fabric remained secure in such a brief period. According to their agreement, the following morning, Ye Jingchuan brought Ye Tingdong and Ye Xiaoyan to collect the fabric. Due to the large quantity, it took 3 trips to transport everything back, along with over 1,000 pounds of fabric scraps. Parents, please organize the fabric when you have a moment, grouping the colors together for easier access when needed. Indeed, the garment factory is meticulous. All the fabric is wrapped in white cotton cloth, which will be perfect for wrapping the shirts later. Zhao Xiaoyu is a person who cherishes cleanliness. Aware that she would be unloading fabric today, she deliberately laid out a space in the yard using fertilizer bags to prevent dust from soiling the material. Over 300 bolts of fabric were stacked high like a small mountain, and the entire family worked diligently for the entire morning to place the fabric into the shed. Observing the neatly arranged fabric, Ye Jingchuan felt an unusual sense of elation. Once this fabric was transformed into shirts and sold, he anticipated earning at least around 15,000. A considerable sum for many, yet merely a trifling amount for him. In this era, the bold thrive while the timid perish. As long as he capitalizes on the right timing, he can effortlessly amass wealth. Chapter 102. The shirts designed by himself. Ye Jingchuan took Nanzhi to examine the fabric in the shed. He selected a few bolts of attractive fabric and said, Nanzhi, choose a piece to craft a few shirts as samples. Once they are ready, I will take them to Banyang, and after they sell, we can commence full production. Shall we make long-sleeved or short-sleeved shirts? I noticed a few bolts of peach pink fabric earlier, which would be perfect for young ladies. I'll start by making one in Qianqian size for you to see the style. I'll assist you in evaluating the design. You should sketch it out, ideally. 1 long-sleeved and 2 short-sleeved. Ye Jingchuan, having experienced the ebb and flow of fashion, was well aware of the trends of recent years. After all, he had once paraded through the streets in wide-legged jeans, carrying a bulky cassette recorder. Yet looking back now, he felt a sense of relief that he could erase that chapter of his past. Nanzhi, swift in her actions, pulled Ye Jingchuan to the west room to draw the designs after lunch. With just a few strokes, a long-sleeved women's shirt came to life on paper. She made slight modifications, tapering the waist slightly, creating a stark contrast with the current loose-fitting styles. We could also enhance the collar. Our best-selling faux collars are adorned with lace trim, which we can incorporate. Indeed, let me sketch a lace trim. And the ruffled large collar is also favored by young ladies. As she spoke, Nanzhi sketched another shirt featuring a ruffled collar, finding it quite appealing, and then designed one with a bow tie at the collar. This bow can be white or black, needing to be crafted separately. I noticed some suitable fabric scraps among the remnants you brought in today. I will look for them shortly. Nanzhi energetically sketched 5 shirt designs, including both long and short sleeves. The overall style of shirts does not vary significantly. The main alterations pertain to the collar, sleeves, and buttons, areas where Nanzhi had considerable insight. Ultimately, Ye Jingchuan selected 3 designs from the 5, finding them visually pleasing. With the designs finalized, Nanzhi set about cutting the fabric in the afternoon. Nanzhi is selecting a color that suits you. We will create 2 color samples. Ye Jingchuan guided Nanzhi in choosing the fabric. What do you think of this color? It's still pink, but the checks are slightly wider, interlaced with blue and yellow stripes, resulting in an overall appealing hue. The checkered fabric possesses the remarkable advantage of its diverse colors, each distinct combination evoking a unique sentiment. Thus, let us add this piece to our collection. As Ye Jingchuan observed Nanzhi meticulously trimming the damaged fabric, he couldn't help but exclaim how lamentable it was to waste such fine material. The fabric measures an impressive 13.2 meters, nearly cut from end to end, resulting in a substantial strip nearly 20 centimeters wide. This portion, ravaged by rodents, is utterly unusable, destined only to be transformed into cotton string. Ye Jingchuan picked up the fabric, appreciating its texture, yet it was riddled with holes, rendering it impractical. After a moment's contemplation, he decided that it could still yield a few faux collars by measuring with a piece of cardboard. Nanzhi glanced at the remnants, undeterred, as she believed nothing was truly waste. Even a mere inch could be fashioned into squares or triangles. Accumulating enough could create a bedsheet, while smaller pieces might serve as cushions or table mats. If only a few remained, they could be stitched into a shuttlecock for the children to play with. Not a scrap of fabric was to be squandered. Should the shirt venture prove successful, Nanzhi would soon be burdened with sketching patterns and teaching her parents how to craft shirts. This is no trouble at all for me. While conversing with Ye Jingchuan, Nanzhi deftly sketched the patterns and began cutting. Her hands moved swiftly. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, a brand new shirt was completed. It had been quite some time since she last made a shirt, and her hands felt somewhat rusty. She shook the garment in the air and called out, "Qianqian, come and see if the shirt I made for you fits." Just back from school, Ye Qianqian's eyes sparkled with joy at the sight of the shirt in Nanzhi's hands. "Sister-in-law, is this truly for me? It's absolutely beautiful. 100 times more appealing than those sold at the supply and marketing cooperative. Indeed, my sister-in-law's skills and taste are exceptional. Hurry inside and try it on." "All right." Ye Qianqian rushed indoors to change into the shirt, which fit remarkably well. "Mom, Dad, how does it look?" She twirled in front of everyone, her eyes gleaming with delight. "Beautiful, beautiful. Nanzhi's craftsmanship is truly impressive." Zhao Xiaoyu beamed at Ye Qianqian. Had she been younger, she would have eagerly requested a shirt from Nanzhi herself. In total, Nanzhi crafted 6 shirts, 3 in each color. She designed for herself a long-sleeved shirt adorned with lace trim, which looked splendid on her. On the day Nanzhi made the shirts, the Zhao brothers returned to collect their second order, doubling their initial request. Particularly, they carted away over 700 pounds of fabric scraps, and had they not feared for the strain on their sturdy horse, they might have loaded even more. They also acquired a considerable number of crossbody bags and faux collars, nearly emptying Ye Jingchuan's small warehouse. "Are you truly able to sell such a large quantity?" Ye Jingchuan expressed a hint of concern, given this was their second procurement. "Absolutely," they affirmed. "As you said, if we rise early each day, we can sell even more. Tomorrow, we shall head to the grand market at Wuzimiao, where the crowds are abundant, allowing us to sell throughout the day." Over 700 pounds of fabric scraps is merely a trifle. Ye Jingchuan was well aware of the bustling market at Wuzi Temple, even though it was quite a distance from Zhao Family River. The Zhao brothers, lacking bicycles, could only push a small cart laden with scraps of cloth to the market. Given their pace, they had to rise at 2 or 3 in the morning to secure a favorable spot. The sheer determination of the trio in their entrepreneurial pursuits greatly impressed Ye Jingchuan. They were truly impoverished and had learned to fear it. Should any inspectors arrive, remember, well, the words I have taught you. We are selling remnants of cloth, not whole pieces, which is quite different from what the supply and marketing cooperative offers. Ye Jingchuan could not help but remind the 3 once more. There was nothing to fear from the inspectors as long as they stood tall and had done no wrong. Once Nanzhi completed the shirts, Ye Jingchuan wasted not a moment and proceeded to the brigade to acquire a letter of introduction before embarking on his journey to Banyang. The distance of over 500 li would certainly make a round trip impossible within a single day, and Ye Jingchuan wished to explore Banyang as well. He tentatively planned to stay for 4 days, and if he were not back by then, he would send a telegram home. Early in the morning, he packed his belongings and boarded a bus heading to Banyang. The thought of not seeing Nanzhi for 4 days made him miss her. He suddenly found himself reminiscing about the days when mobile phones were commonplace. The current state of communication was exceedingly inconvenient, making it impossible even to hear her voice. Chapter 103. The Banyang Market. As the long-distance bus rattled along the bumpy road, Ye Jingchuan felt as though he were riding a seesaw, swaying and stopping intermittently. Nearly becoming dizzy, he dozed off twice during the journey, and by mid-afternoon, they finally arrived in Banyang County. The journey of over 500 li had taken nearly 9 hours, a pace that was quite astonishingly slow. With such sluggish travel, he believed he could earn a substantial amount of start-up capital to venture to the capital city without much trouble. Banyang County town was somewhat more prosperous than Jiangpu City, with a relatively large shopping center near the bus station. "Young man, are you looking for a place to stay? Mine is clean, has hot water, and is quite affordable. 5 dimes for a dormitory, 1 yuan for a 6-person room, and 3 yuan for a single room," a woman called out, attempting to promote her in to Ye Jingchuan. "No, thank you. I am here to visit relatives," he replied, striding purposefully out of the bus station. In less than 100 meters, he was approached by 4 women promoting their inns, while 2 young men bumped into him. Had he not been vigilant in guarding the travel bag containing the shirts, it might have been slashed by thieves. Emerging from the bus station, Ye Jingchuan discovered that even the 2 tissues in his pocket had been pilfered. "What on earth? Not even tissues are spared," he exclaimed, caught between laughter and tears. He was already aware of the current state of unrest and had kept his travel funds securely hidden. Yet he never anticipated that thieves would be so brazen as to steal something as trivial as tissues. Truly, it was no easy task to engage in commerce in these times. Upon leaving the bus station, Ye Jingchuan took a public bus towards the vicinity of the Banyang Market. He had visited this area numerous times in his past life and had a general impression of it, though the specifics had faded with time. Near the Banyang Market, there were several marketplaces, bustling with merchants, and naturally, an abundance of inns. After wandering around, he found a relatively clean place, offering a single room for 1 yuan 50, complete with hot water and convenient access to public transportation. After placing his luggage, Ye Jingchuan stepped outside to engage in conversation with the elderly gentleman overseeing the inn. "Excuse me, sir, is there currently a clothing trading market at the Banyang Grand Fair?" The old man replied, "Indeed, though it is rather small. Typically, only a dozen or so fixed stalls operate, while the rest are individual vendors. Business has been tough lately, and there aren't many people buying clothes." Ye Jingchuan refrained from elaborating much, merely following the old man's lead in the conversation. It wasn't merely that business was poor. The individual vendors lacked the courage to engage in substantial transactions within the market. Having previously navigated the black market, he was acutely aware of this reality. Small-scale vendors often went unchecked, but once one attempted to scale up, scrutiny would inevitably follow. After exchanging a few casual remarks with the gentleman, Ye Jingchuan strolled around the vicinity of the Banyang Grand Fair. By mid-afternoon, the area was not particularly crowded. The clothing market was modest, with only a few fixed stalls open and a handful of young women browsing through the garments on display. The air remained somewhat chilly, prompting the sale of thicker apparel such as sweaters, cotton jackets, and outerwear. Only 2 shirts hung for sale, a blue shirt for men and a white shirt for women. The offerings from the other individual vendors were scant, as they had gathered to chat, awaiting the closure of their stalls to head home. The clothing presented by the individual vendors markedly differed from that of the fixed stalls, focusing on affordability and a variety of styles, albeit with materials evidently inferior to those produced by state-run garment factories. Ye Jingchuan refrained from inquiring about prices, opting instead to meander through the market. He overheard snippets of conversation regarding pricing. The individual vendors were selling the white shirts for merely 2 yuan, while a slightly better quality checkered fabric was priced at 3 yuan. Such prices were astoundingly low, insufficient even to compensate for his own efforts in traveling back and forth. The white shirts from the state-owned factory were marginally pricier, typically ranging around 35 yuan, yet Ye Jingchuan remained dissatisfied with this pricing as well. The shirts he possessed, both in style and material, were of exceptional quality, and it would be a shame not to fetch a higher price for them. After perusing the clothing market, Ye Jingchuan visited a small shop at the market's entrance to purchase a pack of cigarettes. "Excuse me, young man. May I inquire if there are any outsiders coming here to stock up?" he asked. "Yes, indeed," the shopkeeper responded. "The big bosses from the south are quite fashionable, easily distinguishable from the more modestly dressed local merchants. Generally, they arrive early in the morning. Tomorrow, the 26th, is the Banyang Grand Fair. So you might want to take a chance then, as you won't see many people at this hour." "All right, thank you, young man." Ye Jingchuan felt a sense of clarity upon hearing this. His previous experience in trading leather had taught him that to make a profit, one must rise early, as most serious traders would not be awake until later. By the time the traders appeared, he would have already completed his transactions. After a long day of travel, Ye Jingchuan treated himself to a bowl of ramen and retired early for the night. The following morning, at the break of dawn, he tidied himself and returned to the clothing market for further exploration, perhaps due to the impending Banyang Grand Fair. The previously quiet clothing market was now bustling with activity, feeling somewhat crowded as he entered. The limited selection of garments displayed the day before had transformed into a vibrant array of colors and styles, indicative of the morning's trading hustle. In the clothing market, there are several women's shirts available, with cotton fabric prices varying, all around 35 yuan. The quality, however, cannot be compared to that of Ye Jingchuan's offerings. From a distance, Ye Jingchuan spotted a southern businessman in his 40s, clad in a black suit with slicked-back hair, haggling at a state-owned stall. "Manager Yang, could you possibly lower the transportation cost for me? I've come all the way from Jing'an City. I must earn a little on this trip," Hu Dajuan remarked, eyeing a polyester women's shirt. The design was rather conventional, but the fabric was superior. If he could establish connections in Jing'an City, he could easily distribute these to various units, yielding substantial profits. "Mr. Hu, this isn't your first time procuring goods from me. My prices are absolutely fair. As a valued client, I can offer you 4 yuan per piece. If sold retail, I'd price them at no less than 5 yuan. You could certainly sell them for at least 8 yuan back in Jing'an City, netting a profit of 4 yuan, young manager explained. "Oh, come on. It's not calculated like that. My journey to Banyang incurs considerable expenses, and shipping them back adds to the costs. If I can manage a profit of just 1 yuan per piece, I consider it fortunate. Please, offer me 3 yuan per piece, just enough for my meals." Hu Dajuan countered. "I'm truly unable to lower the price. As you know, we are a state-owned factory, and our prices are fixed. Even if I wish to reduce them, it's simply not feasible." Young manager's patience began to wane, leading him to respond dismissively. As a large state-owned enterprise, they had no trouble selling their garments, and he had no desire to squander his breath in negotiations. Hu Dajuan was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, distinct from the loose styles currently in vogue. His attire accentuated his slender physique. Beyond his sharp black suit, his polished shoes gleamed brilliantly, likely unmatched in luster throughout the market. Astute as he was, Hu Dajuan quickly discerned the underlying tone in young manager's words. "What if I were to order 500 pieces?" he inquired. "Mr. Hu, even for an order of 5,000 pieces, the price cannot be lowered to such an extent. Moreover, we only have around 300 pieces of this shirt available. We simply do not have that many in stock," young manager replied. Realizing that prolonging the conversation would only jeopardize their rapport, Hu Dajuan engaged in light chit-chat with young manager before deciding to retreat, planning to return the following day. He resolved to test the waters with an offer of 5 yuan. Chapter 104. A disruption throughout the negotiation between Hu Dajuan and young manager. Ye Jingchuan listened intently. He pondered whether all the prominent businessmen from Jing'an City dressed as flamboyantly as Hu Dajuan. His appearance was certainly eye-catching in the clothing market. Previously, he had collaborated with other affluent merchants from Jing'an City, but none had exhibited such ostentation. However, he found himself drawn to Hu Dajuan precisely because of his distinctiveness. As soon as Hu Dajuan departed from the stall, Ye Jingchuan promptly approached him. "Mr. Hu, would you be interested in women's shirts?" he inquired, lowering his voice to convey his intentions directly. Hu Dajuan scrutinized the young man before him. Today, Ye Jingchuan donned a deep blue Zhongshan suit, sporting the trendy short hair popularized by contemporary cinema. His chiseled features resembled those of a leading man stepping out from the silver screen. Good looks undoubtedly confer an advantage. Hu Dajuan's initial impression of Ye Jingchuan was quite favorable. "While I can certainly proceed, I fear your shirts may not meet my standards," he remarked. The young women of Jing'an City are at the forefront of fashion, dismissing ordinary shirts with disdain. This is a significant reason why Hudajuan sought men's shirts in Banyang rather than women's. The local scene is hardly aligned with contemporary style. How about we find a place where I can show you the women's shirts I have? Ye Jingchuan suggested, raising his hand back. All right, let us step outside. It is too crowded here, Hudajuan replied. The two exited the clothing market and found a quieter spot on the roadside. Ye Jingchuan opened his bag and presented 2 shirts to Hudajuan. Boss Hu, I won't say much, just take a look at the design and fabric. The moment Ye Jingchuan unfurled the shirts, Hudajuan's eyes brightened. Having spent countless days on Nanjing Road, his discerning eye quickly recognized the potential for these shirts to sell exceptionally well. However, Hudajuan, a man of composure, masked his enthusiasm with an air of nonchalance. The design is acceptable and the material is decent. Yet, if this is the only color you have, I cannot order a large quantity. Additionally, I require 85 in sizes 65 and 70, and 15 in size 75. To be frank, Boss Hu, I haven't even begun production. What I have here is merely a sample. When you're ready, we can discuss the desired styles and sizes. I have a total of 8 colors, but my fabric stock is limited. If you're looking for a significant quantity, I may not be able to fulfill that. As he spoke, Ye Jingchuan revealed all the shirts along with a stack of 8 different colored fabrics. Boss Ye, I have never encountered such a cooperative approach, Hudajuan noted, slightly thrown off by Ye Jingchuan's unconventional method, which disrupted his rhythm. I'm just a small workshop, fortunate enough to acquire a batch of fabric to earn a little profit. Unlike you, Boss Hu, who comes from a prominent background in Jing'an City. Yet, encountering you today feels serendipitous. This fabric was initially reserved for Jing'an, and some major department stores on Nanjing Road should already have it in stock. I've heard they sell for over 8 yuan each, nearly matching the price of premium cotton. And what price do you have for your shirts, Boss Ye? My design surpasses those antiquated offerings in the stores, both in aesthetics and marketability, and the material is among the finest for shirts. This is my first venture into commerce, and I am not one for haggling. I will offer you a firm price, 5 yuan per piece, no less. 5 yuan each. Boss Ye, that is exorbitant. As you saw, the state-owned factories sell their cotton shirts for only 4 yuan, and the quality is equally commendable. Upon hearing the price, Hudajuan could not help but gasp. The youthful figure before him appeared surprisingly innocent, and such a price was indeed steep. Even if he had some connections in Jing'an City to sell these shirts at department stores, the profit margins were not particularly high. Thus, Hudajuan once again employed the same rhetoric he had used with manager Yang, attempting to negotiate a price of 3 yuan per item. However, before he could articulate much, Ye Jingchuan interjected. Boss Hu, the price I quoted you was a fixed rate, non-negotiable. This is my first venture into the garment trade, and I am unfamiliar with it. My wife insisted I sell at 5 yuan each, not a penny less. If I concede to you, I shall certainly face her wrath upon returning home. What if she refuses to let me inside tonight? Ye Jingchuan feigned an honest demeanor, resolutely refusing to lower the price. He had already discerned that Hudajuan was quite the silver-tongued negotiator, should they engage in a protracted price debate. It could extend for an entire day and night, an endeavor he had no time for, as he intended to visit the Banyang market soon. Ah, Boss Ye, I must say, I have truly learned something today. Having been in business for several years, this is the first instance I have encountered a fixed price. Business is typically negotiated. How does one negotiate a fixed price? Hudajuan continued, if you find my price excessive, perhaps you should explore the entirety of Banyang County to see if you can discover a shirt style or fabric superior to mine. As he spoke, Ye Jingchuan took the shirt from Hudajuan's hands and placed it in his bag, adopting a demeanor as if he were about to leave. Please, Boss Ye, do not rush. Let us continue our discussion. Despite Hudajuan's eloquent persuasion, Ye Jingchuan remained unmoved, steadfastly clinging to his price. Hudajuan felt as though he were striking a fist against cotton. Boss Ye, you truly are formidable. I commend you. 5 yuan it is. I shall not haggle further. Surely, I can at least choose the colors. Do you truly believe that your choices in color will appeal to young ladies? Perhaps we should select an average of 8 colors. Certainly, there will be differing tastes. Very well, but the sizes must adhere to my specifications. The young ladies from Jing'an are generally slender. Ye Jingchuan silently rolled his eyes at Hudajuan's remark, realizing that even in difficult times, finding a larger size was a challenge. The two men squatted by the roadside, deliberating over the quantity of shirts. Due to the variety of colors, Hu Dajuan was initially hesitant to order too many, settling on 100 pieces per color. Among the 3 styles, he selected a short-sleeved shirt adorned with a detachable bow tie, which he favored. Noticing Ye Jingchuan taking notes of his desired styles and quantities, Hu Dajuan could not help but inquire, should we draft a contract or some form of agreement? There is no need for such formality. I will not require a deposit from you. Simply come to Jiangpu City to collect your goods in a month. Bossy, are you not concerned that I might abscond without taking my order? Not at all. If you choose not to collect, I will not be left with these shirts. Ye Jingchuan, seasoned in business, had his reasons for not demanding a deposit. Should Hu Dajuan fail to retrieve his goods on time, he could easily make the rounds in Jiangpu City and its surrounding areas. Even at 6 yuan per piece, he was confident he could sell them. Bossy, it is impressive that at such a young age you possess such resolve. You are destined for great endeavors. Let us exchange contact information, so should any changes arise, I may reach you. In the countryside, communication is rather inconvenient. After 30 days, you are to meet me at the Xinhua bookstore on Yulong Road in Jiangpu City at 9 a.m. Ye Jingchuan is not a fool. He would never divulge his home address to a stranger, for what if something were to go awry? After all, their dealings in clothing bear a hint of illegitimacy. While no one here in Banyang seems to care, it does not imply that the same holds true in Jiangpu City. Caution is always advisable. Chapter 105. The blade hidden in the shadows. After Ye Jingchuan and Hu Dajuan agreed on a time and place for their transaction, they parted ways without exchanging contact information. In the current market, most trades are conducted on the spot. Futures trading is rather rare. Essentially, both individuals were relying on their reputations to conduct business, devoid of contracts, deposits, or any constraints. Thus, their arrangement could be annulled at any moment. Under such circumstances, contact details would serve little purpose. If Hu Dajuan decided against the goods, he certainly would not venture to Jing'an City to locate Ye Jingchuan. However, should Ye Jingchuan request a deposit, it is highly likely that Hu Dajuan would prefer forego the goods rather than risk parting with his money, considering Ye Jingchuan was a complete stranger. It is improbable that any fool would travel from Jing'an City to Banyang County to procure goods. As Ye Jingchuan made his way to the bustling market in Banyang, he sensed someone trailing him. With heightened vigilance, he feigned interest in inspecting shoe insoles at the roadside, while discreetly scanning the crowd with his peripheral vision. Almost instantly, he recognized the man who had been following him. The individual was of unremarkable appearance, donning a cap reminiscent of Lei Feng and dressed in military green attire, blending seamlessly into the throng. Yet, Ye Jingchuan had a vivid recollection of him. The man was known as Zhou Erfeng, a notorious thief in Banyang. Anyone whom he set his sights upon inevitably fell victim to his thievery. Moreover, he did not operate alone. He was part of a gang, led by the ruthless Lu Huaxi. In a previous life, Ye Jingchuan had crossed paths with Lu Huaxi and Zhou Erfeng while dealing in leather. Lu Huaxi, having received word of their cash-rich dealings, brazenly stormed into the hotel where Ye Jingchuan and his companions resided to rob them. During the ensuing scuffle, Ye Jingchuan suffered a deep cut to his arm, which took months to heal. This incident sowed the seeds of animosity between them, and thereafter, whenever Ye Jingchuan returned to Banyang, Lu Huaxi would invariably seek him out for trouble, leading to frequent brawls. Ye Jingchuan, eager to amass wealth, wished to avoid entanglements with him. Following a particularly severe altercation with Lu Huaxi, he and his associates departed southward, and they never crossed paths again. In this reincarnation, having failed to settle accounts with Zhou Erfeng and Lu Huaxi in his previous life, it was unexpectedly fateful that their paths were entwined once more. It appeared that their connection ran deeper than mere coincidence. As Ye Jingchuan intended to frequent Banyang for business before heading to the capital, it was imperative to resolve matters with these two swiftly to avoid their incessant harassment. The most effective method to deal with these minions would be to send them straight to prison. However, Lu Huaxi has managed to remain unscathed in Banyang for quite some time, indicating that he possesses a certain degree of skill. This course of action is undoubtedly unfeasible. Even if he were to imprison them, barring homicide, they would likely be released. Thus, only one option remains: to seek out their arch-enemies and orchestrate a plot to eliminate them, ensuring their demise once and for all. As for Lu Huaxi's nemesis, Ye Jingchuan struggles to recall, vaguely remembering a name akin to Chengxia. In his previous life, he first arrived in Banyang in 1981, and the intricacies of the feud between Lu Huaxi and Chengxia remain unclear to him. He resolves to investigate further. The Banyang market is bustling with people, and Ye Jingchuan quickly loses Zhou Erfing in the throng. Despite Zhou's attempts at stealth, Ye Jingchuan's skills in evasion are more than sufficient. The market is vast, offering an array of goods, including items that are prohibited for individual sale in Jiangpu City. Ye Jingchuan begins by inquiring about the prices of women's shirts, discovering that most vendors offer them for around 3 to 4 yuan, with some made of dacron priced at 5 yuan. Naturally, such low prices reflect a compromise in fabric quality. There are higher quality options available, yet they sell poorly. A shirt priced above 5 yuan often sees customers walk away without even attempting to negotiate. As he surveys the stalls, Ye Jingchuan cannot help but lament the prevailing economic conditions, realizing that relying solely on selling clothing to achieve financial prosperity is a daunting challenge, as even moderately priced garments struggle to attract buyers. Numerous stalls sell clothing, and Ye Jingchuan learns that for a mere 1 yuan stall fee, anyone can set up shop without requiring endorsements from local authorities or organizations. In his bag, alongside the shirts, he has gathered a substantial quantity of dacron collars from his previous fabric haul. Feng Shichang had not charged him extra, treating it all as scrap fabric. Determined to make the most of this venture, Ye Jingchuan brings along 100 white dacron collars and some floral pattern collars to earn some travel expenses. Before setting up his stall, he meanders through the market, noting several vendors selling collars at similar prices, ranging from 1 yuan to 1 yuan 50. The pricing is neither excessively low nor high, and the potential for sales largely depends on the vendor's salesmanship. After paying the 1 yuan stall fee, Ye Jingchuan selects a spot near the entrance and displays his collars. Both the dacron and floral varieties are priced at 1 yuan 50 each. While this price is not particularly cheap, comparable to that of department stores and supply cooperatives, it offers the advantage of not requiring fabric coupons and boasts good quality, prompting inquiries from prospective customers as soon as they are laid out. Banyang is home to numerous factories, and many of the market-goers are workers whose monthly salaries are modest, often around 30 yuan. While 1 yuan 50 for a collar may seem steep, it is still more affordable than purchasing a shirt for 5 or 6 yuan, making it an acceptable price point. Initially, Ye Jingchuan anticipated that the floral collars, which had sold exceptionally well at the Hongxing commune, would also find favor here. However, he soon realizes that inquiries for the dacron collars far outnumber those for the floral designs. The batch of fine cotton faux collars he possesses is indeed of excellent quality. Those who inquire about the price, upon handling them, almost invariably make a purchase. Even if some perceive the price to be steep and reluctantly depart, they often wander around the market only to return and buy in the end. After all, the distinction between high quality and inferior materials is almost immediately apparent. When one decides to purchase, it is only natural to opt for the superior quality, especially when the price difference is negligible. Within just over an hour, nearly all 100 faux collars had been sold, whereas the once popular floral faux collars consumed Ye Jingchuan over an hour. And it was not until close to noon that he finally packed up his stall. As he tidied his belongings, Ye Jingchuan mused to himself that he would certainly bring more fine cotton faux collars on his next trip to Banyang. Just as Ye Jingchuan was about to leave, a young man in his 30s, clad in a Zhongshan suit, approached him. "Boss, do you sell those faux collars wholesale? This batch has sold out. If I produce more collars in the future, I cannot guarantee the same quality of cotton. However, I do have a collection of fine women's shirts. Would you be interested?" Ye Jingchuan's discerning eye allowed him to surmise from the man's attire that he was likely a connoisseur of quality goods, especially given the Rolex 1601 on his wrist. "Oh, what kind of women's shirts? Let us find a quieter spot to converse. It's quite inconvenient here with all the foot traffic. All right, let us go to the riverside and smoke a cigarette while we chat." Chapter 106. Chengxia, adjacent to the bustling Banyang market, is a rather wide river, navigable by boats. The two walked side by side to the riverbank, where Ding Yi offered Ye Jingchuan a cigarette. He didn't rush to smoke. Instead, he tucked the cigarette behind his ear, crouched down, and pulled out 2 shirts from his bag for Ding Yi to inspect. "Ding boss, take a look at these shirts." As Ding Yi lit his cigarette and glanced at the shirt colors, his eyebrows noticeably raised. After feeling the fabric, he chuckled and remarked, "Ye boss, this fabric is quite impressive. It must be for an export order, right? Whether it's for export, I cannot say. This batch of shirts was commissioned by a big boss on Nanjing Road in Jing'an City. By a stroke of luck, I acquired the remaining few hundred yards of fabric, which enabled me to create this batch of shirts. I designed 3 styles in total. Ding Yi, an experienced trader, examined the 3 styles and picked up one with lace trim, asking, "How much for this long-sleeve shirt, and how many do you have in stock?" "This one is priced at 5 yuan. Don't be deceived by the lace trim. The cost and labor fees have increased significantly. As for stock, I have only the fabric for now, as I am just starting out in this business. However, shirt production is swift. I can deliver within a week if you need a small quantity. With spring approaching and the weather warming, it wouldn't be long before one could wear shirts on the streets, making it the best season for shirt sales." Ding Yi did not anticipate that Ye Jingchuan had no finished products at hand. He furrowed his brow momentarily, but then reconsidered. If delivery could be made within a week, it wouldn't hinder his sales. "Could you possibly reconsider the price? If I sell each piece for 6 yuan, I would only earn 50 cents per item, which leaves me with negligible profit. In Jing'an City, similar shirts are sold for 8 yuan. When you resell them, simply state that they are from Jing'an City, priced at 7 yuan each, and be firm about it, no less. The more you refrain from lowering the price, the more coveted the shirts become. Once people have seen the fine items in your possession, anyone with a bit of spare cash would hardly opt for inferior goods." To my surprise, Ding Yi realized that Ye Jingchuan was quite knowledgeable, even strategizing on how to sell them. "You have no idea how challenging it is to sell them at 7 yuan each." Ding Yi entered negotiation mode with Ye Jingchuan, yet no matter how much he pleaded, Ye Jingchuan refused to budge. Ultimately, after much exasperation, he conceded a mere 20 cents, settling on a final price of 5 yuan and 20 cents per piece. Ding Yi insisted on acquiring all 8 colors, with 10 pieces in 3 different sizes, totaling 240 shirts. According to Ding Yi, he would first gauge their marketability, and if successful, he would purchase all subsequent stock. "Come, let me show you my shop, and you can bring the goods over later." Initially, Ye Jingchuan assumed Ding Yi operated a clothing store, only to discover that it was actually a butcher shop, with an array of pork, beef, lamb, and chicken on offer. It was a bustling day at the market, with 4 butchers busily attending to customers. Ding Yi led Ye Jingchuan to the back door and invited him in for tea. The room was adorned with exquisite redwood furniture, and the tea table was set with purple clay teapots. Witnessing such opulence, Ye Jingchuan couldn't help but marvel at Ding Yi's profound background. Setting aside the value of the furniture, running a butcher shop of this caliber was no small feat. One must understand that meat purchases typically required a ration coupon from the supply and marketing cooperative, and individuals were not permitted to operate butcher shops independently. Ding Yi's establishment appeared to be a joint venture between private and state ownership, indicating that a person of such capability could not be underestimated. The shirts he had acquired were unlikely to be sold at the market, but would probably go directly to retail outlets. A strong background ensures profitability at all times. Although Ding Yi was over a decade older than Ye Jingchuan, their casual conversation bore no awkwardness. In fact, Ding Yi found Ye Jingchuan to be quite erudite, a promising candidate for business. They shared a sense of regret for not having met sooner, and Ding Yi even made a point to invite Ye Jingchuan to lunch. Ye Jingchuan estimated that his batch of fabric could yield approximately 200 shirts, and having already ordered around 1,000 pieces marked a promising start. Upon returning to the small inn, he changed into a different outfit, donning a hat and a cotton mask before heading out again. This time, he did not wander towards the clothing market, but instead made his way to Banyan Park. The weather was warm at noon, and the park was filled with individuals engaged in chess and card games, undeterred by the chill, as they gathered to chat and pass the time. Such congregations are often fruitful for gathering information, and Ye Jingchuan hoped to uncover something regarding Chengxia. The card players were divided into several groups, comprising both young and elderly participants. Ye Jingchuan squeezed into a cluster of young people, claiming a spot among them. In broad daylight, none of the young men seemed to be engaged in legitimate work. They played cards as if the sky were filled with flying cows. Ye Jingchuan came today to inquire about Chengxia, subtly steering the conversation in that direction. Chengxia has a certain reputation in Banyan County. He rides a bicycle to work at the steel mill, maintaining a low profile, yet his connections are extensive. As long as the payment is sufficient, there is seemingly nothing he cannot accomplish. Young brother, you may only recognize Chengxia's prowess in handling affairs on the surface, but beneath that facade lies an even more formidable side. Ye Jingchuan, facing a middle-aged man, discreetly revealed a pair of tens, flashing a mysterious smile. Old brother, you seem to be in the know. Do share the details with us. Although Ye Jingchuan possessed a pair of jacks, he refrained from revealing them fully, letting the middle-aged man catch a glimpse. Listen carefully, for I shall only say this once. Once these words pass through your ears and are spread by your lips, I shall bear no responsibility. Cheng Xiao, on the surface, is just a minor official at the steel mill, but in the shadows, he engages in the scrap steel trade. It remains a mystery how he operates, but word has it that trucks laden with scrap steel enter the mill, only to emerge as high-quality materials. Over the years, who knows how much wealth he has amassed? And that is merely the tip of the iceberg. Do not be deceived by Cheng Xiao's amiable demeanor. He also owns several gaming houses in Banyang County. You know what gaming houses are, do you not? Inside, the currency is not cigarettes, but cash. Unbeknownst to you, this is where the real profits lie, with money flowing into his pockets like water. Is that true? Gambling can lead to imprisonment. And with a job at a state-owned enterprise, why would he risk such danger? Some expressed skepticism, feeling that a position in a large state enterprise was impressive enough, rendering the need for a gaming house unnecessary. Your narrow perspective limits your understanding. How could Cheng Xia possibly operate a gaming house under his own name? He has underlings. As long as they are compensated, someone will take the risk. Even if one day the truth comes to light, Cheng Xia would remain unscathed. The middle-aged man continued to chat, and before long, he had completed his hand, winning half a pack of cigarettes, which lifted his spirits. Let me tell you another thing. Even someone as formidable as Cheng Xia has his setbacks. His bicycle has been stolen twice in quick succession. Recently, he has threatened that anyone foolish enough to steal his bicycle will have their hands broken. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Who would dare steal from Cheng Xia? Ye Jingchuan, shuffling the cards, mused that apart from Zhou Erfeng, no one else would be audacious enough to steal Cheng Xia's bicycle. It seemed that their animosity had begun with the theft of a bicycle. Chapter 107. Intensifying conflict. Reaping the benefits of other struggles, Ye Jingchuan initially intended to lose a few cigarettes to gather valuable information, but the opponent proved too inexperienced. After the middle-aged man won the first round, Ye Jingchuan triumphed in the subsequent 6, leading to an early dispersal of their table due to his overwhelming winnings. As he contemplated the handful of loose cigarettes, Ye Jingchuan felt a sense of helplessness. Being overly clever can be counterproductive when no one is willing to play with you. Having gleaned the details of Cheng Xia's affairs, Ye Jingchuan immediately formulated a plan. However, he needed someone to act in a play with him, and that task proved challenging. While he was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed Zhou Erfeng reappearing at his side without him realizing when he had arrived. As I ventured forth, I encountered the ever-enthusiastic Zhou Erfeng. Though my initial attempts in the morning had proven futile, he had remained a persistent thought in my mind. Since he had come to me, I felt no obligation to hold back. Ye Jingchuan, quick-witted as ever, altered his course and entered the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon his entrance, Zhou Erfeng refrained from following him inside, opting instead to wait on the curb outside. A cold smile crossed Ye Jingchuan's lips. It appeared that Zhou had made his intentions clear, and now it was time to see if he could indeed follow through. Inside the cooperative, Ye Jingchuan procured a small notebook, no larger than the palm of his hand, and tucked a pencil into his pocket. Upon exiting, he swiftly evaded Zhou Erfeng once more. Having been eluded twice, Zhou became increasingly fixated on Ye Jingchuan, determined to empty his pockets. Later that evening, as Ye Jingchuan strolled out for a meal, Zhou soon reappeared at his side. Ye Jingchuan feigned ignorance, and, after enjoying a plate of dumplings, headed to Cheng Xia's gaming hall for a round of cards. Zhou, undeterred, followed him inside. As Zhou observed Ye Jingchuan engaged in the game, he contemplated theft. Yet he found himself surrounded by several individuals, unable to breach their circle and relegated to mere observation. Watching Zhou circle the table twice, Ye Jingchuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He resolved to grant Zhou his wish that night. While playing cards, Ye Jingchuan calculated the flow of patrons, pondering the day's earnings. Banyang County, renowned for its numerous bustling markets, boasted over 20 tables in the gaming hall Ye Jingchuan visited. Arriving late often necessitated waiting in line, and it was likely that, over the course of the evening, the establishment would see a revenue exceeding 10,000. No wonder it was said that the most lucrative venture for Cheng Xia lay within these gambling establishments. After a few rounds, Ye Jingchuan gauged the atmosphere and decided to exit, deliberately slowing his pace to allow Zhou to catch up. Suddenly, Zhou collided with him. Offering a sincere apology that revealed no hint of deceit, Yet Ye Jingchuan was acutely aware that Zhou had pilfered the small notebook from his pocket. Mind where you're walking. Such a wide path, and yet you managed to bump into me. What are your eyes for? Ye Jingchuan shot Zhou a sharp glare. My apologies, it was entirely my oversight, Zhou replied hastily, before darting away. Observing his frantic departure, Ye Jingchuan nearly erupted in laughter. Suspecting that Zhou might possess an obsessive-compulsive tendency, the trap had been set, and Ye Jingchuan awaited the inevitable fall of Lu Huaxi and Zhou Erfeng. While he returned home in high spirits, ready to rest and prepare for the following day's pursuit of 2 merchants to collaborate with on shirt sales. As for Zhou Erfeng, the notebook he had pilfered was filled with densely packed pages, most of which chronicled debts and gambling losses, meticulous records of borrowed amounts and losses at cards. Boss, that fellow appeared respectable, yet he is merely a gambling addict. I followed him thrice without success, and after finally managing to lift something, it turns out to be a mere ledger. What bad luck, Zhou lamented, flipping through the pages of the notebook, his frustration palpable. It was indeed unfortunate. In future, when targeting gamblers, he resolved to strike before they entered the gaming hall, as that was when their wallets would be at their fullest. Lu Huaxi casually accepted the notebook, perusing its contents until his gaze fell upon a particular line of text. The cash flow of over 20,000 from the card room in just one evening astonished him. Such a sum left unattended in the establishment made him contemplate the audacity of theft. As he flipped to the next page, he noted at the bottom that it was the first time in his life he had encountered such a substantial collection of cash, estimating a bundle to be around 1,000. Such remarks appeared repeatedly in his notebook, causing Lu Huaxi to furrow his brow, his gaze ultimately resting on the phrase 40,000. He could hardly believe that a mere card-playing venue could harbor such a fortune. Lu Huaxi was audacious. 40,000 was a sum worth risking his life for. Phone. Investigate who owns the card room you visited tonight, and whether there's any background behind it. Why? Boss, are you planning to gamble? I intend to seize the money. Phone was a petty thief, and while tasked with uncovering the card room's secrets, he could only discern the visible proprietor, leaving the deeper connections elusive. Meanwhile, Ye Jingchuan was wandering the clothing market on the 3rd day of his arrival in Banyang, engaging with 2 out-of-town merchants. They expressed great interest in Ye Jingchuan's women's shirts, ultimately agreeing to purchase 1,000 pieces at 5 yuan each. Consequently, he retained approximately 1,000 pieces for himself, with the delivery scheduled for 20 days later in Jiangpu City. Considering the varying degrees of fabric damage, he prudently accepted only these orders for now, planning to assess the remaining fabric after fulfilling these commitments. Everything was unfolding methodically according to Ye Jingchuan's plan. On the 4th morning, still in a haze, he was roused by a commotion outside. Several police SUVs screamed past with sirens blaring, prompting him to leap from his bed, wondering if Lu Huaxi had acted with such swiftness. After a brief wash, he descended to inquire with the hotel manager about the disturbance. Sir, what is going on today? I just saw several police vehicles. Early this morning, there was a home invasion robbery. I heard someone got hurt, and over 30,000 was stolen. Goodness. Who keeps 30,000 in cash at home? Now it's all gone. How will they manage? The manager fretted about the victim's plight, but Ye Jingchuan's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. He mused on Lu Huaxi's impressive decisiveness. Not only had he taken action, but he had also succeeded. He wondered whether he could withstand Cheng Xia's retaliation. Sir, I would like to check out. Certainly. Ye Jingchuan grabbed his bag and headed toward the bus station. When he arrived, his bag had been filled with numerous false collars. Now that they were sold, it remained heavy with an assortment of provisions. The Banyang market was abundant with items that required no tickets, and Ye Jingchuan had indeed made several purchases. As he approached the bus stop, an SUV abruptly halted in front of him, and to his surprise, it was Wang Dongsheng who called out to him. He could scarcely believe he had encountered him in Banyang. Uncle Wang, what a coincidence. Indeed, quite serendipitous. From a distance, I thought you resembled someone I knew. At first, I thought I was mistaken, but it truly is you. Where are you headed? Back to Hongxing Commune. What a stroke of luck. Hop in. We're headed back to Jiangpu City and can give you a ride. Wang Dongsheng held a favorable impression of Ye Jingchuan, considering their encounter in Banyang a stroke of fate, and thus wished to offer him a lift. In Chapter 108, a chance meeting leads Wang Dongsheng to overhear some gossip. Is this appropriate? Ye Jingchuan had already noticed that, besides Wang Dongsheng, there was an unfamiliar man in military attire in the back seat, whose stern expression suggested he was not particularly approachable. "It's nothing. Jingchuan won't mind. Just place your bag in the trunk, and you can sit in the front passenger seat. Then I must trouble you, Uncle Wang." To be able to ride back to Jiangpu City in an SUV was a rare opportunity for Ye Jingchuan. He no longer hesitated and swiftly stowed his handbag before taking his place in the front. "What brings you to Banyang, Jingchuan?" As the vehicle set in motion, Wang Dongxing engaged him in conversation. "I collected some scrap fabric to make faux collars to sell here." "Oh, the market in Banyang is indeed more lucrative than in Jiangpu. You're quite the clever one." Ye Jingchuan preferred not to discuss his business, so he shifted the topic to Kong Xingyao. Recently, Xingyao and Zhuo Ran have been studying diligently. They've set their sights on the capital university. Upon hearing that Kong Xingyao aimed for the capital university, Wang Dongxing couldn't help but burst into laughter. "If Xingyao truly manages to get in, Jingchuan, you will be a great benefactor to the Kong family. His father will likely come bearing gifts to express his gratitude." Flattered by Wang Dongxing's praise, Ye Jingchuan felt a bit bashful. "Xingyao's admission hinges on his own abilities. It has little to do with me. Spare your modesty. I've heard from Xingyao that you were the one who connected him with a tutor. It was during his stay at your home that you lent him self-study materials. You're more supportive of him than his own father." These remarks made Ye Jingchuan chuckle. He hadn't anticipated that Kong Xingyao spoke so highly of him behind his back. After some light conversation, Wang Dongxing, realizing he had forgotten introductions, gestured towards his companion. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my comrade, Zhou Jinyuan. And this is Ye Jingchuan from the Hongxing commune. Last time, it was Jingchuan who led a team to rescue Xingyao when he was stranded in the mountains. Uncle Wang, given how young Comrade Zhou looks, how should I address him? I can't just call him Uncle Zhou. He seems only a few years older than I am." Wang Dongxing was momentarily taken aback by Ye Jingchuan's question, glancing at Zhou Jinyuan before muttering, "Well, considering that Jinyuan is merely 8 years your senior, Uncle seems inappropriate. All right, let us keep it informal then. Zhou Gu it is." Ye Jingchuan was quite astute and charmingly eloquent. Zhou Jinyuan slightly nodded but remained silent, clearly preoccupied with thoughts elsewhere. "Jingchuan, with such a robust physique, have you ever considered joining the military?" Wang Dongxing inquired further. "If I were only 18 this year, I would undoubtedly enlist. However, I am already 23, and that age is no longer suitable. Your youthful appearance is quite deceptive. I nearly forgot you were several years older than Xingyao." Turning to Zhou Jinyuan, Wang Dongxing continued, "Jinyuan, did you come to Banyang in search of news about your brother? Otherwise, what brings you here so unexpectedly?" "Yes. Someone mentioned seeing a young man who bears a resemblance to my father. I came to investigate, but alas, it was merely a likeness." When mentioning his younger brother, Zhou Jinyuan's thoughts, which had drifted away, finally returned. His voice was laden with exhaustion, and he even let out a barely perceptible sigh. "It has been 23 years. How can your parents not let go? How could they ever move on? My mother has been lovesick all these years. Her health has deteriorated, and she spent some time in the hospital last year. I am at a loss for how to face her when I return." Sigh. It was merely an accident back then. Who could have anticipated that someone's affections would be directed towards a newborn? Though that is what I say. My mother has always felt that she lost my brother and cannot surmount that emotional hurdle. Wang Dongxing and Zhou Jinyuan engaged in casual conversation while Ye Jingchuan fell silent. The bumpy dirt road soon lulling him back to sleep. They stopped halfway for a restroom break and shared lunch, and by the time Ye Jingchuan awoke again, they had arrived at Hongxing commune. "Uncle Wang, just drop me off at the intersection. I can make my way back on my own." Ye Jingchuan was taken aback that Wang Dongxing drove directly to Hongxing commune. Was he intentionally bringing him back? "I've come this far. A little more distance is inconsequential. Just take me back to Xiaohua Brigade. It's not convenient for me to return on my own. Then I shan't be polite with Uncle Wang." The walk from Hongxing commune to Xiaohua Brigade would take quite a while, but by car, it was merely a 10-minute journey. Wang Dongxing dropped Ye Jingchuan off at the village entrance and left without entering the Ye household for even a glass of water. Ye Jingchuan was no fool. He sensed Wang Dongxing's kindness, yet he wished to repay this favor, though he wondered if there would be an opportunity to do so. The off-road vehicle departed Xiaohua Brigade and resumed its course toward Jiangpu City. Seated beside Wang Dongxing, Zhou Jinyuan could not help but inquire, "Dongxing, when did you become so warm-hearted? Previously, when my fourth brother asked you to bring something to Jing'an City, you wouldn't even take it for him despite it being on your way. That's different. Jingchuan is a diligent and considerate young man. I have a fondness for him." But your fourth brother always postures. He was not genuinely requesting my help to deliver something to Jing'an City. He was merely trying to get close to my little sister, who was in the car. I warn you, if I catch your fourth brother harboring intentions towards my sister, I will not let it slide. My sister is the cherished youngest of my parents, treated like a precious gem. Someone like your fourth brother should stay away. This year, she will be taking the university entrance exam. I hope she can achieve a good outcome. Wang Dongsheng, over 20 years older than his sister, regarded her as a daughter. Anyone who dared to trouble her would find themselves facing his wrath. Very well, I will pass on your words. Ye Jingchuan returned with several orders, and, after just one day of rest, the entire family rallied together to produce shirts. During the 4 days he was away in Banyang, his family had not been idle. They utilized that time to master the entire shirt-making process. Nanzhi sketched different sizes of shirt patterns on cardboard, instructing her family to trace them onto the fabric. Once the fabric was marked, they began cutting, followed by sewing on the sewing machine. Nanzhi drew patch patterns. Ye Yuanshan handled the cutting, while Ye Xiaoyan and Zhao Xiaoyu operated the sewing machine. Upon returning from school, Ye Qianqian assisted wherever needed, proving herself capable of any task. At the outset, Ye Xiaoyan and Zhao Xiaoyu could scarcely produce a handful of shirts each day, their sewing machines operating at a rather sluggish pace. However, practice breeds proficiency. Initially, each could only manage 5 shirts in a day. By the 3rd day, Ye Xiaoyan had doubled his output to 10 shirts, and by the 4th day, he was practically igniting sparks from the machine, producing 12 to 15 shirts daily. When Ye Jingchuan returned with orders, he was able to complete 26 shirts in a single day, while Zhao Xiaoyu, albeit at a slower pace, managed 20 without issue. To meet their deadlines, the 2 sewing machines in their home ran for at least 16 hours each day, and with diligent effort, they could muster an impressive 60 shirts daily. Ye Jingchuan had agreed to deliver within a week, and once the first batch of shirts was completed, he headed back to Banyang County to deliver them, planning to return immediately, as they still had a considerable order of 2,000 shirts to fulfill. Nanzhi, during my absence, do not spend all your time preoccupied with the shirts. Take some time to rest as long as the production pace is maintained, he advised. I understand. I will see you soon, she replied. Ye Jingchuan had barely been home for a few days before he was compelled to leave again, and truth be told, Nanzhi felt a pang of sadness in her heart as she clung to his waist, reluctant to let go. Stay at home and wait for me. Once this batch of shirts is completed, I shall buy you a gold necklace. All right, take care, she responded. Nanzhi leaned in and kissed the corner of Ye Jingchuan's lips. But what began as a fleeting peck transformed into a fervent embrace as his large hand cradled her head, preventing her escape. Just as he was about to depart, with everyone waiting outside, he suddenly kissed her passionately, causing her heart to race with the fear of being seen. Ye Jingchuan carried 300 shirts to Banyang, including 240 for Ding Yi, while the remaining 60 were intended as samples for prospective clients, given that he had over 1,000 shirts in total. The quantity was substantial, prompting Yi Tingdong to lend him a tractor to transport him to Jiangpu bus station, where they endured a bumpy ride to Banyang County. Upon arrival, Ye Jingchuan's first order of business was to inquire about Lu Huaxi while hiring a human-powered tricycle. It was undeniable that Lu Huaxi's theft of over 30,000 yuan from Chengxia had deeply affected him. He had taken decisive action against Lu, and within mere days, the entire gang had been apprehended, although it was rumored that Zhou Erfing had managed to escape, and Lu remained on the run. Hearing this news brought Ye Jingchuan great joy, as he believed that his tumultuous connection with Lu Huaxi would not persist in this lifetime. After securing the delivery of shirts to the back door of Ding Yi's butcher shop, he felt utterly exhausted. Jingchuan, did you come alone to deliver the goods? Ding Yi, surprised by Ye Jingchuan's strength, noted that the 2 bags of shirts weighed at least 160 to 70 pounds. Had he truly carried them all by himself? It would have been reasonable to hire a tricycle for assistance. Ding Yi approached to inspect the merchandise, and upon confirming the quality of several pieces, he promptly handed Ye Jingchuan cash. What are these few shirts for? Ding Yi, with his keen eyes, immediately noticed that Ye Jingchuan had set aside several shirts, though the styles were not to his liking. I have taken an additional 60 pieces, intending to display them at the market. I still have around 1,000 at home. They cannot remain untouched indefinitely. Alas, it seems unnecessary to complicate matters. I shall list the shirts and inform you tomorrow morning. If they sell well, I shall take all the remaining shirts. That sounds splendid. I shall await your news, Brother Ding. Ding Yi was a man of action. By the time Ye Jingchuan arrived in Banyang, it was already past noon, yet he managed to display the shirts on the counter before the mall closed for the day. The following morning, he made a special trip to the counter to check on the sales of the shirts. The pricing for shirts in the mall was set at 8 yuan, which was considered expensive compared to others, where high-quality fabric could be purchased for 5 or 6 yuan. However, such fabric lacked the vibrant colors and elegant lace collar designs of the checked shirts. At 9 in the morning, when the mall opened, anyone who passed by this batch of shirts, regardless of gender, couldn't help but steal a glance. The colors were simply too striking, and the styles were fashionable. A rarity in the mall. "Excuse me, how much is that purple shirt?" inquired a stylishly dressed young woman as she paused at the counter. "The checked shirt is 8 yuan each. Isn't that rather expensive? Even the best quality shirts usually cost only 5 or 6 yuan. My dear, this batch has come from Jing'an City. It is said to be leftover stock from an export order, with only 10 pieces available in each color and size. Such fine goods are in high demand. If you fancy one, you should act swiftly, as your preferred color and size may not be available later," the sales assistant explained. And the young woman, previously hesitant, quickly selected her size. She adored all 8 colors and ultimately decided to purchase 2. With the first customer secured, sales began to accelerate. By 10 o'clock, 240 shirts were swiftly snatched up, leaving the sales assistants overwhelmed. Witnessing such astonishing sales speed, Ding Yi could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. He anticipated that this style of shirt would sell well, but he never expected it would be to such an extent, especially considering it was not a market day and the mall was not particularly crowded. "Excuse me, when will the shirts be restocked?" Several young women who had admired the shirts but failed to find their size gathered around the counter inquiring. The flustered sales assistant glanced helplessly at Ding Yi. "Another batch will arrive in a week, along with a new style. Everyone is welcome to come and have a look then." Stepping out of the mall, Ding Yi made his way directly to the hotel where Ye Jingchuan was staying. "Jingchuan, how many shirts do you have in stock? I want them all." Ye Jingchuan, who had just returned from a stroll, was startled by Ding Yi's unexpected appearance at the hotel entrance. "It seems, Brother Ding, that your shirts sold exceptionally well this morning. They were sold out in an hour. I stood by, watching as those women were irresistibly drawn to our shirts. The colors and styles were simply magnificent." The mall predominantly showcased blue, black, and gray tones. The sudden introduction of a rainbow hue was undeniably eye-catching. "I shall promptly send a telegram home, urging them to swiftly produce a batch of shirts to be sent over. This is indeed an opportune moment, as many are still yearning for them. Thus, it would be wise to stock another batch." Selling clothing often requires one to seize the moment, yet Ye Jingchuan possesses only 2 sewing machines. Even if they work tirelessly, he can produce merely 400 pieces within a week, and any additional demand might overwhelm his family. Consequently, Ye Jingchuan immediately dispatched a telegram home, instructing that once the shirts are ready, Yi Tingdong should deliver them to Banyang, where he would await their arrival. However, for the time being, he could only fulfill the order for Ding Yi, as he must first dispatch Hu Dajuan's goods, followed by those of 2 other out-of-town clients. Only after these shipments are completed can he attend to Ding Yi's order. Ding Yi, unperturbed, assured Ye Jingchuan that he would take all remaining stock, relieving him of the pressure to sell shirts. With this burden lifted, Ye Jingchuan felt significantly more at ease, yet he remained industrious. Following the sale of this batch of shirts, he aspired to manage several more shipments. In his current position of limited influence, expanding his business significantly seemed nearly impossible. He could only toil to handle a few more batches of clothing in preparation for his venture to the capital. The capital, unlike Banyang, presented abundant opportunities. If he could seize the first wave of reform and opening, earning money would become exceedingly feasible. Ye Jingchuan visited the fabric market to gauge the current prices of materials. However, after perusing the market, he left feeling rather disheartened. For instance, even a lesser quality checkered fabric was priced at 20 yuan per piece. While bulk purchases might yield a discount of 1 or 2 yuan, the profit margins were minimal considering the established prices of cotton shirts. The low profit and inherent risks led Ye Jingchuan to dismiss the idea of continuing shirt production, unless he stumbled upon a deal like that offered by Feng Shichang. He pondered that by the time he completed this batch of shirts, it would likely be April, the perfect time to begin selling summer apparel. Perhaps he could procure a line of summer garments? Basic tank tops could be acquired for as little as 2 to 3 yuan. Though the cheaper options were typically single-colored cotton fabrics, lacking in aesthetic appeal. If he could invest effort into enhancing their design, he might just secure a modest profit. Suddenly, the thought of t-shirts flickered in his mind. Chapter 110. A new profitable venture in the realm of fashion. Women's clothing consistently proves to be the most resilient and lucrative. For women of all ages possess an innate desire for beauty. Even with a modest income of 30 to 40 yuan, they willingly spend on garments. Ye Jingchuan's intention to sell t-shirts primarily targets the female clientele, as the rapidly evolving styles will undoubtedly encourage incessant purchasing among women. In contrast, men typically require just a single olive green t-shirt. Strictly speaking, t-shirts and tank tops bear a resemblance, yet tank tops are often made from softer materials, losing their shape after a wash or two, resulting in a loose and unflattering fit. Young women rarely opt for tank tops in the summer, as they primarily serve as undergarments paired with a shirt. However, wearing a shirt while working can be somewhat uncomfortable. The t-shirt can entirely rectify this flaw. As long as the material is of slightly better quality, it will not suffer from severe deformation even after an entire summer of washing. Wearing a t-shirt while working is not only comfortable and absorbent, but also aesthetically pleasing, and Ye Jingchuan is confident that young women will undoubtedly appreciate it. With this thought, Ye Jingchuan felt a swell of pride. In his previous life, he was quite the trendsetter, always at the forefront of fashion. Little did he expect that he could leverage his past frivolities to earn his first pot of gold in this new life. Having formulated his idea, he began to seek suitable materials for t-shirts. Banyang, a county town with a plethora of markets, boasted an extensive variety of fabrics, leaving Ye Jingchuan somewhat dazzled by the assortment of cotton cloth available. However, these cotton fabrics shared a common characteristic. The colors were rather monotonous. Ye Jingchuan found himself unable to procure striped cotton suitable for making navy shirts, let alone any patterned fabrics. Bossy, I see you've been wandering around the fabric market for a couple of days without making any purchases. Is there truly nothing here that catches your eye? Inquired Guan Yifei, a business manager from a state-owned factory, as they shared a smoke by the roadside. Having become somewhat acquainted, he noticed Ye Jingchuan's third consecutive day at the market and couldn't resist striking up a conversation. Leaning against a tree by the road, Ye Jingchuan sighed. The quality of the fabrics in this market is not the issue, it's the lack of variety in patterns. He continued, aren't the prevailing colors currently limited to just a few? If you introduce something too flashy, it may prove difficult to sell as clothing. Let me show you something, he said, retrieving a sample of checkered fabric from his bag. Where did you get this fabric? The color is truly unique. Guan Yifei remarked. Do you think this material would sell if made into shirts? The color is rather bright. It might not perform well in sales. Ye Jingchuan merely smiled, recognizing the disparity in perspectives. Many people's mindsets were still anchored in the past few years, oblivious to the fact that times were changing. Indeed, even a span of mere months could alter public sentiment. I have this batch of shirts in 8 striking colors. You believe they won't sell, yet the opposite is true. They will be snatched up as soon as they hit the shelves. In a few days, as the weather warms up a bit, those who purchase my shirts will become a vibrant sight on the streets. Guan Yifei, holding the fabric, could hardly fathom how his wife would stand out amidst the drab hues of black, gray, and blue in the factory if she wore such a shirt. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to surprise his wife. Bossy, do you have any stock left? I'd like to buy 2 pieces. Currently, there are none available. All the bulk orders have been sold out. However, I can certainly reserve 2 pieces for you when the next shipment arrives. You can choose the colors. All right, he responded. Guan Yifei had a good eye and selected a color that Nanzhi had previously deemed the most attractive, which was also the fastest selling in the department store. According to Ye Jingchuan's plan, the shirts requested by Ding Yi would take at least 6 or 7 days to arrive. But unexpectedly, Yi Tingdong appeared on the 4th day. Ye Jingchuan was taken aback by his early arrival. Tingdong, how come you're here so soon? The shirts are already produced, so I came ahead. How could this be possible? It has only been 4 days since I sent the telegram. And even if you work the sewing machines to their limits, producing 400 shirts would be an insurmountable task. Nanzhi inquired about my family. And Lu Wanqin had also borrowed a sewing machine. With 4 machines operating simultaneously, my mother and Lu Wanqin lent their assistance, tirelessly working until the early hours of yesterday to complete all 400 shirts. This morning, my father drove me to Jiangpu City to catch a bus. Upon hearing that Mu Nanzhi had borrowed the sewing machines, Ye Jingchuan felt a pang of concern. The matter of producing clothes at home could have serious implications. Should anyone from the brigade harbor ill intentions, it could lead to trouble. Rest assured, although Lu Wanqin serves as our brigade's mouthpiece, she possesses discernment and understands the gravity of the situation. The borrowing of her sewing machine was not without compensation. My sister-in-law promised to reward Lu Wanqin with a shirt. However, if this information were to leak, the shirt would be forfeit. As for my parents, they are tight-lipped and would never utter a word. That is reassuring. The Ye family members are like vampires, and we must remain vigilant against them. Do not worry, they are currently preoccupied with their own affairs. With the onset of spring farming, they are busy daily striving for work points and are further troubled at home by your grandmother, causing chaos that leaves them no time to bother you. By the way, there's another matter. Lu Wanqin mentioned that Liang Qing is pregnant. She sent a telegram to her parents, hoping they would visit, but they declined, citing their busy work schedule. I heard that your grandfather even scolded Liang Qing over this. She has faced considerable distress at the onset of her pregnancy and is now embroiled in a divorce with Ye Jingchuan. Indeed, I suspected Liang Qing was not an easy woman to handle. The Ye family marrying her was a recipe for hardship. Ye Jingchuan noted the number of shirts. It exceeded what he had reported to his family by over 10 pieces. According to Mu Nanzhi, they were in a hurry, fearing quality issues with the garments. Hence the extra shirts were prepared as a precaution. 2 shirts were set aside for Guan Yifei, while the remainder was delivered to Ding Yi. In the evening, Ding Yi invited Ye Jingchuan and Ye Tingdong to dinner, expressing his desire for long-term collaboration, assuring them that he would provide quality garments whenever needed. The following day, Ye Jingchuan did not rush back, but continued to wander through Banyang. Upon reaching the fabric market, he was summoned by Guan Yifei. Jingchuan, the shirts you provided yesterday were a hit with my wife. Is there any chance you could spare a few more? She wishes to gift them. I'm afraid not in the immediate future. I won't be able to return to Banyang until mid-next month. Ah, that works. Just let me know how many you need, along with the sizes and colors. 5 pieces of the same color as yesterday, 3 in size 65 and 2 in size 70. After discussing the shirts, Guan Yifei took Ye Jingchuan outside the fabric market for a smoke. There is something else I would like to discuss in detail. Chapter 111, Designing the T-shirt. Guan Yifei spoke in a hushed tone, his voice subdued compared to his usual demeanor. My wife works at a textile factory, and she mentioned that you are interested in obtaining striped cotton fabric. A relative of theirs has extensive connections and has established a small workshop-like weaving factory in collaboration with a large collective in Banyang County. Although they are well-equipped with machinery, they have been operating for over 2 months without earning much profit, essentially toiling in vain. Should you have an interest, you can reach out to their factory and request that they weave fabric according to your specifications. Is this feasible? It should not pose a problem. My wife noted that although their workshop appears modest, they use high-quality machinery, and the cotton fabric they previously produced was intended for garments. You may want to visit. I am not particularly knowledgeable about weaving. Guan Yifei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, took a puff of his cigarette. He was merely a salesperson, lacking even the knowledge of garment production, let alone weaving. All right, please provide me with a contact number, and I shall pay them a visit this afternoon. In the afternoon, Ye Jingchuan and Ye Tingdong rented 2 bicycles and, following Guan Yifei's directions, made their way to Pupping Brigade to seek out their village secretary, Zhang Jianmin. Initially, Zhang Jianmin was quite wary of the two, but once Ye Jingchuan mentioned Guan Yifei's wife's name and clarified their intentions, Zhang's demeanor became much more cordial. I apologize, Mr. Yi, but I had no choice. As you know, we are all navigating uncertain waters at present, and our cooperative factory remains somewhat ambiguous. I must exercise caution with unfamiliar individuals. I understand, Ye Jingchuan replied. Zhang Jianmin then warmly guided him on a tour of the small workshop. The workshop was situated in a large courtyard at the center of the village, enclosed by high walls that concealed its purpose from the outside. The entrance featured a substantial wooden door, effectively obscuring all external views. Within the courtyard stood 6 spacious tiled houses at the front, with 2 wide side rooms. The rhythmic clatter of weaving machines filled the air as they produced a batch of deep blue fabric suitable for shirts. Ye Jingchuan ran his fingers across the freshly woven fabric, which felt quite pleasant to the touch. It could also be used for t-shirts. However, the color was rather unattractive. And even as short-sleeved shirts for the sweltering summer, they would be uncomfortable. I am seeking fabric akin to that of a naval shirt. I wonder if you can produce something similar. Of course, I recall that we produced several rolls of a comparable fabric when we first acquired the machines. Allow me to check in the warehouse. Naval shirts are not particularly rare, as many variations are available on the market. However, they tend to be made from thin materials that distort and become oversized after a single wash. Before long, Zhang Jianmin returned from the warehouse with 2 rolls of similar fabric, though the stripes were black rather than navy blue. These 2 rolls were woven as samples by the seller of the machines. I am unsure if they align with your desired style. Ye Jingchuan examined the fabric and confirmed it was indeed the thickness he sought. This is what I want, though the color is incorrect. I require navy blue stripes. If Mr. Yi desires it, that can easily be arranged. We can simply change the thread. Could the density of the fabric be increased a bit? It still feels somewhat thin. Certainly. Please take a look at the thickness of this piece. Zhang Jianmin then presented a light blue cotton fabric for Ye Jingchuan's consideration. The thickness of the cotton fabric is just right, soft to the touch, and the density of the weave is commendable, indicating that the cotton threads used are of exceptional quality. How much would such a navy blue striped cotton fabric cost? Since you were introduced by an acquaintance, I shall be forthright with you. It is 15 yuan per bolt, each measuring 2 meters in length and 44 meters in width. Thus, 1 bolt can yield 12 shirts. Upon hearing Zhang Jianmin's words, Ye Jingchuan recognized that this seemingly honest village secretary was indeed a cunning character, adept at concealing his true nature. He was acutely aware of the profit margins, as he knew how many shirts could be made from a single bolt of fabric. You understand that with the price you provided, after a day's toil, I would scarcely earn a labor fee. Following Zhang Jianmin's pricing, if he were to produce shirts for sale, he would earn less than a yuan per piece. Such meager profits hold no allure for him. I too run a modest business. This price is too steep for me to dare stock up. Thus, Ye Jingchuan and Zhang Jianmin engaged in a rigorous bargaining session. It must be said that both were seasoned negotiators, and Ye Jingchuan felt mentally exhausted from the exchange. Nevertheless, the effort proved worthwhile. As they ultimately settled on a price of 10 yuan per bolt, it is undeniable that the prices in Banyang are quite favorable. In Jiangpu, one would be hard-pressed to find anything below 12 yuan. Ye Jingchuan couldn't help but think that they should ease regulations on individual businesses. Even acting as a middleman could lead to prosperity. Subsequently, Ye Jingchuan inquired about other fabric patterns, to which Zhang Jianmin impressively retrieved several bolts from the warehouse for him to inspect. As long as it is cotton fabric without overly extravagant patterns, he can produce it here. Although Ye Jingchuan remained reticent, he held a genuine satisfaction for Zhang Jianmin's small textile workshop. After some discussion, they arranged to visit Zhang Jianmin the following afternoon to examine samples. Should the samples meet expectations, Ye Jingchuan would initially order 100 bolts of navy blue striped fabric, 100 bolts of military green, and 100 bolts of light pink. I wish to inquire, apart from textile factories, are there any garment factories in your area that accept external orders? Indeed, there is a cooperative garment factory in the neighboring Nanzhi brigade. The brigade's officials mentioned to me just days ago that they were struggling to secure suitable orders. If you wish to produce garments, I can accompany you there for a visit. Our area is replete with various garment accessories, such as buttons, lace, and even some handcrafted embellishments. However, these are all produced by small workshops in collaboration with the brigade, and their output is limited. Zhang Jianmin did not withhold any information from Ye Jingchuan, sharing everything he knew candidly. He believed that should Ye Jingchuan manage to produce garments in the Nanzhi brigade, it would also be beneficial for him. As the larger Ye Jingchuan's business grew, the more fabric he would sell. Ye Jingchuan readily agreed, and the 3 of them rode bicycles to the Nanzhi brigade. However, Ye Jingchuan's intention was not to seek collaboration, but rather to learn. Given the difficulties of establishing individual enterprises in a short time, the transition from a planned economy to a market economy would take many years. Ye Jingchuan aspired to fully unleash his ambitions, but that would not be feasible until after 1982. However, there exists a glimmer of opportunity at present. The current collaborative situation is gradually liberalizing, with the government encouraging rural areas to explore additional avenues for profit beyond mere agriculture. It is under these policies that the reputation of the Banyang Grand Market has flourished. Alongside the establishment of textile factories such as that in the Pupping Brigade, Ye Jingchuan mused that he could not persist in clandestinely producing garments at home. He must devise a way to venture into legitimate business. Yet, this quest for legitimacy does not entail setting up a garment factory in the Xia Brigade. His ultimate ambition lies beyond the third ring road of the capital city. For now, he needs to observe the methods employed by others, to learn and prepare himself, so that when he returns to the capital to establish a factory, he will not be utterly ignorant of the landscape. As for why he refrains from starting a garment factory in the Shaha Brigade, the rationale is simple. He refuses to gamble with people's sentiments. The poorer the area, the more unpredictable the hearts of its inhabitants become, especially when his factory begins to yield profits. Not merely the members of the Ye family, but even those who greet him with warm smiles may very well plunge a knife into his back. Rather than courting trouble, it is wiser to nip potential issues in the bud. Regarding the joint factory initiative within the brigade, I have found references indicating that such collaborations existed as early as 1978. However, my recollection is that my father established a printing factory in the village during the mid to late 1980s. The interpersonal dynamics within the village were intricate, ultimately leading to the factory's closure. Nevertheless, throughout my primary and secondary education, I was never short of notebooks, as my father left me in abundance. This clarification is to preempt any disputes regarding my protagonist's venture. He is indeed a person of some standing. Most events are substantiated by my research. Although for the sake of narrative flow, some alterations may occur, significant changes will be duly noted, as I do not wish to convey any misinformation. Chapter 112. Striving for preparation. The Nanzhi Brigade is evidently smaller in scale compared to Zhang Jianmin's locale. However, they utilize industrial sewing machines, akin to those found in state-owned garment factories, rather than domestic models. Upon inquiry, Ye Jingchuan discovered that these industrial machines were second-hand units procured from state-owned factories. Spearheaded by the Banyang County Initiative, he silently acknowledged the advantage of having a competent leader. Without such leadership, the brigade's officials would hardly possess the capability to establish a factory. Regrettably, this decision ultimately benefits only a minuscule fraction, as the majority of such collaborative endeavors result in losses and closures. Not everyone possesses the vision necessary to operate a factory. Among the brigade's officials, the vast majority can barely recognize their own names, and truly capable individuals who can guide a factory towards sustainable success are exceedingly rare. Ye Jingchuan spent an entire day exploring Banyang with Ye Tingdong, significantly broadening the latter's horizons. Brother Jingchuan, how can Banyang and Jiangpu, both within the same province, differ so greatly? By evening, upon returning to the inn, Ye Tingdong remained in a state of astonishment, still reeling from the experience. This is just the beginning. There are several coastal cities experiencing rapid development. When the opportunity arises, I will take you to Jing'an City, to the capital, and to Yang City. The contrast with our situation here is simply celestial and terrestrial. As for Hong Kong, that is a realm beyond comparison. The mere mention of Hong Kong Island sends a thrill through Ye Jingchuan's heart. The current situation on the island is akin to a land of opportunity, where the inland populace struggles to meet their basic needs, yet the wages on Hong Kong Island exceed $2,000 a month. Fashionable women adorn themselves with Louis Vuitton. And if he wishes to establish his own empire in the 1980s, Hong Kong Island is undoubtedly the prime locale for swift wealth accumulation. The vibrant nightlife of the island brings a subtle smile to Ye Jingchuan's lips. In his past life, he entered the market too late, only venturing into Hong Kong in the late 1990s, thereby missing countless opportunities to amass fortune effortlessly. Now, given a second chance, he is eager to explore. After spending another day in Banyang, he found no issues with the samples produced by Zhang Jianjun. He paid a deposit of 100 yuan, promising to return next month to collect the goods and settle the remaining balance. Upon returning home, Ye Jingchuan was greeted by a bustling atmosphere. 4 sewing machines were in operation, producing approximately 100 shirts a day, an astonishing pace. The 2,000 shirts destined for Jiangpu City would undoubtedly be completed ahead of schedule, as there was no pressing urgency, allowing everyone to work at a more relaxed pace. On the weekend, Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao came over for extra lessons. When they beheld the courtyard overflowing with shirts, they were utterly astonished. Wang Zhuoran, in disbelief, turned to Ye Jingchuan and remarked, "Jingchuan, you truly have audacity. Planning to sell such a vast number of shirts at the market. Aren't you afraid of attracting unwanted attention? I intend to distribute them elsewhere. Local sales are not on my agenda for now," he replied. "That's a relief. Selling in Jiangpu would certainly draw the attention of the authorities." A relative of mine mentioned that lately, she has had to pause her sales of crossbody bags intermittently due to the unpredictable actions of the regulators, who seem to change their minds at whim. That is to be expected. The current climate is quite uncertain. I anticipate that conditions will improve significantly here by the second half of the year. By the way, I haven't been keeping tabs on you too. How has your studying been progressing? Shifting the conversation to academics, Ye Jingchuan noted that despite Nanzhi's preoccupation with clothing, her studies had not faltered. Whenever she found a moment, she would delve into her books, especially during the times Ye Jingchuan was away. She often stayed up late into the night. And during power outages, she would read by candlelight. Her relentless dedication even drew concern from Zhao Xiaoyu, who proactively reduced her daytime workload to allow Nanzhi time to review. Since Ye Jingchuan's return from Banyang, Nanzhi had insisted on studying together, fearful that he might forget everything if he did not keep up. As for Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao, without supervision, it was uncertain how well they were keeping up with their studies. I feel like Zhuoran is driving me to my wits' end. Out of the 24 hours in a day, aside from 5 hours of sleep and an hour for meals, I am constantly studying. If this continues, I fear I might lose my sanity. Kong Xingyao lamented, prompting Ye Jingchuan to chuckle. Indeed, a balance between work and rest is essential. As the weather warms, we shall venture into the mountains for a hunting expedition. The mere mention of hunting sparked a glimmer of excitement in Kong Xingyao's eyes. Are we going to Deer King Valley? He inquired eagerly. Yes, but I have a condition. I will prepare some questions, and if you both can answer them all correctly, I shall take you to Deer King Valley. With the weather warming, wild chickens and rabbits are emerging, and perhaps we will be fortunate enough to encounter a roe deer. Jingchuan, we can't approach it this way. Moments ago, Kong Xingyao was brimming with excitement, yet he quickly regained his composure. As long as he could venture into the mountains for hunting and handle a firearm, he was resolute in his determination to tackle the subjects of mathematics and physics. Furthermore, he noted that Ye Jingchuan had only recently embarked on self-study in these subjects, so the questions he posed should not prove too formidable. Thus, Kong Xingyao readily acquiesced to the agreement. Ye Jingchuan's motivation stemmed from two primary desires. Firstly, he wished to create some practice problems for Nanzhi. Believing that since he was to write them, she should not be alone in her efforts, Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao were also invited to join. Secondly, with the melting snow releasing the soil on the mountain, Ye Jingchuan was still contemplating the treasures of the Deer King Valley and hoped to explore it in due time. As he prepared to create his first set of mathematics and physics problems, Ye Jingchuan felt uncertain. He flipped through his textbooks while reflecting on the questions he had previously encountered. He feared that the queries buried deep in his memory would be challenging to recall. However, once he picked up his pen, a plethora of problems surfaced in his mind with minimal effort. In his previous life, he had self-studied for university, employing a strategy of inundating himself with questions. He had once expressed disdain for the domestic education system, never imagining that one day he would utilize this very methodology. He rapidly composed 3 sets of papers and took them to teacher Zhou for review, requesting to borrow a duplicating machine to produce 5 copies of each sheet. Jingchuan, your questions are quite profound and cover a wide range of knowledge points, teacher Zhou remarked, examining the test papers closely. He could hardly fathom that someone who had scarcely attended middle school could, after a few months of self-study, suddenly exhibit such remarkable aptitude, mastering new concepts with astonishing speed. I am uncertain if these questions will be of use, but currently, there are too few practice materials available on the market. My younger siblings at home are eager to practice, yet they have to make do. That is quite commendable, Jingchuan. May I print a few more copies? I have several students preparing for the college entrance examination next year. Of course, feel free to print as many as you need, Ye Jingchuan replied generously, knowing he owed a debt of gratitude for the use of the duplicating machine. Meanwhile, an idea took shape in his mind. Given his talent for crafting questions, perhaps he should wait until he received his examination results before printing a batch of papers. If his performance was extraordinary, he would have no trouble selling the papers. However, he would have to wait a few months for this profitable venture. Upon returning home with his meticulously prepared papers, Ye Jingchuan spent Sunday amidst the rhythmic clatter of the sewing machine, with Wang Zhuoran, Kong Xingyao, and Nanzhi all engaged in their assessments. Ye Jingchuan also completed a paper, not out of a desire to test himself, but rather to provide a correct answer for comparison later. On this day of rest, Ye Qianqian was also summoned to partake in the exercises. Ye Jingchuan did not expect her to score highly. He merely wished to gauge her grasp of recent knowledge. Chapter 113. Becoming a wealthy individual in a day. This question is exceedingly difficult, Kong Xingyao exclaimed, staring at the mathematics paper in dismay. Didn't Ye Jingchuan just begin his studies? How could he possibly devise such challenging questions, particularly the last two problems, which I have never even encountered before? Brother Jingchuan, where did you source these questions? They are far too difficult. Wang Zhuoran could not help but express his discontent. Initially, he believed that Ye Jingchuan and Kong Xingyao were merely engaging in a playful bet. However, upon seeing the examination paper in his hands, he was certain that Ye Jingchuan was genuinely intent on testing them. Enough chatter, let us hasten to write. We have an agreement. If you can achieve full marks, we shall embark on a hunting trip together. If not, I shall not join you. Kong Xingyao lamented with a distressed expression, pleading, shall we perhaps change our approach? These questions are so arduous that I doubt we could manage a hunting excursion afterward. Be a man and stop whining. Get on with your work. I can grant you 3 chances. Ye Jingchuan cheerfully coaxed Kong Xingyao. He was not a fool. He possessed a measure of intelligence, though he lacked a passion for learning. To handle such youthful individuals, a little discipline was necessary. With a few stern reminders, their performance would surely improve. Wang Zhuoran echoed, Ye Jingchuan, you are truly astonishing. After such a brief period of self-study, you can devise questions for us. Surely, you must be a genius. Wang Zhuoran was indeed taken aback by the formidable examination paper presented by Ye Jingchuan. I possess many more remarkable traits. Cease the idle chatter and focus on your papers. Receiving the admiring gazes of his companions, Ye Jingchuan felt a surge of pride. Youngsters were easily swayed. In a decade's time, he would find it impossible to deceive even the more straightforward Wang Zhuoran. The 3 examination papers were extensive, and it was only by late afternoon that they completed their work. Ye Jingchuan instructed Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao to grade their own papers while he assisted Mu Nanzhi and Ye Qianqian with theirs. Ye Qianqian, with a weaker foundation, scored merely in the 30s on a 100-point scale. Yet, Ye Jingchuan was quite satisfied. Considering Ye Qianqian had scarcely studied high school material and had only managed to catch up in the last 6 months, Mu Nanzhi performed considerably better, scoring above 90 on all 3 papers, a result that caught Ye Jingchuan's attention. If she continued to maintain such performance, gaining admission to a prestigious university in the capital would be effortless. Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao, however, faced more disheartening results. Wang Zhuoran fared slightly better, with scores above 85 in 3 subjects, while Kong Xingyao was stuck in the 70 to 80 range. This predicament was quite frustrating. With diligent effort, he could still gain admission to the capital university, but any lapse in focus could lead to missed opportunities. Observing Kong Xingyao's scores, Ye Jingchuan furrowed his brow and remarked after a moment, Xingyao, this is not acceptable. I shall assign you additional questions to practice. Wouldn't that be too troublesome? Kong Xingyao protested. Not at all. After all, Qianqian needs to write as well. Providing you with an extra set is inconsequential. Ye Jingchuan was determined to elevate Ye Qianqian's academic performance, ensuring she could secure a place in university this year. If she failed to gain admission, she would have to study English afterward, and without his guidance, her progress might falter. Initially, Kong Xingyao felt confident about his performance, but upon seeing Mu Nanzhi's results during his conversation with Ye Jingchuan, he was instantly disheartened, feeling utterly inadequate. Given that Mu Nanzhi, who had started studying late, had outperformed him, he found his own scores to be quite embarrassing. A man ought not to be overshadowed by a woman, he thought with determination. Vowing to remember this favor from Ye Jingchuan and return it in due time. That shall be a burden upon you. Then, he conceded. And thus Ye Jingchuan commenced his own writing. Kong Xingyao and Ye Qianqian collaborated on a paper, while Mu Nanzhi and Wang Zhuoran worked on another, with Ye Jingchuan assisting in the grading. Due to the necessity of separating Ye Jingchuan's exam papers, he was unable to utilize an oil printing machine and resorted to carbon paper instead. To simplify the process, he layered 2 sheets of carbon paper to produce 3 copies of the exam. The surplus copy was set aside for future use. The days of toil passed swiftly, and soon it was time to deliver goods to Jiangpu City. Early in the morning, Ye Jingchuan, alongside Ye Tingdong and Ye Xianyan, loaded the neatly packed shirts onto a tractor as the trio prepared to make the delivery. Ye Jingchuan had arranged to meet someone at the entrance of the Xinhua bookstore. Although the goods had not yet been transported, at 10 a.m., he arrived alone at the bookstore and immediately spotted Hu Dajuan, impeccably dressed. To be honest, upon seeing Hu Dajuan, he felt a slight relief. He had genuinely feared that Hu would not show up. Boss Hu, it's been a while. Ye Jingchuan greeted warmly as he approached. It has indeed been a long time. Alas, why did you come alone? Where are the goods? The goods are nearby. I will take you there now, he replied, and the two walked together into a secluded alley behind the bookstore. Ye Jingchuan was quite familiar with the area and found a discreet spot to park the tractor. Once there, Yi Tingdong and Yi Xiaoyan unloaded a package of shirts for Hu Dajuan to inspect. After confirming that the quantity and quality were satisfactory, Hu Dajuan promptly paid in cash. The stack of bills felt substantial in Ye Jingchuan's hands as he meticulously counted the money before placing it into the pocket of his shirt. Boss Hu, how do you plan to transport these goods? I will summon a rickshaw right away, and I will accompany the goods back to Jing'an City. Jingchuan, when will you have such fine merchandise again? While I have no more shirts, I do have new styles of tops, though I must keep the designs confidential for now. If you're interested, you can visit Banyang in mid-April. I will likely be staying there for a few days. If you wish to contact me or leave a message, please check at the inn where I will be lodging. Very well, I shall also be in Banyang around that time to source goods. After concluding his transaction with Hu Dajuan, Ye Jingchuan moved to another location. He had two other clients from afar scheduled to meet him at the Xinhua bookstore. Whether it was due to Ye Jingchuan's good fortune or the reliability of contemporary merchants, both clients arrived punctually to collect their goods. A truckload of shirts was transformed into 10 bundles of cash, and Ye Jingchuan collected a total of 10,400 yuan, his highest cash intake since his rebirth. Let us return. Everyone is invited to my home for lunch today. Ye Jingchuan exuberantly hopped onto the tractor's rear, casually using the bag of cash as a makeshift cushion, and added, Ting-dong, let's also pick up a load of scrap cloth. My cousin's sales have been thriving lately. Certainly. Seated atop the scrap cloth, Ye Jingchuan gazed contentedly into the distance. The city of Jiangpu had few high-rise buildings, mostly consisting of 2- or 3-story structures. Beyond the city center, modest bungalows surrounded the area, and the fields were bustling with laborers, fully engaged in the harvest season. Although the current standard of living was not high, with many still struggling to meet basic needs, Ye Jingchuan had managed to amass savings of 20,000 yuan. Others tread carefully even when consuming plain flour. Yet the Yi family has already attained the freedom of buns and meat. Brother Jingchuan, you are remarkable. Yi Xiaoyan gave a thumbs up to Ye Jingchuan, who, in his eyes, was nothing short of a divine existence. He dared to engage in business ventures that others would shy away from, and he could earn profits where others could not. Following him ensured a future filled with sustenance and comfort. Indeed, Yi Xiaoyan nodded earnestly. While the two indulged in casual conversation, Ye Jingchuan's mind was preoccupied with another matter: how much money he should take to the capital to suffice. Just as his thoughts wandered, Yi Tingdong's voice boomed. What is happening? Who has placed a log in the middle of the road? Chapter 114. Green Plums. Ye Jingchuan, filled with vigilance, gazed into the distance, spotting a substantial log obstructing the road. Having encountered such tactics many times in his past life, it was evident that they were facing a robbery. Ting-dong, don't stop, drive past it. What? Yi Ting-dong was momentarily taken aback. The log lay squarely in the road, rendering the tractor incapable of passing. They had to navigate around it. The roadside was flanked by farmland, and attempting to circumvent it would necessitate traversing the soft, thawed earth, which posed a significant risk of the tractor becoming stuck or overturning. Hold on tight. Yi Ting-dong realized the gravity of the situation. He sharply turned the steering wheel to the right, preparing to maneuver through the fields. The 4 robbers, concealed among the haystacks by the roadside, were taken aback by Yi Ting-dong's audacity to charge through. Since they had dared to commit robbery, they were well prepared. A burly man brandishing a pitchfork charged toward Yi Ting-dong's vehicle. If he succeeded in striking, even without drawing blood, the distraction could easily cause Yi Ting-dong to veer the tractor into a ditch, resulting in injury to himself. In a split second, Yi Ting-dong slammed on the brakes. He was no fool. As the vehicle halted, he grasped the pitchfork, leaped from the tractor, and delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest. There were 4 robbers, each bearing a fierce demeanor, clearly not to be trifled with, for they would not dare to commit robbery in broad daylight otherwise. In contrast, Ye Jingchuan and his companions numbered only 3, facing a slight disadvantage in numbers. However, they were undeterred. The moment the tractor came to a stop, Ye Jingchuan and Yi Xiaoyan leaped from the vehicle, seizing the initiative to strike before the robbers could react, delivering a swift beating. Ye Jingchuan's fists were as hard as stone, each blow landing painfully on the assailants. Run, they're tough opponents, shouted one dazed robber, and without hesitation, they scrambled to escape. Such cowardice, Yet they dared to obstruct the road for robbery? Ye Jingchuan rubbed his sore fists. Realizing it had been a while since he had trained, the sudden intensity of the confrontation was somewhat jarring. Brother Jingchuan, we should leave quickly. Who knows if these robbers have accomplices, Yi Tingdong urged, aware that Ye Jingchuan had collected a considerable sum of money today, and a robbery would be disastrous. All right. You drive the tractor, Xiaoyan, help me move the log. Understood. The stout log obstructing the path proved to be quite cumbersome, as Ye Jingchuan and Yi Xiaoyan exerted considerable effort to move it. Just as they had managed to shift it halfway, a gentle voice echoed from a distance. Ye Jingchuan turned to see a strikingly graceful young woman, Yang Tingting, standing nearby with her bicycle. At the sight of her, he experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, as distant memories surged forth. Tingting, it has been so long. Where are you headed? Yang Tingting was Ye Jingchuan's childhood companion. As a girl, she had been sent to live with her grandmother in the Xiaohe Brigade, which was adjacent to the Yi family home. Thus the two had grown up together. In their youth, both faced hardships. While Ye Jingchuan's life was fraught with difficulties, Yang Tingting, living with her grandmother, also had her share of struggles, always treading carefully. Fearful of displeasing her two uncles, often refraining from eating too much. Both had endured a challenging upbringing. In their childhood, Ye Jingchuan often took Yang Tingting with him to forage for wild vegetables in the mountains, climb trees for elm seeds, and even venture into the woods to catch rabbits. As a young boy experiencing the stirrings of affection, he had dreamed of marrying Yang Tingting and providing her with a better life. Alas, before he could improve his circumstances, she was married off by her parents just as they reached the appropriate age. Years passed, and the details of Yang Tingting's departure from Xiaohe Brigade became hazy in Ye Jingchuan's mind. Yet, he vividly recalled her farewell, her tear-streaked eyes, and the shared helplessness of their parting. Had he not encountered her today, he might have forgotten this childhood sweetheart entirely. Now, standing before her, Ye Jingchuan felt a tumult of emotions. He had anticipated excitement, yet his heart remained placid. The feelings that stirred within him were not rooted in love for Yang Tingting, but rather in the innocent pangs of youthful affection. I heard you got married, he said. Although a smile adorned Yang Tingting's face, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. I married a year ago, she replied. Oh, congratulations. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Let us catch up another time. With that, Yang Tingting wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, mounted her bicycle, and hurried away. Ye Jingchuan dismissed the encounter from his mind and began to move the log aside. Just then, he heard Yi Tingdong's voice. Did you know that Yang Tingting's husband has passed away? What? Ye Jingchuan stared at him in bewilderment. When did this happen? I had no inkling of it. In his recollection, after Yang Tingting's marriage, they had lost all contact, and his own relentless pursuit of work had further distanced him from her life. It was last year. In the latter half, I heard that her husband had a penchant for drinking and drowned after a night of revelry by the river. They had no children. And after her husband's death, her in-laws began to mistreat her. I heard from fourth aunt that just days before the new year, they pressured her to remarry, threatening to throw her out if she refused. You are well aware of the customs in our region. Typically, families with sons do not permit their married daughters to return home for the new year. In this case, the family has 5 daughters and only one cherished son, Yang Yaozu. His parents are particularly sensitive about this matter. It is said that during the New Year celebrations, Yang Tingting spent her time at her in-laws' village office. Upon hearing this, Ye Jingchuan frowned slightly. Yang Tingting has endured a difficult life. Born into a family devoid of affection, she has always lived under the kindness of others. After finally marrying and establishing her own household, she enjoyed a brief period of happiness before losing it all once again. Tingdong, why do I feel like you are more informed than the women's director? Ye Jingchuan said, as he swung over the fence of the tractor and settled among the rags. Ye Tingdong continued, my fourth grandmother has a good relationship with my grandmother and frequently visited our home during the new year. I merely overheard their conversation. It cannot be that simple, can it? Indeed, nothing escapes your notice. My fourth grandmother approached my father, hoping to allow Yang Tingting to stay in our village office courtyard, as there are several vacant rooms available. Did your father agree? He did. Yang Tingting has practically grown up under my father's watch. Naturally, he cannot remain indifferent to her plight. Ye Jingchuan responded casually, letting the matter drift away from his thoughts. When the tractor reached the commune, Ye Jingchuan made a special trip to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some sour apricot preserves and other snacks for Nanzhi. Recently, Her pregnancy symptoms had intensified, making her sensitive to any meat scents, often causing her to retch. She developed a fondness for sour flavors, but fresh sour fruits were scarce. So he settled for the preserves and sour tangerine candies to satisfy her cravings. Chapter 115. On someone's mind after selling over 2,000 shirts. Ye Jingchuan swiftly cleared the remaining fabric, enough to produce approximately 780 shirts. All these shirts were commissioned by Ding Yi, who felt no pressure, merely awaiting their completion for delivery to Banyang. Nanzhi, pen in hand, had just begun her practice exercises when a sudden wave of nausea overwhelmed her. She rushed out of the room and began to retch in the yard. Nanzhi, you haven't been feeling well these past few days. It would be wise to rest at home. There is no harm in pausing the production of clothes and your studies for a couple of days. Ye Jingchuan gently reassured her, patting her back as he noticed her discomfort while she busied herself with various tasks, filling him with concern. It's nothing. It will pass soon, she replied. Ye Jingchuan guided Nanzhi back inside, offering her a piece of sour apricot preserve. The sweet and tangy treat finally subdued the nausea in her stomach. With renewed focus, Nanzhi resumed her practice exercises as April arrived, marking the approach of the college entrance examination. To secure a place at her desired university, she knew she must exert herself even further. Observing her diligence filled Ye Jingchuan with pride. She was indeed the partner he had chosen, ambitious and grounded, fully aware of her aspirations. On yet another Saturday, Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao arrived to study together. Previously, Ye Jingchuan had asked Wang Zhuoran to transcribe 2 exam papers with carbon paper, and today he brought them for Ye Qianqian and Kong Xingyao, while also preparing 2 papers for Wang Zhuoran and Nanzhi. Jingchuan, if I manage to answer everything correctly this time, can we go hunting in the mountains? Certainly. If you are not yet fully prepared, I will be heading to Banyang in a few days. If you wish to hunt, it will likely be at the end of April. All right. Today I must achieve a perfect score to show you. Kong Xingyao rolled up his sleeves and began to write the exam paper. After a recent period of intensive study guided by Ye Jingchuan, both Kong Xingyao and Ye Qianqian made remarkable progress, especially Kong Xingyao, who had some foundational knowledge. He had already achieved a score of 90 in the last exam, drawing ever closer to perfection. In that moment, the room was filled solely with the sound of pens scratching on paper as the 4 of them diligently took their exams. Ye Jingchuan, meanwhile, quickly flipped through self-study books on mathematics, physics, and chemistry, crafting questions for the exam papers based on their content, effectively reviewing in the process. This morning, only 2 short papers were assigned, and by 11 a.m., everyone had completed their work. Jingchuan, please take a look at my paper first. Did I achieve a perfect score? Kong Xingyao approached, slightly agitated. He felt confident about the 2 papers, believing he had a considerable chance of scoring full marks. All right, let me see yours first. As Ye Jingchuan picked up the paper to grade it, Kong Xingyao suddenly added, wait. Let us agree that if I score full marks on either of the 2 papers, we will go hunting in the mountains tomorrow. Absolutely, Ye Jingchuan replied readily. Given Kong Xingyao's significant improvement in such a short time, a little reward was indeed warranted. Ye Jingchuan, already well acquainted with all the questions, quickly glanced over the first math paper and noted a score of 95, a commendable result. As for the second paper in physics, he mused that if Kong Xingyao could score above 95, it would be quite impressive, considering his previous struggles with the subject. After reviewing most of the paper, he noted that all answers were correct. Ye Jingchuan wondered if Kong Xingyao would manage to answer the last 2 challenging questions correctly. Xingyao, you've been working hard lately. You got both of the last 2 questions right. Upon seeing the 100 marks on the paper, Kong Xingyao's eyes widened in astonishment. He realized that luck had played a part in his perfect score in physics, as he had not mastered the last 2 problems thoroughly. We can go hunting tomorrow, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with joy. Regardless of luck's involvement, he was finally able to venture into the mountains for a hunt. Of course, since dawn breaks early now. Do try to come over early. We'll head to Deer King Valley and see if we can encounter some sick deer. Great. Finally, I can handle a hunting rifle again. Last time you faced danger in the mountains, how could you not be frightened, always thinking of running back up the mountain? That was merely an accident. Why should I fear such trivial matters? If I were to be afraid of every little thing, I might as well never leave home again. Kong Xingyao completely dismissed the life-threatening experience of being stranded in the mountains. While others might be hesitant after such an event, he seemed unfazed. Everyone decided to go hunting the following day, and Ye Jingchuan planned to borrow a hunting rifle from Ye Sanyi that afternoon. On their way, they spotted Ye Xinyang pushing a cart filled with assorted household items toward the team office from a distance. Is Yang Tingting truly preparing to move back to the Xiao Brigade? The courtyard of the brigade office is situated in the village, bustling with activity during the day, yet desolate at night when everyone returns home, leaving only Yang Tingting alone, which raises concerns for her safety. As Ye Jingchuan contemplated this, a flicker of worry crossed his mind. However, recalling the words exchanged during their separation years ago, he swiftly quelled any urge to offer assistance. The path she has chosen is hers to navigate, and she must face the thorns alone, regardless of the difficulties. While on his way home with a borrowed hunting rifle, Ye Jingchuan unexpectedly collided with Yang Tingting. "Jingchuan, you arrived just in time. I was about to seek you out," she exclaimed. "What brings you to me?" he inquired. "I've temporarily moved into the brigade office courtyard and accidentally damaged the wooden bed while tidying up. Could you assist me in fixing it? I can't manage it alone as a woman." Ye Jingchuan instinctively considered declining, but the words lingered unspoken on his lips. He was no longer the naive youth. In his previous life, he had been a successful figure, handsome and surrounded by admirers, aware of their subtle intentions. If Yang Tingting harbored no feelings for him, she would not seek his help for something as trivial as a broken bed. She could easily turn to her numerous male relatives. Yang Tingting approaching him surely hinted at ulterior motives. "Very well, I shall take a look," he conceded. Given the hour, it was likely that others at the brigade office were still engaged in games of cards or chess, so he was unperturbed by the prospect of gossip. Yang Tingting had rented a single room, its dilapidated state barely accommodating habitation. The windows and doors let in the cold air, and he imagined it would be quite frigid at night. Inside were her recently moved-in belongings, and the original wooden bed was nearly dismantled, with the slats having fallen off. Through Ye Jingchuan's discerning gaze, it appeared that the bed was not as irreparably damaged as it seemed, merely a loose frame that could be restored with a few nails. This minor issue would be easily resolved by someone like Nanzhi, who could manage such matters independently without seeking assistance. Given Yang Tingting's background of working in the field since childhood, it was perplexing that she could not handle this herself. Nevertheless, Ye Jingchuan surmised her underlying motives. At this point in his previous life, he had been suffering at the hands of the Ye family, and Yang Tingting, recently widowed, had no reason to think of him. However, the situation had changed. His profitable dealings in scrap fabric were no longer a secret, and as a widow reluctant to remarry, she sought a form of support. It was only natural that she would turn her attention to her former childhood companion. Chapter 116. Repairing someone else's bed, I will ask the brigade for some nails and reassemble the wooden bed, he declared. "Thank you, Jingchuan. I thought you might not come to find me, given my circumstances." As she spoke, Yang Tingting abruptly fell silent, her demeanor exuding a pitiable mix of hesitation and longing. Should a typical man witness her forlorn expression, he would likely find himself enamored. For who could resist the allure of a beautiful woman presenting herself so openly? Regrettably, Ye Jingchuan has become disillusioned with love, his heart already belonging to Nanzhi, leaving no room for other women to penetrate his affections, especially those with ulterior motives. This minor task is one I can assist with. Ye Jingchuan strides out of the house to borrow nails and a hammer from the brigade office. Hearing that Yang Tingting's wooden bed was broken, Ye Hanxing follows him to lend a hand. The disassembled bed is quickly put in order, and Ye Hanxing dusts off his hands, saying, "Tingting, feel free to approach me if you need anything. Do not hesitate." "Thank you, uncle," Yang Tingting replies. Feeling a bit bashful, "There is nothing much here, so I'll head back. My wife has been suffering from severe morning sickness lately, and I need to keep an eye on her." Ye Jingchuan's words are directed toward Yang Tingting, hoping she will recognize the futility of her advances and refrain from making irreparable mistakes. He wishes to preserve the childhood bond they shared, willing to lend a helping hand, provided it is not for the sake of being manipulated. Clearly, Yang Tingting's mere presence crosses his boundaries. "Thank you for your trouble today." Yang Tingting keeps her head lowered, adopting a pitiful demeanor, aware that men often respond to such vulnerability. The more pitiable she appears, the more it stirs Ye Jingchuan as protective instincts. If she can evoke his sympathy, her future days might improve significantly. Unfortunately, her efforts fail to capture Ye Jingchuan's attention, and he simply turns and departs after uttering a brief remark. Delaying for a while with Yang Tingting, Ye Jingchuan returns home to find that night has fallen. "Jingchuan, Why did you take so long? Moon Nanzhi inquires, unable to suppress her curiosity upon his late arrival. I encountered Yang Tingting along the way. Her bed was broken, and I went to help her fix it, which caused the delay. Ye Jingchuan explains candidly, not concealing his interaction with Yang Tingting. Moon Nanzhi, puzzled, asks, "Who is Yang Tingting? Is she from our brigade? I don't recall knowing her." "She might be considered part of our brigade," he responds, proceeding to recount the details regarding Yang Tingting. He reasons that it is better for Moon Nanzhi to hear about her from him rather than from others, ensuring she is prepared should she encounter gossip in the future. As Ye Jingchuan speaks of Yang Tingting, Zhao Xiaoyu, who is also listening, feels a pang of anxiety upon hearing the name. Ye Jingchuan is already married. She hopes he harbors no lingering feelings for her. The potential scandal could lead to severe consequences. However, she quickly reassures herself that his willingness to speak openly about Yang Tingting indicates he has moved on. She has her struggles. It's fine for you to help her, but next time, include me, Moon Nanzhi says earnestly, understanding the importance of avoiding suspicion as a woman. Yang Tingting's lack of discretion could stir rumors. A widow and a married man together would undoubtedly attract attention and gossip within the brigade. I understand. Nanzhi, were you feeling unwell this afternoon? Not particularly. I noticed you seem to enjoy sour apricot preserves. Indulge yourself without reservation, and once you finish, I'll buy you more. All right. Moon Nanzhi smiled sweetly at Ye Jingchuan, who was always so considerate. Currently, her appetite was lacking, and she was subsisting on mere sour apricot preserves. The following morning, Ye Jingchuan set off to the mountains accompanied by Wang Zhuoran, Kong Xingyao, Yi Tingdong, and Yi Xiaoyan. The weather had warmed considerably, and the mountains were alive with vibrant greenery and the cheerful chirping of birds. They made their way to Deer King Valley, and along the way, they noticed numerous rabbit traps, indicating that the hunters had not been idle and had ventured into the mountains early to hunt. Last winter, their group had entered the mountains when food was scarce, and there were few wild rabbits or mountain chickens. Now, however, with the flourishing vegetation, the sound of gunfire echoed through the air shortly after their arrival. By the time they reached Deer King Valley, each of them had managed to catch several wild rabbits and mountain chickens. Familiar with the area, they soon split up, agreeing to regroup at the cave where they had sought refuge during a heavy snowfall the previous winter. After parting ways, Ye Jingchuan chose not to hunt, but instead returned to the small river where he had discovered the emerald earrings. Since the arrival of spring, there had been several heavy rainfalls, transforming the river's appearance significantly from his last visit. The water remained shallow, barely reaching his ankles. Removing his shoes and socks, he waded into the cool water, searching diligently for any signs. After wandering for quite some time without a clue, he began to wonder if his previous find had been mere serendipity. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. The earrings he had found were of a rare and exquisite quality, far beyond the means of an ordinary household. There must be some hidden secret in the river where the emerald earrings had been discovered. Emerging from the riverbed, Ye Jingchuan continued upstream, carefully observing both sides of the riverbank in hopes of uncovering any clues. Yet, after a lengthy search, he found nothing remarkable. How peculiar. With a meeting arranged for noon, he reluctantly turned to head back. As he walked, he instinctively glanced toward the river. While pondering whether to roast wild rabbit or mountain chicken for lunch, a small glimmer caught his eye, fleetingly flickering before him. Initially, he thought he was mistaken, but upon closer inspection, he realized he was not imagining things. A shining object was nestled in the soil, mere half a meter across the river, sparkling in the sunlight. Hastening his steps, he approached to investigate the source of the glimmer. Soon, a dazzling pink diamond came into view, embedded in the earth. Ye Jingchuan crouched down, astonished, as he beheld the intricately crafted diamond ring, rendered speechless by the exquisite sight before him. He had traversed this area several times in the past without encountering the pink diamond, likely displaced by the recent rains that had washed it from elsewhere. The reason he had missed it earlier was simple. He had been walking against the light, making the small glimmer invisible. Fortunately, he had turned back. Otherwise, he might have missed this exquisite gem. The soil was soft, and with a gentle nudge, Ye Jingchuan unearthed the pink diamond with ease. He took it to the river to wash away the dirt, revealing its true brilliance. Unable to contain himself, he murmured that there was likely no woman in the world who could resist the allure of a pink diamond. He placed the pink diamond into his pocket and followed a faint trail, washed away by rain, deeper into the forest. The diamond provided him with direction. Perhaps today he would indeed uncover something remarkable. Chapter 117. The difficulty of unearthing treasures. The mountains were abundant with trees. As Ye Jingchuan gazed upon the towering giants, he mused that if someone were to conceal something, they would not choose such a densely wooded area. After all, burying treasures requires digging, and the thick foliage complicates the task, making it easier for discovery. The side where he found the pink diamond was surrounded by ancient trees, and numerous rain-eroded paths crisscrossed the terrain. After walking for a while, he realized that he was utterly at a loss. This place did not seem like one that harbored treasure. Frustrated, he wondered if there was truly any treasure to be found. After searching for so long without results, he felt somewhat disheartened. Why was it so challenging to stumble upon fortune? Just then, he spotted a large rock not far away. Exhausted from his efforts, he decided to rest there. Curiously, beneath the boulder, he noticed a hollowed-out cavity. Leaning down, Ye Jingchuan observed clear signs that someone had excavated here previously, likely before the last heavy rain, which had since enlarged the hole, revealing it to him. Scattered around the entrance were fragments of wood, and he picked up a piece to examine closely. It appeared to be a corner of a small wooden box, coated in varnish, with faint patterns still discernible. Could this be the site of the hidden treasure? He retrieved his military-grade shovel, eagerly digging beneath the boulder. With each scoop, more wooden fragments emerged. As the opening grew larger, an array of treasures surfaced: gold earrings, bracelets, necklaces, jade bangles, and diamond chains. An entire trove of riches lay buried below the stone. Once he unearthed the treasure chest, he was astonished to discover another box beneath it. The upper box had been shattered, its original form unrecognizable. Yet the lower box remained intact. After more than half an hour of diligent excavation, he finally extracted it from its earthen prison. At that moment, Ye Jingchuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only was there a box beneath, but there were also boxes to the left and right. This reinforced his conviction that he may have stumbled upon a legendary treasure trove. The recently unearthed box was perfectly square, approximately the size of 4 palms. And despite its small stature, it felt remarkably heavy. It appeared to be made of camphor wood, treated for preservation, and coated in a mysterious varnish, which explained its resistance to decay after decades buried underground. After clearing the dirt from its surface, he opened the box to reveal a trove of jewels, with pearls dominating the collection. With such precious gems resting atop, he could only imagine what lay beneath. The realization struck him that this site had clearly been discovered before. Yet, for reasons unknown, the previous discoverers had not continued their excavation. Ye Jingchuan understood he must retrieve the treasures today, otherwise, by the time he returned, the fortune might be lost to others. Upon reaching this realization, he promptly organized the freshly excavated soil and hastened towards the cave where they were to assemble at noon, intending to discreetly send a few individuals away. Although they were all brothers, certain matters required his personal attention. Ye Jingchuan concocted an excuse, claiming he needed to gather medicinal herbs, urging them to leave without him for the time being. Familiar with the Deer King Valley, his companions thought little of it. Returning to the site of the treasure, Ye Jingchuan located a sturdy log to place over the recently dug pit. With a forceful shove, he rolled aside a large stone that had been loosened by his excavation. Undeterred by this minor obstacle, he rolled up his sleeves and wielded his military shovel with vigor, diligently digging for the chest. A variety of camphor wood boxes, both large and small, were unearthed from the ground, and he had no time to inspect them, prioritizing extraction first. Fortuitously, Ye Jingchuan's youth endowed him with considerable strength, allowing him to tirelessly swing the shovel throughout the afternoon. It was only after excavating all the camphor wood boxes that he realized he had unwittingly created a pit over 4 meters wide and more than 2 meters deep. Logically, such labor would have left his arms aching, yet he merely felt a slight warmth and thirst, devoid of any significant discomfort. With little time to ponder, Ye Jingchuan sought a place to conceal the 20 or so boxes he had dug up before he could examine their contents. No one knew the Deer King Valley better than he, and he was intimately familiar with the caves within the valley. Among them was a gourd-shaped cave formed by the connection of 2 caverns. The concealed entry point lay hidden behind a large stone, rendering it nearly invisible unless one searched meticulously. Ye Jingchuan temporarily relocated all the camphor wood boxes into the gourd cave, taking precautionary measures by blocking the sole entrance with stones. By the time he completed these tasks, night had already enveloped the landscape, and he rushed down the mountain without the opportunity to fill in the pit. Just as he stepped through his front door, a torrential downpour commenced. And Ye Jingchuan mused that this deluge would wash away all traces of his activities, leaving behind only a substantial pit filled with rainwater in the Deer King Valley. He wondered how the first person to discover the treasure would react upon encountering the pit. Simultaneously, Ye Jingchuan couldn't help but recall the mysterious circumstances surrounding Ye Xiaoyan's death in his previous life. He often sensed that his demise might be intertwined with the treasure. Now that he had secured the entire hoard, he pondered whether this meant he could evade death. Despite the considerable likelihood of this outcome, he remained vigilant, determined to keep an eye on Ye Xiaoyan. The rain poured for an entire day and night, causing the water levels in the river before the Xiaohe Brigade to rise significantly. Once the rain ceased and the sun peeked through the clouds, Ye Jingchuan ascended the mountain once more, carrying a bamboo basket on his back. He aimed to test his luck for any suspicious individuals venturing to the treasure site, eager to discover who had first stumbled upon the treasure. Additionally, following the rain, the mountains were teeming with delectable mushrooms, and he wished to gather some. Recalling that the mushrooms near the valley where he had last hunted wild boars were particularly scrumptious. The recent downpour had transformed the mountains into a landscape of small ravines, making the already treacherous paths even more difficult to traverse. During his ascent, Ye Jingchuan encountered numerous groups of individuals foraging for mushrooms in the vicinity. In a time of scarcity, the mushrooms brought forth by a recent downpour were undoubtedly a delectable temptation, and naturally, no one would overlook such a splendid opportunity. The nearby forest yielded little in the way of mushrooms, prompting Ye Jingchuan to press onward to the valley without pause. As he had anticipated, the mushrooms outside the valley had been nearly depleted by foragers, yet the interior remained untouched. It was indeed peculiar that such an abundance of mushrooms lay unharvested within the valley. Was it possible that the fear of toxicity deterred collectors? The mountain boasted a myriad of mushroom varieties: red, white, black, and even green and blue, a kaleidoscope of colors. Most individuals, confronted with such diversity, would surely be bewildered, unable to discern the poisonous from the harmless. However, for Ye Jingchuan, a mere glance sufficed for identification. Once a youthful enthusiast of rainy days, Ye Jingchuan relished the bounty that followed, as he could freely satisfy his hunger on the mountain. He had learned through experience which mushrooms were toxic and which were safe, having narrowly escaped death on several occasions from his mushroom foraging escapades. In the valley, while there were countless mushrooms, he sought only one particular gray variety, resembling a matsutake but with a slightly lighter cap. This unknown mushroom was the most exquisite he had ever tasted. Delicious mushrooms were always in short supply. After foraging for a considerable time, he had barely filled the base of his bamboo basket. Despite the torrential rain, the spring before him trickled only a modest amount of water. Typically, the springs on the mountain would turn murky after such downpours, yet this one remained clear. Feeling fatigued from his journey, Ye Jingchuan cupped his hands to drink from the spring, finding the water still sweet. He promptly emptied his gourd and filled it with the refreshing spring water to enjoy later. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, Ye Jingchuan estimated the time and made his way toward Deer King Valley. Approaching noon, the number of people on the mountain had significantly dwindled, with most foragers descending. The closer he drew to Deer King Valley, the sparser the footprints on the path became, until near the valley, he encountered almost no one. A coarse voice echoed from a distance, expressing frustration over an injury sustained during the festive season, lamenting that others had taken advantage of his misfortune. Ye Jingchuan's heart tightened as he paused to survey his surroundings, finding no signs of life in the forest. His uncle was unexpectedly in the vicinity, having encountered a man named Qiu Laoda. Under ordinary circumstances, Ye Jingchuan would have fled, but the insult directed at his wife could not be overlooked, compelling him to confront the man. He hoped fervently that Qiu Laoda would not fall into his hands, for he harbored a fierce desire for retribution. Then another voice reached his ears, and Ye Jingchuan immediately recognized it as that of Ye Guanyin. What was he doing here? Had the previous speaker indeed been his uncle, Shen Weiman? Ye Jingchuan had a vague recollection of Shen Weiman, a man notorious for his ruthlessness, known far and wide, often leaving a trail of blood in his wake during altercations. In his previous life, it seemed that Shen Weiman met an untimely demise in 1978, reportedly after a brawl in which he was stabbed and subsequently abandoned on a mountain. By the time he was discovered, his remains were beyond recognition. This timeline is indeed plausible, suggesting that his death was likely intertwined with the pursuit of treasure. Upon discovering the hoard, Shen Weiman naturally sought to dispose of it swiftly. However, in doing so, he must have attracted unwanted attention, leading to his tragic fate. Having navigated the murky waters of the black market for many years, Ye Jingchuan was well acquainted with the perilous nature of such dealings. In an era devoid of surveillance and with rudimentary investigative techniques, it was all too easy for individuals to disappear in the shadows of violent confrontations. The nefarious Qiu Laoda had thwarted his plans, and Ye Jingchuan vowed not to let him escape unscathed. He urged Gui Nian to inquire about recent visitors to the mountain, as the treasure was substantial and could not be spirited away by a single person without leaving traces. Yet, a sense of trepidation gripped him. What if he encountered Qiu Laoda upon returning home? Look at your lack of ambition. I will handle Qiu Laoda, he reassured. As their conversation drew nearer, Ye Jingchuan quickly concealed himself within the nearby thicket. In mere minutes, Shen Weiman and Ye Gui Nian emerged from the mountain path, each carrying a bamboo basket, and engaged in hushed discussions about the treasure. From their dialogue, Ye Jingchuan deduced that Shen Weiman had indeed been the first to unearth the treasure. However, he had discovered it in winter when the ground was frozen solid, rendering excavation impossible, and had resolved to return in spring. The initial box had not been unearthed by Shen Weiman, but rather opened by wildlife, and rain had washed away the debris, allowing him to find 2 gold rings at the cave's entrance. Although he intended to investigate further, the frozen earth thwarted his efforts. The delay in returning after spring was due to Shen Weiman suffering a leg injury from a bicycle accident, which left him unable to ascend the mountain. He had, therefore, enlisted the help of Ye Gui Nian, who was temporarily residing at his home, to scout the treasure. Shen Weiman had hoped to have Ye Gui Nian retrieve the box first thing in spring. Yet fate intervened when Ye Gui Nian encountered Qiu Laoda harassing Liang Qing on the way up. Unable to tolerate the affront to his wife, Ye Gui Nian had rushed to her aid and was soundly beaten by Qiu Laoda, leaving him bedridden for months. Only recently healed, the two had hastened to excavate the treasure, only to be met with a vast waterlogged pit, devoid of any trace of the treasure they sought. Observing the extent of the water-filled pit, they realized the treasure was substantial, and their regret was palpable. The riches had slipped through their fingers, leaving them in despair. Hidden in the underbrush, Ye Jingchuan watched their retreating figures, a smile of triumph playing upon his lips. He had not anticipated that the treasure was indeed discovered by Shen Weiman, nor could he have foreseen their misfortune, which had allowed him to seize the opportunity. Once they were completely out of sight and earshot, Ye Jingchuan emerged from the woods, his curiosity piqued. He yearned to explore the cave and uncover the nature of the treasures within, recalling that each box he had moved that day had been laden with weighty promise. As he pondered this, Ye Jingchuan's footsteps involuntarily quickened. Upon entering the Deer King Valley, he did not rush into the cave, but instead continued to gather mushrooms until his basket was nearly full. Once he confirmed that no one else was in the valley, he lit a candle and ventured into the cave. Inside, he found over 20 wooden boxes, caked in dirt, scattered in the corners. Ye Jingchuan placed the candle on a high stone wall and proceeded to open the largest camphor wood box. It was the heaviest box, and he had exerted considerable effort to move it into the cave, hoping that its contents would not disappoint him. The box was unlocked and opened with ease. Ye Jingchuan had anticipated finding something of great value inside, but as the lid lifted, he was rendered speechless. Before him lay an entire box full of books, seemingly ancient tomes. The topmost book was a handwritten manuscript from the last few decades, its pages yellowed yet the text remarkably clear. Below it were genuine ancient texts, preserved in pristine condition, sealed with plastic wrap that rendered them inaccessible. Ye Jingchuan wiped his hands clean on his clothes before picking up a manuscript titled Identification of Medicinal Herbs. This book resembled an illustrated guide, depicting various medicinal plants for easy identification. Lacking any medical knowledge, Ye Jingchuan flipped through a couple of pages before setting it aside, finding it utterly useless. He then perused the other books, most of which pertained to medicinal practices, with many containing recipes for curing ailments, and even acupuncture techniques for treating complex conditions. To Ye Jingchuan, these texts were as inscrutable as ancient scriptures. After laboriously transporting a heavy box of books, he pondered the contents of the other 3 similarly large boxes with a hint of trepidation, wondering if they too contained these feudal ancient texts. Chapter 119. My wife actually knows medicine with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Ye Jingchuan opened the 3 large wooden boxes in quick succession. At the moment each box was unveiled, the weight lifted from his heart. To his astonishment, the boxes contained not books, but an array of gold, silver, and jade artifacts, each a rare treasure. The weight was attributed to protective cushioning around each item to prevent damage during transport. One box contained a pair of exquisite hollow vases carved from white jade. In his past life, Ye Jingchuan had encountered fine treasures, and he surmised that just this pair of vases could fetch millions at auction in Hong Kong. As he examined the other camphorwood boxes, he discovered that the least valuable among them held several boxes of large yellow croaker fish, with gold prices currently around 20 yuan per gram. A box of fish weighing nearly 30 pounds could be valued at approximately 300,000 yuan. The gold, silver, and jade artifacts, along with the jewelry in the other boxes, were likely worth even more. Gazing at the substantial fortune before him, Ye Jingchuan began to contemplate the most profitable way to liquidate these assets. Currently, personal gold transactions were prohibited, and the last time he purchased a gold ring from Nanzhi, he had relied on a connection through Feng Shichong to acquire foreign exchange vouchers for shopping at the Friendship Store. In the current circumstances, it is evident that the large yellow croaker in his possession serves merely as an ornament, incapable of yielding any cash. While jewelry can be liquidated on the black market, the associated risks are exceedingly high, and a single misstep could attract unwanted attention. The most prudent course of action would be to bide his time. If he could transport the items to the capital, or to Jing'an City, or perhaps even to Hong Kong Island, pawning them for cash would be the most advantageous strategy. Given his swift earning ability, he could easily redeem the pawned jewelry, thus enabling him to leverage greater funds through this back-and-forth transaction. As Ye Jingchuan closed all the boxes, he finally comprehended why Shen Weiman had met his demise while attempting to seize treasure. It was likely that Shen lacked a thorough understanding of the treasure he possessed, having taken a piece from the trove to seek an appraisal. Those who mingle in the black market are astute individuals, and a mere few words could unravel his entire background, leading to the tragic fate that befell him. With the treasure in his hands, Ye Jingchuan did not feel rushed. After all, he had no immediate need for money, and would defer all matters until he reached the capital. Among the plethora of belongings, the only items that gleamed with potential were the handwritten medical texts. Unwilling to part with them, Ye Jingchuan tucked a few volumes into his inner pocket and, shouldering the bamboo basket, sealed the cave once more. After considerable effort, he returned home in the late afternoon. The Ye family busied themselves in the east wing, crafting shirts, while Mu Nanzhi and Ye Qianqian were in the west room, engaged in study. Ye Jingchuan placed the bamboo basket in the courtyard and casually set the medical texts on the table. "Jingchuan, where did you acquire these medical books?" he was asked. "I found them while mushroom picking on the mountain. They were wrapped in oil paper, and I thought they might be worth something, so I brought them back." "Worth something? Just one of those prescriptions could fetch a handsome price." Ye Jingchuan looked at Mu Nanzhi in astonishment. "Wife, do you have knowledge of medicine?" Didn't I mention it? Since childhood, I have studied traditional Chinese medicine with my mother and grandmother. My grandmother was a barefoot doctor who practiced medicine until marrying my grandfather, and my mother was trained by her. I learned to read by starting with the names of various medicinal herbs. "And how proficient are you in medicine?" Feeling somewhat bashful under Ye Jingchuan's gaze, Mu Nanzhi replied, "I've only studied. I've never actually diagnosed anyone." "Oh, then why not pursue medical studies in university? That way, your previous learning could be put to good use." "I am unsure whether my grandmother would agree. She often says that I lack skill and advises me not to speak of my medical knowledge publicly." "Why not write to your grandmother and ask for her opinion?" "All right, I will write to her tomorrow." "Jingchuan, may I borrow these 2 medical books to examine?" I flipped through a few pages and found the prescriptions quite fascinating. "Of course," Ye Jingchuan replied, lowering his voice as he leaned closer to Mu Nanzhi's ear. "I will return to that place tomorrow. It seems there are more books. I'll gather them all for you." "Really? If left on the mountain overnight, won't someone else take them?" "If they were a few fabric tickets, perhaps someone would snatch them up, but I doubt anyone would be interested in these seemingly useless books." "Let us hope that is the case." Early the next morning, Mu Nanzhi rose early, urging Ye Jingchuan to check if the remaining medical texts were still there. Observing her anxious demeanor, Ye Jingchuan subtly deduced that Mu Nanzhi must genuinely possess a passion for medicine, otherwise she would not appear so distressed. Thus, he shouldered a bamboo basket and ventured up the mountain once more, quietly retrieving all the handwritten manuscripts from the box. As he made his way home, he spotted Ye Jingchuan riding a bicycle, carrying Liang Qing towards the direction of the old Yi residence. Liang Qing was holding a bundle, suggesting that the two were preparing to move back to the Xiaohe Brigade. Had he perhaps resolved matters concerning old Master Qiu? Ye Jingchuan raised an eyebrow, contemplating an afternoon visit to the Hongxing commune to gather information, while also planning to procure some sour apricot preserves for Mu Nanzhi. Upon returning home, before he could even set down the bamboo basket on his back, he noticed Yang Tingting standing in the courtyard, conversing with Mu Nanzhi. "Brother Jingchuan, I apologize for bothering you again," she said, clad in a somewhat faded blue cloth coat. Although her attire was a tad worn, it did little to obscure her exquisite beauty. She stood timidly in the courtyard, her expression a mixture of apprehension and conflict as she gazed at Ye Jingchuan. "Is there something you need?" he asked, casually placing the bamboo basket down and approaching Mu Nanzhi. He reached for her hand, unable to suppress his concern. "Have you been feeling unwell again this morning? You seem a bit pale." "It's nothing serious, just a recurrent burning sensation in my stomach," she replied. "Have you started on the sour apricot preserves? After lunch, I will go buy some for you." Their exchange flowed seamlessly, leaving Yang Tingting at a loss for words. Feeling somewhat out of place, she fidgeted with the hem of her garment, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. The moment she beheld Mu Nanzhi's visage, she was taken aback. She had long heard tales of the unsightly birthmark on Mu Nanzhi's face and had been aware that her marriage to Ye Jingchuan was largely due to Ye Guanyan's rejection. Now, seeing Mu Nanzhi in person, with that prominent birthmark, she felt a strange mix of satisfaction and sorrow. The satisfaction stemmed from the notion that Mu Nanzhi's perceived unattractiveness might afford her a greater chance of winning Ye Jingchuan's affections. Conversely, her sorrow arose from the knowledge of Ye Jingchuan's mistreatment within the Yi household, never expecting they would impose such an unappealing bride upon him. Fortunately, those days were behind him. Ye Jingchuan had severed ties with the old Yi family and was now pursuing small business ventures profitably. The only lingering regret was the presence of this unattractive woman before her. She resolved to find a way to assist him, ensuring his future would be brighter than the present. However, upon Ye Jingchuan's return, Yang Tingting came to realize that Mu Nanzhi held considerable significance in his heart. This realization chilled her, as she recalled how Ye Jingchuan had once treated her so well. How could an unattractive woman like Mu Nanzhi possibly take her place? "Brother Jingchuan, I find myself in a predicament and have no choice but to seek your help," Yang Tingting said, casting a pleading glance at him, her eyes welling with the threat of tears. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "Aside from the drafty conditions in the brigade's housing, the door is rather flimsy. Last night, someone pounded on the door so violently that I was too frightened to sleep the entire night. As a widow living alone, I find myself in a precarious situation. Should any misfortune befall me, my only escape would be death. Brother Jingchuan, could you assist me in reinforcing my wooden door, ensuring it is sturdy enough to be securely locked from the inside?" Today, if Yang Tingting had sought Ye Jingchuan's help for any other reason, he would certainly have declined. It must be acknowledged that Yang Tingting possesses a sharp intellect, regardless of whether someone truly knocked on her door last night. She cleverly used this as an excuse to seek his assistance, leaving him with no grounds to refuse. After all, they had grown up together, supporting one another, and he had always regarded her as a sister. Faced with a threat to her safety, he had no justification to say no. Yet, would his willingness to help stir undue suspicion in Mu Nanzhi's mind? As Ye Jingchuan pondered this, Mu Nanzhi interjected, "Jingchuan, this is a serious matter. You should first discuss it with the village secretary. If that doesn't suffice, perhaps we can source 2 sturdier doors from elsewhere. It is indeed perilous for a woman to live alone." Her words illuminated Ye Jingchuan's thoughts. His wife was remarkably quick-witted. By escalating the issue to the village secretary, he could avoid any unfounded gossip, especially since the villagers were aware of his lifelong friendship with Yang Tingting. Helping her in light of their childhood bond would not invite scrutiny. "Very well, I shall speak with the secretary. I will accompany Yang Tingting," he affirmed. Mu Nanzhi winked at Ye Jingchuan, who understood her intention immediately. Meanwhile, Yang Tingting appeared taken aback, as she had not anticipated the situation to diverge so dramatically from her original plan. According to her scheme, her approach to Ye Jingchuan would undoubtedly provoke Mu Nanzhi, leading to a quarrel that would obligate Ye Jingchuan to cater to her needs and perhaps even provide financial support. However, the unfolding events were far from her expectations. and she felt as if she were being led by the nose by the couple. As the three made their way to the village office, they attracted considerable attention, especially when onlookers noted the camaraderie between Nanzhi and Yang Tingting, prompting whispers about the newfound closeness between the two women. Upon reaching the office, Ye Jingchuan recounted the situation to Ye Hanxing, who promptly recognized its importance. Without delay, Ye Hanxing arranged for 2 wooden doors to be brought from the warehouse for Yang Tingting's installation. Furthermore, to enhance her safety, he tethered the village's small black dog at her doorstep, knowing that its barking would deter any intruders at night. Those with ill intentions often possess a fragile courage. The sound of the barking dog would likely send them fleeing. With the matter resolved, Ye Jingchuan prepared to leave. Jingchuan, do return home swiftly. I heard from your aunt that Nanzhi has been feeling unwell since her pregnancy. You must take care of her, Ye Hanxing kindly advised, casting a glance at Yang Tingting before turning back to Ye Jingchuan. Ye Hanxing held a great fondness for Ye Jingchuan, believing him to be a person of great potential, and he felt it was imperative to prevent Yang Tingting from leading him astray. Once Ye Jingchuan and Nanzhi departed, Ye Hanxing turned to Yang Tingting and continued, Tingting, I have watched you grow. I understand your current struggles, but you must not pull Jingchuan down with you. His life has only just begun to improve. Uncle, I understand, but you know my circumstances. If I seek help from others, they are unlikely to assist me, she replied. As Yang Tingting spoke, her eyes reddened. Being a young widow living alone made her susceptible to idle gossip, and she found herself in a predicament. If you need anything in the future, just come find me at the brigade, she said. Thank you, uncle. With Ye Hanxing's words echoing in her mind, Yang Tingting felt compelled to devise a plan to establish a connection with Ye Jingchuan. Meanwhile, Ye Jingchuan and Nanzhi strolled home side by side. Ye Jingchuan occasionally glanced at her, noticing that her pregnancy with twins was beginning to show at just 5 months along, causing her pace to slow slightly. It has been raining often lately, making the roads difficult to traverse. Allow me to assist you, he said, cheerfully extending his hand to support her arm. I'm not that fragile, Nanzhi retorted, though she did not push him away. In truth, she relished the attentive care from the one she adored. The medical books you requested are all collected in the bamboo basket. I just didn't take them out when Yang Tingting was here. Oh, let us hurry back to examine them. I am curious about the contents of the other medical volumes. As she spoke, Nanzhi quickened her steps, startling Ye Jingchuan, who promptly grasped her hand. There's no rush. The medical books will still be there. They won't sprout legs and run away. Please, take your time. As they chatted and laughed, they returned home, where Ye Jingchuan presented all the handwritten medical texts to Nanzhi. You must not become too engrossed in these books. The college entrance examination is not far off. I understand. I assure you it won't interfere with my studies. After lunch, Nanzhi retreated to the west room to study, while Ye Jingchuan rode his bicycle to the Hongxing commune to gather information. At this busy farming season, those congregating at the supply and marketing cooperative's entrance were primarily idlers, known for their keen awareness of local happenings. As Ye Jingchuan entered the cooperative to select some sour apricot preserves, he overheard a few loafers discussing a recent significant event in the commune. Have you heard? Qiu Laoda may have been murdered out of revenge. Is that news reliable? I heard it was because Qiu Laoda stole someone's wife that he was brutally slain. That doesn't sound right. I was told he was killed during a robbery. That's even less credible. How could a robber stab him over 20 times? All fatal? Listening to their discussions, Ye Jingchuan's heart sank. Qiu Laoda was indeed dead. This thought recalled the words of Shun Weimin on the mountain, and he couldn't help but wonder if Shun Weimin held him responsible for delaying Ye Guanyan's treasure hunt and sought to take his life. If that were true, Shun Weimin was indeed ruthless. Comrade, here are the 2 pounds of sour apricot preserves you requested. The clerk's voice snapped Ye Jingchuan back to reality. He took the preserves and rode home nonchalantly. Fortunately, he had gone up the mountain with Ye Xiaoyan and others that day. Had he ventured alone, Shun Weimin might have sought him out for trouble upon learning of it. Indeed, one must approach tasks with great care, considering all possible outcomes to ensure flawless execution. In the afternoon, Ye Jingchuan joined his family in making shirts, and by evening, Ye Tingdong came to visit. Do you know that Ye Guanyan has returned? I am aware, as I observed him returning with Liang Qing. It is rather peculiar that Ye Guanyan, upon his recent arrival in the village, has been inquiring about who ventured into the mountains to gather mushrooms after the rains. I fail to comprehend his motives. Surely he does not intend to collect mushrooms for sale in the city. However, it is not entirely out of the realm of possibility, as Ye Guanyin has always envied our fabric trade, and he might be seeking a profitable venture. Although Ye Jingchuan has discerned Ye Guanyin's intentions, he cannot directly convey this to Ye Tingdong and must temporarily feign ignorance. Chapter 121. Building a new house after the onset of spring. The Ye family has been preoccupied with shirt orders, and it was not until April that they found a modicum of respite. One evening, after dinner, Ye Yuanshan gathered everyone to discuss the matter of constructing a new house. Following several torrential rains, Ye Yuanshan has come to acutely appreciate the dilapidation of their ancestral home. Despite previous repairs to the roof, it still leaks during heavy downpours, and the resulting dampness renders the interior quite uncomfortable. In pursuit of providing his family with a better living environment, Ye Yuanshan resolved to rebuild. Jingchuan, engaged in the fabric trade, had managed to save a little money, and he contemplated the construction of 6 spacious tile-roofed rooms. Father, how do you envision the construction? Ye Jingchuan, having harbored similar intentions, had been too engrossed in the shirt orders to give it much thought. The plan was to first erect 4 main rooms adjacent to the ancestral home, along with an east wing, and once the current batch of shirts was completed, they would demolish the ancestral house and construct 2 additional main rooms and a west wing. The family members of the Yi household found Ye Yuanshan's proposal quite agreeable, recognizing the dire state of their current residence. With unanimous consent, Ye Yuanshan declared, "I shall seek approval for a building site from the brigade tomorrow. Jingchuan, accompany me to the commune. We will procure the necessary bricks and stones for the construction." Very well. Securing approval for the building site posed no significant challenge. It was merely a matter of affixing a few seals, and with Ye Hanqing's assistance, the approval was swiftly granted. The Xiaohe brigade boasted several skilled craftsmen. Yet Ye Yuanshan felt the need for additional hands, and thus enlisted a few reputable artisans from other communes. As the firecrackers sounded, the construction officially commenced. Those relatives of Ye Yuanshan, who maintained amicable relations with him, came forth to lend their assistance, significantly increasing the workforce. With the projected timeline of approximately 40 days, they aimed to complete 4 tile-roofed rooms and an east wing, while simultaneously preparing the courtyard. The Yi family had been discreetly engaged in shirt production, with outsiders mistakenly believing they were manufacturing crossbody bags. After deliberation, they decided that to prevent any leaks about their activities, they would relocate to Yi Sanyi's residence to produce t-shirts upon completing the current batch. Yi Sanyi's home had 2 auxiliary rooms. One would serve as storage for the fabric, while the other would function as a workspace, thereby arousing no suspicion. When Ye Jingchuan and Ye Yuanshan approached Yi Sanyi for discussion, he readily acquiesced, also advising Ye Jingchuan to keep a close watch on Ye Guanyin, who had returned to the village, cautioning him to prevent any untoward incidents. Rest assured, Sanyi, Ye Guanyin is likely preoccupied with his own matters at the moment. As long as you are aware, it is crucial that you safeguard this burgeoning family enterprise from any potential disruption by Ye Guanyin. Since Ye Guanyin returned to the village, he has had no time to seek trouble. His foremost concern is to uncover who intercepted the treasure they discovered. Until this matter is clarified, Ye Guanyin certainly cannot afford to dwell on petty grievances. After all, the treasure in question is vast, and whoever possesses it could become immensely wealthy overnight, elevating their status in an instant. Naturally, Ye Guanyin cannot be bothered with the minor disputes between the 2 individuals. The news of the Yi family's plans to build a house quickly spread throughout the brigade, and the old Yi family was inevitably aware of it. Ye Hoda sat in the main room, smoking a pipe, and spoke to Ye Guanyin in a low voice, saying that with Zhou Laoda's death, he no longer needed to hide. He inquired about the business venture Ye Guanyin had mentioned previously and how it was faring. If Ye Guanyin had some funds available, their grandfather could apply for a piece of homestead land for him, allowing him to build 6 large tile-roofed houses and gain respect in the brigade. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, he had yet to recover the money owed to him. Moreover, with the impending college entrance examination, he and Xiao Qing required funds, which left him in quite a predicament. Recently, Ye Guanyin has been overwhelmed with busyness. Despite his extensive inquiries in the brigade, he has not gleaned any useful information. Many individuals ventured into the mountains before and after the torrential rain, including nearby hunters who sought wild rabbits and pheasants. After the rain, the number of people foraging for mushrooms surged to an alarming degree. Besides those from their brigade, many others from neighboring brigades also ascended the mountains. He had no leads on who had intercepted the treasure. Initially, he had suspected Ye Jingchuan and his companions, as it seemed unlikely that anyone could single-handedly relocate such a large cache in a short time. However, after attempting to extract information from Ye Xiaoyan, he learned that they had only gone hunting and had not excavated anything. Ye Xiaoyan has never lied, which alleviated Ye Guanyan's suspicions. With only a few months left before the college entrance examination, if he could not uncover any information soon, he would miss the opportunity to claim a share from Shunwei Min Guanyan. You must make your grandfather proud. He is counting on you to bring honor to our family. Rest assured, I will become the first college student from our Shaohe brigade, allowing my grandfather to hold his head high. Very well, Guanyan, you and Shaoqing should focus on your studies. You need not concern yourselves with household chores. Thank you, grandfather. Ye Guanyan is preparing for college, so he need not concern himself with laboring for work points. Both he and Liangqing have avoided work, spending their days indulging without even washing a dish, which has drawn significant criticism from their family. Sister-in-law, I need to care for grandmother and tend to the vegetable garden. Could you please help with cooking and washing dishes? I cannot bear all the responsibilities alone. Yi Lingling had expected that with Liangqing's return, at least someone would lend a hand, sparing her from feeling like a spinning top every day. Instead, Liangqing returned and remained utterly unhelpful, requiring her assistance for even the simplest tasks. Having never faced much adversity in her life, Yi Lingling was unwilling to tolerate this. After enduring for 2 days, she finally exploded, voicing her grievances before everyone. Lingling, how could you utter such words? I carry the flesh and blood of your family. If I overexert myself, what will happen? If anything were to befall the child in my womb, can you bear the responsibility? Liangqing slightly lifted her gaze, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Lingling, whom she regarded merely as an inconsequential girl, never once acknowledging her worth. Mother, could you not intervene on my behalf regarding my sister-in-law? Yi Lingling looked at Shun Huifang with a face full of grievance, hoping for her to mediate fairly. However, Shun Huifang responded, Lingling, you have worked hard during this time. Your sister-in-law is pregnant and preparing for university, diligently studying every day, and naturally lacks the time to attend to household chores. Once she finishes her entrance exams, she will be able to assist you, allowing you some respite. Yi Lingling was utterly taken aback by Shun Huifang's alignment with Liangqing, her eyes instantly welling with tears of anger. However, Yi Lingling was not one to be bullied easily. She directly exposed Liangqing's true nature. Chapter 122. Ye Guanyan's calculated ambitions with reddened eyes. Yi Lingling glared fiercely at Liangqing, her voice filled with sorrowful indignation. My sister-in-law speaks of the need to study for university, but I have already perused her textbooks, which are pristine and untouched. Ever since she returned, she has spent her days lounging in bed, listening to the radio, never once opening a book. Her claims of preparing for university are surely deceptive. Lingling, you must not speak such nonsense. Shun Huifang shot a stern look at Yi Lingling. All her hopes rested on Ye Guanyan and Liangqing. If the two succeeded in their studies and achieved greatness, she would, as a mother, bask in the glory of her children's accomplishments. The mere thought of her son becoming the only university student in the village filled her with pride and joy. I am not speaking nonsense. The mother and daughter exchanged increasingly heated words, while Chu Fang stood by, stirring the pot further. Eventually, in a fit of rage, Yi Lingling stormed out, threatening to leap into the river in despair. The uproar attracted the village officials to the Yi household, seeking to mediate the situation. Should Yi Lingling truly attempt to take her own life, not only would the Yi family lose face, but the entire Xia village would become the subject of ridicule from neighboring communities. The turmoil within the Yi household was chaotic, and Ye Guanyan was beside himself with fury. How could he have such a contentious sister? He had once contemplated attending university in the capital, hoping that Liangqing could manage alone with the baby, and wanting Yi Lingling to assist, but with her foul temper, he feared she would only incite further conflict. The troubles at home left Ye Guanyan frazzled, and matters outside were no better. After the new year, Zhou Dongfeng had been persistently seeking Ye Guanyan, eager to finalize arrangements regarding Ye Qianqian. Initially, Ye Guanyan managed to concoct excuses to delay Zhou Dongfeng's visit with Ye Qianqian, but months had passed, and Zhou Dongfeng was beginning to grow suspicious. After much contemplation, Ye Guanyan devised a plan, requesting Zhou Dongfeng to send some snacks to Ye Qianqian at school. He accompanied the delivery, and Ye Qianqian, believing it to be from Ye Guanyan, accepted the gifts despite her lingering doubts. Upon emerging from the school, Zhou Dongfeng's face radiated with a glow. Having not seen Ye Jingchuan for several months, she had become even more exquisite than before. Have you truly spoken to Jingchuan about the prospect of us both applying to Jiangpu University this year? I have long since mentioned it to her. But she fears that her 6 months of study are insufficient for admission to Jiangpu University. What difficulty lies therein? You are well aware of my connections. Should Jingchuan express her willingness, I can not only ensure her acceptance into Jiangpu University, but also facilitate her enrollment in the same major as mine. I shall persuade her again. She often feels embarrassed to trouble you. What is there to feel embarrassed about? We are soon to be family. I have already conceived a plan. Once the university acceptance letters arrive, we shall hold a betrothal feast. Thereafter, Jingchuan can reside with me while attending Jiangpu University. You certainly have grand designs, yet my dear Jingchuan is still quite young. I understand. I have long considered this. Given her youth, we need not rush into parenthood. We shall wait until we acquire our marriage certificate before starting a family. Zhou Dongfeng elaborated on his plans to Ye Jingchuan, presenting his thoughts with clarity, while Ye Jingchuan listened with distracted concern, preoccupied with his and Liang Qing's plans to take the places of others in university. Dongfeng, my finances are rather strained at the moment. You are aware of the situation with Qiu Laoda, which has nearly depleted my family's resources. I fear I cannot afford the expenses for my wife and me to attend university. Could we perhaps delay this? That can be arranged. Once Jingchuan and I celebrate our engagement, find an opportunity to bring her to my home. Once the deed is done, we shall be family. And I will not ask you for a single penny. I will ensure that both of you can attend university. Ye Jingchuan was no fool. He knew that should he undertake such a scheme and be discovered by Ye Jingchuan, not only would he forfeit his chance at university, but he might also endanger his very life. He had faced Ye Jingchuan several times, never gaining the upper hand. Given how dearly he cherished Ye Jingchuan, her demise would be but a mere moment's action for him. Zhou Dongfeng, I have misjudged you. I once regarded you as a brother. Yet here you are plotting against my sister. Not only would I oppose this, but even if I were to consent, do you believe our family would simply overlook such a betrayal? If my sister were to raise a fuss, this engagement would be completely derailed. Ye Jingchuan spoke with a grave demeanor, his words seemingly sincere in their concern for Ye Jingchuan. Dongfeng, do not even entertain such thoughts. I would sooner forego university than betray my sister. Observing Ye Jingchuan's ire, Zhou Dongfeng quickly donned a conciliatory smile. I merely grew a bit carried away upon seeing Jingchuan today. Rest assured I was jesting. You are now my brother-in-law. I would never do you an injustice. Later, you can write me an IOU, and I shall take care of the university matters for you and your wife. By the way, I have yet to inquire. Which university do you aspire to attend? Do you wish to come to Jiangpu? My wife is from the capital. She wishes for me to take the entrance exams there. I have heard that Capital University is quite prestigious. Zhou Dongfeng stared at Ye Jingchuan, utterly at a loss for words. Was Capital University a place anyone could gain admission to? Do not speak of their Red Star commune. It is unlikely that even within the entirety of Jiangpu City, one could find a single student capable of gaining admission to Jingchuan University. Jingchuan, please do not jest with me. We are merely substituting for others to attend university, contingent upon their success in the entrance examinations. If no one gains admission to Jingchuan University, then even the desire to substitute is futile. Moreover, even if a few individuals do secure a place at Jingchuan University, countless eyes will be watching, leaving us with no opportunity to take their place. What then? Aside from Jingchuan University, I am unaware of any other institutions in the capital. Ye Jingchuan found himself momentarily perplexed. He had assumed that Jingchuan University was open for all, unaware of the myriad complexities involved. There are indeed several universities in the capital. Aside from Jingchuan University, the next most accessible is Jingchuan Normal University, which offers teaching positions upon graduation. Then let us choose the Normal University. It would be splendid for my wife to become a teacher after graduation. As for Ye Jingchuan himself, having witnessed Ye Jingchuan's financial success, he felt capable in his own right. Once he obtains his university diploma, he intends to venture into the business world, undoubtedly earning far more than a teacher could. With the decision made, the weight that had burdened Ye Jingchuan's heart finally began to lift. His only task now is to continue gathering information regarding the treasure, for that is of utmost importance. As long as he can secure a tenth of it, he will never need to worry about sustenance for the remainder of his life. The thought of it filled him with bitterness. Who could have intercepted his treasure midway? If he were to discover their identity, he would certainly have them dismembered. Chapter 123, New T-Shirt Designs, Additional Update. With time still remaining before Ye Jingchuan departs for Banyang to deliver shirts, he and Mu Nanzhi began to explore various T-shirt styles. Previously, navy shirts had been sold, but replicating past designs would not captivate the public's attention nor facilitate swift sales. Thus, innovation in style was essential. Having encountered numerous types of navy shirts, Ye Jingchuan shared his vivid impressions of several notable designs with Mu Nanzhi, who sketched them for reference, after which they proceeded to modify them. Since only 100 yards of each color was available, the quantity they could produce was limited. They eventually settled on 2 designs for women's navy shirts, one featuring a large white collar adorned with a small sailboat made of blue fabric stitched onto the front. The other showcasing a blue collar embellished with a white lace trim, with a yellow star shape stitched onto the chest. The military green variant was straightforward, designed as a basic t-shirt with a small national flag on the chest and 2 vertical white stripes on the sleeves. For the pink t-shirts, Mu Nanzhi also devised 2 designs, one with a pink floral ruffled collar and a hem decorated with a white border, complemented by a small red national flag. The other featuring a white bordered round neck with 2 white stripes on the shoulders and a larger national flag on the chest than the others. These little elements transform the otherwise simple t-shirts into something striking. I will prepare the supplementary materials. Once the t-shirts arrive in a few days, we can commence production directly. We also need to purchase a few new pairs of scissors for cutting, as the ones we previously used are still somewhat small and cannot handle large amounts of fabric at once, Mu Nanzhi reminded. I comprehend. This time, I purchased a pair of scissors measuring 25 centimeters in length. I have inquired with the garment factory, and they exclusively use such large scissors, which are exceptionally sharp and capable of cutting through several layers of fabric effortlessly. Indeed, the scissors employed by the garment factory surpass those available for purchase outside. Ye Jingchuan went to procure supplementary materials and scissors, while Mu Nanzhi commenced creating the templates necessary for t-shirts using cardboard. As time swiftly passed into mid-April, the new house was half constructed, and the final batch of shirts was completed, totaling approximately 782 pieces, in line with Ye Jingchuan's estimates. After neatly packing the parcels, Ye Jingchuan proceeded to deliver them to Ding Yi in Banyang. Just as he departed, Ye Yuanshan led the entire family in moving, transferring all belongings to Ye Sanyi's residence. Once everything was relocated, they began dismantling the ancestral home to construct the remaining 2 rooms in the west wing. During the demolition, Ye Yuanshan uncovered 2 small yellow fish hidden within the walls of the ancestral home. At that moment, those assisting in the demolition were Ye Yuanshan's close relatives, and this incident was kept under wraps, known only to them. Meanwhile, after handing over the shirts to Ding Yi, Ye Jingchuan promptly went to inspect the custom-made fabric. Zhang Jianjun's production speed remained commendable. The 300 rolls of fabric Ye Jingchuan requested were already produced and stored in the warehouse. Upon verifying the goods and finding no issues, he was ready to transport them. For an ordinary household, quietly transporting 300 rolls of fabric home and transforming them into t-shirts would not be a trivial task. However, for Ye Jingchuan, it posed no challenge. He first transported the fabric to Jiangpu City and then had Yi Tingdong use a tractor to bring it home in 3 trips, with scraps on top and whole rolls below, ensuring no one would notice. Yi Sanyi's west wing was quite spacious, accommodating the 300 rolls of fabric with ample room to spare. The fabric received this time was flawless and whole, making it significantly easier to cut than the previous checkered fabric. Consequently, the production of t-shirts progressed rapidly. Upon receiving the fabric, Mu Nanzhi immediately crafted samples for Ye Jingchuan to take to Banyang in search of orders. Ding Yi, with whom they had collaborated previously, was the most approachable. After examining the sample t-shirt, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Jingchuan, you are quite remarkable. Where did you find this designer? The clothing produced is entirely distinct from what is available on the market. How could I dare present myself before Brother Ding without some skill? Your garments are destined for major department stores." The 2 exchanged pleasantries briefly before swiftly entering the bargaining phase. Ding Yi naturally desired the lowest possible price, as a t-shirt is not particularly expensive. Yet, Ye Jingchuan steadfastly insisted on a price of 3 yuan, which made him somewhat exasperated. "Brother, your price truly puts me in a difficult position. 3 yuan is my selling price. You must allow me some profit. 4 t-shirts intended for summer wear. Selling them for 4 or 5 yuan in a department store is not uncommon. We are employing our usual tactics. These goods are sourced from Jing'an City, renowned for their fashionable quality, and one cannot expect to acquire them cheaply. Ye Jingchuan was acutely aware of the allure of fashion. It is a woman's nature to cherish beauty, and a monthly salary of 20 yuan would not deter them from spending 5 yuan on a stylish garment. Very well. I require 200 pieces of navy shirts and 100 pieces of each of the other items. I shall first take them to the counter for a fitting. If they prove satisfactory, we will increase the order. Ding Yi, despite his capabilities, has never sold t-shirts at such a premium price. So he will initially acquire a modest quantity to test the market, thereby significantly mitigating the risk associated with procurement. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive the goods before the May Day holiday. Hu Dajuan has been in Banyang, and Ye Jingchuan saw him half a day later than he did Ding Yi. His merchandise has been dispatched to Jing'an City, where the prices are favorable. The quality and style of this batch from Ye Jingchuan are quite innovative, and Hu Dajuan has ordered 200 pieces of each style, still requesting 75 of the smaller sizes, with more of the other 2 sizes. Such an arrangement would be unfeasible with other merchants, but since Ye Jingchuan is tailoring the t-shirts precisely to Hu Dajuan's specified sizes, it is indeed a mutually beneficial collaboration that Hu Dajuan greatly appreciates. Brother Hu, how about I deliver this batch to you on May 16th? By then, Jing'an City will just be warming up, making it perfect for sales. All right then, we shall continue our usual delivery arrangement. 2 major clients have ordered 700 t-shirts, alleviating half of Ye Jingchuan's concerns. He did not rush home. Instead, he telegraphed Nanzhi to inform her of the order quantities, urging her to expedite the production. Subsequently, he sought out several merchants from out of town in Banyang. Upon viewing the samples, they expressed considerable interest in the navy shirts, with each placing orders for 200 to 400 pieces. Within 2 days, the navy shirts unexpectedly sold out. Observing this trend, Ye Jingchuan surmised that the navy shirts would undoubtedly be the best sellers, prompting him to rush to Zhangjiamen to order 200 rolls of blue striped fabric. Had he not been concerned about causing too much commotion in the Xiaohe Brigade, he would have desired to order 500 to 600 rolls of blue striped fabric in one go. After securing the order and the 200 rolls of striped fabric, Ye Jingchuan returned home. When Ye Jingchuan departed, the ancestral home still stood. Upon his return, however, the entire ancestral house and the east wing had been demolished, and half of the west rooms had been constructed, with the courtyard walls fully erected. Witnessing the speed of construction left Ye Jingchuan astounded. Indeed, many hands make light work. The 4 main rooms in the east wing were still airing out, but would soon be habitable, although some miscellaneous items had already begun to be moved inside. Recently, I have felt remarkably powerful. Chapter 124. Life versus Money. Upon entering the house, Ye Yuanshan immediately summoned Ye Jingchuan to the east room, handing him 2 small yellow fish and explaining their origins. We need to produce another batch of t-shirts, which requires a considerable amount of money. You must find a way to sell these yellow fish on the black market, thus ensuring you have sufficient funds. Ye Jingchuan, holding the small yellow fish, was utterly astonished. The Yi family had been impoverished farmers for 3 generations, making it impossible for them to possess such fish, indicating that these 2 yellow fish must have been left by someone else. Reflecting on the origins of the yellow fish, Ye Jingchuan could not help but recall the events surrounding Ye Xiaoyan's demise in his previous life. If he remembered correctly, after leaving the Xiaohe Brigade to engage in the black market in Jiangpu, Ye Xiaoyan had spent a considerable period residing in the ancestral home prior to his demise. During that time, the house of Ye San Yi was plagued by snakes, prompting Ye Xiaoyan and Ye San Yi to temporarily relocate to the old house. Ye San Yi sought assistance in ridding the house of these serpents, capturing them in batches that seemed inexhaustible. Curiously, after Ye Xiaoyan drowned in the river, Ye San Yi, disheartened, returned home and was no longer troubled by snakes. At that time, the ancestral home was even more dilapidated than it is now, and it would have been necessary for Ye Xiaoyan to tidy it up before settling in, making the discovery of 2 small yellow fish not entirely improbable. He was rather naive, thus the likelihood of this matter being revealed was high. The 2 yellow fish weighed over 60 grams, translating to approximately 1,200 yuan. This sum constituted a significant amount for the common folk of that era. In his previous life, following Ye Xiaoyan's death, Ye Guanyin had come into a small fortune. Could it be that Ye Xiaoyan's demise was indeed linked to Ye Guanyin? The thought of this possibility left Ye Jingchuan astounded. He could hardly fathom that Ye Guanyin would resort to such extremes against Ye Xiaoyan. After all, they had grown up as brothers. Ye Xiaoyan, being simple-minded and straightforward, could have easily been deceived into relinquishing the yellow fish with a mere request to keep it a secret. He would have complied without question, revealing nothing about the fish. Yet, Ye Guanyin chose mistrust and took his life instead. At that moment, Ye Jingchuan felt a tumult of emotions, wishing he could dismember Ye Guanyin on the spot. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to investigate this matter thoroughly. If it were indeed Ye Guanyin's doing, he would ensure that the debt was repaid for Ye Xiaoyan. As for how to conduct the inquiry, it was straightforward. Since Ye Xiaoyan had lost his life over gold in his previous life, he would approach it from the same angle in this one. Father, I currently lack nothing in terms of money, but there is no need to take the risk of selling the yellow fish in the black market. You should keep them for now and later procure a gold bracelet for my mother. That would be unwise. If the people in our brigade see your mother wearing a gold bracelet, it would undoubtedly lead to gossip. Since you claim you have no urgent need for money, I will temporarily keep these 2 yellow fish. They could serve as a useful reserve in the future. Ye Yuanshan took back the yellow fish, carefully wrapping them in a handkerchief and handing them to Zhao Xiaoyu for safekeeping. Jingchuan, there is something else I must tell you. During your time in Banyang, Yang Tingting has been coming to our home to assist. What? What can she do? Is she helping to dismantle the house? Ye Jingchuan was somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend Yang Tingting's intentions in his absence. Your uncles and elders need water and cigarettes while working, and they had lunch at our house. Qianqian needs to study, and Nanzhi is too far along to move about easily. Your mother has been busy, and Yang Tingting came over to help with boiling water and cooking, which has lightened your mother's load considerably. Initially, I intended to ask Lu Wanquan for help, but Yang Tingting mentioned that you had lent considerable assistance when she replaced the wooden door last time. She felt she could not accept your kindness without offering something in return, since she can't contribute in other ways. She has come to assist with cooking and boiling water. Given that she has expressed this, it would be rather unkind of me to send her away. Ye Jingchuan felt a slight headache as he realized that Yang Tingting had him completely under her thumb. Well, he thought, they still had some calcium biscuits at home. He would have Qianqian send some over to Yang Tingting as a gesture of goodwill for her assistance. Ye Yuanshan observed Ye Jingchuan's demeanor with satisfaction. Jingchuan, you have truly matured. You approach everything with a sense of propriety. It's not that your father has any grievances against Yang Tingting. She is a widow, and you are already married. Although you may not care about idle gossip, you must consider how it might affect Nanzhi. If such words reach her ears, it could cause unnecessary distress and create a rift between you two. I understand all that, father. Rest assured, Nanzhi and I will always be well. After a brief time at home, Ye Jingchuan set off for Banyang again, bringing merchandise along. He delivered the t-shirts to Ding Yi in less than half a month, and Ding Yi immediately distributed them in the mall. Despite the cool weather in early May, it did not deter fashionable young women from purchasing t-shirts. Within 2 days, the limited stock ordered by Ding Yi sold out entirely. Seeing the remarkable sales, he promptly ordered 1,000 pieces each of the 2 navy-style shirts and 500 pieces of the other styles. Feedback from Hudajuan was swift as well. 2 days after delivery, he came to Banyang in search of Ye Jingchuan. However, he did not find him until several days later when Ye Jingchuan was collecting fabric. Hudajuan's sales exceeded Ding Yi's, with his stock vanishing as soon as it arrived in Jing'an City. Jingchuan, I need 2,000 pieces of each navy-style shirt and 1,000 of the others. Could you expedite the delivery? Summer is fleeting. Ye Jingchuan found Hudajuan's anxious demeanor amusing. I, too, wish to earn money swiftly, but my garment factory is rather small. To avoid delaying your sales, I can supply you in 3 batches, but it will require you to make several trips to Jiangpu City. That's fine. As long as I can receive the goods sooner, I don't mind the extra trips. As June arrived, the weather grew hotter, and Ye Jingchuan's earnings increased. By mid-June, his family moved into their new home, which was more than twice the size of their previous residence. Everyone wore smiles as they surveyed the spacious new courtyard. Ye Qianqian no longer had to occupy the east wing. A separate room was designated for her, complete with its own entrance. The 2 wing rooms were also constructed with ample space, with the west wing serving as a storage area for scraps, while the east wing housed 2 sewing machines and a large cutting table, remaining quite spacious. Upon moving into their new home, the Yi family did not rush to host a banquet. They decided to wait until the end of June when all t-shirts had been delivered. Only then did Ye Jingchuan host a gathering, inviting relatives and friends for a meal. During the house construction, Zhao Changzheng and his 3 brothers had lent a hand, and they were naturally included in the festivities. The Zhao brothers gazed enviously at the beautiful new courtyard of the Yi family, silently resolving to work harder to sell their goods, aspiring to build their own tiled house the following year. Once all the t-shirts were sold, Ye Jingchuan took out his ledger to tally the accounts, revealing a total profit of over 30,000 yuan. Having witnessed the allure of substantial wealth, Ye Jingchuan could not help but scoff internally at the constraints imposed on individual enterprises. Were it not for the prevailing regulations, with his remarkable capabilities, earning 300,000 within 3 months would be a mere trifling accomplishment. Thus, he felt an urgency to hasten to the capital, seeking ways to establish a garment factory and accumulate his first pot of gold in this new life. A mere few thousand was beneath his aspirations. As the time for the college entrance examination approached, Ye Jingchuan was diligently engaged in producing t-shirts, while another matter was unfolding with meticulous precision. He had deliberately retrieved a pair of golden earrings for Yi Xiaoyan, intending for him to display them when next encountering Yi Guiyin. If it were indeed Yi Guiyin who had sinister intentions towards Yi Xiaoyan in their previous life, the sight of these earrings would surely reveal his true nature. Should he harbor even the slightest notion of harming Yi Xiaoyan, Ye Jingchuan vowed to ensure his utter demise. With everything prepared, they awaited Yi Guiyin to take the bait. However, several days passed without a glimpse of the man who usually loitered about the streets, leaving Yi Xiaoyan without the opportunity to flaunt the earrings. Upon further inquiry, Ye Jingchuan discovered that, following the scandal surrounding Yi Lingling's suicide attempt, Yi Guiyin had resolved to earn labor points for the sake of familial harmony. During this busy farming season, after a long day in the fields, Yi Guiyin returned utterly exhausted, devoid of any desire to wander the streets. With the plan faltering, Ye Jingchuan found little inclination to monitor Yi Guiyin's movements, as he was preoccupied with more pressing matters. He instructed Yi Xiaoyan to keep an eye on Yi Guiyin, ensuring that he would be promptly informed upon seeing the earrings. As June arrived, the college entrance examination loomed just days away. Moreover, Nanzhi's due date was approaching at the end of July or early August, and her growing belly instilled in him a fear that she might struggle to endure the rigors of 5 examinations. On the final Saturday before the exams, Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao visited Ye Jingchuan to review their studies. Jingchuan, have you been practicing with mock exams? I want to make the most of this remaining time to reinforce my knowledge, thereby increasing my confidence for the entrance examination, Kong Xingyao remarked. Clutching a pile of completed test papers, his demeanor tinged with anxiety. There's no need for further practice. Let us relax a bit. We've covered most of what we need to know. Your previous scores were all above 90. Just perform as you normally would during the exam. Ye Jingchuan reassured him with a smile, noticing Kong Xingyao's nervousness. I've made bold claims. If I fail to gain admission to a university in the capital, I shall lose face before my father, Kong Xingyao lamented. Do not bear such a heavy burden. Even if you do not enter a university in the capital, military academies are also a viable path, Ye Jingchuan advised. Absolutely not. I am working tirelessly to avoid military service. I have no desire to attend a military academy, Kong Xingyao retorted. In contrast to Kong Xingyao's anxiety, Wang Zhuoran and Nanzhi remained considerably more relaxed. They had invested significant effort into their studies, and as long as they maintained their usual performance, gaining admission to a university in the capital would not pose a challenge. As for Yi Qianqian, she had not dared to apply to a university in the capital. Given her current scores, securing a place in a teacher training college was well within her reach. Graduating and becoming a teacher would be an excellent opportunity for a girl who had emerged from a rural background. Subsequently, the group began discussing their university majors. Wang Xingyao expressed his interest in pursuing a field related to economics, while Ye Jingchuan originally intended to choose finance, a major not currently available. It seemed likely that he would follow Wang Xingyao's lead into an economics-related program. Kong Xingyao had yet to finalize his decision. He needed to consult with his father. As for Nanzhi, her grandmother had already replied, granting her approval to apply for a medical-related major. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, she would likely opt for gynecology or internal medicine. When asked why she was not considering the traditional Chinese medicine program at the Capital Medical University, Nanzhi explained that conventional Chinese medicine differed significantly from what she had learned in elementary school. She feared that delving into it might only confuse her further. Thus, she preferred to pursue a different scientific discipline. After some discussion, the group resumed their studies, preparing for the imminent college entrance examination. Time flew by, and soon the day of the exams arrived. Early in the morning, Ye Tingdong borrowed a tractor to take Ye Jingchuan, Nanzhi, and Ye Qianqian to Jiangpu City for the examinations. At that moment, no one in the Xiaohe Brigade was aware that the three of them were heading to take the college entrance examination. Onlookers merely assumed Ye Tingdong was transporting scraps of cloth again. A thick quilt was laid across the tractor for Nanzhi, who was now the family's key protected individual, as they did everything possible to ensure her comfort. The examination spanned 2 days, and Ye Jingchuan wished to spare Nanzhi any discomfort. So he had booked a hotel in the city. After their morning exams, they could rest at the hotel. The morning papers included Chinese literature and politics, and during lunch, they discussed the morning test. Wang Zhuoran and Nanzhi felt no pressure regarding these subjects, while Kong Xingyao and Ye Qianqian performed slightly below expectations in politics. It's all right. I can afford to lose a few points in politics. I'll surely make up for it in mathematics and science, Kong Xingyao remarked optimistically. He found the Chinese literature exam to be much easier than he had anticipated, especially compared to the more challenging practice papers Ye Jingchuan had provided. The afternoon examination was chemistry, and the atmosphere during lunch was remarkably relaxed. Conversely, Ye Guanyin and Liang Qing felt a sense of tension, having not properly reviewed. Upon facing the exam paper, they found themselves unable to answer the majority of questions. Should Zhou Dongfeng fail to secure them spots in university, they would be hard-pressed to even gain admission to a vocational college. After 2 consecutive days of examinations, Ye Jingchuan's primary concern was Nanzhi, as her due date was alarmingly close. Sitting for several hours during the exams would be exhausting even for a healthy individual, let alone a pregnant woman. Once the final exam concluded, Ye Jingchuan watched Nanzhi exit the examination hall, his anxious heart finally at ease. He hurried forward to support her. Nanzhi, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? I'm all right, just a bit sore from sitting too long. Can we rest at the hotel this afternoon and return home tomorrow? She replied, Of course. If you feel any discomfort, please tell me immediately. Do not endure it. Your due date is so near, and you could go into labor at any moment. Nanzhi nodded and headed back to the hotel to rest. Almost as soon as they returned to the hotel, Nanzhi fell into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted after 2 days of examinations. Ye Jingchuan, feeling uneasy, sat by her bedside, keeping a watchful eye on her. He did not return home, nor did Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao rush off. After enduring months of relentless study for the college entrance examination, they were eager to unwind and enjoy their hard-won freedom. Thus, the three ventured out to shop, indulging in various snacks. Just as they were returning to the hotel, laughing and chatting, they spotted Ye Jingchuan hurriedly emerging from the room, cradling Nanzhi in his arms. Wang Zhuoran, quickly summon a rickshaw. Nanzhi is in labor, he urged. Wang Zhuoran was taken aback and dashed out to find a rickshaw to transport Nanzhi to the hospital. Although her due date was still over 2 weeks away, she had unexpectedly gone into labor early. Upon arrival at the hospital, the staff swiftly recognized that Nanzhi was expecting twins and treated the situation with utmost seriousness, promptly ushering her into the delivery room. Ye Jingchuan paced anxiously outside, his mind haunted by the memory of Nanzhi's previous tragic experience. Such a calamity could not be allowed to recur. This was a municipal hospital staffed with highly experienced doctors, not village midwives. He reassured himself that, should any complications arise, Nanzhi could undergo a cesarean section to safeguard her life. He firmly believed that all his efforts would surely alter the fates of Nanzhi and their children for the better. Chapter 126, The Dragon and Phoenix Twins. Additional update. The heavy door swung open abruptly. Who is the family member of Nanzhi? I am, Ye Jingchuan replied, striding forward. Nanzhi is carrying twins, and one of the fetuses is in a breech position, making it impossible for both children to be delivered naturally in a short time. Our recommendation is a cesarean section. If you agree, please sign the consent form. I consent to the cesarean section, he affirmed, taking the pen from the doctor and signing the form. Until that moment, he had felt as though he had weathered countless storms. Even if the sky were to fall, he would remain composed. Yet, as he signed the consent, his hand trembled violently, rendering his signature a chaotic scrawl. The doctor took the signed consent back into the delivery room, and soon Nanzhi was wheeled out towards the operating theater. At that moment, She was pale as a sheet, her face glistening with sweat, her hair plastered to her forehead in disarray from the pain. Nanzhi, do not be afraid. I will stay by your side, Ye Jingchuan said, grasping her hand with tenderness. Mu Nanzhi replied faintly, utterly drained of strength, unable to utter any more words. Before long, she was taken into the operating room, and Ye Jingchuan, like an ant on a hot pan, anxiously awaited news of the mother and children's safety. Each passing moment felt agonizingly slow, as if time itself had decelerated. Ye Jingchuan finally understood what it meant for days to stretch like years. A cesarean section is not a particularly complex procedure. 20 minutes later, the doors to the operating room swung open, and 2 nurses emerged, beaming at the anxious crowd outside. Congratulations, it's a dragon and phoenix twin. Ye Jingchuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had always assumed Mu Nanzhi would bear twin daughters, just as in his past life, never expecting that they would be a boy and a girl. How is my wife? Ye Jingchuan did not rush to embrace the newborns. Instead, he first inquired about Mu Nanzhi's condition. Everything was satisfactory. His mother would remain in the operating room for an additional half-hour for observation, and if all went well, she could be transferred to the ward. The incident had occurred unexpectedly, leaving Ye Jingchuan unprepared. Upon learning that Mu Nanzhi was safe and sound, he realized the necessity to procure numerous items. Qianqian, please find a nurse to inquire about what needs to be bought. Hurry and fetch them. As he spoke, Ye Jingchuan handed a stack of money to Ye Qianqian. All right, I shall go at once. I will assist as well. Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao, unable to be of service here, decided to help with the shopping. Very well, make haste and return promptly. Ye Jingchuan awaited Mu Nanzhi at the entrance of the operating room, cradling the twins. The newly born infants, their faces smeared and wrinkled, resembled 2 little red monkeys, albeit adorned with lustrous black hair reminiscent of Mu Nanzhi. The little ones nestled in his arms were peaceful, sleeping soundly with only the occasional smacking of their tiny lips. Ye Jingchuan alternated his gaze between the children in his embrace and the tightly shut door of the operating room, a tumultuous blend of joy and anxiety swirling within him, indescribable in nature. After a prolonged wait, Mu Nanzhi was finally wheeled out of the operating room. The nurse took the twins to the nursery for proper care. Ye Jingchuan specifically inquired whether the children bore any distinguishing marks, concerned about the possibility of mix-up among the numerous infants in the nursery. There are no birthmarks, but the Mongolian spots on the twins' bottoms are rather amusing, the nurse remarked, deliberately opening the swaddling blanket for Ye Jingchuan to see. Each child bore a circular Mongolian spot on their backside, resembling the imprint of a gentle punch. With a cheerful smile, Ye Jingchuan remarked, with such unique markings, it is certain they will not be mistaken for another. Each child wore a wristband, ensuring their identification. Mu Nanzhi, still under the influence of anesthesia, appeared somewhat dazed. Ye Jingchuan tenderly covered her with a blanket, urging her to rest adequately. The cesarean delivery of the twins had taken a significant toll on her health. Ye Jingchuan had resolved that she should observe a proper confinement period, at least until September 1st, prior to the commencement of the school term, ensuring she remained at home to recuperate. Before long, Ye Qianqian and her companions returned, laden with bags. As there were no vehicles available in the afternoon, Ye Jingchuan did not hasten to return home with the news. The following morning, Ye Qianqian, accompanied by Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao, returned. And it was then that Zhao Xiaoyu learned of Mu Nanzhi's childbirth at the hospital the previous day. Immediately, she decided to slaughter the hen she had nurtured for over 6 months, preparing chicken soup to nourish Mu Nanzhi. At noon, Ye Yuanshan rode his bicycle, taking Zhao Xiaoyu to the municipal hospital to visit Mu Nanzhi. Nanzhi, you are indeed a great benefactor of the Yi family. During this period, please rest assured in the hospital. I shall visit daily to bring you chicken soup. Your cesarean has significantly affected your health, and I will procure a few pigeons as well. I have heard that pigeon soup is excellent for wound healing. Zhao Xiaoyu, cradling the little one, was both enamored and concerned for Mu Nanzhi's well-being. Feeling a bit stronger today, Mu Nanzhi smiled at Zhao Xiaoyu, saying, I will heed my mother's advice. Beside her, Ye Jingchuan suggested, Mom, Nanzhi still needs to stay in the hospital for 4 more days. It's truly exhausting for you to run back and forth. There are many small inns nearby that have stoves for making soup. Why don't you stay at one of those inns? This way, you won't have to tire yourself out with daily trips. Jingchuan was right. With me at home to look after things, you can focus on preparing delicious meals for Nanzhi, Ye Yuanshan concurred. He held a small baby in his arms, and ever since he had seen the two children, a smile had not left his face. "All right, this way I can also take the time to cook a few more dishes for Nanzhi," Zhao Xiaoyu said, though she felt a pang of regret about the cost of the inn. However, for the sake of convenience, she decided it was worth the expense. "Have you named the two children yet?" Zhao Xiaoyu inquired again. "I've thought about it for a long time. The elder brother is named He, and the younger sister is named Mima. Both names symbolize the vigorous life of seedlings," Nanzhi replied. Ever since she learned she was expecting twins, she had been contemplating names. "Those names sound lovely. I do not wish for my children to achieve great success. As long as they can live a safe and happy life, I will be content." "He, Mima, those names are wonderful," Zhao Xiaoyu chuckled, playfully teasing the baby He in her arms. In rural areas, there is a saying that names that are a bit rough are easier to nurture. These names not only sound pleasant, but also carry good meanings. They are quite nice indeed. Not long after the two little ones were fed, the nurse took them away. Zhao Xiaoyu and Ye Jingchuan left first, while Ye Jingchuan took out the apples that Zhao Xiaoyu had brought and began peeling one for Nanzhi. "Nanzhi, when my mom comes this afternoon, I need to step out to send a telegram to my grandmother to share the two pieces of good news." Is having a dragon and phoenix twin considered two good pieces of news? Of course not. Having dragon and phoenix twins counts as one good piece of news. The second piece of good news is that at the end of August, we can go to the capital together and you will finally be able to meet your grandmother. "I see. I haven't returned in years and have no idea how my grandmother is doing now. Seeing you and the children will surely make her very happy," Ye Jingchuan reassured her. Nanzhi nodded vigorously. She had gotten married and had children, establishing her own family. Her grandmother would undoubtedly be thrilled for her. Soon, news of Nanzhi's hospitalization in Jiangpu City reached Wang Dongsheng. He specially brought his wife, Song Yue, to visit her. Ye Jingchuan was surprised by Wang Dongsheng's arrival. "Oh, I brought my wife along this time to share in your family's joy. I have only one son and have always wanted another child, but now that we are middle-aged, my wife has not been able to conceive again. Your family has just welcomed dragon and phoenix twins, so I had to come and bask in your good fortune. Perhaps, before long, my wife will also conceive twins," Wang Dongsheng explained. Ye Jingchuan was taken aback by Wang Dongsheng's reason for visiting, and he quickly presented the red-skinned eggs he had prepared for the couple to enjoy. "This is easily said. Let Auntie indulge in a few more red-skinned eggs, and perhaps in a few days, the family will welcome a new addition." Wang Dongsheng's wife, Song Yue, felt a bit embarrassed by Ye Jingchuan's words, casting a sharp glare at Wang Dongsheng, which elicited hearty laughter from him. He genuinely hoped to bask in the joy this time, as he truly cherished children. Having only one son made the household feel rather desolate. "Don't pay heed to your uncle's ramblings. We merely heard that Nanzhi is giving birth in the city, so we came to check on her," Song Yue remarked gently, her soft demeanor indicating a kind disposition. Nanzhi engaged in light-hearted conversation with her, and to her surprise, Song Yue generously shared numerous parenting tips. It later became apparent that Song Yue had a fondness for children, having cared for 3 of her elder brother's kids over the years, making her quite the expert. While Song Yue and Nanzhi discussed matters concerning children, Wang Dongsheng and Ye Jingchuan shifted their conversation to the prospect of studying in the capital. "Jingchuan, how confident are you in your chances of being admitted to a university in the capital?" 10 out of 10, he replied with unwavering confidence. Wang Dongsheng, observing Ye Jingchuan's assured demeanor, couldn't help but laugh heartily. He had inquired with Kong Xingyao, who expressed only an 80% confidence level. "Is your wife accompanying you to the capital for university? Have you arranged your accommodations? Surely, you cannot expect her to stay in the school dormitory with 2 children. The school would likely disapprove. We plan to arrive in the capital ahead of the term and rent a place to stay," Ye Jingchuan explained. "That is not a sustainable solution. I will speak with Kong Xingyao's father and ask him to assist with your housing arrangements. If you can manage to tame that little tyrant, his father would be more than willing to help, even to the extent of gifting you a house," Wang Dongsheng offered. Ye Jingchuan quickly waved his hand, insisting, "I appreciate the offer, but I can manage these small matters myself. Are you truly sure you don't need assistance? Please, don't hesitate. We are well acquainted, and such minor favors are no burden to us." Ye Jingchuan politely declined Wang Dongsheng's kindness, believing that favors from influential individuals should be reserved for significant matters rather than trivialities. Nanzhi spent 5 days in the hospital, and on the day of her discharge, She initially intended to ask Ye Tingdong to drive a tractor to bring her home. However, Wang Dongsheng proactively sent his driver to assist, escorting Mu Nanzhi back. The fact that Mu Nanzhi gave birth in a city hospital and was returned home in an SUV stirred quite a commotion in the Xia Brigade. In this day and age, it is common for pregnant women to seek the services of a midwife at home, unless extraordinary circumstances arise. Otherwise, a hospital visit signifies a financial burden, and most families are reluctant to spend in such a manner. As for the SUV, only high-ranking officials could afford such luxuries. For ordinary folks like them, merely touching one would be remarkable, let alone riding in it. The combination of these two events cast Mu Nanzhi into the spotlight, leading to much envy among the villagers, especially within the Ye family. Prior to their division, Ye Jingchuan's household was rather inconspicuous within the brigade, enduring the most arduous of times. Who could have anticipated that after the separation, their fortunes would suddenly flourish, a reality that Ye Hao found utterly unacceptable? What is there to boast about? Is it merely because they possess a bit of money, moving to the city to have a child? What is so remarkable about that? My daughter Qing will give birth in the capital, and that will truly be impressive. Ye Guanyin received the news with a sense of bitterness, simultaneously feeling a pang of resentment. How could someone like Mu Nanzhi, a fierce woman, have the audacity to bear a child in the city? Was Ye Jingchuan's mind truly befuddled to engage in such extravagant endeavors? The funds allocated for childbirth could have been better spent enjoying a delightful meal in the city. Guanyin remarked that Ye Jingchuan, having only recently earned a modest sum from selling scraps, was already getting ahead of himself. Once our Guanyin gains admission to university and starts working, he will undoubtedly earn several hundred times more than Ye Jingchuan. Shun Huifeng sneered, her gaze falling upon Liang Qing's belly. She was merely a month behind Mu Nanzhi in her pregnancy, and now that Mu Nanzhi had given birth, her own time was drawing near. Qing, have you truly decided to return to the capital to give birth? Does that mean I must accompany you all to the capital? This matter was still uncertain, but she had already written to her mother, eagerly awaiting a reply. Liang Qing indeed wished to return to the capital for childbirth. However, her home was not spacious. The prospect of 3 additional occupants would render it even more cramped. Truth be told, she had yet to devise a plan for her accommodation upon her return. Before moving to the countryside, she had shared a room with her sister, and it was impossible for 4 individuals to occupy a small room upon their return. Gently caressing her belly, Liang Qing felt a sense of helplessness. This child had come at an inopportune time. According to her plans, without a child, she would have been able to settle into the student dormitory after the school term commenced. The prolonged separation had dulled their affections, and she envisioned proposing a divorce to rid herself of Ye Guanyin, seeking a more suitable partner in the capital. Yet now, with Ye Guanyin's child growing within her, all her plans had crumbled, compelling her to reevaluate her future. Ye Guanyin, perpetually overshadowed and harboring a sense of indignation, resolved to let Ye Jingchuan revel in his success for a few days. Once his acceptance letter arrived, marking him as the first university student from Xia Brigade, he would relish the opportunity to witness how long Ye Jingchuan could maintain his pride. Ye Guanyin and Liang Qing were following the path of gaining university admission through the replacement of another. Their acceptance letters were among the earliest to arrive. When the postal workers delivered the letters, the Ye household erupted in jubilation. Ye Hao had prepared 1,000 firecrackers in advance, setting them off exuberantly at the entrance. For many years, Xia Brigade had not produced a single university student, so the sudden emergence of 2 was met with widespread delight. It was indeed unexpected that Ye Guanyin, often seen as idle and lacking ambition, had quietly achieved such a remarkable feat. Who would have imagined he was capable of such significant accomplishments? Rumor had it that his wife was a sent-down youth with exceptional academic prowess. It was likely she had been supporting him all along, enabling them both to gain admission to the same university. At the entrance of the old Ye family's home, a crowd had gathered, enveloping the place in layers. As everyone expressed their profound envy for Ye Guanyin, who had managed to gain admission to university. His future prospects of graduating and securing a job with the state would set him apart from the laborers toiling in the fields. Listening to the envious remarks from the villagers, Ye Guanyin held his admission notice with a slight tilt of his chin, a sense of pride swelling within him. Look at him. He was indeed impressive. The petty earnings of Ye Jingchuan paled in comparison to his accomplishments. Beside him, Ye Hodai beamed with delight, reveling in the fact that he had a grandson attending university. This would elevate his family's status within the community. allowing him to stand proudly at the front during ancestral rites this coming new year. The earlier humiliation they had endured was now entirely redeemed, and Ye Hodai could hardly contain his joy. Yet, amid his happiness, Ye Hodai began to plot against Ye Yuanshan. With the construction of 6 new tiled houses on Ye Yuanshan's property, he devised a scheme to claim those homes for himself. His family, with their humble beginnings, did not deserve such fine accommodations. His youngest son, Ye Fushan, had the merit of producing Ye Guanyin, and thus, they should rightfully inhabit the new tiled houses. He would begrudgingly allow Ye Yuanshan's family to move back to the old Ye family's west wing, while Ye Guanyin's admission notice was still warm in his hands. Ye Hodai's thoughts turned to Ye Yuanshan's residence, revealing his deeply ingrained malice. As the villagers congregated outside the old Ye home, Ye Tingdong observed Ye Guanyin unveiling his admission notice before the crowd, only revealing the cover without fully opening it. Curiosity gnawed at him. Surely, Ye Guanyin would want to display his achievement to everyone. The unusual behavior stirred suspicions within Ye Tingdong. Unable to resist, he approached to uncover the truth. Unfortunately, Ye Guanyin kept the notice closely guarded, but Ye Tingdong's keen eyes caught a glimpse of the envelope, which bore the name Ye Feng as the recipient, with an address not belonging to the Shaha Brigade, but rather to the nearby Luoha Brigade. The Luoha Brigade was populous, and at that moment, Ye Tingdong could not recall if there was anyone named Ye Feng. He squeezed through the crowd to seek out Ye Jingchuan, asserting that Ye Guanyin was a fraud. Lacking any skill, and questioning how he could possibly gain admission to university, he must have assumed another's identity. Ye Tingdong hurried to Ye Jingchuan's home and briefly explained the situation. Ye Jingchuan erupted in laughter, slapping his thigh in delight. Ye Guanyin was digging his own grave, and he could not be blamed for it. What will you do about this, Jingchuan? It's simple, he replied. Inform Ye Feng, and let the victim confront Ye Guanyin. If Ye Feng cannot resolve it, then I shall intervene. Upon learning of Ye Guanyin's admission through deception rather than merit, Ye Jingchuan acknowledged the cleverness of the scheme. I shall inform Ye Feng immediately. Jingchuan, since Ye Guanyin has already received his admission notice, when can we expect news from your side? Ye Tingdong remained deeply concerned about Ye Jingchuan and his peers' college entrance examination results. Yesterday, Uncle Wang sent a message, revealing that all of us had been accepted, and the admission letters had already been dispatched. It is highly likely that I shall be the top science student in the city. As Ye Jingchuan spoke, he appeared remarkably nonchalant, as though this was merely an ordinary occurrence. Good heavens! Ye Tingdong stood there, utterly speechless, hardly able to fathom that Ye Jingchuan could be associated with the top science student. It was simply astonishing. I must inform my father that you are the city's top science student. When the admission letters are delivered, the city officials will undoubtedly be present. My father must prepare in advance to avoid being caught off guard. Please keep this confidential. Until the admission letter arrives, this news must not be disclosed. Understood, understood. I would never casually share such significant news. Ye Tingdong hurried off, as he had numerous matters to attend to. The population in Lihe Brigade was substantial, yet he effortlessly discovered information about Ye Feng. Ye Feng was quite renowned in Lihe Brigade. His father had previously been the principal of the local elementary school, but had retired due to illness a couple of years ago. Ye Feng had continued his studies, thanks to his father's connections, never falling behind in his coursework. However, his fame was not attributed to academic excellence, but rather to his exceptional calligraphy. Each new year, he generously penned couplets for the local families, and people from neighboring areas would come seeking his skill. Instead of directly informing Ye Feng about his university admission being usurped, Ye Tingdong chose to write a letter, asking a child to deliver it to Ye Feng's home. Given his father's position as principal, he surely had acquaintances who would inquire upon learning that Ye Feng's university admission had been compromised. Since Ye Guanyin received his acceptance letter, he had been exceptionally active in the village, basking in the compliments that followed him wherever he went. He relished this attention, spending more time socializing. One day, Ye Guanyin was in high spirits again, and Ye Xiaoyan seized the opportunity to flaunt his gold earrings, a task assigned to him by Ye Jingchuan. Although he had delayed for some time, he had not forgotten. Guanyin, could you tell me if this is real gold? Ye Xiaoyan mysteriously revealed a pair of gold earrings from his pocket, placing them in the palm of his hand for Ye Guanyin to see. Where did you acquire these gold earrings? At the sight of the earrings, Ye Guanyin's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively assumed that they must have come from a hidden treasure, as Ye Xiaoyan's family was impoverished and could not possibly possess such jewelry. I found them in my old house, I don't know who hid them in the wall. Is this the only pair of gold earrings? Ye Xiaoyan remained silent. Just as Ye Guanyin was about to inquire further, Ye Hao approached from a distance, asking, "What are you two whispering about?" Seeing Ye Hao coming, Ye Xiaoyan attempted to conceal the earrings, but Ye Hao's keen eyes spotted them immediately. "Xiaoyan, where did you get those gold earrings?" "I dug them out from a crevice in the wall." As Ye Xiaoyan contemplated putting away the golden earrings, he recalled that Ye Jingchuan had tasked him with showing them solely to Ye Guanyin. What if Ye Hao happened to catch sight of them? "Let me have a look." They wouldn't be fake, would they? Ye Xiaoyan, being an honest and filial boy, felt a pang of hesitation as Ye Hao, being of the elder generation, requested to see the earrings. After a moment's pause, he reluctantly handed them over. Gold is indeed a rare treasure, and the earrings felt heavy in his hand. "Answer your grandfather truthfully when he asks you," Ye Hao admonished. "All right." Ye Xiaoyan, nervously clutching the hem of his garment, bore a pitiful expression akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. "Now, tell your grandfather honestly, besides the golden earrings, do you possess any other valuable items?" The gravity in Ye Hao's voice was unmistakable, his murky gaze fixed intently on Ye Xiaoyan. At that moment, Ye Xiaoyan's heart raced with anxiety. This dialogue felt amiss. According to Ye Jingchuan's instructions, it should have been Ye Guanyin inquiring about other possessions, yet now it was Ye Hao. Should he adhere to the prearranged script? Chapter 129. Thoughts of the new house and gold bars. Observing Ye Xiaoyan's conflicted expression, Ye Hao couldn't help but raise his voice. "Xiaoyan, you must not lie to your grandfather. Deceit is wrong." "Yes, there are two other items." "What else?" Ye Hao's tone took on an urgent note. "There are two small gold bars, about the size of my fingers, though I can't ascertain their authenticity." At this revelation, Ye Hao's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as he surmised that the small gold bars Ye Xiaoyan mentioned were likely what they referred to as small yellow fish. Despite their diminutive size, these small yellow fish were not to be underestimated. "Xiaoyan, as a child, you might not recognize the authenticity of these small yellow fish. Bring them to me, and I shall help you determine their genuineness." "Oh, I will return to fetch them right away. My grandfather is at home, and I shall inquire further." Ye Hao, however, was adamant about preventing Ye Xiaoyan from consulting Ye San, hastily interjecting, "This must remain a secret. No one else can know, for if too many are aware, the small gold bars may be deemed counterfeit." Is it truly possible? Ye Xiaoyan's mind began to swirl. Though he was simple-minded, he was not oblivious. Gold bars were gold bars. How could they possibly turn false? "Tonight, bring the two small gold bars to the rocky area by the village laundry, and I will assist you in verifying their authenticity. If they are indeed genuine, you may then inform your grandfather." "All right." Ye Xiaoyan readily agreed, but as he turned to leave, he suddenly remembered the golden earrings still in Ye Hao's possession. He hurriedly requested their return, for they belonged to Ye Jingchuan, and he could not afford to lose them. Once Ye Xiaoyan had departed a short distance, Ye Guanyin cast a surprised glance at Ye Hao. "Ye Xiaoyan seems oblivious to the true value of gold. Leave this matter to me. I will devise a way to obtain the gold from Ye Xiaoyan." Though Ye Guanyin yearned to intervene, he understood that Ye Hao's nature would not permit him a share of the spoils. For now, his focus remained on the treasures in Luwang Valley, which were of utmost importance. "Grandfather, where are you headed?" Ye Guanyin nearly forgot his own agenda, momentarily distracted by Ye Xiaoyan, but now he could accompany his grandfather. "Where to?" Ye Guanyin inquired, somewhat bewildered. "Seek out your second uncle. He has just completed the construction of 6 grand-tiled houses. It would indeed be a pity for someone like Ye Jingchuan to reside there. I intend to discuss with him the possibility of exchanging residences, allowing your family to move into the spacious tiled houses while they relocate back to the old western wing." Ye Guanyin's eyes brightened. He had never anticipated that Ye Hao would propose such a scheme. However, a twinge of concern lingered. Would my second uncle be willing to make such an exchange? The investment in those 6 tiled houses must have been considerable. How could he possibly offer them to us for free? Given that you are the sole university student in our brigade, your second uncle ought to display some generosity and allow your family to inhabit the houses. With those words, Ye Hao strode purposefully towards Ye Jingchuan's home. During the construction of the houses, anyone in good standing with Ye Yuanshan had lent assistance. Yet the Yi family had not only refrained from helping, but had not even come to take a glance. Now that the houses were completed and ready for occupancy, Ye Hao arrived with his hands clasped behind his back. After the completion of the houses, Ye Hao had only seen them from a distance. He was aware that Ye Jingchuan had acquired additional land for the renovation, significantly enlarging the new residence compared to the previous one. Today, as he stepped through the courtyard gate, he realized that the newly built house was likely more than double its former size. Gazing at the bright courtyard, Ye Jingchuan felt an insatiable envy. He was determined to find a way to secure that property, planning to move in alongside the family of the third brother. Seeing Ye Jingchuan arrive uninvited, Ye Jingchuan frowned and stepped out of the house. "Father, do you need something? Why can't I come to see you without a reason?" Ye Jingchuan replied, his expression dark as he strode into the inner room. The new house's main hall was not only more spacious than before, but also furnished with a large tea table and 6 chairs, presenting an impressive ambience. The walls were adorned with the character for fortune, imparting a festive cheer to the hall. Initially, Ye Jingchuan had expected Ye Jingchuan's visit to be a chance to see the newborn twins, for they were the first children of Ye Jingchuan's generation. As their great-grandfather, it was only fitting for him to pay a visit. Unfortunately, Ye Jingchuan did not fully grasp Ye Jingchuan's character. As soon as he sat down, Ye Jingchuan impatiently remarked, "How is it that when I visit your home, you do not even offer me a cup of tea? Grandfather, if you have something to say, please be straightforward." Ye Jingchuan interjected as he emerged from the western room. Clearly, Ye Jingchuan's sudden visit was not merely for a cup of tea. "Ah, Ye Jingchuan, have you completely forgotten the virtue of filial piety? I am your grandfather, and yet you cannot even extend the courtesy of a cup of tea to me. Is this how you treat family?" Chuckling lightly, Ye Jingchuan waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind. I shall not quibble with someone as unrefined as you. You are not Guanyin." Ye Jingchuan laughed openly, pondering if Ye Jingchuan had lost his senses, appearing at their home to prattle on. "If you have something to say, do so plainly. No need for circumnavigation." "Very well. I have come to discuss the matter of the houses. Jingchuan, your house is quite well constructed. After much contemplation, I believe it to be a waste for you to occupy such a fine residence. Why not foster a good relationship with your third brother and arrange for a mutual exchange of houses?" As Ye Jingchuan's words settled in, both Ye Jingchuan and Ye Jingchuan stood there, utterly speechless, unable to respond for what felt like an eternity. Was this truly a notion that could emerge from a rational mind? Is Ye Jingchuan simply too old and confused, or has he succumbed to delusions, believing himself to be a precious dish that others must serve? Observing the silence of Ye Jingchuan and his son, Ye Jingchuan felt a sense of smug satisfaction. Look at them. They recognize the disparity now that Ye Guanyin has entered university. Perhaps by offering a house to curry favor with him, they might earn Ye Guanyin's regard in the future. "Father, are you jesting?" Ye Jingchuan gazed uncertainly at Ye Jingchuan, his mind in a state of bewilderment. "Jingchuan, your grandfather does this for your own good. After all, Jingchuan is but an adopted son, not a blood relation. You have only Qianqian as your daughter. Once she is married, you will have no blood descendants by your side. In your old age, you may find yourself relying on your nephews. Moreover, with Guanyin's university education, he is destined for great success. Once he thrives, he might lend you a hand, allowing you all to live comfortably. If you relinquish the new house to Guanyin's family, he will remember your kindness." Beside them, Ye Guanyin chimed in, "Rest assured, second uncle, should you agree to this house exchange, I will not neglect you once I achieve success." Ye Jingchuan and Ye Jingchuan exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting disbelief at the absurdity of the duo before them. As if they were witnessing a pair of fools. It was a pity they did not pursue a career in deception. Containing his amusement, Ye Jingchuan asked, "What house exchange? I fail to comprehend." "Let the third family move into the new house while you return to the original west wing," Ye Jingchuan proposed. After a moment's thought, he added, "It may be cramped in the west wing, but out of consideration for Jingchuan, who has just welcomed 2 children, I will allow Guanyin to forego some comfort and move into your 2 main rooms. I truly appreciate your generosity, but we shall not inconvenience Guanyin." "We will not exchange houses," replied Ye Jingchuan, having seen through Ye Jingchuan's true nature, realizing he was less than human, even beneath the standards of beasts. Such a person living another day was a mere waste of sustenance. Chapter 130. A life lost faced with the shameless Ye Jingchuan and Ye Guanyin. Ye Jingchuan felt that any words he spoke were a waste of breath. Even confronting them seemed to diminish his worth. How could one engage in discourse with refuse? As time waned, he declared, "It is getting late. I will not keep you here for tea." With that, he opened the door to the main hall, signaling for them to leave promptly. His patience was finite, and if provoked, he wouldn't hesitate to give Ye Guanyin a sound thrashing, leaving him bedridden for 10 days or more. Absurd. Ye Jingchuan, do not forget your place. You have no say here, retorted Ye Haod. Ye Haod, do not overlook the fact that this house was built with my earnings and is registered under my name. Pressuring my father is futile, as long as I refuse. No one shall seize this house from me. How could this be? Ye Haod was rendered speechless. In rural areas, it was customary for a father to hold ownership of new houses, rarely falling directly to the son. This very notion had imbued Ye Haod with misplaced confidence. For in his eyes, Ye Jingchuan was far easier to manipulate than Ye Jingchuan. Who could have imagined that Ye Jingchuan possessed such cunning? When constructing his house, he directly placed it under Ye Jingchuan's name. Even if the old Ye family were to perform acrobatics, they could not seize this property. Ye Jingchuan shares no blood ties with the old Ye family. Even if the king of heaven himself were to intervene, Ye Haod could not invoke filial piety against him. Ah, Ye Jingchuan, you have been perpetually guarding against me. Do you not recall that I am your father? Father, have you become so muddled in your old age that your memory has failed you? The day you revealed Jingchuan's true lineage, our father-son bond was severed irrevocably. I hope you refrain from visiting in the future to avoid any awkwardness between us. Ye Jingchuan's words were blunt, nearly causing Ye Haod to faint from fury. Well, those are your words. Ye Jingchuan, you are nothing but an ingrate. I have raised you in vain. Despite my kindness, you remain ungrateful. In the future, when you rise to prominence, do not come seeking me. I shall await the day Ye Guanyin achieves greatness. Ye Jingchuan could hardly contain his laughter. Ye Haod's grand visions were utterly comical. What does it matter if Ye Guanyin achieves success? He will never attain such heights. They would be waiting a lifetime. Ye Jingchuan, what are you so pleased about? You have merely earned a little money. Just wait and see. I will surely excel at university in the capital, surpassing you. Very well. I shall wait. Ye Jingchuan mused that Ye Guanyin should enjoy his dreams for now, for they would soon shatter. After the uproarious incident, Ye Jingchuan would not let it slip away lightly. As soon as Ye Haod departed, news began to spread throughout the Xiahou Brigade. Initially, when Ye Jingchuan sought approval for the homestead, all the brigade officials were aware it belonged to Ye Jingchuan. Now, with Ye Haod demanding the house, the brigade members were left speechless, some even questioning whether Ye Haod had lost his senses, as such an absurd act was unfathomable. As soon as Ye Haod left, Ye Xiaoyan, who had been waiting at the gate, hurried to find Ye Jingchuan. He recounted in detail his encounter with Ye Haod and Ye Guanyin. Ye Haod asked you to meet by the river at the village entrance? Not Ye Guanyin. Indeed, not Ye Guanyin. Ye Jingchuan's mind was in turmoil. He had always believed that Ye Guanyin was the one who harmed Ye Xiaoyan, never suspecting it could be Ye Haod. If it were him, the situation could indeed be explained. Given his fondness for Ye Guanyin, sharing some of the money with him would not be out of the question. Contemplating this, Ye Jingchuan felt a chill in his heart. Ye Xiaoyan had grown up under Ye Haod's watchful eye. As a child, he often sought Ye Jingchuan's company. And whenever there was work to be done at home, he would lend a hand without hesitation. Whenever there was something delicious to eat or drink, Ye Xiaoyan would remember his grandfather, Ye Haod. He still vividly recalls the time he discovered several wild tobacco plants on the mountain. The tobacco was particularly strong and pungent, and knowing that Ye Haod had a taste for it, he would frequently rush up the mountain, fearing that someone else would harvest it before him. After waiting for the tobacco to mature, he hurried to pick it, but while doing so, he lost his footing on a loose stone and tumbled down the slope. At that time, Ye Xiaoyan was only 12 years old and nearly lost his life. Injured and disheveled, he presented a bundle of tobacco leaves to Ye Haod. Upon receiving a few words of praise, he beamed with a foolish grin, feeling as though he had accomplished something remarkable. It seemed as if these events had transpired merely yesterday. How could Ye Haod have forgotten everything? To demand Ye Xiaoyan's life for a mere handful of gold was absurd. With Ye Xiaoyan's simple-mindedness, all he needed to do was express his desire and offer a few compliments, and he would willingly hand over the gold bars without any need for harm. Contemplating this, Ye Jingchuan felt as if a heavy stone weighed upon his heart, rendering him breathless. It was time to settle the debts from his past life. Xiaoyan, go boldly this evening. I will be watching from the shadows. If anyone questions you, just say this, he whispered, leaning close to Ye Xiaoyan's ear to impart a set of instructions. Ye Xiaoyan, who usually heeded Ye Jingchuan's words, nodded vigorously and repeated the instructions to ensure he wouldn't forget. After a long day, as dusk approached, the streets of Xiahou Brigade were nearly deserted, with everyone retreating to their homes for dinner and rest. Yi Hao arrived at the rocky shore at the village entrance, where he found Ye Jingchuan already standing by the riverbank. Numerous large stones lined the river for washing clothes, and Ye Jingchuan stood atop one of these. Eager to procure the small yellow fish, Yi Hao hastened to Ye Jingchuan's side. As the evening darkened, he failed to notice that the stone beneath him had been hollowed out. Once he stepped onto it, it would topple into the river with the slightest movement. Jingchuan, quickly take out the gold earrings and the small yellow fish. I will help you determine their authenticity. Brother Jingchuan told me not to give them to you. What? You told Ye Jingchuan about this? Yi Hao's heart sank, his teeth grinding in frustration. Gripping Ye Jingchuan by the collar, he growled. Did I not instruct you to keep this a secret? Why did you tell Ye Jingchuan? Did you give him the gold earrings and the small yellow fish as well? So what if I did? Let go of me. Despite his youth and strength, Ye Jingchuan managed to break free from Yi Hao's grasp with a slight exertion. After freeing himself, he swiftly moved toward the riverbank. Yi Hao, still seeking answers, would not allow him to depart. Just as he reached out to seize Ye Jingchuan again, the stone beneath him suddenly shifted, and with a resounding splash, Yi Hao tumbled into the river. In the summer, the river swelled, and the current roared. Yi Hao barely struggled before being swept away several meters. He vaguely heard cries for help from the riverbank, and the sound of someone leaping into the water. Yet, the current was too fierce, and before he lost consciousness, no one came to his aid. Meanwhile, Ye Jingchuan, anxiously awaiting news of Yi Hao, could hardly fathom that the message he received was the tragic news of Yi Hao's drowning. Chapter 131. A series of calamitous tidings. Yi Hao's death came as a shock. The old Yi family hurried to the riverbank. The body of Yi Hao was retrieved and placed on the rocky shore, covered by a tattered cloth. The family surrounded the lifeless form, wailing in grief. After weeping for a considerable time, Ye Jingchuan caught sight of Ye Jingchuan standing at the water's edge. He quickly reacted, rising abruptly and rushing towards Ye Jingchuan, accusing him. Did you cause my grandfather's misfortune? As he spoke, he attempted to strike, but was restrained by others from the team. In that moment, Ye Jingchuan resembled an enraged wild dog, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Ye Jingchuan, wishing he could rend him apart. It has nothing to do with me. He fell into the river by his own misstep, Ye Jingchuan replied, unperturbed by the gravity of the situation. Unlike others who might have panicked, he appeared remarkably composed. There's no one else here but you. If it wasn't you who pushed him, then who else could it be? Though Ye Jingchuan was on the brink of madness, his reason remained intact, preventing him from revealing the matter concerning the gold bars. The riverside was already crowded with onlookers, and with Ye Jingchuan's loud outburst, all eyes turned towards Ye Jingchuan. However, those familiar with the team understood that Ye Jingchuan was an honest boy. Even if he had inadvertently pushed Ye Hao into the water, it was not intentional. As the crowd urged Ye Jingchuan to calm down, he secretly contemplated a different scheme. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to hold Ye Jingchuan accountable, using it as leverage to compel him to surrender the two small goldfish. Just as he prepared to initiate his performance, he was abruptly reprimanded. Ye Jingchuan, cease your madness. This is merely an accident. Ye Jingchuan emerged from the nearby woods with a group of children. How could it be an accident? Ye Jingchuan, don't think you can shield Ye Jingchuan. A life for a life. He pushed my grandfather into the river and must ensure my grandfather's longevity. Your words are quite intriguing. Just because Jingchuan stood by the riverbank, you accuse him of pushing Ye Hao? Isn't it so? My grandfather, though advanced in age, is quite robust. How could he have fallen into the river without reason? Ye Jingchuan must be responsible for it. In a fit of rage, Ye Jingchuan struggled against those holding him back, intent on delivering a fierce blow to Ye Jingchuan, only to be met with a resounding slap from Ye Jingchuan. Ye Jingchuan, gather your wits. We were all in the woods gathering cicadas. Ask them what they witnessed. The children trailing behind Ye Jingchuan were mostly around 10 years old, each holding jars or plastic bottles filled with freshly unearthed cicadas. A couple of the older children timidly addressed Ye Jingchuan, saying, we saw with our own eyes that your grandfather fell from the rocks. Jingchuan did not push him. While a single child's testimony might lack credence, soon several others, slightly older, corroborated the account, asserting that Ye Hao had fallen into the river on his own, with no one else involved. With so many children stepping forward to vouch for Ye Jingchuan, even if Ye Jingchuan harbored doubts, he found himself at a loss. The people in the brigade merely believed that Ye Jingchuan was troubled by grief, which led him to trouble Ye Jingchuan. After some persuasion, They hastily lifted Yi Hao back to the old Yi family home to discuss the subsequent funeral arrangements. The old Yi family was devoid of kindness. Ding Chunhua, who had suffered a fall the previous year, remained bedridden and in poor condition, enduring constant mistreatment. However, while Yi Hao was still alive, his presence afforded her some protection, preventing his children from being overly harsh. Now, with Yi Hao's death, Ding Chunhua received the news and wept bitterly on the Kong, fully aware that her future days would be fraught with hardship. "Mother, please do not cry. We have discussed it. My father died in an accident and should not linger at home for too long. We will proceed with the cremation early tomorrow morning." "So soon?" Ding Chunhua was taken aback. "Guanyin has just been accepted into university. This should be a moment of joy. I fear that holding the funeral at home will overshadow his achievement. We wish to keep my father's funeral simple, forgoing a burial. After the cremation, we will inter him in the afternoon." "How can this be?" Ding Chunhua was stunned. Yi Hao had always been concerned with maintaining face. Had he known that he would receive no funeral, he would surely have been enraged. "Mother, it is not that we do not wish to hold a funeral for father, but we are truly unable to afford it. You know how hard times have been for us this year. Guanyin is about to start university, and Shaoqing is expecting a child. Every aspect of life requires expenditure. We simply cannot manage." Yi Fushan's expression was one of distress, caught in a dilemma. As the youngest son, he was Yi Hao's favorite, yet in matters concerning the funeral, he was bound to follow the arrangements set forth by his elder brother, Ye Jingchuan, who also wished to avoid a funeral. Every penny spent now would come from his own pocket. He would rather save the money for himself than squander it on a funeral for Yi Hao. "Ah, you brothers must come to an agreement." Ding Chunhua sighed heavily. Now confined to her bed, she had lost her voice in the old Yi family. Even knowing that her sons were deliberately neglecting to hold a funeral for Yi Hao, she felt utterly powerless. With the decisions made, Yi Fushan and Ye Jingchuan busied themselves with the funeral preparations. That night, Yi Hao's body was to remain in the main hall until morning. Traditionally, someone in the family should keep vigil. However, neither brother was inclined to do so, and ultimately, each family sent a son. Yi Guanyin and Yi Haoyan were assigned to watch over the body. They managed to endure until midnight before returning home to sleep, each indifferent to Yi Hao's demise. The next day, as Yi Hao was taken for cremation, Yi Guanyin did not even attend, citing fatigue from the previous night's vigil. In truth, he was more eager to confront Yi Xiaoyan, intent on extracting the gold earrings and the little yellow fish from him. Just as he was about to leave, he unexpectedly collided with Zhou Dongfeng. In this world, there is no impenetrable wall. Soon Zhou Dongfeng learned of the inquiries surrounding Yi Feng's identity theft. He made a special trip to the Zaiqi Brigade to consult with Yi Guanyin. "Dongfeng, you cannot let me down. If this does not go well, I will be unable to attend university." Yi Guanyin could hardly have anticipated that misfortune would befall him so swiftly. Just yesterday, his grandfather had passed, and today, a grave issue had arisen concerning his university admission. Who could have anticipated that Yi Feng's father possessed such remarkable influence, managing to inquire about admissions at Beijing Normal University, and that the response would be conveyed so swiftly? Logically speaking, even if Yi Feng were aware of the identity theft, by the time he sought clarity regarding the university's situation, the semester would likely have commenced. At that point, even if he wished to raise a commotion, it would hardly make a ripple. After all, once the academic year begins, everything is set in stone, impervious to change. However, with the admission notice freshly issued, he has directly approached the university, allowing for the possibility of negotiation. Chapter 132. In a bind, what should be done now? Yi Guanyin found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Perhaps you could approach Yi Feng and see if you could purchase this spot from him, as long as the price is right. He could always retake the exam next year, suggested Zhou Dongfeng, striving to assist Yi Guanyin. Yet he overlooked a crucial issue. Yi Guanyin lacked the necessary funds. Since Yi Feng has gone directly to the university, it is evident he intends to enroll, and I fear I cannot persuade him to relinquish his place. I truly have no better alternatives. Perhaps you could repeat the year next year, and I would help you navigate the connections once more. Yi Guanyin furrowed his brow, his mind in turmoil. Repeating the year would mean separating from Liang Qing, leaving her alone to care for their child as she returned to Beijing. Yi Guanyin could hardly bear the thought. "Let me think it over," he said. "Fine, we only have these two options. See which one might be feasible. And what about my wife's spot? Has anyone approached about that?" "Not yet." "Good. If both spots encounter issues, it would complicate matters significantly. After bidding farewell to Zhou Dongfeng, Ye Jingchuan contemplated for a moment before deciding to confide in Liang Qing. Currently, he found himself in a passive position, likely unable to attend university with her this year. Nevertheless, he could return to Beijing with her, and when the time for the college entrance examination arrives next year, he could make another trip back. With Liang Qing set to give birth soon, he could assist in caring for her and simultaneously seek employment in Beijing. Regardless of the circumstances, he was unwilling to continue living a life toiling in the fields of Xiaohe Brigade. Ye Jingchuan shared his thoughts with Liang Qing, unaware that she harbored her own intentions. Having already contemplated parting ways with Ye Jingchuan, she seized this opportunity. Jingchuan, to prevent my spot from becoming an issue as well, I shall personally visit Liang Qingqing's home tomorrow to see if I can secure her spot. If they haven't approached us, we need not seek them out. You fool, can't you see? The reason Yi Feng is aware of the imposture is that someone has tipped him off. With Liang Qing's reminder, Ye Jingchuan finally grasped why the situation had come to light. I wondered how everything suddenly unraveled. Xiao Qing, do you think it was someone who reported me? Is that even a question? Whoever you have enmity with is undoubtedly the one who informed on you. The name Ye Jingchuan flashed through Ye Jingchuan's mind, and he slammed his palm onto the coffee table in frustration. Once again, it is Ye Jingchuan. He cannot gain admission himself and lacks connections, so he is deliberately trying to hinder me. Furious, Ye Jingchuan wished to confront Ye Jingchuan, but now was not the time for such disputes. He needed to first resolve the immediate predicament. Tomorrow, let us part ways. I shall seek out Yi Feng, while you will visit Liang Qingqing. Very well. Yi Haod will be cremated in the morning and buried in the afternoon. This news has spread throughout the Xiaohe Brigade, leaving everyone astonished. No one anticipated that Yi Haod would depart this world without even a funeral. Many whispered behind the scenes that the brothers Ye Jingchuan and Ye Fushan were heartless. Their own father had raised them and even aided in their marriages and child-rearing, yet they allowed him to meet such a fate, truly disheartening. However, Ye Jingchuan and Ye Fushan were never ones to care for reputation. Let others gossip as they please, it would not cost them a penny. Liang Qing knew the address of Liang Qingqing's home, so finding her posed no challenge. She was remarkably astute and, after a brief conversation with the Liang family, surmised that Liang Qingqing held little standing within her household. The only reason she had gained admission to university was due to the diligent efforts of her brother. She merely benefited from his hard work. In the end, her brother failed to gain admission, while she succeeded. Liang Qing, having grasped the situation, directly stated her intentions. Should Liang Qingqing agree, she could offer 200 yuan as compensation, allowing her to retake the college entrance examination next year. Initially reluctant, Liang Qingqing found herself swayed by her parents' greed, who readily consented to the arrangement, and they even formalized it in writing. Thus, despite her reservations, Liang Qingqing had no choice but to acquiesce. In stark contrast to Liang Qing's smooth dealings, Ye Jingchuan's situation proved troublesome. Upon arriving at Yi Feng's home to explain his purpose, he was met with a broomstick from Yi Feng's father, who threatened to report him to the Education Bureau, thereby jeopardizing Ye Jingchuan's chances of ever taking the college entrance examination. Ye Jingchuan had married Liang Qing from the Luohe Brigade, where many knew him. Even before he returned to Xiaohe Brigade, word of his impersonation of Yi Feng had spread throughout the Hongxing commune. As the situation escalated, Ye Jingchuan feared he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Terrified, he sought assistance from Zhou Dongfeng, but given the gravity of the situation, Zhou's relatives were too frightened to intervene, knowing that any involvement could lead to their own misfortune. Ultimately, Ye Jingchuan's eligibility for the college entrance examination was revoked. Had it not been for Ye Fushan intervening with Ye Hansheng, Yi Feng would have sought to imprison him. As it stood, losing his examination privileges was already a significant reprieve. Just days earlier, the Yi family had celebrated with 1,000 firecrackers, heralding Ye Jingchuan as the first college student from Xiaohe Brigade. Who could have imagined that within mere days, he would be embroiled in a scandal of impersonation? The entire Xiaohe Brigade felt a sense of humiliation, and Ye Jingchuan, too, was confined to his home for several days, avoiding the outside world. For he knew that the moment he stepped out, he would be met with pointed fingers and even stones thrown by children. As the situation unfolded, it was not only Ye Jingchuan who felt disgrace. The entire Yi family conducted themselves with utmost humility, refraining from any semblance of pride. 3 days after Yi Haod's passing, Ye Jingchuan and Ye Fushan summoned all members of the Yi family to the main room. They gathered everyone to discuss a matter of importance. Ye Jingchuan surveyed the crowd and boldly announced his intention to divide the family. Ye Hao has passed away, and it is entirely natural for the Lao Yi family to divide their estate. There is no dissent among the relatives regarding this matter. Only disputes over the division of property, which soon escalated into quarrels. The Lao Yi family possesses but a single courtyard, and each party wishes to claim a larger portion. Furthermore, with Ding Chunhua currently incapacitated and bedridden, no one is inclined to provide for her. The arguments persisted without yielding a resolution, ultimately escalating to the village committee. Merely 3 days after Ye Hao's demise, the two sons of the Lao Yi family were in haste to partition the estate, a truly embarrassing spectacle. Other families in Xiaohe Brigade had undergone similar divisions, yet none had created such a public uproar. Amidst the chaos in the Lao Yi family, Ye Jingchuan busied himself at home caring for his child, while also observing the unfolding drama. He found the tumult surrounding the division of the Lao Yi estate to be quite entertaining. But little did anyone expect that Liang Qing would resort to cunning tactics at such a critical juncture. Her due date was originally set for September, yet seemingly due to the misfortunes befalling the Lao Yi family, she unexpectedly went into labor in early August. The child was born prematurely, a perilous situation, and more alarmingly, Liang Qing delivered the baby at home without medical assistance, nearly losing her own life in the process. Later, Lu Wanchuan revealed that Liang Qing had taken labor-inducing medication, indicating her urgency to escape the predicament of the Lao Yi family. Ye Jingchuan had long recognized Liang Qing's formidable nature, yet he never anticipated that she would be equally ruthless towards herself, willing to jeopardize her own life to extricate herself from the quagmire of the Lao Yi family. Such a person is undoubtedly destined for greatness in the future, and Ye Guanyin would find it quite challenging to keep her in check. Chapter 133. Liang Qing returns to Beijing alone not long after Liang Qing gave birth. Her parents, who had not been seen for a considerable time, finally arrived at Xiaohe Brigade. Initially, Ye Guanyin was quite pleased to receive Liang Qing's parents, extending them a warm welcome, but his smile soon faded. The Lao Yi family was embroiled in a division of property, and after Liang Qing's parents arrived, Ye Guanyin ushered them to the west room for hospitality, avoiding the east room entirely. Following their arrival, only Yi Fushan and Shun Huifang made an appearance. The family of Ye Jingchuan, residing in the same courtyard, merely offered a superficial greeting before hastily departing, leaving Liang Qing's parents feeling quite disgruntled. Ye Guanyin had no choice but to explain the situation. Currently, Ding Chunhua was residing in the east room, which had become uninhabitable owing to a foul odor from neglect, rendering it unsuitable for hosting guests. As for the Ye Jingchuan family, their estrangement stemmed from the ongoing disputes about the division, with the two brothers on the brink of a serious falling out. When lunchtime arrived, the anger of Liang's parents reached its peak. "Guanyin, my daughter just gave birth to a girl for you, and all you provide her is a bowl of millet porridge? Not even a bowl of chicken soup?" Liang's mother exclaimed, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at the meager bowl of porridge on the table. Despite having many children, Liang Qing had never been mistreated in terms of food at home, and it was no wonder she had eagerly sent a telegram for her parents to come and retrieve her. Had they not come, she would have suffered greatly. "Mother, I will go to the market tomorrow to buy a chicken for Xiao Qing," Ye Guanyin replied with a forced smile. It was not that he lacked resources. Had he the means, he would have procured a chicken for Liang Qing long ago to nourish her. "No need for that. We shall depart after lunch." "Mother, you traveled such a long distance. Surely you should stay the night before leaving." "Stay? With merely these two dilapidated rooms in your home, how could we possibly accommodate ourselves?" Liang Ma shot a fierce glare at Ye Guanyin and continued, "Soon, Xiao Qing will tidy up her belongings and accompany us back to the capital." "What?" Ye Guanyin was momentarily taken aback. "Xiao Qing has just given birth and is still in her confinement. How could she return to the capital so soon? If we are to return, it must be after the end of August." I failed to articulate my intentions clearly. What I meant was that we are only taking Xiao Qing back to the capital for recuperation, while the child will remain in your care. School will commence in September, and we cannot allow Xiao Qing to be delayed in her studies due to childbirth. Liang Ma's words left everyone present in utter astonishment, except for Liang Qing, who leisurely sipped her millet porridge, fully aware that this was all part of her meticulous plan. Whether her parents or Ye Guanyin, they had all been outmaneuvered by her. Had her parents not witnessed her hardships firsthand, they would not have suddenly relented and agreed to take her back home. especially since she had not received any response to her previous letters. I cannot agree to this. What will happen to the child if Xiaoqing leaves alone? She has only just been born. It would be too cruel to separate her from her mother. Is my Xiaoqing not worthy of sympathy? She was a fine educated youth who married a rural man, nearly losing her chance to return to the city for the rest of her life. Moreover, the child bears your surname, Yi, not Liang. I trust you will take good care of the child. Liang Ma's words instilled a sense of trepidation in Ye Jingchuan. It sounded as though she wished for them to divorce. That cannot happen. If he were to divorce Liang Qing, he would truly have nothing left, as he still hoped to rely on the Liang family to improve his fortunes. However, the Liang family's stance was resolute. If he did not concede, the families would fall out, and they might very well force him to divorce on the spot. Realizing this, Ye Jingchuan steadied himself, casting a mournful gaze at Liang Qing. Xiaoqing, can you truly bear to leave me and our daughter behind and return to the capital alone? I am left with no alternative. Liang Qing finally lifted her head to look at Ye Jingchuan. This was her singular opportunity to extricate herself from his grasp. Regardless of his pleas, she must depart today. With university commencing in the near future, your parents will be busy with work and unable to tend to your confinement. It would be better for me to take the child and return to the capital with you. Ye Jingchuan deliberately emphasized the words university opening as a blatant threat to Liang Qing. Should she refuse, he would report her for impersonation, and if this matter reached the university, Liang Qing could forget about attending school in peace. I wish for you and the child to accompany me, but my home cannot accommodate us. Surely you wouldn't have me and the child living haphazardly in a rented place? I will first return to the capital to recuperate, and once the semester begins and I find a suitable residence, I shall bring you and our daughter to the capital. Liang Qing realized she was at a disadvantage with Ye Jingchuan holding leverage over her. She could only placate him for the time being and address everything once they returned to the capital. Very well, the university in the capital undoubtedly has stringent requirements. Focus on your studies once the semester begins. There's no need to rush into finding a place for me. If it comes to it, my daughter and I can stay in a small inn for a few days until I can secure a rental myself. All right, I will write to you once I have settled in. At this moment, Liang Qing was filled with a deep-seated resentment, as Ye Jingchuan seemed to be implying that he had means to prevent her from attending university once the semester commenced. Liang Ma, unaware of the underlying intricacies of their relationship, assumed it was merely a temporary strategy employed by Liang Qing and chose to remain silent. After gathering their belongings, the Liang family departed together, while Ye Jingchuan carried the child and escorted them to the village's entrance, only returning home once they had disappeared from sight. The news of Liang Qing returning to Beijing shortly after giving birth, without even completing her confinement, quickly spread throughout the Xiahe brigade. Previously, there were other educated youths from different brigades who chose to divorce their husbands in order to return to the city. Typically, these individuals would not take their children with them. The fact that Liang Qing did not take her child further substantiated this narrative. Many began to subtly inquire of Ye Jingchuan whether he had indeed divorced Liang Qing. Naturally, Ye Jingchuan would not concede to such a notion, stating instead that Liang Qing had suffered complications during childbirth and was preparing to return to Beijing to recuperate. He argued that if she were to take the child with her, she would be unable to focus on her recovery. Although his reasoning was plausible, no one within the brigade believed him. After all, once Liang Qing was accepted into university, she would become a student, making it implausible for her to continue living with someone as impoverished as Ye Jingchuan. His words were merely a self-deception. Ye Jingchuan calculated the time, expecting his admission notice to arrive by mid-August. However, after a prolonged wait, it failed to come, while the notice for Ye Jingchuan arrived first. The postman brought with him the university admission notices, startling the residents of Xiahe Brigade, particularly since it was Ye Jingchuan who had been accepted. Many were aware that Ye Jingchuan had purchased study materials for Nanzhi, and initially, they presumed that the university admission notice belonged to her. They were taken aback to discover it was for Ye Jingchuan instead. Having only attended high school for half a year, her achievement in gaining university admission raised eyebrows, as many expressed skepticism, especially with Ye Jingchuan as a cautionary tale. Some even speculated that Ye Jingchuan had secured her place under a false identity. Chapter 134. 2 Admission notices. The postman looked toward the group of girls standing at the door and inquired, "Who is Ye Jingchuan?" "I am," Ye Jingchuan replied. her eyes welling with tears upon seeing the several university admission notices in the postman's hands. To be honest, she had felt completely uncertain about her prospects going into the college entrance examination, even preparing herself for the possibility of repeating the year. Now that the university admission notices had finally arrived, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. There are 2 university admission notices here, both addressed to you. The postman handed the 2 notices to Ye Jingchuan for her signature. How can there be 2 admission notices? Ye Jingchuan furrowed his brow. He had estimated that Ye Jingchuan would score sufficiently high to be directly accepted by Beijing Normal University. Thus, he was perplexed by the existence of a second notice. Brother, this one is from Jiangpu University. Ye Jingchuan, in front of everyone, opened the notice from Jiangpu University, revealing a name that was not her own, but rather a girl named Ye Jingchuan. Ah, Jingchuan, I have something to discuss with you. Please wait before you read the admission notice. The tardy Zhou Dongfeng witnessed Ye Jingchuan opening her admission letter in front of a crowd and hurried over to intervene. Brother Zhou? Ye Jingchuan exclaimed, perplexed by Zhou Dongfeng's sudden appearance and his attempt to halt her from unsealing the admission letter. Before Zhou could utter a word, the onlooker Ye Lingling snatched the letter from Ye Jingchuan's hands. Jingchuan, you truly are audacious. My brother just got caught impersonating someone else, and here you are, brazenly continuing this charade. Aren't you afraid they will come after you? Ye Lingling displayed the admission letter for all to see, revealing the glaring name, Ye Jingchuan, in bold letters before the assembly. Jingchuan, how foolish you are. You've only just entered your first year of high school. Not getting into university is no shame, but to impersonate another in order to attend is utterly disgraceful. You've brought shame upon the Ye family. Ye Jingchuan's aunt, Chu Feng, feigned sorrow and looked at Ye Jingchuan, her expression suggesting concern, though her words merely solidified the accusation of Ye Jingchuan's impersonation. As for the dignity of the Ye family, it had long been tarnished. Aunt, it is not as you claim. I did not impersonate anyone, and I am unaware of how this admission letter came into my possession. At that moment, Ye Jingchuan felt utterly wronged. Having secured her place at Beijing Normal University through her own merit, how could she ever consider impersonating someone to attend Jiangpu University? The 2 institutions were worlds apart, incomparable in stature. How can you still deny it? Look at the envelope. It clearly states it is addressed to you, Ye Jingchuan. Yet inside is the admission letter for Ye Jingchuan. I've heard that this year, many have been victims of impersonation. As long as you possess Ye Jingchuan's admission letter, you could take her place at university. Rest assured, I am your aunt. While I despise such behavior, I will not report you. Chu Feng declared with a sense of righteous indignation, though her face betrayed her disdain. I have not impersonated anyone. This admission letter is not mine. Mine is right here. With that, Ye Jingchuan raised another admission letter before the crowd, its cover unmistakably indicating it was from Beijing Normal University. I applied to Beijing Normal University. This is my admission letter. With reddened eyes, Ye Jingchuan swiftly opened the letter in front of everyone. See for yourselves, my admission letter bears my name, Ye Jingchuan. I am attending Beijing Normal University, not Jiangpu University. As for why the Jiangpu University letter was sent to me, I cannot say. The onlookers murmured among themselves as they gazed at the admission letter Ye Jingchuan held aloft. I always said that Jingchuan has been honest since childhood. How could she possibly engage in such a shameful act of impersonation? From a young age, Jingchuan has exhibited remarkable intelligence. Despite being only in her first year of high school, she has spent these past 6 months with a book always in hand. I heard from our son that during school, Jingchuan sacrifices her lunchtime, allowing herself only 10 minutes to eat, and forgoes any afternoon rest to delve straight into her studies. I recall one evening when our radio suddenly fell silent, and I went to seek help from Jingchuan's father. It was past 9 at night. Yet Jingchuan was still reading by candlelight. With such dedication, it is hardly surprising that she secured a place at a prestigious university in the capital. Indeed, even if we harbor doubts about Jingchuan, we trust her father's integrity. He would never permit his daughter to impersonate another for university admission. As everyone praised Ye Jingchuan, Chu Feng interjected, questioning the legitimacy of another college acceptance letter. Surely, it was implausible that Ye Jingchuan had not applied to Jiangpu University, and that an acceptance letter would simply appear as if by chance. Zhou Dongfeng, who had been silent until now, noticed that Ye Jingchuan was on the verge of tears and quickly spoke up. The acceptance letter from Jiangpu University was procured by me for Jingchuan. I feared she might not gain entry to a good university, so I provided her with a safety net. I had no idea she would excel to such an extent and gain admission to the capital normal university. As Zhou Dongfeng's words resonated through the crowd, all eyes turned toward him. Zhou Dongfeng, are you a benevolent Samaritan? You went out of your way to secure a university acceptance letter for Ye Jingchuan? Why not do the same for my daughter Lingling? Chu Feng expressed her skepticism, noting that impersonating someone for university admission was no simple feat. It required not only an acceptance letter, but also documentation of residency. Without matching names, the university would never allow attendance. The bureaucratic process was arduous, and Zhou Dongfeng was hardly idle enough to assist Ye Jingchuan without reason. What do you mean by non-relatives? I have spoken of our engagement with Jingchuan. We are merely awaiting the wedding banquet. Wait a moment. When did you discuss an engagement with my sister? As her brother, how was I unaware of this? Ye Jingchuan was bewildered. Who was this Zhou Dongfeng, and why did he feel as if he were losing his grip on reality? Remember the incident with Ye Guanyin being pursued by Qiu? I provided the funds to settle that matter, and at the time, Qianqian's grandfather consented to our union, considering the 500 yuan I offered as a betrothal gift. This revelation left not only Ye Jingchuan perplexed, but also everyone present utterly bewildered. Zhou Dongfeng, I must inquire, when Ye Hao agreed to your proposal, were you aware that our families had already separated? Ye Hao has no authority over my sister. Ye Jingchuan looked at Zhou Dongfeng with incredulity, akin to observing a fool. I am not part of your collective. How could I possibly know if your families had separated? Regardless, Ye Lao Yizi is still Qianqian's grandfather, and he certainly has a say in his granddaughter's marriage. Very well, then go seek Ye Hao for his promise. My sister will undoubtedly refuse to marry you. Ye Jingchuan's expression turned icy. He could not believe that even after Ye Hao had passed, such a distasteful maneuver could still be employed against him. Chapter 135. The 3,500 yuan betrothal gift. The crowd surrounding the Ye family's residence could hardly anticipate that their visit was merely to witness a university admission letter. Yet they found themselves embroiled in a scandal of considerable magnitude. Qiu Laoda was quite a notorious figure in the Hongxing commune. He had previously threatened that if Ye Guanyin failed to compensate him, he would take lethal action against him. Ultimately, the matter was left unresolved, leading many to believe that Ye Guanyin had the capability to handle it independently. In truth, it was not Ye Guanyin's prowess that had averted disaster, but rather the collusion between Ye Hao and Ye Guanyin, who had sold Ye Jingchuan, thus sparing Ye Guanyin from Qiu Laoda's wrath. Zhou Dongfeng, if you truly wish to locate Jingchuan, your inquiries should be directed towards Ye Hao and Ye Guanyin, as it was they who accepted the 3,500 yuan betrothal gift. Lu Wanqin, the women's director of the brigade, had been advocating against arranged marriages and saw this as an opportune moment to enlighten Zhou Dongfeng. We established a written agreement, and the 3,500 yuan was designated as a betrothal gift. Since the gift has been accepted, the marriage is indeed valid. At this moment, Zhou Dongfeng was in a state of great anxiety. He had not anticipated that Ye Hao and Ye Guanyin would be so unreliable. The enormity of the situation had not even been communicated to Ye Jingchuan, nor had her family been informed, leaving him in an exceedingly awkward position. He resolved to address this matter with them later. However, before that, he needed to assert himself. If the Ye family were to dismiss the marriage today, once Ye Jingchuan departed for university in the capital, he would have no recourse. As he spoke, Zhou Dongfeng retrieved the original agreement from his pocket, scanning the crowd until he spotted the hurried figure of Ye Hanxing. Uncle Yi, as the village secretary, I trust you to advocate for my marriage with Jingchuan. He handed the document to Ye Hanxing. I am a close friend of Ye Guanyin. When we first met, the Yi family was not yet divided. I am well aware that old Yi is the head of the family, and it is precisely this trust that led to the betrothal gift of 3,500 yuan and my assistance in securing Jingchuan's admission to Jiangpu University. I would not expend such effort for an unrelated party. After all, my family, the Zhou family, is quite respectable in Tianzhuang Brigade, with relatives holding positions in Jiangpu City. Zhou Dongfeng's final statement was directed at the Yi family, subtly warning them that if they opposed the marriage today, they might face dire consequences in the future. Moreover, his repeated mention of the 3,500 yuan betrothal gift served to demonstrate his standing. In an era when young couples often engaged in marriages with minimal dowries, a sum of 1 or 200 yuan was already considered respectable. Young Zhou, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you, but this matter is indeed quite complex. Last year, Ye Jingchuan's family separated from the old Yi family, and thus the decision regarding her marriage does not rest with them. I suggest you let this go and instead seek out Ye Jingchuan to reclaim your money. That would resolve the issue. Upon glancing at the agreement, Ye Jingchuan surmised the situation. Zhou Dongfeng had indeed fallen into a predicament. Uncle Yi did not convey it in such a manner. Ye Haod is Ye Jingchuan's grandfather. How could he not have a say in this matter? Why not summon Ye Haod and Ye Jingchuan for a confrontation? At this moment, Zhou Dongfeng still harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that Ye Haod, being Ye Jingchuan's grandfather, would ensure that she could not simply disregard this marriage arrangement. However, Zhou Dongfeng was unaware that just a few days prior, Ye Haod had tragically drowned in the river, and the Ye family was currently embroiled in a dispute over inheritance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dongfeng felt a chill run through him. How could this be? Was his engagement to Ye Jingchuan destined to end so abruptly? No. He had invested considerable effort over the past 6 months assisting Ye Jingchuan, and he could not allow all his endeavors to vanish simply because of Ye Haod's demise. Throughout his life, Zhou Dongfeng had never endured such a significant setback, and he was resolute in not conceding defeat. As Zhou Dongfeng pondered over possible solutions, a sudden cacophony of car horns disrupted his thoughts. Following the sound, he immediately recognized the vehicle as belonging to his uncle. The earlier look of distress on Zhou Dongfeng's face transformed into one of joy. Could it be that his uncle had come to hear about his romantic involvement? 4 cars approached, with the foremost one coming to a halt first. Zhou Zongping emerged from the vehicle and, upon spotting Zhou Dongfeng rushing toward him, appeared momentarily taken aback. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Zhou Dongfeng inquired eagerly. Zhou Zongping quickly lowered his voice. "I have important matters to attend to. We can discuss it later." With that, he made his way toward the second car. In his anxious state, Zhou Dongfeng was oblivious to any other pressing issues his uncle might have, and he grasped Zhou Zongping's arm, imploring, "Uncle, you must help me today. The Yi family accepted my betrothal gifts. But now that they know their daughter has been admitted to university, they are suddenly reluctant to proceed with the marriage." "The Yi family? You mean the Ye Jingchuan family?" Zhou Zongping queried. "Yes, Ye Jingchuan is Ye Jingchuan's brother. They accepted 500 yuan as my betrothal gift and assured me that they would marry Ye Jingchuan to me. However, upon receiving the acceptance letter from Beijing Normal University today, they immediately turned against me, claiming that the acceptance of the betrothal gifts was solely the action of Ye Jingchuan's grandfather and has nothing to do with them. But that is not how it works. Ye Jingchuan's grandfather is still part of the Yi family. They accepted my gifts, and regardless of circumstances, we should be allowed to marry." Upon hearing Zhou Dongfeng's assertions, Zhou Zongping glanced at the gathering crowd at the Yi family's entrance before turning towards the second car. He opened the door and whispered to the occupants within, the content of which remained unclear. Once their discussion concluded, a figure from the back seat emerged. From the third vehicle, a man stepped forward hastily. Among them was Deng Qi, the secretary of the Hongxing commune, who was quite familiar with Ye Jingchuan. However, in the company of others, he seemed to occupy a marginal position, indicating that the ranks of the others were significantly higher than his. Realization dawned on Ye Jingchuan. It seemed these individuals had come in light of Ye Jingchuan's remarkable achievements as a top science student. Before Ye Jingchuan could take any action, Deng Qi approached with a broad smile, eager to introduce the newcomers to him. Today, the visitors included city leaders, officials from the Education Bureau, and reporters from the television station, all gathered to honor Ye Jingchuan, the science top scorer. The prestige of the city's science champions is unparalleled. And though Ye Jingchuan had mentally prepared himself, he found himself stammering in excitement upon witnessing such a grand assembly. In contrast, Ye Jingchuan remained composed amidst the numerous dignitaries, engaging in conversation with them with remarkable ease. "Please, esteemed leaders, come inside." Ye Jingchuan warmly ushered the officials into his home. While the trivial matters concerning Zhou Dongfeng were conveniently set aside, attracting no attention, Yuan Yanqing, observing the spacious courtyard of the Yi residence, could not help but inquire about their circumstances. Ye Jingchuan candidly shared his story of collecting scrap fabric and crafting makeshift bags for profit, detailing his endeavors without reservation. With eloquence, he extolled the virtues of the nation and the city, leaving the journalists with a comprehensive narrative that required little embellishment for their reports. Chapter 136. A promising talent. Zhou Zongping, having served as Yuan Yanqing's secretary for many years, possessed a keen acumen. Noticing the rapport between Yuan Yanqing and Ye Jingchuan, he discerned that his nephew had unwittingly incurred a disadvantage. Ye Jingchuan was not only academically gifted, but also conducted himself with an impeccable demeanor. Had it not been for his youth, one might mistake him for a seasoned bureaucrat. Given the finesse of such an astute individual, it was understandable that Zhou Dongfeng would find himself at a disadvantage. With the interviews concluded and photographs taken, Yuan Yanqing took his leave, having spent less than an hour at the Shaha Brigade, yet leaving a significant impact. Once the convoy departed, Ye Hansheng belatedly remembered that no firecrackers had been set off upon the leader's arrival, since they had already been purchased. He promptly instructed someone to ignite the prepared firecrackers at the entrance of the new Yi residence. The deafening sound of the firecrackers resonated through the air, bringing smiles to the faces of everyone in Shaha Brigade. The recent embarrassment involving Ye Guanyin quickly faded amidst the celebratory noise. In no time, news of Ye Jingchuan as Jiangpu City's science champion would circulate, ensuring that all would remember him as hailing from Shaha Brigade. Overshadowing any mention of Ye Guanyin's fraudulent university admission, Zhou Dongfeng, not lacking in wit, discreetly slipped away from the crowd during the leader's visit to the Yi household, realizing that he would gain nothing from the day's events. However, he was unwilling to let the slight go unchallenged and sought out Ye Guanyin after leaving the Yi residence. Ye Guanyin, you truly have a knack for this. I never imagined you would take advantage of our friendship so brazenly. What do you mean? When have I ever wronged you? Ye Guanyin replied, seated in the courtyard as he milked a goat. Following Liang Qing's departure, he had borrowed a goat from Shun Weiman to ensure his daughter had milk, for without it, she would be forced to subsist on little more than millet soup. You truly know how to feign innocence. I had such trust in you. Zhou Dongfeng recounted the events at the Yi residence in detail. What? Ye Jingchuan is the city champion? How is that possible? He hasn't attended a single day of school. What could he possibly have used to achieve such a distinction? Could it be that he resorted to the same underhanded tactics as we did? Ye Guanyin's attention is entirely fixated on Ye Jingchuan rather than Ye Qianqian. To him, Ye Jingchuan is no different from himself. Both are merely subpar students who struggle in school. Furthermore, he has heard no mention of Ye Jingchuan planning to take the university entrance examination. How then could he suddenly emerge as the city champion? There must be some trickery afoot. Are you foolish? Is it so easy to impersonate someone for such a title? Prior to the city leader's arrival, the Education Bureau would have certainly verified his scores and ensured their accuracy before the officials made their visit. Ye Guanyin, do not divert the topic. Ye Jingchuan has already informed me that you never discussed our engagement with Qianqian and her parents. I recall you preventing me from visiting Qianqian's parents during the new year. You've been treating me like a fool all along. Zhou Dongfeng's anger escalated as he grasped Ye Guanyin's collar tightly. Let me tell you, I, Zhou Dongfeng, am not someone to be trifled with. Today, you will hand over the bridal price of 500 yuan as well as the 2,000 yuan for the university admission notice. If you fall short by even a penny, I will not hold back. My university admission notice has been rendered void. How can you still demand money from me? Ye Guanyin, unwilling to be a scapegoat, tugged at Zhou Dongfeng's hand with force. Well, that's your own foolishness. How could you lose such a secured opportunity? I have no issues with others, yet you alone encounter problems. Zhou Dongfeng was genuinely furious today, speaking without restraint and inadvertently revealing his own situation. Just let go, Dongfeng. After all these years as friends, how could I intentionally deceive you? If you release me, we can discuss this calmly. We cannot let such trivial matters ruin our friendship. Having already suffered a significant loss today, Zhou Dongfeng was filled with pent-up frustration, and after foolishly revealing his circumstances, he wished to slap himself. Speak. How do you intend to resolve this? I assure you, you cannot owe me a single cent less. Ultimately, Zhou Dongfeng loosened his grip, planning to seek Zhou Zongping later to explore ways to win Ye Qianqian's hand. Originally, I thought you could help Ye Qianqian secure a university admission notice, which would ensure her family would accept the engagement. Who would have imagined Ye Qianqian was capable enough to be admitted to Beijing Normal University? Perhaps you should also attend university in the capital. That way, you could be at the same school as Qianqian. You two would be together every day. And with your family background, would you really fear that Qianqian might not like you? To be honest, Zhou Dongfeng felt a flicker of temptation. He knew that a forceful approach would not work. He could only adopt a more indirect strategy. However, his family's foundation lies in Jiangpu City. And if he were to move to the capital, everything would have to start anew. What if complications arose? He needed to contemplate this matter thoroughly. Even if I go to the capital to study alongside Qianqian, the 500 yuan bridal price has not been given to her. You must return it. Here's the deal. I will write you an IOU, and I promise to repay the 500 yuan within 3 years. If you manage to succeed with Qianqian, could you possibly allow for some leniency? After all, I did play a role in bringing you two together. It is unthinkable that you speak not but falsehoods. The promissory note must stipulate repayment within 3 years. Should I marry Qianqian, I might allow you to repay a lesser amount. Very well, you are the master here. Ye Jingchuan, having no alternatives, could only comply with Zhou Dongfeng's instructions regarding the promissory note. The news of Ye Jingchuan's triumph as the city's science champion swiftly spread throughout the Shaha Brigade, even reaching the ears of Ding Chunhua, who lay bedridden. Do you think Grandma was mistaken? Ding Chunhua, in her filthy and foul-smelling state, could scarcely believe that within a mere 6 months, she had transformed from a sprightly elderly lady into someone even beneath the dignity of a beggar. I cannot say, came the response. With no one to tend to Ding Chunhua, the burden of her care inevitably fell upon Yi Lingling. In the past, Ding Chunhua often lamented that daughters were a financial burden, insisting that only sons could bring comfort. At that time, she could not have imagined that one day her 2 sons, daughters-in-law, and several grandsons would not spare her a glance, leaving her to be cared for by the very granddaughter she had scorned. Now, with Jingchuan as the city's science champion, the prominent officials flocked to his home, basking in the glory of their success. Their newly constructed 6-tiled houses stood in stark contrast to her own humble abode. Had the family not been divided, they might have been residing in those grand houses now. Reflecting on the past, Ding Chunhua could not help but ponder that had they remained united, Zhao Xiaoyu, with her nature, would have dutifully attended to her every need, ensuring she would not suffer a bedsore. Moreover, the new tiled houses, Ye Yuanshan, ever dutiful, would undoubtedly have provided her with the finest 2 rooms to inhabit. Ye Jingchuan, having always listened to her, would have entrusted her with his earnings. Life would have been immeasurably more blissful than it is now. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. She, blind to her folly, mistook trash for treasure and expelled her most filial son from their home, now deserving of her suffering. Chapter 137. Suicide. Yi Lingling placed a bowl of thin porridge before Ding Chunhua, quickly wiping her face with a towel before making her exit. The summer heat rendered the stench within Ding Chunhua's room unbearable, and Yi Lingling felt nauseous even after a brief stay. Meanwhile, the Ye Jingchuan household was filled with joy, as Ye Yuanshan and Zhao Xiaoyu organized a celebratory feast in honor of his achievement. In stark contrast, the old Yi family was embroiled in a bitter struggle over the division of their household. Ultimately, both parties made concessions, erecting a wall in the courtyard that effectively split the old Yi family in 2, marking the formal division of their household. As for Ding Chunhua, although neither child wished to care for her, the pressures from the brigade compelled both families to alternate their care monthly. Thus, Ding Chunhua relocated from the main house to a small side room, a former storage space for firewood and other miscellaneous items, barely qualifying as a proper dwelling. After clearing out the firewood, her new abode contained only a door panel and a well-worn quilt, representing her sole possessions. During the first month, it was the elder family's turn to care for her. Chu Fong would bring a bowl of porridge each afternoon, indifferent to whether Ding Chunhua could satiate her hunger. Chu Fong delivered the food without concern for anything else. Within a few days, Ding Chunhua began to curse and lament her predicament, unable to tolerate her own filth and odor. After a long day of labor, Chu Fong returned home utterly exhausted, only to be met with scorn from Ding Chunhua, which ignited her ire. The 2 women engaged in a fierce exchange, drawing the attention of numerous neighbors from the surrounding area, including Shun Huifeng, who could not resist sitting on the threshold to watch the spectacle unfold. Mother, is my aunt being a bit excessive? Grandma is bedridden, and yet she insists on quarreling with her, remarked Lingling. Do not meddle in your aunt's affairs, Lingling. It is commendable enough that she provides your grandmother with a bowl of gruel each day. You must understand that your aunt had another daughter before giving birth to Chiwen. That little girl was fair and beautiful, quiet and untroublesome. Yet your grandmother deemed her a burden, unable to feed her, and tragically, the child was left to perish in a bucket of refuse. Your aunt, still weak from childbirth, was nearly driven to despair upon learning of her loss. Since that day, her temperament has changed drastically. I recall when she first married into the family, she was warm and gracious, smiling at everyone. Lingling had never been aware of such a tragic history within the Yi family, and a chill ran down her spine. A wave of dread surging from her feet to the crown of her head. What cruelty must her grandmother have possessed to drown a newborn babe, an innocent life? Regardless of Ding Chuanhua's tirades, Chu Feng remained undeterred, providing only a single meal each day while ignoring everything else. If Ding Chunhua had the energy to berate her, then let her continue. Eventually, Ding Chunhua, realizing her insults had little effect on Chu Feng, shifted tactics and began lamenting the plight of Ye Jingchuan, her own son, as if he would not care for her well-being. Yet, upon hearing a few choice words, Ye Jingchuan's temper flared, and he stormed into the small side room, delivering 2 sharp slaps to Ding Chunhua's face. All you do is scold. Do you not understand that I longed for a daughter? You not only caused my daughter's demise, but how did you treat Chu Feng when she bore Chuan? You forced her to work in the bitter cold before she had even completed her confinement, leaving her with lingering ailments that rendered her unable to conceive again. Did you ever consider the consequences of your heartless actions? Today, I offer you a meal out of gratitude for your upbringing. But had it been anyone else who harmed my daughter, I would have taken a knife to them without hesitation. With fury in his eyes, Ye Jingchuan glared at the astonished Ding Chunhua. When Chu Feng gave birth to their daughter, Ye Jingchuan was still young, bound by the authority of his parents and powerless to resist. However, the seeds of resentment had long been sown, and today they blossomed into full bloom. His 2 slaps rendered Ding Chunhua speechless, and the once uproarious Yi household fell into a profound silence. In mid-August, Ye Yuanshan hosted a banquet at home, inviting friends and relatives. As the wine flowed, Yi Tingdong hurriedly whispered something into Ye Jingchuan's ear. Ye Jingchuan raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, continuing to indulge in the festivities. It was only after the feast had concluded that he approached Ye Yuanshan and said, "Father, Grandma hanged herself at noon. Do you wish to go and see?" With a foggy head from the afternoon's libations, Ye Yuanshan opened his eyes slowly and, after a considerable pause, replied, "No need. There was no affection while she lived. Shedding a few tears posthumously serves no purpose." As Ye Yuanshan closed his eyes to continue sleeping, a solitary tear slipped from the corner of his eye. If he could, he would wish he had never been born into the old Yi family, for it had led to such a tragic rift in familial bonds. Ye Jingchuan let out a soft sigh. Ye Yuanshan had truly been heartbroken by the old Yi family. After years of laboring like a beast of burden, he still could not satisfy them, with even the 6 newly built tiled houses being reserved for his younger son. Their hearts were devoid of compassion. Ding Chunhua's death stirred no ripples in the Xiahe Brigade. She hanged herself at noon, was cremated by afternoon, and buried by night, with rumors suggesting her coffin was the cheapest available. There was no funeral, no mournful wailing. Ding Chunhua's life concluded with disheartening abruptness. At most, the villagers would whisper behind her back that Yi Haod and Ding Chunhua were unfit as humans, let alone as parents, which led to their miserable end. As for Ye Jingchuan, he was indifferent to the fate of the 2. His journey was long, and they were merely insignificant passers-by along his path. A few days later, Nanzhi's admission notice finally arrived. The villagers of Xiahe were taken aback, even harboring the illusion that prestigious universities in the capital were easily attainable, as if the sudden emergence of 3 university students from the Yi family was a testament to that. On the day Nanzhi received her notice, Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao also received theirs, and both came to find Ye Jingchuan. "Brother Jingchuan, our admission to a capital university owes half its credit to you. We are deeply indebted and do not know how to repay you." Wang Zhuoran was genuinely grateful to Ye Jingchuan. Had it not been for his encouragement to take the exam this year, he would likely have ended up at a lesser-known university last year. We brothers need not be so formal. However, if you wish to repay me, I will give you an opportunity. Please help me organize all the practice papers you wrote during your revision. They will be of great use to me. Jingchuan, you're not thinking of printing and selling papers, are you? Wang Zhuoran looked at Ye Jingchuan with a hint of confusion. Printing papers for sale is too troublesome. One misstep could lead to complaints, which would be a hassle. Once you organize the papers, I will promote the copyright to various high schools, allowing them to print them for their own use, which will be much more convenient for me. It's no wonder you excelled in the sciences. With a mind like yours, you are destined for great endeavors. In Chapter 138, Increasing Capital, after discussing the organization of the papers for a while, Wang Zhuoran inquired when Ye Jingchuan would be heading to the capital. I plan to leave around August 24th or 25th, a fortnight in advance to arrange accommodations. In that case, we shall travel together. Uncle Wang has promised to send a vehicle for us to return to the capital. With so many of us, one vehicle won't suffice. Ye Jingchuan's family consisted of 3 members, plus their luggage, which was considerable. If one isn't enough, then we'll take 2. For others, arranging a vehicle might be a hassle, but for Uncle Wang, it's a trivial matter. Nanzhi would only be out of confinement by the end of August. If they could ride to the capital, avoiding the crowded train would be splendid. Ye Jingchuan readily agreed, promising to join them on their journey to the capital. Wang Zhuan and Kong Xingyao swiftly organized the examination papers, and combined with the numerous sheets he had previously inscribed on carbon paper, they surprisingly amassed over 100 sheets in total. The pile of papers before them was impressively thick. Goodness, how could there be so many papers? Kong Xingyao had not anticipated that he had written so many in the past 6 months. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had been writing papers almost daily, sometimes just 1 or 2, but other times 3 or 4, never truly having a moment of respite. These papers were a testament to their diligence. Gently patting the substantial stack of exam papers, Ye Jingchuan felt a wave of sentimentality. Each individual had exerted themselves in pursuit of excellence for the college entrance examination, and he was not the least bit surprised that they would gain admission to prestigious universities in the capital. I'll sort through the papers I've written and take them home to show my parents, Wang Zhuan chimed in, feeling a sense of pride in having produced so many papers. Once they had organized the materials, Ye Jingchuan enlisted the help of several high school students to transcribe the papers, making 12 copies of each, as there were 12 reputable high schools in Jiangpu City. As for the other mediocre institutions, they were not worthy of his consideration. Even if the papers were offered to them for free, they might not take them seriously. With the prepared papers in hand, Ye Jingchuan mounted his bicycle and set out to promote his examination papers. The title of Jiangpu City's science top scholar still held significant value, and he was warmly received during his visits to various high schools. Yi, please wait a moment. I'll fetch a few teachers to review your papers, said Xiao Zhengwo, who never imagined he would one day purchase papers from the city's top science scholar. After the resumption of the college entrance examination, he had hoped for more students from his school to gain admission to their desired universities. However, as the examination had just resumed, many were still somewhat bewildered, unsure of where to direct their efforts. Yet, the papers delivered by Ye Jingchuan were an eye-opener. As the top scholar, he had meticulously summarized the key points for mathematics, physics, and chemistry, and Xiao Zhengwo, upon a cursory glance, recognized the immense value these papers would hold for students preparing for the examination. Principal Xiao, there's no rush. You may take your time reviewing them, Ye Jingchuan assured. Confident in the quality of his papers, which had been refined through rigorous scrutiny by teachers, Xiao Zhengwo handed the papers to the head teacher of the third-year class, instructing him to gather several teachers for a thorough examination of Ye Jingchuan's contributions. 30 minutes later, Xiao Zhengwo was summoned to the conference room, where a dozen teachers had already assembled, each holding a copy of the papers. Principal, where did you acquire these papers? The questions are remarkable. The exam points covered are incredibly comprehensive, and the questions are quite challenging, ones I could scarcely devise myself, one teacher exclaimed. Indeed, when I first glanced at the physics paper, I was taken aback. If our students could achieve full marks on these papers, they could select from the finest universities in the country with ease. After some discussion among the teachers, Xiao Zhengwo had initially intended to purchase the copyrights for only 20 of the papers, but as they deliberated, that number swelled to 40, and then to 60. Dear teachers, the copyright fee for this set of papers amounts to 100 yuan. With the numerous selections you have made, it is simply beyond my financial capacity. Given the current limited funding of the school, it poses a significant challenge for Xiao Zhengwo to spend several thousand yuan at once to purchase the examination paper copyrights. If we were to print the papers ourselves, the cost would be considerably reduced, and if the students could share a portion of the expenses, it would alleviate much of the financial burden on our school. Xiao Principal, if we choose not to purchase, other schools will undoubtedly acquire them. Surely, you do not wish to witness our students languishing while others excel and secure university placements next year. As teacher, you noted, with the resumption of the college entrance examination, the number of students we enroll each year is steadily increasing. Although the copyright fee of 100 yuan per paper may appear steep, it is an investment that could serve us for 5 to 10 years, potentially multiplying our future student intake several times over. This modest copyright fee will not only be recouped, but could even yield profits for our institution. Another teacher concurred, and soon the atmosphere in the conference room was abuzz with opinions from several educators, all eager to enhance student performance and wishing to retain more papers, especially since the current market offers limited options, leaving many teachers to navigate uncertain waters. Xiao Zhengwo found himself in a profound quandary. He too desired to retain additional papers. Yet the prospect of dishing out such a significant sum was daunting. After much contemplation, he finally resolved to purchase the copyrights for 60 examination papers. Other high schools faced similar dilemmas. They too yearned for the papers, but lacked the financial means. Some institutions, like Xiao Zhengwo's, would grit their teeth and make substantial purchases, while others opted for more modest acquisitions based on their budgets. After a week of diligent effort, Ye Jingchuan successfully visited all 12 high schools. Although the endeavor was exhausting, the outcome was exceedingly gratifying. He earned a remarkable 70,000 yuan merely from selling examination papers. This amount was substantial, weighing heavily in his travel bag. Sitting on the Kong, Ye Jingchuan gazed at the hefty bundle of cash, unable to suppress the smile that crept across his lips. Indeed, knowledge transforms destiny. This was the true essence of rebirth. The meager earnings from before paled in comparison. Reclining against the headboard, Nanzhi gently patted the two sleeping infants and curiously inquired of Ye Jingchuan, "What brings you such joy with that large travel bag? You've been quite secretive lately, leaving early and returning late without revealing your activities." "Well, did I not mention that I've been busy selling papers? This is the result of my efforts," Ye Jingchuan replied, tugging at the edge of the bag to reveal bundles of cash within. Startled by the sight of so much money, Nanzhi exclaimed, "How many papers did you sell to amass such a fortune?" "Of course, I am the top science student in the city. Charging 100 yuan for the copyright of each paper is hardly exorbitant. And the papers I painstakingly crafted are indeed worth every penny." Although Nanzhi was aware that Ye Jingchuan could earn a decent sum from selling papers, she was astonished by the sheer magnitude of his profits. Chapter 139. All is settled. Jingchuan. "It feels as if I am in a dream," Nanzhi said, winking at Ye Jingchuan, still struggling to believe that he could earn so much in just a week. Ye Jingchuan approached with a smile and fervently kissed her lips. "Are you a bit more sober now? If not, I can always do it again. Don't be reckless. The two little ones are still here," she replied. The two toddlers were blissfully unaware. With a hint of melancholy, Ye Jingchuan gazed at Nanzhi. After being a monk for so long, he finally glimpsed a sliver of hope, and he genuinely feared that if this continued, he might suffer internal injuries from his pent-up feelings. Regarding the 70,000 in cash, Ye Jingchuan had confided in no one, not even Nanzhi, who only knew he had earned a substantial amount without being privy to the exact figure. It wasn't he that he wished to keep it secret. Rather, the sum was simply too large, and revealing it might alarm his family. "How are you going to bring so much money to the capital? You can't just leave it at home," he mused. "When we go to the capital, we can hitch a ride with Kong Xingyao and the others. Mixing this cash in with the luggage should go unnoticed." "That works," he thought, feeling grateful for the opportunity to catch a ride. Had he opted for the train, managing such a significant amount of money would have posed quite a dilemma. With more than half a month remaining before the school year commenced on September 16th, Ye Jingchuan began to prepare. The business of selling scraps of fabric and crossbody bags was certainly on his agenda. The day the city leader, Yuan Yanqing, visited, he mentioned the crossbody bags, praising Ye Jingchuan's cleverness. He had also suggested to Ye Hansheng that the brigade could increase its income by crafting some handmade goods for the market. With this endorsement, they need not fear being reported for their crossbody bag venture. At least, they could boldly increase their production. As for shirts and t-shirts, he thought better of it. Selling those at the market was too risky. Ye Jingchuan made a point to bring Ye Yuanshan along to meet Feng Shichang, requesting that Feng look after him in the future. "Jingchuan, you're impressive. Our Jiangpu City's science champion. When I first heard your name, I thought I misheard. It was only after confirming you were from Shaha Brigade that I could believe it," Feng remarked. "It's just a stroke of luck," Ye Jingchuan replied modestly. "Don't be humble. A science champion can't succeed solely by chance." After exchanging pleasantries, they returned to business. In the future, Ye Yuanshan would partner with Ye Tingdong to procure goods. If there was anything worthwhile, Feng could directly inform them, and Ye Yuanshan would take charge. "Though I'm not at home, My father is well aware of my dealings. If you have good merchandise, just trust my father with it. Excellent. I have faith that a tiger begets no dog, Feng replied, confident that Uncle Yi would manage the fabric business adeptly. Jingchuan, don't forget about me when you make it big in the capital, Feng added. Rest assured, our brotherhood, forged over so many years, will never falter. Having arranged matters concerning the fabric, Ye Jingchuan felt a lingering concern weighing upon him. He had left over a dozen camphor wood boxes on the mountain, and their mere presence in the cave unsettled him. After much contemplation, he devised a plan. He would seal the cave until he was capable of handling those treasures. To that end, he made a special trip to the black market in Jiangpu City to procure some cement. Each time, he used the excuse of hunting to carry a little cement up the mountain. The cave within the gourd mountain is quite spacious. Ye Jingchuan moved all the boxes to a corner and then used stones from the cave to seal it off. After stacking the stones, he, not fully reassured, sprinkled some soil and moss into the crevices. In no time, the moss would fill the gaps, ensuring that should anyone venture there in the future, they would never suspect that treasures of immense rarity lay hidden behind the moss-covered walls. Furthermore, Ye Jingchuan meticulously sealed the connecting point in the middle of the gourd mountain cave using the same method. Once all was completed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With these 2 layers of preparation, he was confident that the secret of the treasure would remain undiscovered. The days of toil passed swiftly, and it would not be long before Ye Jingchuan and his companions set forth. Initially, he intended to journey to the capital only with Nanzhi and the child, alongside Ye Jingchuan. Yet, he felt a twinge of concern for Ye Xiaoyan. Although Ye Haod had drowned, seemingly severing the ties of their past, he knew that Ye Xiaoyan was now safe and would not meet the same fate as before. However, with Ye Guanyin still alive, he feared that if he had been the one responsible for Ye Xiaoyan's demise in their previous lives, he would be unable to assist from afar in the capital. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to bring Ye Xiaoyan along, knowing that he would have someone to help him with errands in the capital. To address this matter, Ye Jingchuan sought out Ye Sanni for discussion. Jingchuan, if you wish to take Xiaoyan to see the world, then do so. I have no other requests. As long as you can provide him with food and teach him a skill to survive, I shall be content. Rest assured, Sanni, I will ensure Xiaoyan's safety. While I study in the capital, I will also engage in some small business ventures, and Xiaoyan will be able to lend a hand then. Ye Sanni consented to Ye Jingchuan taking Ye Xiaoyan to the capital, which filled Ye Xiaoyan with such joy that he struggled to sleep soundly for several days. His farthest venture had been to Jiangpu City, and he had never traveled beyond that, making him exceedingly curious about the world outside. With the addition of Ye Xiaoyan, there were no objections from Kong Xingyao's side. After all, they would be taking 2 vehicles regardless. The drive from Jiangpu City to the capital would take over 10 hours. And Kong Xingyao and Wang Zhuoran arrived to collect Ye Jingchuan and his party at dawn. Xingyao, why have you brought 3 vehicles? Ye Jingchuan inquired, astonished by the 2 SUVs and 1 pickup truck parked at his doorstep. Each vehicle was quite valuable, and the ease with which Kong Xingyao had summoned them indicated the stature of his father. We have quite a bit of luggage. The pickup truck is specifically for that. Is there a tarpaulin? We are going to be on the road for over 10 hours. It won't due to be exposed to the wind. And I've brought many books. If it rains, I would be devastated. Do not worry. We are well prepared with waterproof tarpaulin. The group loaded their pre-packed belongings onto the pickup truck, but Ye Jingchuan did not dare to risk placing his large bundle of cash in the vehicle. Instead, he tucked it beneath the back seat to create a space for the 2 little ones to lie down. Jingchuan, once you arrive in the capital, send a telegram home to assure us of your safety. Ye Yuanshan, watching all the children leave, suddenly felt an emptiness wash over him. Soon, the household would consist solely of himself and Zhao Xiaoyu. I understand, father. Please return home. Ye Jingchuan boarded the vehicle and waved goodbye to the 2 individuals. Qianqian, remember to write to mother. And Nanzhi, if you settle down and find it challenging to manage the 2 children, just let mother know. She will come to help take care of them. Mother, I've noted everything. You should return swiftly. Ye Qianqian and Mu Nanzhi also waved farewell, fully aware that this parting might extend for quite some time. The car started moving, gradually disappearing at the end of the dirt road. Ye Yuanshan and Zhao Xiaoyu waited until the car lights vanished before heading home. Although the parents felt a pang of sadness at their children's departure, those in the vehicle were brimming with excitement. They were on the cusp of embarking on a brand new chapter in their lives. How could they not feel exhilarated? Chapter 140. Finally meeting grandmother Ye Jingchuan and Nanzhi chatted animatedly about the capital, both exuding the joy of children. Meanwhile, Ye Jingchuan, seated in the back, contemplated his plans for their time in the capital. Once settled, his first priority would be to confront Nanzhi's cousin, who had caused her immense suffering in her previous life, leading to her untimely demise. This individual was a calamity, and he would not allow her to remain a part of Nanzhi's life. A life for a life was the inevitable outcome. However, the method of reclaiming her life required meticulous consideration. Additionally, the matter of establishing a clothing factory was a complex undertaking that demanded his thorough contemplation. Presently, attending university appeared to be the simplest task, as he could easily navigate his studies. Reflecting on education, Ye Jingchuan recalled that Nanzhi and Ye Jingchuan should also begin learning English, as it would prove invaluable in the future. He mulled over various thoughts, completely oblivious to the conversation between Ye Jingchuan and Nanzhi. The vehicle slowly exited Hongqing Commune, leaving Jiangpu City and speeding toward the capital. The previously dark sky began to reveal a hint of dawn, and shortly after leaving Jiangpu City, the sun finally emerged. The two chattering little sparrows grew tired and succumbed to sleep, prompting Ye Jingchuan to cover them with a blanket to keep them warm. The journey was marked by leisurely stops, with no rush to reach their destination. The sun rose and set, bringing them ever closer to the capital. During a dinner break, Kong Xingyao inquired about Ye Jingchuan's plans. "Jingchuan, we are likely to arrive in the capital quite late tonight. Where do you intend to stay? Perhaps we should find a hotel. It wouldn't be appropriate to disturb grandmother so late. How about we first go to my father's unit's guest house? It's safe there, and with so many of you, I worry about the security of hotels given the prevalence of theft and robbery these days." Ye Jingchuan readily agreed without hesitation. "Sure, I estimate we may need to stay at the guest house for several days. It's unlikely we'll find accommodation for everyone at once. Of course, you could even stay in my father's unit's apartment. No, I think it's better to rent a place outside. The apartment at Kong Xingyao's father's unit would be quite inconvenient for entry and exit." And Ye Jingchuan preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. They set off before dawn and finally arrived at the guest house around 11 at night. Ye Jingchuan, without any formal identification, managed to obtain the room keys simply by having Kong Xingyao speak on their behalf. After a long day of travel, everyone was utterly exhausted, save for two little ones who slept soundly. Now that the vehicle had come to a halt, they had finally roused themselves. "Nanzhi, you take a shower first. I will look after the two children," Ye Jingchuan said, efficiently placing the kids on the bed and beginning to change their clothes and diapers, wiping their little faces and hands. "All right, I'll be quick," she replied. While others succumbed to fatigue after a day's journey, the couple busied themselves for over an hour before finally lulling the two remarkably lively youngsters to sleep. As they settled down, Ye Jingchuan contemplated hiring a nanny to assist with cooking and childcare, momentarily dismissing the idea of bringing Zhao Xiaoyu to the capital, as that would leave Ye Yuanshan all alone at home, which seemed rather pitiful. The next day, they slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. If it weren't for the two little ones waking up, Ye Jingchuan would have preferred to remain in bed. He hastily got ready. "Let us visit my grandmother at my house first." By the time Nanzhi had also awakened and prepared, she was merely waiting for Ye Jingchuan to rise. Lying in bed, Ye Jingchuan smiled at her. "Nanzhi, you must be excited to see your grandmother soon. I can hardly contain my eagerness to fly to her side right now. Then I shall hasten my preparations. We'll take the children over first, and later let Xiao Yan and Qian Qian meet her as well." "All right, be quick then." Ye Jingchuan, known for his swift actions, was ready in under 15 minutes. However, they did not rush straight to see his grandmother, but first stopped by the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some gifts. Since it was Ye Jingchuan's first visit, he could not arrive empty-handed. As they traversed the familiar streets and boarded the well-known bus, a flood of memories long sealed within his heart surged forth upon encountering these nostalgic sights. As they drew closer to his home, Nanzhi could not help but feel her eyes welling with tears. Before marrying Ye Jingchuan, she believed she would never see her grandmother again or return to the capital. Yet here she was, bringing her husband and children back with her. Turning into the Emerald Alley, where the cobblestone path was laid, she recalled that this area was once home to dignitaries and nobles. Carrying Mima in her arms, she led the way, chattering excitedly to Ye Jingchuan about the alley's history and the amusing anecdotes that had unfolded there. "Our little courtyard was splendid. My mother planted numerous flowers and plants. And in spring, the blossoms were abundant, attracting butterflies to our yard. Nanzhi, didn't several families share your courtyard? He inquired. No, our courtyard was solely ours. After my mother went missing, there were attempts from the hospital to claim our yard, but those efforts ultimately came to nothing. It seems our courtyard was allocated by my grandfather's workplace and had no ties to the hospital. You've never mentioned this before. I always thought your family shared the courtyard with others. As they ventured deeper into Emerald Alley, Ye Jingchuan felt a tumult of emotions. Utterly astonished by the courtyards that lay within, as I survey the entirety of the capital, I am met with the sight of dilapidated courtyard houses. Some courtyards house as few as 5 or 6 families, while others can accommodate a dozen or more. With so many residents crammed into a single courtyard, even the most charming abode would struggle to maintain its allure. However, Feitsue Lane stands in stark contrast to this decay. Although several courtyard walls and doors along the path appear somewhat worn, they are far from being decrepit. It is evident that these residences have undergone renovations in recent decades. Furthermore, the courtyards are meticulously maintained, and the foot traffic at their entrances is sparse, suggesting a sense of exclusivity rather than a crowded communal living. In the current societal context, those fortunate enough to possess a private courtyard are typically either affluent or esteemed. The very fact that my grandmother owns a unique courtyard here speaks volumes of her distinguished background. It is no wonder that Nanzhi's sister-in-law goes to great lengths to prevent her return to the capital. The allure of my grandmother's property is simply too enticing, and even the faint-hearted might entertain thoughts of seizing such a treasure. Not far into the lane, I come across a small convenience store, where an elderly woman with silvery hair greets me. Nanzhi, is that you? It's me, Grandma Song. I've returned, I exclaimed joyfully. Having corresponded with my grandmother through the store for the past 6 months, I am immensely grateful to Grandma Song for her kindness in collecting my letters. Oh my, Nanzhi, you've finally come back. When you wrote about having a baby, your grandmother was quite anxious for several days. Fortunately, you sent a telegram to reassure her, or she might have come looking for you. Grandma Song's gaze shifts to the child in my arms. Is this your daughter? She is absolutely lovely. My cheeks flush with pride as I introduce Ye Jingchuan and He to Grandma Song. Nanzhi, you are truly blessed, she remarks, her smile widening as she admires the tall and handsome Ye Jingchuan. What a fine young man he is. Look at me, chatting away. You should hurry to see your grandmother. I just saw her return from the market, and she should be home now. All right, Grandma Song, we shall talk later. I continue forward, cradling the child, and soon encounter a couple of elderly neighbors out for a stroll. Upon recognizing my return, they greet me warmly. From their words, Ye Jingchuan senses that I, having grown up in Feitsue Lane, am quite beloved by the community. The neighbors exhibit nothing but kindness, undeterred by the unsightly birthmark on his face. With this newfound affection for the lane, Ye Jingchuan feels a deeper appreciation for my childhood home. This is my home, I exclaim with exuberance as I push open the dark wooden door. Just as Ye Jingchuan had imagined, my grandmother's courtyard is quite spacious, featuring 4 main rooms. 2 eastern wing rooms, 2 western wing rooms, and a small kitchen. A thriving pink rosebush flourishes in the garden, with blossoms as large as a bowl, and a gentle breeze carries the faint scent of roses. Grandmother, I have returned. As Nanzhi's voice fell, a clatter echoed through the room. The sound of an iron basin hitting the floor. An elderly woman with a snow-white bun hurried out from within. Gigi, my dear Gigi, you have finally returned. Your grandmother has missed you dearly, she exclaimed, embracing Nanzhi tightly, her voice already laced with tears. Grandma, I'm back. I will never leave you again. Good, good. It's wonderful that you have returned. Wiping the corners of her eyes, Grandma turned her gaze to Ye Jingchuan, saying, and this is Jingchuan and He and Mima, right? It's hot outside. Let us go inside. The furnishings inside appeared ordinary, with some pieces of furniture showing signs of age, their original colors barely discernible. However, on the table rested a small electric fan. Though modest in size, it was a luxury in those times. Once switched on, a refreshing breeze wafted through the air. Nanzhi, you have taken excellent care of the 2 children, Grandma said eagerly as she lifted Mima into her arms. Mima's chubby little hands rested in her own, lined with wrinkles, while the child gazed up at her with wide, curious eyes. When I was postpartum, my mother prepared various nourishing soups for me. The children have certainly not suffered in terms of nourishment. Indeed, it is evident you have taken good care of yourself during your confinement. You look radiant even after giving birth to twins. However, I shall prepare some herbal tonics for you. After all, You underwent a cesarean section and need to restore your vitality. All right, I will heed your advice, Grandma. After inspecting the children, Grandma was still uneasy and took Moon Nanzhi's pulse, frowning in concentration for a while before her expression eased slightly. Carrying twins took quite a toll on you. I will fetch some medicine shortly. We must ensure you recover well, lest you develop lingering ailments that may cause you hardship in the future. I will follow whatever you say, Grandma. But can we avoid those particularly bitter herbs? They turn the soup into something unpalatable. You little glutton, are you being picky? Remember, good medicine is often bitter. However, this time, I will prepare tonics without those herbs. Grandma smiled at Moon Nanzhi, reminiscing about her own youth when she had gone to the countryside as a young woman. Little did she expect to return as a married woman with children of her own. Time indeed shows no mercy. As she looked at Moon Nanzhi, Grandma couldn't help but recall her missing daughter. So many years had passed, and she still did not know whether she was alive or dead. Grandma, will the herbal tonics affect the two children? They are still too small for excessive nourishment. Do not worry, your grandmother knows what she is doing. I will ensure that the little treasures do not suffer even the slightest bit. As she spoke, Grandma seemed to remember something and rose to fetch an item from another room. Nanzhi, is your grandmother skilled in medicine as well? Ye Jingchuan asked. Having only known of Moon Nanzhi's mother being a doctor, surprised to learn that Grandma also possessed such knowledge. This is a secret, you must not share it. My grandmother is quite adept in medicine, but she never reveals her skills to strangers. Even longtime neighbors only know that she can take pulses and brew herbal tonics. Beyond that, they are unaware. Ye Jingchuan was even more puzzled. Possessing medical skills was not something to be ashamed of. Why did Grandma choose to keep it a secret? The silver bracelets I possess were once worn by Gigi during her childhood, and they are perfectly suited for He and My. Grandmother, you produced a small wooden box containing several pieces of silver jewelry, seemingly relics from Moon Nanzhi's early years. He and My each adorned themselves with a silver bracelet, while Grandmother, you placed two plump little cloth bags beside them. These bags contained medicinal herbs and fish bones, intended to safeguard the children and ensure they sleep soundly at night without distress. The herbs within were freshly prepared by me, and the fish bones had been used by Gigi in her infancy. Ye Jingchuan was familiar with the concept of fish bones, having heard that they are a fragment from a large catfish. Newborns are often prone to fright, and wearing fish bones or pig bones can help alleviate their fears. Thank you, Grandmother, he said, feeling a surge of joy at her evident affection for the children. We are family. There is no need for such formalities. The three settled down to converse about everyday matters. Upon learning that they had stayed at an inn the previous night and that Ye Jingchuan intended to rent an apartment, Grandmother, you urged him to summon Ye Xiaoyan and Ye Qianqian immediately. My courtyard is spacious enough. You all should come and stay here. She gazed earnestly at Ye Jingchuan, anxious that he might indeed venture out to rent a place. Grandmother, it would be inconvenient for so many of us to reside here. What inconvenience? Typically, it is just me, an old woman, in this desolate place. If you all moved in, it would bring some liveliness, she insisted. Moon Nanzhi gently tugged at Ye Jingchuan's sleeve and said softly, Jingchuan, our home is more than sufficient. There is no need to seek an external residence. I also wish to spend more time with Grandmother. Observing Moon Nanzhi's pitiful expression, Ye Jingchuan ultimately acquiesced. Grandmother Yu's little courtyard was indeed larger than he had anticipated, and they could manage to fit comfortably. After reaching an agreement, Ye Jingchuan proceeded to the inn to fetch the others, while also expressing gratitude to Wang Zhuran and Kong Xingyao. Chapter 142. Hiring a nanny. Brother Jingchuan. Once school commences, the three of us will be in the same class. Kong Xingyao's face beamed with joy. His father had finally ceased pressuring him to attend a military academy. Are you also studying economics? Ye Jingchuan inquired, slightly astonished at Kong Xingyao's choice. Can you even comprehend it? I don't have any other preferences. I just want to obtain a diploma. However, with you and Zhuran around, I fear not failing, Kong Xingyao replied. You, my friend, are quite bold to come to Beijing University just for a diploma. Kong Xingyao drove Ye Jingchuan to Emerald Alley, leaving his address behind in case Ye Jingchuan needed to reach him. The once quiet courtyard erupted with life upon their arrival. Grandmother Yu busily tended to the preparations for their stay. Nanzhi, you and the children will occupy the east room. Qianqian and I will stay in the west room. And little Nian will have to make do with the east wing, she directed. Grandmother, given your age, it would be more comfortable for you to stay in the east room. We can manage in the west, Moon Nanzhi replied. reluctant to displace grandmother Yu due to her return. I will be tending to the children during the day in the East Room anyway, at night. It matters not where we sleep. Do not dispute with grandmother over this, she implored. Grandmother gently patted Moon Nanzhi's hand, expressing concern. You spent all day traveling yesterday and are busy moving today. You must be exhausted. Do not worry about the household matters. Just take a rest. I will handle everything. As noon approached, grandmother took Ye Jingchuan and Ye Xiaoyan to buy groceries and medicinal herbs, leaving Moon Nanzhi and Ye Jingchuan to care for the children at home. Before leaving, Ye Jingchuan discreetly slipped some money into Ye Xiaoyan's hand, informing her that from today onward, she would be in charge of purchasing groceries, with him covering the expenses. With so many people living together, it would be unreasonable to burden grandmother with the costs of food. Once they departed, Ye Jingchuan seized the opportunity to speak to Moon Nanzhi intimately. I often ponder why your sister-in-law was so fervently intent on seizing the property. This little courtyard has me quite envious. I must confront her about her callousness towards me. If it weren't for my mother's intervention, their family would still be farming in the countryside. How could my cousin possibly secure a formal job in a factory in the capital? And how could your sister-in-law become a nurse in a hospital? Mentioning her sister-in-law ignited a fire of frustration within Moon Nanzhi. She nearly lost the chance to return and see grandmother forever. These are minor issues. Allow me to handle them, she reassured. However, Moon Nanzhi hesitated, uncertain of Ye Jingchuan's intentions regarding her sister-in-law, Wang Zhiyun. Are you not confident in my ability to manage things? Let us not rush to confront your sister-in-law just yet. You have not returned to the capital for many years and are unaware of her current situation. Let us first gather information and then decide how to address her. Ye Jingchuan said gently, holding Moon Nanzhi's hand. His wife's hands were so lovely. He preferred they remain untainted by conflict. Very well, I shall inquire about her situation first. Please do not mention this to grandmother. We can resolve it ourselves. I understand. Ye Jingchuan then shifted the conversation to other matters. Nanzhi, our classes will commence soon, and the coursework for our freshman year is quite heavy. I worry that we will not have enough time to care for both children, and I cannot expect grandmother to manage everything on her own. I am considering whether we should hire a nanny. After school starts, I am uneasy about leaving He and Mima to grandmother's care during the day. She is older and should rest rather than be busy with my affairs. Of course, but we cannot openly say we are hiring a nanny. We should simply explain that with so many family members, we need assistance with cooking. Ye Jingchuan was always thoughtful in his considerations. Given that everyone was just beginning to secure their livelihoods, most in the capital were ordinary workers, and even dual-income families might struggle to afford a meal of meat, let alone a nanny. It would draw unnecessary attention if he were to openly hire one. He preferred not to attract scrutiny. But where shall we find a nanny? Moon Nanzhi pondered, her mind blank. That is simple. I will speak with grandmother. She will surely have a solution. Having lived in Jade Alley for decades, she must know many people. Upon returning from her errands, grandmother readily agreed when she heard Ye Jingchuan's desire to hire a nanny to assist with cooking and childcare. This is easy. I will inquire, and I am certain we will have news soon. Grandmother is a decisive person. The next day, she returned with news that there was an elderly couple in the alley who were preparing to move in with their children. Their live-in maid would no longer be needed and could come to help us instead. I had met the young lady, Lu Xiaofeng, and found her to be a diligent girl with exceptional culinary skills. Her assistance with the children and cooking would undoubtedly be beneficial, and her salary demands were modest, only 20 yuan a month. Grandmother spoke highly of Lu Xiaofeng, noting her hard-working and honest nature, as well as her discretion, making her a perfect fit for the role of a maid in our household. I inquired whether I could meet Lu Xiaofeng, and grandmother agreed to summon her to our home shortly. Living in the same alley, Lu Xiaofeng arrived promptly. She appeared to be around 27 or 28. With 2 braids and a healthy wheat-colored complexion. Her captivating eyes were striking and left a lasting impression. Moon Nanzhi asked Lu Xiaofeng various questions regarding her personal habits and found her quite agreeable, devoid of any peculiar habits. Given the size of our family, I informed her that she would initially have to share a room with grandmother. She shyly agreed, stating that she could assist the elderly lady during nighttime awakenings. Their conversation flowed well, and that very evening, Lu Xiaofeng moved in. In the west wing, there were 2 rooms. Ye Jingchuan occupied the innermost one, while Ding Weipo and Lu Xiaofeng shared the outer room. With an extra pair of hands to look after the twins, Ye Jingchuan took Ye Xiaoyan to shop for furniture. As they intended to stay for at least 4 years and needed to adequately furnish the home, Ye Jingchuan typically kept a considerable amount of cash at home. During his shopping, he even purchased a second-hand safe. Although the safe was not large, approximately a meter tall, it sufficed for his needs. After bringing it home, he meticulously embedded it into a wall by creating a niche for it. Once secured, Ye Jingchuan placed 60,000 yuan in cash inside, leaving only 10,000 yuan for daily expenses. To conceal it from prying eyes, he strategically positioned a bookshelf in front of the safe, rendering it invisible from outside. Within just a week of Ye Jingchuan's family's arrival in the capital, grandmother's home underwent a remarkable transformation. The previously leaking roof was repaired, and the creaking doors and windows were silenced. The yard, which used to pool with water during rains, was promptly cleared by Ye Jingchuan, who also laid down flagstones. Grandmother had a fondness for gardening, so Ye Jingchuan took the initiative to revamp the yard, constructing flower beds and bringing back numerous potted plants, instantly invigorating the once desolate courtyard. Chapter 143. Cousin-in-law Wang Zhiyun. After completing the household tasks, Ye Jingchuan sought to inquire about Mu Nanzhi's cousin-in-law, Wang Zhiyun. Initially, he considered asking around, but then realized that grandmother would likely possess valuable insights. Seizing the opportunity while enjoying the evening breeze post-dinner, he broached the subject with her. Grandmother, regarding the circumstances surrounding Nanzhi's forced marriage to me, I believe she has mentioned it to you in her letters. There is one matter that has perplexed me. Why did Wang Zhiyun act in such a manner? I know you are familiar with her affairs. Could you enlighten us? Ye Jingchuan placed the sliced melon before grandmother as he spoke. The insatiable nature of mankind is akin to a serpent attempting to swallow an elephant. Zhiyun's excessive desires have ensnared her in a quagmire. Despite the considerable assistance provided by Jean Ran in the past, she remains ungrateful. Currently, Wang Zhiyun works as a nurse at the municipal hospital, while her husband, Yu Song, serves as a warehouse manager at a textile factory. Their positions were initially arranged through Lin Jean Ran, the mother of Mu Nanzhi. For this couple, hailing from a rural background, even as contract workers, Lin Jean Ran exerted significant effort to secure their employment. Who could have foreseen that this would lead to their own downfall, nearly tearing their family apart? Grandmother. Both of them have jobs now, and initially, they did not wish for Nanzhi to return to the capital, aspiring instead to take over her mother's position. I find it perplexing. Can a doctoress role truly be so easily supplanted? It was not Wang Zhiyun who sought to replace Jean Ran, but rather her son Yufeng. A diligent student, he had gained admission to a vocational school to study pharmacy and would graduate this year, ready to work at the hospital. However, Wang Zhiyun perceived the assignment of her son to the local commune hospital as too arduous and sought connections to ensure he could remain at the municipal hospital in the capital. Sighing, grandmother continued, she knew I had acquaintances in the medical system, and she insisted I intervene on Yu Feng's behalf to secure a position at the municipal hospital, which required considerable networking. Such favors must be repaid, and as an elderly woman, I had little to offer in return, thus I declined. It is likely that this very situation drove Wang Zhiyun to commit those heinous acts that nearly ruined Ji for life. It becomes clear that for Wang Zhiyun, Mu Nanzhi's absence from the capital presents only advantages. As long as Mu Nanzhi remains away, grandmother alone will be susceptible to Wang Zhiyun's persuasion regarding Yu Feng's job transfer. One must concede that Wang Zhiyun possesses a certain cunning. Having gathered this information, Ye Jingchuan immediately devised a plan. He resolved to deprive Wang Zhiyun of whatever she cherished most. Additionally, concerning Nanzhi's identity, there was no conceivable reason for her to be sent to the countryside. It was implausible that she would be dispatched before completing her high school education. This aspect had long puzzled Ye Jingchuan, prompting him to inquire with Mu Nanzhi, who merely stated that it was an arrangement made by the local authorities. And at that time, she was too young to grasp the full implications. Oh, how I regret not safeguarding Gigi better. The capital was tumultuous at that time, and I fortuitously fell ill and was hospitalized. Some individuals in the neighborhood, incited by others, forced Nanzhi to go to the countryside. And by the time I learned of this in the hospital, she had already boarded a train southward. Grandmother lamented this chapter of the past, wishing that had she not fallen ill, Mu Nanzhi would have been spared the hardships endured in the countryside over the years. Ye Jingchuan, already filled with suspicion, found this matter increasingly enigmatic. Though the years were somewhat chaotic, grandmother's family was of reputable standing, unlikely to be targeted by others. A thought soon emerged in Ye Jingchuan's mind. Could it be that Wang Zhiyun had been scheming against Mu Nanzhi and grandmother even then? If so, her character would indeed be most malicious. Investigating an event so many years later would prove challenging. Yet Ye Jingchuan was adept at uncovering the past and had numerous strategies at his disposal for such inquiries. With only a week remaining before the start of school, Ye Jingchuan asked Nanzhi to take Ye Jingchuan shopping for some new clothes, fearing that once classes commenced, they would be burdened with heavy coursework and have little time to spare. Meanwhile, Ye Jingchuan accompanied Ye Xiaoyan on a leisurely exploration of the capital, familiarizing themselves with the surroundings. In his previous life, Ye Jingchuan had never ventured into the capital. He had initially navigated the black market in Jiangpu City, later moving to Jing'an City, and it was not until the mid-1980s that he and a group of brothers ventured southward. Compared to the capital, he was more acquainted with the southern regions. The two sat on a bus together. Xiaoyan, make sure to remember the routes of these buses. You cannot afford to get lost when you're out on your own in the future. I will make an effort to remember, Ye Xiaoyan replied earnestly, nodding his head. Though he was somewhat slow-witted, he was not foolish. If he couldn't grasp a route after one ride, he would take it multiple times. If all else failed, he could explore every inch of the capital on foot to ensure he would not delay Ye Jingchuan in his duties. Throughout the morning, the two did little more than meander around the city on the small public bus. The capital in 1978 appeared markedly less prosperous than in Ye Jingchuan's memories of the future. The once bustling Third Ring Road was now dotted with factories and low-rise buildings. Resembling a rural area more than a thriving city, Ye Jingchuan contemplated the prospect of opening a garment factory. Establishing one along the Third Ring Road would be quite advantageous. However, given the current circumstances, it posed a considerable challenge. He would need to seek collaboration with a large collective or state-owned enterprise. As for how to approach this, he would have to devise a strategy, for while there may be a willingness to cooperate, the prevailing conditions might deter boldness. After wandering for most of the morning, the two returned home as noon approached. From a distance, they noticed several neighbors peering into their yard, occasionally whispering amongst themselves. Wang Jiyun certainly knows how to wield her words. It seems Nanzhi is on the verge of tears. It was galling how she fabricated stories. Considering that during Nanzhi's years in the countryside, she had only visited Sister Yu a handful of times, yet had the audacity to claim she had been caring for her. Sister Yu had been remarkably resilient these past years and hardly required any care. Upon hearing the name Wang Jiyun, Ye Jingchuan immediately recognized that Nanzhi's so-called cousin-in-law had arrived. Clearly, it was not only he who was preoccupied with Wang Jiyun. She was also closely monitoring their activities. They had only been here for a few days, and already she was eager to make her presence known. A slight smile curled at the corners of Ye Jingchuan's lips. Today would be an opportune moment to test her. Hastening his steps, Ye Jingchuan reached the door just as a piercing voice echoed from within. Nanzhi, do you even have a heart? I kindly wrote to inform you that your grandmother is ill, and you had the audacity to turn it against me. My grandmother merely has a cold. Yet you claimed she was hospitalized and in dire need of funds. At that time, I could hardly muster 200 yuan in the countryside. Were it not for encountering my husband, I might not know whether I was alive or dead now. With red-rimmed eyes, Nanzhi gazed at Wang Jiyun, her heart sinking at the sight of her overbearing demeanor. Before me, Wang Jiyun appears to be under 40. Adorned in a deep purple cotton shirt paired with a blue skirt, her long, lustrous black hair styled in voluminous waves. Her fashion sense is undeniably modern, a stark contrast to the humble country girl who once sought refuge with relatives in her time of despair. When she first married Yu Song, a distant cousin of Nanzhi, she timidly sat by the tea table, scarcely daring to speak. Yet now, she has transformed into someone so eloquent and assertive. Nanzhi mused on the miraculous passage of time, which can entirely reshape a person within just a few years. Chapter 144. Sowing discord. Wang Jiyun is undoubtedly an actress. Moments ago, she had been vociferously arguing with Nanzhi, but upon turning to face Grandma Yu, her expression instantly morphed into one of pitiful innocence. Third Grandma. The situation is not as Nanzhi described. You were gravely ill at the time, and I was terrified. The doctor warned that your fever had reached 40 degrees, which at your age is simply unbearable. In my panic, I sent a telegram to Nanzhi, informing her of your precarious condition and the need for hospitalization. As you know, due to Shaosong's schooling over the past few years, my finances have been quite strained. If you required hospitalization, I wouldn't have been able to afford it, which is why I urgently contacted Nanzhi to gather funds swiftly for your care. I sent several telegrams, but Nanzhi took an eternity to respond. By that time, your fever had begun to subside. I even wrote her a letter, assuring her not to worry, as I would manage everything here. Yet somehow, it seems she never received it. As Wang Zhiyun continued to speak, her tone grew increasingly aggrieved. The previous air of superiority evaporated, replaced by a tearful demeanor. However, a sense of satisfaction lingered within her. With just a few words, she had deftly absolved herself of all responsibility, leaving no room for the elderly and young to challenge her. Third Grandma, you are well aware of my character. Whenever Nanzhi is away, I frequently come to check on you, fearing even the slightest ailment might befall you. I have done all this without ever seeking recompense. Yet now, with Nanzhi returning to the capital accompanied by a throng of people, she unjustly retaliates against me, leaving me utterly disheartened. As she spoke, Wang Zhiyun cast her gaze toward the Ye family in the courtyard, continuing, Third Grandma, you can see for yourself that the Ye family is nothing but a bunch of country bumpkins. They have come to the capital and directly taken residence in your courtyard. It seems that this place may no longer bear the Ye name. And regarding Nanzhi, you often feel that your sister-in-law does not act in your best interest. Yet look at the chaos she has orchestrated. Wang Zhiyun's words drew the attention of onlookers outside the courtyard to the Ye family. The arrival of the Ye family had indeed animated Grandma Yu's little yard, and the neighbors had initially thought that she would no longer have to live in solitude. However, after hearing Wang Zhiyun's remarks, it appeared otherwise. The presence of the Ye family felt more like an attempt to claim ownership of Grandma Yu's courtyard, further solidified by their immediate renovations to the space. Sister-in-law, what nonsense are you spouting? This is my family home. Do I need a reason to return to my own house? Nanzhi was utterly infuriated by Wang Zhiyun's words. She had never contemplated such a notion. In her subconscious, this small courtyard was inherently her home. Was it wrong for her to return with her husband and children? Nanzhi, it would be perfectly acceptable for you to reside here alone. But have you considered how many people you have brought along? I have never heard of a younger sister living in her elder sister-in-law's family home. Wang Zhiyun retorted, her gaze fixed on Ye Xiaoyan. She had already inquired about him and knew that Ye Xiaoyan was merely a cousin of Ye Jingchuan. How could such a person reside in Grandma Yu's courtyard? This was enough to incite her fury. In Wang Zhiyun's mind, since Lin Jinran's disappearance, Grandma Yu's small courtyard had become her sole possession. Seeing her belongings seemingly being usurped, she was determined to resist. She had come today with the intent to expel the entire family. If she could oust the Ye family, Grandma Yu would no longer pose a threat. Then, she could incite discord between the grandmother and grandson, ensuring they would be at odds with one another. Once they were weakened, she would devise a means to render Grandma Yu bedridden with illness. If she could endure for a few months upon Grandma Yu's demise, the courtyard would rightfully belong to her. As for Lin Jinran's employment, that too could be resolved. With Grandma Yu and Nanzhi at loggerheads, it would only take a few subtle manipulations on her part to secure Lin Jinran's position. Contemplating this, Wang Zhiyun felt a surge of delight. Today, she would find a way to drive the Ye family away. What an irrelevant person you are. I must inquire, who exactly is Wang Zhiyun? If my memory serves me right, although you are Nanzhi's cousin-in-law, that connection spans 3,000 miles. Your husband, Yu Song, is merely a distant nephew of Grandma Yu. And moreover, he is of little consequence. It is you who is truly irrelevant. So what audacity do you possess to stand here and declare that I am an outsider? Ye Jingchuan calmly entered the courtyard. Over the past few days, he had observed that both Grandma Yu and Nanzhi shared a gentle disposition, avoiding confrontations. Particularly Grandma Yu, who was known for her amiable nature. Even when she was aware that Wang Zhiyun had nearly ruined Nanzhi's life, she merely chose to distance herself without causing a stir, revealing her kind-heartedness. Today, Wang Zhiyun's audacity to confront them so brazenly suggested she had thoroughly gauged their temperaments. She was merely picking on the soft and vulnerable. Unfortunately for her, she underestimated him. Ye Jingchuan had never been one to cower. You are Ye Jingchuan? Wang Zhiyun regarded the striking figure standing at the courtyard entrance with skepticism. She found it hard to believe that a woman as unattractive as Nanzhi could possibly be wed to Ye Jingchuan. The only explanation she could fathom was that Ye Jingchuan's family was impoverished and in desperate need of a bride, thus settling for Nanzhi. After all, in rural areas, perpetuating the family line was paramount. As long as Nanzhi could bear children, she would hold value. With this thought, Wang Zhiyun felt a wave of relief wash over her. Dealing with someone like Ye Jingchuan would be exceedingly simple. requiring only a small sum to send them all on their way. I am Ye Jingchuan. Ye Jingchuan walked directly to Mu Nanzhi's side, gently patting her shoulder to soothe her anger, assuring her that with him present, Wang Jiyun would gain no advantage today. Now that everyone has arrived, let us speak candidly. Third aunt, I made this special trip for your sake. You have seen how the Ye family has claimed this small courtyard for themselves, having no connections in the capital. They can only rely on your blood and bones to establish their footing. Jiyun, are you overthinking? Jingchuan and Jiji are both dutiful children, far from the disgraceful figures you portray them to be. Finally, unable to contain herself, Granny Yu spoke up. The turmoil of today, with neighbors gathered to witness, left her feeling helpless and somewhat regretful for having aided that family years ago. Now it seemed that her own household was on the brink of ruin. If only I were mistaken. The moment the Yi family arrived, third aunt, you were compelled to move to the West Room. Does this not indicate their predatory ambitions? From the very first day they moved in, they have been scheming against you. Wang Jiyun wore a worried expression, making it seem as if she genuinely cared for Granny Yu's well-being. Chapter 145. Severing ties. Jiyun's words caused the elderly onlookers, who had a good rapport with Granny Yu, to cast concerned glances in her direction. Having lived through similar experiences, they understood all too well the lengths unfilial children might go to. And forcing an elder to the West Room was already a mild form of mistreatment. There were instances where elders were banished to the side rooms. Such rooms typically lacked heating, making them bitterly cold in winter, even with a stove. Given that the elderly are particularly sensitive to the cold, whether they could endure the winter in a side room was uncertain. If Granny Yu, now in the West Room, were to be driven to the East Room before winter, her situation would become dire. I chose to move to the West Room voluntarily. Gigi has given birth to twins, and it is not an issue for them to occupy the East Room. Enough, Jiyun, cease your unreasonable entanglements. It is late, and I shall not keep you for dinner. Having lived many years, Granny Yu remained perceptive. Previously, she had regarded Wang Jiyun as family, unaware of her true intentions. Now enlightened, she would no longer be led by the nose. However, the scant affection that lingered between them prompted her to offer kind counsel, refraining from severing ties. Third aunt, everything I do is for your benefit. How can you fail to appreciate it? Wang Jiyun feigned heartbreak as she gazed at Granny Yu. You are currently blinded by the Yi family. You cannot heed my words. Today, I will assume the role of the villain and help you drive them out. You will surely be grateful in the future. With that, Wang Jiyun took a bold step forward, raising her voice toward Ye Jingchuan. What schemes does your family think they can hide from me? Today, I declare that if the Yi family does not vacate, I shall not let this matter rest. You lowly peasants, do you have no shame? How dare you come to the Yu family and feast without regard? Do you truly believe the Yu family is defenseless? Ye Jingchuan found himself amused by Wang Jiyun's remarks. What does it mean to retaliate against one's own adversary? Today, she has truly experienced it firsthand. Who covets the little courtyard belonging to my grandmother? And who seeks to sever ties completely? Does she not possess any self-awareness? Wang Jiyun, can you truly speak these words with a clear conscience? I am the husband of Nanzhi, and my wife and child have come to stay at her maternal home. What business is it of yours? Your interference is rather excessive. Let us not forget your own standing. You are merely a distant cousin of the Yu family. It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling in our affairs. Furthermore, I am the one in charge here today. As he spoke, Ye Jingchuan turned to his grandmother. Grandmother, may I take full responsibility for the matter concerning Wang Jiyun today? Very well. I am of an advanced age and wish to avoid conflict. I leave this matter in your hands. His grandmother glanced at Wang Jiyun before turning to enter the house, having seemingly heard the stirrings of the two children. Third aunt, how can you leave during such an important matter? Wang Jiyun was momentarily taken aback, utterly baffled by her grandmother's trust in Ye Jingchuan, a wave of foreboding washing over her. With her grandmother's departure, the stage was set for her own downfall. She hastily moved to stop her, but her outstretched arm was firmly swatted away by Ye Jingchuan. Wang Jiyun, cease your futile scheming here. We are all seasoned players in this game, and your feeble intentions are already known to us. Since you have come to our doorstep today, let us lay everything bare. You know precisely why Nanzhi married me. Your own actions to buy off the educated youth who were close to her nearly led to her being sold off. And we are all fully aware of it. There is no need for you to feign sympathy here. In front of all our neighbors, I, Ye Jingchuan, will not beat around the bush. From this day forth, Your family should cease all interactions with ours and abandon any fanciful notions regarding my mother-in-law's employment or this courtyard. By the way, instead of fixating on the Yu family's wealth, it would be prudent for you to manage your own household. I have heard rumors about your husband's close relationship with a female worker at the textile factory. Perhaps you should attend to your own affairs first. These words were a calculated provocation by Ye Jingchuan, who could not bear to see her flaunt her arrogance. He concocted a tale to unsettle her and gauge her composure. As his words settled in the air, the previously self-satisfied Wang Jiyun was thrown into a state of panic. Recently, Yu Song had been frequently staying out late under the pretense of working overtime, stirring her suspicions. Now, with Ye Jingchuan's insinuations, her anxiety deepened. Yet, for the sake of her grandmother's courtyard, she was reluctant to retreat. Ye Jingchuan, who do you think you are? Do you believe that I would heed your fabricated lies? You are merely dreaming. As for severing ties, that is not for you to decide. Your surname is Yi, not you. You have no authority over the matters of the Yu family. You truly are someone who does not learn from experience. Has your husband suddenly taken to being tidy? Do you not realize that a typically disheveled man suddenly becoming fastidious suggests the presence of someone else? I advise you to guard your own little patch of land and refrain from coveting what does not belong to you. Remember, those who engage in wicked deeds will inevitably face retribution. Ye Jingchuan's words struck deep into Wang Jiyun's heart, causing her rationality to dissipate in an instant, for he spoke nothing but the truth. Recently, Yu Song had taken to grooming himself with great enthusiasm. He not only purchased stylish shirts, but also liberally applied hair gel. Just days ago, she had mocked him for flaunting himself like a peacock, yet now she was consumed by a desire to return home and strangle him. When one is bereft of reason, words spill forth unfiltered. Without a moment's thought, Wang Jiyun retorted coldly to Mu Nanzhi, questioning the fate of Lin Jinran, who had vanished while the other doctors who went on the medical mission returned safely to the capital. Was it possible that Lin had committed some heinous act and thus faced retribution? Lin Jinran had always been a sore spot in Mu Nanzhi's heart, and Wang Jiyun's words provoked a rare response from her, despite her usual composure. My mother treated you with kindness, and you dare speak of her in such a manner? Now leave my sight. In a fit of exasperation, Mu Nanzhi surged forward and forcefully shoved Wang Jiyun, demanding her immediate departure. How dare you, Mu Nanzhi? You push me, and I swear I will not let you off easily. You are the ingrate here, your grandmother raised you. Yet you so readily hand over her courtyard to someone named Yi. As she spoke, Wang Jiyun lunged at Mu Nanzhi, but before her hand could reach its target, it was seized by Ye Jingchuan. Seizing the moment while Wang Jiyun was momentarily stunned, Mu Nanzhi raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to her face. Wang Jiyun, I remember everything you have done to me. This slap marks the end of our kinship. From this day forth, you shall pursue your own path, while I tread mine. Should you dare interfere in our family affairs again, I will not hesitate to take drastic measures. Chapter 146. The heartfelt intent of Grandma Ye Jingchuan was taken aback by his usually gentle wife suddenly transforming into a fierce little lion. With a smile, he glanced at her before dragging Wang Jiyun toward the gate. The onlookers outside the yard quickly parted to make way. Let go of me, you country bumpkin. How dare you lay a hand on me? I will call the police and have you arrested. Wang Jiyun was beside herself with rage, unable to fathom how the situation had spiraled so far from her expectations. She never imagined that the typically mild-mannered Mu Nanzhi would resort to violence. I do not strike women, but if you dare come to our home to sow discord again, I will not hesitate to pay Yu Song a visit and leave him in tatters. You wouldn't dare. Wang Jiyun glared fiercely at Ye Jingchuan, though fear gnawed at her insides. If he truly confronted Yu Song at his workplace, she feared the repercussions. Standing at the gate before the gathered crowd, Ye Jingchuan spoke calmly. I apologize for the spectacle today. Perhaps you are not familiar with me and may have been swayed by Wang Jiyun's words, thinking I am here to usurp the Yu family's assets. I had no intention of explaining myself, but since I will be residing here for the next 4 years, I wish to clarify any misunderstandings. My presence in the capital is not due to any connections, but rather through my own merit, having entered the capital university as the top student from Jiangpu City. In other words, both Nanzhi and I, along with my sister, are here to pursue our studies. I firmly believe that time reveals a person's true character, and in due course, everyone will come to understand the essence of who I am. Since Ye Jingchuan's arrival in the capital, he has maintained a low profile, Even Grandma Song from the local shop was unaware that he was the top science student in Jiangpu City this year. The elderly individuals who had previously harbored doubts about him immediately ceased their skepticism upon learning this fact. It is undeniable that the simplicity of the common folk lends a certain glow to the achievements of a science prodigy. Jingchuan, we have faith in you. You should return home quickly, for your grandmother must be quite distressed, Grandma Song remarked, casting a glance at the astonished Wang Zhiyun. If what Ye Jingchuan and Mu Nanzhi had said was indeed true, then Wang Zhiyun was truly fearsome. Despite her seemingly kind demeanor, she had secretly engaged in so many sordid acts. How deceptive human nature can be. Thank you, Grandma Song. I will head back shortly, Ye Jingchuan responded, turning his gaze towards the furious Wang Zhiyun. Wang Zhiyun, keep your distance from my family. Otherwise, a mere slap today will be the least of your worries. Frustrated, Wang Zhiyun had intended to argue further, but the moment she met his cold, piercing gaze, she involuntarily recoiled. The terror emanating from Ye Jingchuan's eyes made her feel as if she were being hunted by a beast, sending chills down her spine. Though unwilling to concede, Wang Zhiyun ultimately departed in silence, cowed by the stares of the neighbors. Today had indeed been a miscalculation. Not only had she startled the snake in the grass, but she had also humiliated Ye Jingchuan, making it all the more challenging to seize the Yu family's courtyard in the future. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, yet she was determined not to relinquish her grasp on what she had nearly acquired, whether it be the courtyard or her career. She would pursue both. After leaving Emerald Lane, Wang Zhiyun did not return home immediately, but instead headed to the textile factory. She took to heart Ye Jingchuan's words, intent on investigating whether Yu Song was indeed engaging in clandestine activities behind her back. At that moment, Wang Zhiyun remained blissfully unaware that this matter was merely a casual remark made by Ye Jingchuan, yet she was indeed capable of unearthing significant revelations. Wang Zhiyun's commotion had indeed unsettled Grandma Yu. For years, she had regarded Wang Zhiyun as a daughter, always ready to lend a helping hand in times of need. Who could have anticipated that she would ultimately be betrayed by such a person? It was a painful realization for her. However, Grandma Yu was not so fragile as to be utterly defeated by this blow. In the East Room, she cradled the recently sobbing Mai Mai, gently soothing her, while little Mai Mai gazed up at her with tear-stained eyes. Zatsa, I'm fine. I am merely feeling a bit down. Your cousin was such a wonderful person when she first came to our home. How could she have changed so drastically in just a few years? Grandma Yu appeared lost in thought, a trace of melancholy crossing her face. Don't worry, Grandma. From now on, Mai Mai, and I will be here with you. And me too. Today, Wang Zhiyun dared to cause a ruckus in our home, relying solely on your gentle nature, Grandma. From now on, when she comes to our door, she should consider whether she will fare well here, especially with me around. Grandma Yu nodded in agreement, fully aware of her own gentle disposition, which indeed had its weaknesses. She was acutely aware that previously, their household consisted only of herself and Mu Nanzhi, both of whom possessed gentle temperaments, which led Wang Zhiyun to believe they were easy prey. However, with the presence of Ye Jingchuan, a robust man, she should now tread carefully, no longer acting with the same reckless abandon as before. Today, amidst the chaos stirred by Wang Zhiyun, she nearly forgot the important matters at hand. In the future, it would be inconvenient for the two of them to commute to school daily by public bus. I happen to have a bicycle voucher. You should use it to purchase a bicycle. Grandma Yu retrieved a handkerchief from the cabinet, unfolding it to reveal 120 yuan and a bicycle voucher. Grandma, I only need the bicycle voucher. We have our own funds, Mu Nanzhi replied, knowing well that Grandma Yu, at her age, had limited financial resources and could not accept her money. Your funds are yours, but this is a small token from Grandma. I haven't provided you anything for your wedding, yet I will not fall short in my offerings to you. I will prepare everything you need. Grandma Yu insisted on placing the handkerchief into Mu Nanzhi's hands, not permitting her to decline. Although 120 yuan might seem insignificant to Ye Jingchuan, he urged Mu Nanzhi to accept it, understanding Grandma Yu's heartfelt intentions. Nanzhi, please accept it. I will reimburse Grandma later. All right, thank you, Grandma. After lunch, Ye Jingchuan took Mu Nanzhi to purchase the bicycle. While acquiring a bicycle in the capital was somewhat easier than in the Hongxing commune, they still encountered considerable obstacles. Today, the supply cooperative had just received a shipment of pork, causing a throng of people to crowd the area, all eager to procure the meat before it sold out. After much effort, They finally pushed their bicycle through the bustling crowd, exchanging amused glances as laughter escaped them. One of Mu Nanzhi's long braids had come undone, while Ye Jingchuan's blue shirt was askew, hanging awkwardly on him. I never anticipated the allure of pork to be so potent. Had I not pushed the bicycle with such force, the surging crowd would have shoved me back inside the cooperative, Ye Jingchuan remarked, tugging at his shirt in exasperation. The scarcity of goods was still quite pronounced. He mused that if only he understood livestock farming, he could raise hundreds of pigs and reap substantial profits. Yet, this thought flitted through his mind only briefly. The return on investment in farming was too slow compared to the rapid gains in clothing sales. Let us explore the area nearby, suggested Nanzhi. Perfect. I know the capital like the back of my hand. I'll show you around. As Mu Nanzhi hopped onto the rear seat of the bicycle, she wrapped one arm around Ye Jingchuan's waist while clutching her bag with the other. Hold on tight. Chapter 147. A fortuitous encounter with Zhou Yu. Ye Jingchuan pedaled the bicycle with Mu Nanzhi seated behind him, aimlessly traversing the streets. In September, the sweltering heat of the capital had dissipated significantly, with the afternoon breeze carrying a refreshing coolness that caressed their faces comfortably. Ye Jingchuan, grinning from ear to ear as he rode, reveled in a sense of ease he had not experienced in a long while. Behind him sat the one he cherished, and in his pocket lay the promise of a carefree life. He felt no pressure, only happiness. The streets of the capital were alive with a multitude of bicycles. Amidst a throng of bicycles, Ye Jingchuan found solace in the melodious jingling that occasionally echoed in his ears. It was a comforting sound, emblematic of the tranquil and stable life he yearned for. Ahead lay our university. As they passed by Capital University, Mu Nanzhi thoughtfully reminded Ye Jingchuan, "Well, we are destined to spend the next 4 years here. Why not take a moment to explore?" "Sure," he replied. The two presented themselves as freshmen, and the security guard at the entrance did not hinder their entry after a brief registration. They first visited the academic building where their classes would be held, followed by the library and the sports field. The expanse of Capital University was vast, and while cycling through its grounds, they found themselves somewhat disoriented, prompting Ye Jingchuan to pause and inquire for directions. "Jingchuan, look over there. Isn't that an English corner?" Mu Nanzhi's keen eyes spotted a group of Chinese students engaging in light-hearted conversation with several international students in a pavilion, the atmosphere appearing quite relaxed. A banner hung in one corner, though Mu Nanzhi's vantage point rendered the text somewhat unclear. It must say that the utility of English is immense. "I suspect we will soon partake in such activities," he conjectured. "You truly possess foresight." Mu Nanzhi gazed at Ye Jingchuan with admiration, as if he were always a step ahead of others, whether it was selling scraps, crossbody bags, or now, learning English. "Indeed, as a student of economics, I must remain at the forefront of the times." Ye Jingchuan reveled in Mu Nanzhi's admiring gaze, smiling as he approached someone to inquire about the university's layout. Their delay in returning home resulted in the night enveloping them. Their grandmother was concerned that they had failed to procure a bicycle, explaining their tardiness. One bicycle was decidedly insufficient. Before the semester commenced, Ye Jingchuan took his younger brother Ye Xiaoyan to explore the black market in the capital, where he purchased a bicycle ticket. "This new bicycle is yours from now on," Ye Jingchuan declared, patting the newly acquired bike as he handed it over to Ye Xiaoyan. "For me? Jingchuan, you cannot be jesting." Ye Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. "When have I ever joked with you? Starting tomorrow, you need not rely on the minibus to navigate. Instead, ride this bicycle and become familiar with every corner of the capital. I give you a month to explore the streets and alleys thoroughly." The task was assuredly achievable. Ye Xiaoyan was overjoyed, not only eager to traverse the capital, but even willing to traverse the entire nation. Ye Jingchuan's intention was to ensure his younger brother would not get lost in the vast city, leading him to become well acquainted with its environment. Little did he know, in the near future, Ye Xiaoyan's familiarity with the capital would save both their lives. Time swiftly passed, and the day of Ye Jingchuan and Mu Nanzhi's enrollment arrived. Ye Jingchuan, whose semester began a few days later on the 26th, accompanied them to Capital University for a visit. Fortunately, there is no mandatory dormitory policy, otherwise we would be in quite the predicament, Mu Nanzhi remarked as they observed their peers burdened with an array of luggage while processing their enrollment. It is only the second year since the resumption of the college entrance examination, and many students, like ourselves, are accompanied by family members. If they were to reside in the school, managing the student dormitories would become quite a challenge. Nanzhi realized this as well. With 6 students per dormitory, if one were to bring a child, the lives of the others would be quite disrupted. She decided to check in first, and, after completing the necessary formalities, she would head over to the economics department. Jingchuan, we've been waiting for you for ages. Kong Xingyao waved at Ye Jingchuan from a distance, making it difficult for him to ignore them. Kong Xingyao, already tall, was accompanied by a young man even taller than him. Just by his posture, Ye Jingchuan surmised that he must be a soldier. Why did you arrive so late? We have already completed our enrollment procedures. I had to take a moment to handle some paperwork for my wife, Ye Jingchuan explained, his gaze shifting to the man behind Kong Xingyao. It was then that Kong Xingyao realized he should introduce them. This is my cousin, Kong Huijing. He has just returned from studying abroad this month. Studying abroad? Surely he wasn't at a military academy? Truly, a distinguished member of the Kong family. This is Ye Jingchuan, this year's science top scorer from Jiangpu City. Kong Xingyao continued, introducing Nanzhi and Ye Jingchuan to Kong Huijing. The top scorer in science is quite impressive, Kong Huijing remarked, his face betraying little emotion. Yet it was evident he held Ye Jingchuan in high regard. Just fortunate, that's all, Ye Jingchuan replied modestly. After exchanging pleasantries, he proceeded to finalize his enrollment. Ye Jingchuan stood to the side, somewhat shy and waiting. Jingchuan, you seem quite young. Did you also gain admission to Capital University? Kong Huijing inquired, catching Ye Jingchuan off guard. I didn't perform as well. I only managed to get into Capital Normal University, she replied, slightly flustered. Oh, that is still commendable. To gain admission to university at such a young age. I am 17, so I am not that young anymore. Ye Jingchuan murmured softly. Kong Huijing raised an eyebrow and studied her intently, but chose not to comment further. Ye Jingchuan soon completed his enrollment, and Kong Xingyao offered to treat everyone to lunch that afternoon. The restaurant was a mere 15-minute walk from Capital University. The group chatted and laughed as they made their way to the eatery. Upon reaching the university entrance, they encountered a group of individuals. The leader, sporting a buzz cut and dressed in a sporty outfit, was evidently wearing imported attire. Following him were 5 young men of similar age, clearly his sycophants. Kong Xingyao, impressive indeed. You've managed to return after your time in the countryside, Zhou Xiao remarked. You, Zhou, are quite remarkable as well. I thought you wouldn't attend university. Yet here you are. The tension was palpable as they exchanged barbs. If Kong Xingyao can gain admission, why shouldn't I? Zhou Yu's gaze swept over Kong Xingyao's group before settling on Kong Huijing, entirely disregarding Ye Jingchuan and the others. Huijing, you are here today as well. Indeed. Kong Huijing replied nonchalantly, continuing forward without any intention of engaging in conversation. Originally, Kong Xingyao had intended to confront Zhou Yu with a few sharp words, but upon seeing Kong Huijing depart, he opted for silence instead. Chapter 148. The Gossip of the Zhou Family. Additional update. After they had walked a little further away, Kong Xingyao turned to Ye Jingchuan and explained, that was Zhou Yu, the 4th son of the Zhou family. Despite his lofty demeanor, he is merely an adopted son of the Zhou clan, and I fail to understand the source of his arrogance. By the way, Jingchuan, you should be familiar with the Zhou family. During the last occasion when Uncle Wang drove you home, Zhou Jingchuan was also in the car. He is Zhou Yu's elder brother and the current patriarch of the Zhou family. As someone with experience, Ye Jingchuan had a thorough understanding of the Zhou family in the capital. The Zhou clan is considered an old aristocracy, with influence surpassing that of the Wang and Kong families, and their offspring are plentiful. Nearly every family boasts 4 or 5 children. Such a large family is destined for complexity, rife with intrigue and rivalry. However, in his previous life, Zhou Jingchuan did not emerge in the public eye. Instead, it was another man from the Zhou family named Zhou Jun who remained prominent, while Zhou Yu seemed to be mingling in Hong Kong. Ye Jingchuan did not concern himself too much with the affairs of the Zhou family, for there existed an insurmountable chasm between their families, and it seemed unlikely that they would ever cross paths in this lifetime. The group chatted and laughed as they headed to a restaurant, while Kong Huijing remained relatively quiet throughout the meal, with Kong Xingyao incessantly chattering away. Jingchuan, if you happen to encounter Zhou Yu at school, make sure to keep your distance. It would be best to avoid any interaction with him. He is notoriously petty. We've been competing against each other since childhood. Now that my studies are excelling, he is undoubtedly seething with jealousy. I fear that if he sees you walking with me, he may unleash his ire upon you. But fret not. If he dares to harm you, simply inform me, and I shall ensure he is left searching for his teeth. Should I fail to resolve the matter, I will take you to find Ye Jingchuan. He is the most fair and just among them, and Zhou Yu fears him greatly. Observing Kong Xingyao's smug expression, Kong Huijin found himself at a loss for words. He had assumed that Kong Xingyao could handle the situation independently, but it appeared that he still intended to seek Ye Jingchuan's assistance. Though Zhou Yu often acted brazenly, he was not without his wits. Given the relationship between the Zhou and Kong families, it was improbable that he would deliberately cause trouble for Jingchuan. Huijin, you are underestimating Zhou Yu. He is a shameless scoundrel who merely puts on a facade in public. You may not be aware that my rural assignment is not solely due to conflicts with my father. Zhou Yu has also played a significant role in this predicament. Mentioning this matter ignited a fire within Kong Xingyao, for he had never before suffered such a covert indignity. Kong Huijin furrowed his brow, unable to restrain himself from inquiring. Why have you never mentioned this before? I have been studying abroad, unaware of the happenings domestically. Moreover, it is not a matter of pride, and I see no reason to boast. However, I shall not let this slight go unaddressed. While I am sent to the countryside, Zhou Yu will not fare any better. I shall ensure that his elder brother is sent to the military for a few years of rigorous training. You are aware of how Ye Jingchuan soldiers are trained. Someone like Zhou Yu, a pampered heir, will emerge from the military stripped of his arrogance, if he survives at all. You, my friend, do not appear to be a fool. Indeed, the child who weeps is the one who receives nourishment. I have had my fair share of tumult with Zhou Dage. Upon hearing Kong Xingyao recount the grievances between him and Zhou Yu, Ye Jingchuan could not help but ponder why they had forged a friendship. Clearly, both were individuals who believed in settling scores and would not allow themselves to be wronged. Aware that it was Ye Jingchuan's inaugural visit to the capital for lunch, Kong Xingyao took it upon himself to regale him with various local gossip, aiming to prevent him from inadvertently provoking those who ought not to be provoked. He shared a plethora of tales, some of which Ye Jingchuan had heard whispers of in his previous life, while others were entirely novel to him. The Zhou family is numerous, yet among our generation, only Ye Jingchuan holds substantial merit. The rest are rather inconsequential. However, it seems he has recently found himself in quite a predicament, as rumors have surfaced regarding his father's illegitimate son, whom he wishes to acknowledge. What was the name again? After a brief moment of contemplation, Kong Xingyao recalled, Zhou Jun, such a casually chosen name. With that, he burst into laughter. These individuals hold the utmost disdain for bastards, even Kong Xingyao himself, despite his affiliation with Zhou Yu. Upon hearing the name Zhou Jun, Ye Jingchuan felt a jolt of surprise. Initially, he had believed that Zhou Jun stood as the representative of the Zhou family, due to Ye Jingchuan's low profile and aversion to public attention. However, Kong Xingyao's words suggested otherwise. It seemed likely that in the power struggle within the family, Zhou Jun had emerged victorious, while the vanquished Ye Jingchuan was destined to fade into obscurity. In his previous life, Ye Jingchuan had crossed paths with Zhou Jun on several occasions. Yet even when he had spearheaded significant investments, he had never once laid eyes on Zhou Jun. It was apparent that, in Zhou Jun's estimation, a businessman like Ye Jingchuan was unworthy of his presence. Ultimately, their collaboration ceased due to Zhou Jun's disgraceful conduct, despite Ye Jingchuan being the initial investor in a project. He found himself ousted when profits were to be realized, leaving Zhou Jun to claim the entirety of the spoils while Ye Jingchuan was merely left to embellish another's success. Following this incident, Ye Jingchuan vowed never to partner with the Zhou family again. Moreover, Zhou Jun subsequently competed against Ye Jingchuan in multiple projects, employing any means necessary, even resorting to assassination attempts. Had it not been for Ye Jingchuan's exceptional abilities and his solid backing, he might have faced untold rebirths by now. In Ye Jingchuan's memory, Zhou Jun was not merely cunning but extraordinarily treacherous, willing to disregard human life in pursuit of his ambitions. The fact that such a man could wield unchecked power within the meticulously disciplined Zhou family was indeed a misfortune for them. In his previous life, Ye Jingchuan had presumed Zhou Jun to be the legitimate heir of the Zhou family. Little did he know that he was merely a usurper, elevated through dubious means. One wonders whether, in this life, should Zhou Jingchuan prevail, Zhou Jun would still be as audacious and overbearing as he once was. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced Ye Jingchuan's lips. In his past encounters with the formidable Zhou Jun, he had deemed it nearly impossible to contend with him. Yet the current circumstances promised a different narrative. While absorbing the gossip of the capital, Ye Jingchuan refrained from voicing any opinions. Yet he meticulously committed every utterance of Kong Xingyao to memory, resolved to devise a strategy that would ensure Zhou Jun never regained his footing. On the second day of school, Ye Jingchuan rode his bicycle with Mu Nanzhi to attend classes together. At noon, we would return home for lunch. If you finish class early, wait for me at the library entrance. All right, you should hurry along, or you'll be late. Remember, do not run around. I am not a child. I want to get lost. With a cheerful smile, Mu Nanzhi waved at Ye Jingchuan and dashed towards the teaching building. Watching her enter, Ye Jingchuan pedaled off to his own classroom. They had left home later than usual and encountered a throng of cyclists on their way, causing him to arrive just in time for class. As he stepped into the classroom, he heard Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao call his name, prompting him to hastily sit down. My friends, you are relentless. Last night until 10 p.m., we received a total of 56 gifts. Today, I am adding 2 more chapters. Trembling with fear at the thought of escaping, what should I do? I still have 6 chapters in reserve. You want to push me to release them all in a few days, will you? Woe is me. The rules remain unchanged today. 10 gifts yield 1 extra chapter. 50 yield 2, and 100 yield 3. I'm ready to compete with you. After all, just 6 chapters in reserve, I can rest easy. Chapter 149. The basketball match true to form. My brother even reserved a seat for me. Ye Jingchuan quickly took a seat and retrieved his textbook. Indeed, today is a large lecture with many students. If we hadn't saved you a seat, you would have had to stand at the back, Wang Zhuoran remarked, nodding towards the other students trickling in through the door, as they struggled to find good seats. The last few arrivals were left with no choice but to stand and listen. The first lecture of the new semester was conducted by Professor Ye Jingchuan. Upon entering the classroom and seeing the sea of students, a broad smile spread across his face. It has been a long time since I have seen so many students in my class. It brings me immense joy. He then produced the attendance sheet and began to call names, each response deepening his smile. Ye Jingchuan. Present. Professor Gu glanced up at Ye Jingchuan. I know you. You are the science prodigy who scored full marks in mathematics. It is quite surprising to see you in the economics department. The other students gasped in astonishment at the revelation of Ye Jingchuan's perfect score, their eyes collectively turning toward him. Fortunately, having weathered many storms, he remained unfazed by their scrutiny. I aspire to contribute to the economic development of our nation. That is why I chose economics. Well said. Our country needs more young people like you. Professor Gu continued calling names. Zhou Yu. With the mention of Zhou Yu, silence ensued. Zhou Yu? Still, no response. To be late on the very first day of class reflects poorly on one's attitude towards learning. Professor Gu's smile faded, replaced by a stern expression. Only after he finished calling the roll did Zhou Yu arrive, apologizing. Sorry, teacher, I was caught in traffic. As he scanned the room, a familiar male classmate stood up to offer him a seat. Without waiting for Professor Gu's response, he took his place. Gu Jianguo was infuriated, yet chose to remain silent, for Zhou Yu possessed a formidable background. Even before the semester commenced, whispers had reached him regarding a prominent individual among Zhou Yu's peers. Once the lecture began, Zhou Yu appeared disinterested, frequently casting glances towards Kong Xingyao and his companions. His gaze was exceedingly discomforting. Kong Xingyao, who had been diligently paying attention, couldn't help but murmur, "Thank goodness I am a male. Otherwise, with him staring at me so unabashedly, I might think he has taken a liking to me." Beside him, Ye Jingchuan stifled a laugh, nearly bursting with amusement. Kong Xingyao was indeed a delightful presence. With him around, life was never dull. The class soon concluded, and Ye Jingchuan, having been thoroughly engaged, had to admit that Professor Gu was quite skilled. He managed to make a monotonous subject captivating. After 3 consecutive lectures, 2 of which were substantial, the trio remained seated, intending to rest briefly before the next session. What did you think of today's class? Was it comprehensible? Ye Jingchuan inquired, lowering his voice. I found it effortless to grasp, Kong Xingyao replied, glancing at Wang Zhuoran. Why are you looking at me? My study habits have always surpassed yours. If you can manage, I certainly can too. The 3 engaged in hushed whispers until an unwelcome voice interrupted from the side. Kong Xingyao, we're heading to play basketball shortly. Care to join us for a match? Zhou Yu leaned casually against the desk, hands in his pockets, exuding an insufferable air. You wish to challenge me to basketball? Regrettably, I am indisposed, Kong Xingyao retorted. Are you afraid? I never anticipated that after a few years in the countryside, you would lose your nerve. Kong Xingyao was no fool. He recognized Zhou Yu's intentions. The invitation to play basketball was merely a pretext for Zhou Yu to assert dominance. If an accident were to occur during the game, neither family would raise objections. You needn't try to provoke me. It's been ages since I last played basketball since returning to Beijing. Competing with you now would be sheer self-torment. I am no fool to subject myself to such misery. Zhou Yu scoffed, rolling his eyes at Kong Xingyao in disdain. Fine, I shall relent. Let us schedule a match for 1 week from now. And do refrain from conjuring up any further excuses. Zhou Yu's words effectively cornered Kong Xingyao. If he declined again, his standing within their circle would surely diminish. However, having not played basketball for several years, could he truly reclaim his former prowess with merely a week of practice? Just as Kong Xingyao pondered how to refuse, he felt a sudden squeeze on his arm beneath the table. He glanced at Ye Jingchuan, who nodded encouragingly, signaling him to accept the challenge. Despite his apprehension, Kong Xingyao trusted Ye Jingchuan, confident that he would not lead him astray. All right, it's settled then. We shall meet at the Beijing University sports field in 1 week, Kong Xingyao affirmed. Zhou Yu, pleased with the agreement, responded, I look forward to it. With that, he gathered his books and departed, seemingly indifferent to the subsequent lectures. Jingchuan, did you have a plan when you urged me to agree to this? Kong Xingyao queried. In the past, you have crossed paths with Zhou Yu. How would you assess his skills? Whenever we had conflicts, we would gather to play basketball. The outcome of the game was inconsequential. What truly mattered was subtly inflicting pain on the other party. There was an incident when Zhou Yu, accompanied by a student he had somehow procured, collided with me while vying for a rebound, resulting in a severe fall that left my arm fractured and in disrepair for several months. Zhou Yu has a penchant for underhanded tactics, and his sudden approach raises my suspicions that he deliberately seeks to provoke me. This time, I intend not only to secure victory, but also to ensure Zhou Yu experiences injury. When it comes to such cunning play, Ye Jingchuan is truly in a league of his own, leaving Zhou Yu utterly outmatched. Share with me your insights on how to achieve a resounding victory. Leaving the Zhou family with no grounds for complaint, Ye Jingchuan whispered a few words in Kong Xinyao's ear. Brilliant. How did I not think of this before? Were your previous teammates merely acquaintances from around you, without considering options elsewhere? Indeed, I've always perceived this as a matter solely between us, never delving deeper. Ye Jingchuan, with a hint of exasperation, patted Kong Xingyao on the shoulder. You are still too naive. When dealing with treacherous individuals, one must be even more cunning. Understood. This time, I shall ensure Zhou Yu experiences the agony of a fracture. In the afternoon, Nanzhi remained occupied with classes, while Ye Jingchuan had only one session. After class, Kong Xingyao invited Ye Jingchuan and Wang Zhuoran to join him for a game of basketball. In his previous life, Ye Jingchuan had a great fondness for sports, particularly basketball, and his skills were commendable. However, after years of inactivity, he found himself somewhat out of practice. After playing for a mere 10 minutes, he had hardly touched the ball, with Kong Xingyao dominating possession. I never imagined I would have a day where I could triumph over you, brother Jingchuan. Your basketball skills seem rather lacking, Kong Xingyao teased. Enjoy your moment of triumph. Just wait and see how I will handle you shortly. Chapter 150. The charming Yi student having just warmed up, Ye Jingchuan did not rush to attack, but instead focused on reacquainting himself with the court and rediscovering the feel of the game. As they played, someone nearby observed them quietly for over half an hour. After confirming that, aside from Kong Xingyao, the others possessed limited basketball skills, he discreetly departed. Little did he know that shortly after his exit, Ye Jingchuan, who had appeared lackluster before, transformed remarkably. Once he gained control of the basketball, the others could no longer touch it. I can't believe it, brother Jingchuan. You weren't playing possum, were you? I thought you were inept at basketball, yet you play better than anyone. I, too, haven't touched a basketball in years. I was simply out of practice. Now that I've found my rhythm, let us continue. Aren't you scheduled to face Zhou Yu in a few days? You should practice while you can. Let us keep going. We still have a class tomorrow afternoon. I'll invite a few friends to join us for some friendly competition. Is Zhuoran joining us as well? Ye Jingchuan couldn't help but glance at Wang Zhuoran, who seemed quite fragile. If he participated, he might easily be knocked off the court. I won't join. With my skills and physical condition, I would only be an easy target for them. After an hour of basketball, Wang Zhuoran was already panting heavily. Having yet to touch the ball despite running around the court, he was thoroughly exhausted. At least you have self-awareness, Kong Xingyao chuckled. attempting to snatch the basketball from Ye Jingchuan's hands. However, Ye Jingchuan was not easily outmaneuvered. He deftly sidestepped. The group was drenched in sweat on the basketball court, attracting a considerable crowd of students. Ye Jingchuan, in particular, was striking, both in physique and appearance, with perspiration quickly dampening his hair. He decided to remove his shirt, donning only a white tank top to continue playing. His toned muscles were on full display as he darted across the court, and with a stunning three-point shot, the ball swished through the net, eliciting a spontaneous round of applause from the gathered crowd. Wow, when did so many people gather? Kong Xingyao, typically boastful, suddenly felt the pressure of being under such scrutiny. Let us call it a day. I need to pick up my girlfriend from class. Ye Jingchuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, preparing to retrieve his shirt hanging on the basketball hoop. Halfway there, a blushing girl approached him. Here, I noticed you didn't bring any water, so I thought you might like this. She offered him a bottle of Bei Binjiang orange soda. Thank you. But I'm in a hurry to pick up my girlfriend, he replied, turning to leave without a second glance at the girl. Kong Xingyao caught up with him, nudging his arm and winking. Bro, you're quite the catch. Just a few days into the semester, and already someone else delivering soda to you. What can I say? I attract attention when I play basketball, Ye Jingchuan replied, confident in his looks. Guess I'll keep my distance from you at school, otherwise the pretty girls will only notice you and miss out on us. Don't worry, I'm married, so I won't compete with you, Ye Jingchuan said as he arrived at the teaching building where Nanzhi was. She hadn't finished class yet, so he stood beneath a large tree, enjoying the shade while waiting. After about 15 minutes, students began to emerge from the building. Nearly everyone who passed by, regardless of gender, stole a glance at him. Ye Jingchuan wondered why he was drawing so much attention. He was handsome, but not to the point of inciting widespread admiration. Just then, Nanzhi appeared with several female classmates. Is this your boyfriend? One of them asked. Yes, not my boyfriend, Nanzhi replied, slightly embarrassed, offering no further explanation as she bid farewell to her friends and hurried over to Ye Jingchuan. What happened? Why is your hair all wet? She asked. I just played a game of basketball. It was so hot that I splashed some water on my head at the fountain. Your tank top is completely soaked. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Huh. Ye Jingchuan belatedly looked down at his tank top. No wonder everyone had been staring at him earlier. The summer tank was already thin, and now, soaked, it clung to his body, accentuating his well-defined muscles in an appealing manner. Moments ago, I was drenched in sweat, and I hardly noticed as my hair became damp while washing it. With the wind blowing, I might catch a cold. Next time I play ball, I must remember to bring a spare vest. Nanzhi noticed others glancing in their direction, prompting her to hastily ask Ye Jingchuan to fasten his shirt buttons. The two of them departed on a bicycle. The evening breeze tousled their hair as Nanzhi, seated on the back, embraced Ye Jingchuan's waist. She gently inhaled the scent of his shirt, which carried the unmistakable odor of sweat. Upon returning home, she resolved to quickly boil water for a hot bath. Is it smelly? I can't smell anything at all. It is indeed. I must take a proper hot shower today, or else do not let me near my bed. Ye Jingchuan chuckled. I shall certainly heed my wife's words, ensuring I am impeccably clean and fragrant. As they rode home, their laughter filled the air. Upon entering the house, the joyous sounds of two children babbling and the clatter of a rattle greeted them. Grandma, have you bought more toys for the children? They are still too young for so many. That simply cannot be. Our little grandsons are too adorable, even if it's just a small rattle. I wouldn't hesitate to buy even the most expensive toys for them. Hee. Mima, do you like the little rattle? During her speech, Grandma picked up the rattle to entertain the two little ones. They immediately dashed towards the sound, displaying their eagerness. Yet, upon hearing Nanzhi's voice, they quickly turned and began to call out for her, waving their arms in delight. It seems they wish for their mother's embrace. Let us take turns. Nanzhi first lifted Hee into her arms, then allowed Ye Jingchuan to hold Mima and place him in her embrace. While they are still small, you can manage to hold both with one arm. Once they grow chubby, I wonder how you will handle their rivalry for affection. That will surely leave you in a fluster. Ye Jingchuan cherished the twins immensely, but he noticed that every time he held them, they soon sought out their mother, showing little desire to remain in his arms. He often pondered whether they had installed a tracking device on Nanzhi, for whenever they were away from her for too long, they would inevitably seek her out. After playing with the children for a while, dinner was soon served. It must be noted that having a housekeeper to assist with cooking and childcare made life significantly easier for both Grandma and Nanzhi. During mealtime, they ensured that Lu Xiaofeng was not left to dine alone, but rather that everyone sat together. After their meal, they gathered around the table for fruit. Qianqian, you start school tomorrow. I will accompany you. Brother, don't you have classes tomorrow morning? I do, but I have arranged for leave with the teacher. Let little Nian take me to school. You've just begun your term, and taking leave will create a poor impression. It's all right. This is university, not middle school. Taking an occasional leave is nothing to worry about. This evening, make sure to pack everything you need for school. Don't leave it until tomorrow morning when it can get chaotic and you might forget something. I understand. I have been gradually gathering my things over the past few days, so we can head straight to school tomorrow. Ye Jingchuan is preparing to stay in the dormitory, requiring bedding, a wash basin, a thermos, and various other necessities. With such a substantial load, Ye Jingchuan could hardly manage it alone on his bicycle, and ultimately, it was Ye Xiaoyan who assisted him in transporting these items to the university. At Beijing Normal University, 80 of the enrolled students are female. On the day of enrollment, the scene is bustling with parents accompanying their daughters to college. It is quite rare to see siblings like Ye Jingchuan and Ye Xiaoyan doing the same for Ye Qianqian. While Ye Xiaoyan kept an eye on the luggage, Ye Jingchuan led Ye Qianqian through the crowd to complete her registration. By the end of September, the heat has subsided somewhat, yet Ye Jingchuan emerged from the registration process drenched in sweat. There are so many students at your school, he remarked, wiping his brow and suppressing his urge to complain. The number of students enrolling at Beijing Normal University today is at least double that of Beijing University, if not more. Clearly, the nation places great importance on education. Otherwise, such a large number of normal school students could not be admitted. There are indeed a lot of people. I just overheard some girls saying that there aren't enough dormitories, so they converted 6-person rooms into 8-person ones. Ye Jingchuan replied, his concern mounting. He worried about Ye Qianqian's gentle nature, reminiscent of Zhao Xiaoyu. He wondered if she might be bullied in school, having heard numerous tales of campus bullying in the past. Qianqian, perhaps you shouldn't stay in the dorms. I could buy you a bicycle, and you could ride it to school each day. Brother, I'm not as fragile as you think. Besides, it's quite a distance from Emerald Alley. Riding back and forth every morning would waste a lot of time. Rest assured, I am no longer the submissive little girl of the Yi family. I am Ye Qianqian, who gained university admission after only half a year of study. Seeing the confidence and brilliance in Ye Qianqian's eyes filled Ye Jingchuan with joy. She had finally grown up. All right, I trust you can manage your relationships with your classmates. However, if you ever feel wronged, do not keep it to yourself. Please tell your brother. And if there's anything you find difficult to handle, do not hesitate to seek help. You can also confide in your sister-in-law for advice. I know, brother. I'm not a child anymore. I am already 17. Very well. I shall say no more. Just remember my words. Now, let us take your belongings to the dormitory. Ye Qianqian responded cheerfully, picking up her luggage and walking alongside Ye Jingchuan towards the dorm building. As they conversed, her gaze inadvertently swept through the crowd, and her heart skipped a beat. Had she just seen Zhou Dongfeng? However, by the time she looked back, he had vanished from sight. Ye Qianqian rubbed her eyes, dismissing it as a misperception. Zhou Dongfeng had already received his admission notice from Jiangpu University, so it was improbable for him to be at Normal University. It must have been a mistake on her part. Steeling her resolve, she quickly set this thought aside, as she had many tasks to attend to today. Upon reaching the female dormitory, they found 2 girls already arranging their beds, having been accompanied by their parents. As the 4 of them stood in the already cramped room, it felt even more crowded. Brother, you can head back now. I can manage the rest on my own. When Ye Qianqian noticed her 2 roommates occasionally glancing over at Ye Jingchuan, she felt compelled to let him leave first. She feared that once the other roommates arrived, they would inevitably seek to engage him in conversation. After all, her brother was already married, and she wanted to keep an eye on her sister-in-law, ensuring no other women became overly familiar with him. All right, I shall return to school first. If you have any matters to attend to, just come find me. I will see you out. No need. As he spoke, Ye Jingchuan lowered his voice and gently advised, do not be overly frugal with your living expenses. The capital is unlike our countryside. If your classmates invite you to go shopping or enjoy some delicacies, feel free to indulge. Brother, I have grown up and can take care of myself. Ye Jingchuan looked down at Ye Qianqian, who had just reached his shoulder, unable to resist ruffling her hair. In his eyes, she would always be his little girl, and he could never fully relax. After exchanging a few more words, Ye Jingchuan departed. The moment he left, Ye Jingchuan's roommates immediately inquired about him. Upon learning that he was already married, they expressed their dismay, lamenting that Ye Jingchuan had married too early, leaving them no chance. After graduating from normal university, Ye Jingchuan and Ye Xiaoyan parted ways. Ye Jingchuan only took a brief leave for one class, as he needed to hurry back to continue his studies. Ye Xiaoyan, however, was in no rush to return. He leisurely rode his bicycle around the capital. His memory was somewhat lacking, so if he could not remember a route after one pass, he would traverse it twice. If that still didn't suffice, he would simply push his bicycle, measuring the streets with his steps, determined to memorize every road and alley in the capital as Ye Jingchuan had instructed. As Ye Jingchuan pedaled towards the school, a few cars sped past him. Noticing the license plates, he could tell they were not private vehicles, but mostly belonged to various organizations. He mused to himself about the need for hard work, aspiring to exchange his 2 wheels for force sooner rather than later. Lu Jia, wasn't that the one who was quite close to Kong Xingyao? What was his name again? In relation to Ye Jingchuan? In the back seat of a car, Zhou Yu turned to glance at the tall figure among the throng of bicycles as they waited at a traffic light. It is him. I conducted a thorough investigation. Ye Jingchuan lacks significant connections. He and Kong Xingyao, as well as Wang Zhuoran, were part of the same commune during their rural service, seemingly due to him saving Kong Xingyao's life, which brought them closer. Our people observed him during a basketball game and noted he had no skills whatsoever. He didn't even touch the ball in half an hour. Lu Jia, aware of Zhou Yu's animosity towards Kong Xingyao, had scrutinized everyone around Kong after their first meeting, which naturally included Ye Jingchuan. Well, he does appear quite sturdy. It seems he is merely a facade of strength. Not entirely. Ye Jingchuan is the science prodigy from Jiangpu City. His academic performance is commendable. And what good does that do? A scholar of no practical use, after excelling in studies. He is still destined to become a worker. Zhou Yu scoffed, retracting his gaze. Keep a close watch on He Haoyang. Encourage him to practice basketball diligently. During the competition, make sure he performs impressively, avoiding any blunders that could be exploited. My elder brother is currently in the capital, and that rascal Kong Xingyao loves to report on others. Rest assured, I have been accompanying He Haoyang for basketball practice lately. I will ensure that Kong Xingyao suffers tremendously during the match. At least spending 3 months in the hospital. That would be ideal. Chapter 152. Basketball strategy. Zhou Yu and Kong Xingyao have a tumultuous history spanning several years. This time, Kong Xingyao has gained admission to Beijing University on his own merit, a fact that his father, Kong Zhengfei, outwardly conceals, yet within their circle, it is common knowledge. The offspring of prominent families, like Zhou Yu, have been regaled by their parents countless times with tales of Kong Xingyao past as a notorious troublemaker, who has since transformed remarkably after his stint in the countryside. Despite thriving in rural life and gaining entry to Beijing University, none of Zhou Yu's peers, who have remained in the city, have managed to achieve such success through their own efforts. Zhou Yu has grown weary of hearing these narratives, and he is determined not to allow Kong Xingyao to revel in his triumph. A match is merely the beginning. He intends to devise a way to oust him from Beijing University. For what good is admission if graduation eludes him? Having settled into university life after just a few days, Ye Jingchuan finds the academic material easily surmountable, often skimming through his textbooks. Even if he were to skip classes, he is confident he could pass with minimal effort. The university experience he had longed for has come to fruition so easily that it feels surreal. Brother Jingchuan, we only have one class this morning. How about we head to my basketball training court? I've found the individuals you asked me to locate. You can come and evaluate them, one of his friends proposes. Sounds good, but I need to return to campus for lunch with my wife, Ye Jingchuan replies. Not a problem. I'll have someone drive us there. We'll ensure you're back in time, his friend assures him. Kong Xingyao's training facility is located at a certain institution's basketball court, which is often deserted, allowing it to serve as his domain. Upon their arrival, they observe 2 individuals practicing on the court. All 4 of the players stand over 6 feet tall, clad in military green vests, their muscular physiques exuding a formidable presence. These are the athletes I recruited from the sports school. The tallest among them is Ho Ping. Not only is he an excellent basketball player, but he is also skilled in martial arts. When we played together recently, few could outmaneuver him. His strength is akin to that of an ox, his friend explains. That sounds promising. What about Zhou Yu? His capabilities should be on par with yours, right? The other 4 are not ordinary students, he inquires. I've made inquiries. Among his recruits are 3 military academy students and a sports school athlete named He Haoyang, who is quite formidable, rivaling Ho Ping, his friend responds. If they are truly comparable, the outcome of the match will hinge on who exhibits greater shamelessness, Ye Jingchuan remarks. What? Kong Xingyao is taken aback. Don't forget, your focus is not on winning or losing, but rather on sending the opponent to the hospital. Without familial repercussions, Ye Jingchuan explains. True, but there must be some limits to shamelessness, Kong Xingyao protests. Ye Jingchuan can't help but chuckle softly. Kong Xingyao remains rather naive, if his memory serves him correctly. In his previous life, although Zhou Yu did not control the Zhou family alongside Zhou Jun domestically, he wielded considerable influence in Hong Kong, establishing himself as a prominent figure. He has always believed that individuals group together and that like attracts like. The fact that Zhou Jun was able to ensure Zhou Yu's survival indicates a mutual alliance between them. However, one must question the integrity of an ally who is as treacherous as Zhou Jun. Furthermore, from Kong Xingyao's words, it is evident that during their previous encounters, he often found himself at a disadvantage. This was partly due to his quick temper and partly because of Zhou Yu's cunning nature. Regrettably, Kong Xingyao was young at the time, and his lack of experience left him with little means to counter Zhou Yu's devious tactics, resulting in numerous defeats. Xingyao? One must not underestimate an adversary. How many hidden losses did Zhou Yu inflict upon you in the past? Each time you sought to reclaim your dignity, did you not end up wounding yourself as much as your opponent? With Ye Jingchuan's reminder, Kong Xingyao reflected deeply and realized the truth in those words. His fiery temperament rendered him akin to a firecracker, easily ignited, and his vengeful character compelled him to confront Zhou Yu whenever he suffered a setback. Even when he was justified, he often ended up facing his father's wrath instead. Take, for instance, the time he was sent to the countryside after a brawl with Zhou Yu, despite having done nothing to deserve such punishment. Brother Jingchuan, when will I possess a mind as astute as yours? Please help me devise a strategy to emerge victorious in this competition. Kong Xingyao gazed at Ye Jingchuan, harboring a peculiar anticipation for the upcoming match, yearning to vanquish Zhou Yu completely, rendering him incapable of further arrogance in his presence. The plan is quite straightforward. Those who take the court need not practice their basketball skills. Instead, they should train in strategic collisions. When the game commences, they will focus their efforts on Zhou Yu. If he is injured, the match will conclude. Previously, I attempted this tactic, but it yielded little success. As Zhou Yu never charged forward himself, he always sent his lackeys to do the dirty work. Then we provoke him. Once he loses his temper, your opportunity will arise. Consider what Zhou Yu fears most. Strike at his vulnerabilities. He is a foster son of the Zhou family, and although they treat him well, he is acutely aware of his lack of blood ties. Many in the Zhou family harbor disdain for him, and he carries a sense of inferiority regarding his identity. In the heat of the game, mention his status, and it will drive him to the brink of madness. Just ensure your words remain unheard by others on the court. If he complains afterward, simply deny it. Indeed, I am fortunate to have you, Brother Jingchuan. Otherwise, I would likely clash head-on with that wretch Zhou Yu once more. Ye Jingchuan's visit could not be in vain. During subsequent training, he instructed several players on how to execute effective collisions and how to bring opponents crashing down while contesting for the ball, ensuring maximum impact. Brother Jingchuan, you are quite knowledgeable. After half an hour of play, Kong Xingyao was utterly exhausted. He had no idea basketball could encompass such a myriad of techniques. One learns through observation. You often watched others play? Ye Jingchuan nodded. He had spent many years observing the game, and thus, he was well acquainted with its intricacies. Today, under the guidance of Ye Jingchuan, Kong Xingyao and his companions seemed to suddenly awaken to the realization that basketball could be played in such a manner. In the subsequent days, whenever he found the time, Ye Jingchuan would join the 5 of them for a game of basketball, while also assessing their physical impact during collisions. Among the 5, only Ho Ping displayed commendable skills. The others, including Kong Xingyao, could merely be deemed mediocre. Xingyao, on the day of the match, your task is to provoke Zhou Yu, while Ho Ping, you are responsible for knocking him down. The rest of you will provide cover. Brother Jingchuan, why not join us on the court? Your strength far surpasses mine. Ho Ping wiped the sweat from his brow, genuinely astonished. Ye Jingchuan appeared quite refined. Not someone who seemed particularly explosive. Yet, upon colliding, he distinctly felt overpowered in terms of strength. Throughout his life, he had been told he possessed great strength. But he never anticipated that there existed someone like Ye Jingchuan, who was infinitely more formidable. I'll sit this one out. I can be a substitute. But stepping onto the court is a different matter. Ye Jingchuan was not one to seek the limelight, especially as he had only recently settled in Beijing, where his foundations were still unsteady. Time swiftly passed, and Sunday arrived. Ye Jingchuan rose early, preparing to attend the match between Kong Xingyao and Zhou Yu. Jingchuan, will you return for lunch? Nanzhi had heard a bit about Kong Xingyao's situation, mainly that they were to engage in a basketball match. Yet she was unaware of the gravity of the circumstances. It's hard to say. You all can eat without waiting for me. Regardless of the outcome of Kong Xingyao's match, they would likely dine together at noon. Yes, Jingchuan, I have something to discuss with you. May I show the ancient medical books you brought back to my grandmother? She has a keen interest in them. Of course, but please don't share them beyond your grandmother. I understand. Nanzhi nodded earnestly, well aware of the book's preciousness after having perused them. At 9:30 a.m., Ye Jingchuan met up with Kong Xingyao and the others as scheduled. Isn't today the weekend? Why are there so many people at the stadium? Observing the throngs gathered at the sports arena, Ye Jingchuan felt puzzled. Did everyone have nothing better to do? Why would they choose to congregate at the stadium instead of enjoying their weekend elsewhere? Zhou Yu must have deliberately invited this crowd. He is convinced he will win today and seeks to revel in my misfortune. Zhou Yu is indeed quite cunning. Ye Jingchuan had come to realize that Zhou Yu was far from simple-minded. It was evident that one could thrive as a foster child within the Zhou family's vast household only through considerable skill and strategy. As the clock edged closer to 10 o'clock, Zhou Yu finally arrived with his entourage. It must be said, Zhou Yu had a knack for gathering people. The young men trailing behind him appeared youthful, yet remarkably robust. Ye Jingchuan found himself questioning whether one of them could easily send Kong Xingyao flying with a single blow. Ah, Kong Xingyao, you arrived quite early. Zhou Yu cast a half-smile at Kong Xingyao, his gaze sweeping over the accompanying team members with a look of disdain. It was clear that Kong Xingyao was destined for defeat today. Zhou Xiao, you arrived quite early as well. It's not even 10 yet. Shall we stick to our usual one-game showdown to determine the winner? Absolutely. The so-called game-deciding moment occurs within a mere 12 minutes, where victory is claimed by the team that scores the most points. However, based on previous experiences, it is often evident that a resolution can be reached in far less time. As the players took a moment to change and warm up, Ye Jingchuan took the opportunity to remind Kong Xingyao once more. Make sure to avoid getting too close to He Haoyang. Your slight frame cannot withstand a collision. Rest assured, I possess a modicum of cleverness. Before long, the warm-up concluded, and both teams took to the court. Ye Jingchuan initially assumed that the players would engage in a brief display of camaraderie before the competition escalated. Regrettably, he underestimated the animosity between the two sides. From the moment the ball was contested, the atmosphere was charged with tension. He Haoyang and Ho Ping collided with a force that made even Ye Jingchuan, a mere spectator, wince in empathy. It was evident that both were fully committed to the clash, willing to risk injury for dominance. This match was destined to be one of relentless physical confrontation, with the rules of basketball being adhered to only in the most superficial manner. Kong Xingyao, however, heeded Ye Jingchuan's advice and maintained a safe distance from He Haoyang, while Ho Ping focused on marking Zhou Yu. The players engaged in close-quarters play, and Ye Jingchuan watched in trepidation as Kong Xingyao narrowly avoided being knocked down by He Haoyang on several occasions. Jingchuan, do you think Xingyao and the others can secure a victory? It is difficult to say. He Haoyang truly is formidable, and Ho Ping seems unable to contain him. Ye Jingchuan cast a worried glance towards Kong Xingyao, who was now in possession of the ball, while He Haoyang charged toward him. Just as Ye Jingchuan's anxiety peaked, He Haoyang and Ho Ping collided once more, both vying for the rebound and intent on sending the other crashing to the ground. Ye Jingchuan's brow furrowed in concern, unable to suppress his breath as he watched. Should Ho Ping emerge victorious this time, Kong Xingyao would nearly secure victory without further effort, unless Zhou Yu resorted to underhanded tactics and ceased to play fairly. With a resounding thud, He Haoyang and Ho Ping fell heavily to the court, landing almost simultaneously. Ho Ping lay on the ground, struggling to rise, prompting Ye Jingchuan to rush forward. Ho Ping, are you all right? I can't move my arm. As Ho Ping was helped to his feet, pain etched across his face, beads of sweat trickled down his brow. Zhuoran, quickly take Ho Ping to the hospital. His arm may be broken. Understood. Wang Zhuoran, recognizing the severity of Ho Ping's condition, summoned a few teammates to assist in escorting him to the hospital. With both teams' key players injured, they were left with no choice but to rely on substitutes. What a bunch of useless players, Zhou Yu fumed, consumed by frustration at this unforeseen turn of events. Now, seeking replacements, he could only rely on his lackeys. On Kong Xingyao's side, Ye Jingchuan was called to take the court. Before stepping onto the floor, Ye Jingchuan whispered in Kong Xingyao's ear, "This is your chance. I will cover for you. And you must take down Zhou Yu decisively." Understood. Kong Xingyao felt an exhilarating rush, with Zhou Yu's strongest ally incapacitated. It was time to test their mettle against one another. Having spent his days laboring in the fields, Kong Xingyao possessed considerable strength, yet Zhou Yu, having trained under Ye Jingchuan, was no slouch either. As they re-entered the fray, the two immediately squared off. "Xingyao, go for the rebound." As Ye Jingchuan's shout resonated, nearly everyone rushed towards the basket, yet Zhou Yu remained steadfastly behind. Seizing the moment of chaos, Ye Jingchuan exchanged a knowing glance with Kong Xingyao, and they instantly understood each other's intentions. Kong Xingyao deliberately lagged a step behind to join Zhou Yu. "Why are you so timid today? The Zhou family would never behave like this." "Oh, I almost forgot. You are merely an adopted son. The blood of the Zhou family does not course through your veins. It's only natural for you to be cowardly. Kong Xingyao, you seek your own demise." Zhou Yu, who had previously maintained an air of calm, now found his eyes ablaze with fury. He detested any mention of his identity. So what if he lacked the Zhou blood? He was far superior to most of his peers from the Zhou family. Why should he be looked down upon? Today, it remained uncertain who would meet their end. Zhou cowered. With that, Kong Xingyao hastened towards the basket, preparing to seize the rebound. Seeing Kong Xingyao's eagerness, Zhou Yu dashed forward without a second thought, determined to ensure Kong Xingyao would sustain an injury severe enough to require a hospital stay of several months. The basketball spun around the rim before plummeting downwards. A throng of players beneath the hoop surged forward to claim the rebound, particularly Kong Xingyao, who was adamant that it was their ball. Zhou Yu, unwilling to let Kong Xingyao prevail, charged forward to contest the rebound fiercely. His teammates swiftly moved to protect him, making it challenging for Kong Xingyao's side to approach. Realizing the precarious situation, Ye Jingchuan decisively barreled into one of Zhou Yu's teammates, clearing the path. At that opportune moment, Kong Xingyao leaped in tandem with Zhou Yu, while others attempting to shield Zhou Yu were a moment too late. In the instant Zhou Yu reached out, Kong Xingyao, positioned closely beside him, unleashed his elbow towards Zhou Yu's face. As he descended, he exerted himself with ferocity, treating his body as a projectile aimed directly at Zhou Yu. Both were robust in stature, and Zhou Yu found it too late to evade. He could only watch helplessly as Kong Xingyao crashed into him. The impact was significant, and both were promptly sent to the hospital. Chapter 154, Song Wanjiao, Edition Xingyao, you are quite the actor, employing the art of feigned vulnerability. Ye Jingchuan observed Kong Xingyao, bandaged and reclining on the hospital bed, and found it amusing. Did you not say that the child who cries gets milk? I must put on a show. When the Zhou family arrives, they will likely be concerned for Zhou Yu. But with me here in bed, they will not speak too much of our injuries. You've grown clever, haven't you? Spending every day with you, one must learn something. As they conversed, voices from the adjacent room reached their ears. Mom, take it easy. I just asked the doctor. Xiao Yu is fine, just a minor injury. What minor injury? 2 broken ribs and a fractured nasal bone. Is that not severe? A gentle female voice chimed in, and Ye Jingchuan surmised that the newcomer must be Zhou Yu's adoptive mother, Song Wanjiao. The adjacent ward was quite lively, with numerous visitors coming to see Zhou Yu, while Kong Xingyao's side was rather desolate, devoid of any guests. It was not that his family was unconcerned. Rather, he had refrained from informing them. He knew that if his father found out, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. After a considerable wait, the door to the ward was suddenly knocked upon. As Ye Jingchuan rose to his feet, he saw Ye Jingchuan and Song Wanjiao enter together. Jingchuan is here. This is my mother. We came to check on Xingyao, having heard he was injured too. Hello, auntie. Hello, brother Jingchuan. Ye Jingchuan greeted them with remarkable composure. Although Song Wanjiao was no longer young and her hair bore strands of gray, she appeared to be in good spirits, donning a deep purple qipao that exuded elegance. Are you Xingyao's classmate? Indeed. Thankfully, you all brought Xiao Yu and Xingyao to the hospital promptly. Otherwise, they would have faced severe consequences. Auntie, you flatter us. We are merely classmates acting as we should. With a warm smile, Song Wanjiao exchanged pleasantries with Ye Jingchuan before turning her attention to the bedridden Kong Xingyao. Xingyao, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Seeing Kong Xingyao's arm bandaged, she couldn't help but remark, you youngsters are so reckless. Getting injured just days into the school year. When your father arrives, just wait and see how he will scold you. Auntie, this time it's all my fault. I accidentally collided with Zhou Yu. Had it not been for me, he wouldn't have sustained such severe injuries. As he spoke, Kong Xingyao's eyes began to glisten with tears, his expression pitiful. Ah, you didn't do it intentionally. Just remember to be cautious when playing ball in the future. If you're so careless again, you may not be so fortunate next time. Rest assured, we will prioritize safety in our games from now on. That's good to hear. I've instructed the cook to prepare bone soup for you. Make sure to drink plenty. For the next few days, you should focus on recuperating in the hospital, and I will arrange for bone soup to be delivered daily. Thank you, Auntie. After conversing with Kong Xingyao and Ye Jingchuan for a while longer, Song Wanjiao finally took her leave. Ye Jingchuan held a favorable impression of her. Her speech was measured and gentle, imparting a comforting aura that invited closeness. However, Zhou Jinyuan was not so easily deceived. While Song Wanjiao conversed with Kong Xingyao, he occasionally cast glances at Kong Xingyao's bandaged arm. As they departed, he scrutinized them closely, clearly unconvinced by their subtle maneuvers. Xingyao, you nearly injured Zhou Yu so severely, yet Auntie Song seems unfazed. How is that possible? Ye Jingchuan couldn't help but ask Kong Xingyao after escorting the Zhou family out. I suppose we have fought too many times, and both families have grown accustomed to it. Today, it's merely Auntie Song visiting. Just wait and see. Once she departs, Brother Zhou will surely come back, and he won't be as lenient. Listen closely. After Auntie Song leaves, we shall go to Zhou Yu's side to watch the spectacle. Kong Xingyao's eyes sparkled with delight at the thought of Zhou Yu facing reprimand. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Song Wanjiao exited. Kong Xingyao and Ye Jingchuan quietly opened the door to witness the unfolding drama. On the hospital bed, Zhou Yu's face was wrapped in gauze. Both his nose and ribs were fractured, indicating that his injuries were indeed severe. It was likely he would be bedridden for at least 3 months. It seemed that he had not heeded a single word his elder brother had previously spoken. Zhou Jinyuan wore a cold expression, his words devoid of any emotion, making one wonder if Zhou Yu was more of an adversary than a brother to him. Brother, today I am the one who is injured. Even speaking a few words to you causes me pain in my chest. Was it not you who first enticed Xingyao? You think I am unaware of your little games? This is my final warning. If you continue to injure yourself and cause our mother distress, then do not bother attending university. Go serve at the border instead. You need not return to the Zhou family, even if you sacrifice yourself at the border. I shall not inform mother. Upon hearing Zhou Jinyuan's words, Zhou Yu felt genuine fear. His brother was indeed capable of following through on his threats. Simultaneously, Zhou Yu's heart brimmed with resentment. It was evident that the Zhou family had never regarded him as a true son in their eyes. He was merely a tool to pacify Song Wanjiao's spirit. Despite the intense hatred within, Zhou Yu maintained a facade of careful compliance, daring not to reveal his inner turmoil. He did not wish to lose the opulence before him. Brother, I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall no longer provoke Kong Xingyao and his companions. Outside, Kong Xingyao, observing Zhou Yu's pitiful demeanor, could not help but mutter, Zhou is truly shameless. He was the one who initiated this, yet he twists the narrative to suit him. Xingyao, take heed, never act impulsively. Consider your actions before proceeding, and feign weakness when necessary. As the two exchanged words, the hospital room door swung open, revealing Zhou Jinyuan, who looked down upon the two crouching by the entrance. You two should come inside. Kong Xingyao, who had previously been gleeful at Zhou Yu's plight, instantly lost his mirth. Ye Jingchuan, however, remained composed, knowing that with two individuals before him, he was unlikely to be reprimanded. Xingyao, I am aware that you and Zhou Yu have never seen eye to eye, and incidents like today's are not new. I do not care who is right or wrong. From this day forward, if such an occurrence happens again, both of you will be assigned to guard duty at the border. Brother Zhou, you are unjustly accusing me. I have only just returned to the capital after taking the college entrance examination, and I have been diligently attending classes. It was Zhou Yu who insisted on playing basketball with me. I had no desire to participate, especially since many of my former teammates are no longer in the city. However, Zhou Yu persisted and uttered some unpleasant remarks, knowing well my temper, which led me to acquiesce. From now on, irrespective of whose fault it is, If either of you is injured while playing basketball again, you will both be sent to guard duty at the border. Only when you have learned to behave will you return. Ye Jingchuan's decree left both Zhou Yu and Kong Xingyao dumbfounded. They would have to think twice before engaging in any future altercations. Jingchuan, I perceive that you possess a stable temperament. Your rapport with Xingyao is also commendable. Please keep a watchful eye on him, preventing him from igniting like a firecracker at the slightest provocation. Ye Jingchuan's gaze shifted towards Ye Jingchuan. His expression softened with a hint of admiration rather than the usual coldness. I can manage. Chapter 155. Finally. Time to visit the clothing factory. Ye Jingchuan cast a glance at Zhou Yu and Kong Xingyao, his demeanor easing slightly. You two, take a step back. The bond forged from childhood should not be tarnished. From today onward, let us shake hands and make peace. Henceforth, we shall assist one another and refrain from engaging in any disgraceful antics. Understood, elder brother. Zhou Yu glanced at Kong Xingyao, his eyes revealing a trace of grievance. If it weren't for the numerous encounters between them, he might have been genuinely swayed by that pitiful yet sincere look. He silently lamented that Zhou Yu's talents would be wasted if he did not pursue acting. Brother Zhou, I assure you there will be no further disturbances. However, should anyone dare to provoke me, I am not one to cower. As Kong Xingyao spoke with his back to Ye Jingchuan, a faint smile graced his lips, and his eyes fixed intently on Zhou Yu, silently taunting him with the words "Zhou coward," a clear provocation. Zhou Yu, lying on the hospital bed, felt a surge of hatred that nearly overwhelmed him. Yet, knowing Ye Jingchuan was present, he could only suppress his feelings. Do not think this matter will simply fade away. Zhou Yu, once you recover, if you fail in even one subject during the exams, you shall spend the entire winter break on guard duty at the border post. I will have someone keep an eye on you, should you attempt to cheat, or have someone take the exam in your stead. You can forget about attending university next year. Though Ye Jingchuan did not elaborate on the consequences of not attending university, everyone present understood that such a fate would be far from desirable. Kong Xingyao exchanged glances with Ye Jingchuan. Zhou Yu was already struggling academically. Expecting him to pass the exams was akin to asking for the impossible, thus this outcome was rather favorable. Brother, you know I spent the last few years in the military, and my academic foundation is weak. Besides, I am attending a prestigious university in the capital. The exam questions will undoubtedly be challenging. Expecting me to pass all subjects in a short time is unreasonable. If you find me displeasing, it would be more straightforward to assign me to guard duty rather than use exams as a means of punishment. You are aware of your academic shortcomings. So why did you insist on having mother enroll you in a prestigious university? Since you are here, you must adhere to the established rules. No special treatment is permitted. Upon hearing Ye Jingchuan's words, Ye Jingchuan's esteem for him soared. Individuals of such self-discipline are indeed rare. Under Ye Jingchuan's admonition, both Zhou Yu and Kong Xingyao dared not utter a word in protest, yet neither felt satisfied, particularly Zhou Yu, who clearly recognized that Kong Xingyao had intentionally set him up during their basketball game, causing him a painful blow that left him seeing stars. This grievance demanded retribution, but under Ye Jingchuan's watchful eye, he could only bide his time. As for Kong Xingyao, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Zhou Yu, believing reconciliation to be utterly impossible. Unless Zhou Yu were to perish, there would be no chance for peace between them. The harsh words Zhou Yu had once hurled at him would be a lifelong memory, one that would linger even beyond this lifetime. The untimely demise of his mother left an indelible ache within his heart, a pain that could never be erased. Zhou Yu intentionally struck at his most vulnerable spot. How could he not harbor resentment? Ah, look at that. You two can still converse in the same hospital room. It seems the injuries are not as grave as one might have feared. Kong Zhengfei hurried to the hospital and instantly spotted Kong Xingyao standing by the bedside, his furrowed brow subtly easing. Dad. Upon seeing Kong Zhengfei, Kong Xingyao's eyes reddened slightly, and he was quick to offer an apology. Kong Zhengfei had intended to reprimand him, but given Kong Xingyao's sincere demeanor, he refrained from embarrassing him in front of others. Quickly return to your room. Your grandfather will be here shortly. After Kong Xingyao and Ye Jingchuan departed, Kong Zhengfei exchanged a few more words with Ye Jingchuan before returning to Kong Xingyao's room. When did you become so astute? In the past, when you faced Zhou Yu, you were often at a disadvantage. Today, it seems fortune has favored you. Kong Zhengfei glanced at Kong Xingyao's bandaged arm before shifting his gaze to Ye Jingchuan. I suspect that Xingyao wasn't he injured this time. Zhou Yu likely stumbled due to some clever strategy from you, Jingchuan. Uncle Kong, I did nothing extraordinary, merely filled in for 10 minutes during the game. As his father, Kong Jingfei was well aware of Kong Xingyao's character, strong yet lacking in cunning. It was impossible for him to suddenly become wise. Dad, how can you speak of your son in such a manner? Kong Xingyao was caught off guard, feeling slightly embarrassed that his little secret had been so easily uncovered. Nevertheless, he was resolute in denying that Ye Jingchuan had played the role of strategist. I will speak to Ye Jingchuan regarding Zhou Yu. He should keep his dog on a tighter leash to prevent it from constantly nipping at you. However, Xingyao, you must also strive to become stronger. Only by fortifying yourself can you live freely and boldly. I understand. Kong Jingfei was quite busy, having confirmed that Kong Xingyao was fine. He spent merely 10 minutes before departing. The elder Kong, however, lingered much longer, genuinely concerned for his grandson's injury. His incessant chatter nearly wore out Kong Xingyao's patience. Finally, after seeing off the elder Kong, he let out a significant sigh of relief. Let us leave quickly. I wish to spend not a moment longer in this hospital. You've only been here half a day. Are you not worried about being exposed? It's already evident, Dad. Ye Jingchuan and the others are astute individuals. They've seen through my little ruse. Let us depart now, first to check on Ho Ping, then we shall dine together. Very well. Ye Jingchuan, too, felt that both Kong Jingfei and Ye Jingchuan were seasoned individuals. Deceiving them would indeed be quite a challenge. In the days that followed, Ye Jingchuan officially embarked on the joyous journey of university life, yet his thoughts remained preoccupied with establishing a clothing factory. After a few days of leisure, on the third Sunday of the semester, he rode his bicycle with Ye Xiaoyan towards the outskirts of the city. Recently, he had inquired about the various cooperative factory projects in the capital. Now, he needed to find a collective that would feign partnership in establishing the factory. This endeavor carries certain risks. A misstep could lead to denunciation, potentially branding him with the label of speculation. To mitigate such uncertainties, he must contemplate every conceivable eventuality from the outset. There are numerous teams beyond the third ring road of the capital, and Ye Jingchuan refrains from aimless inquiries. Instead, he seeks to gather information about each team's circumstances. If a team comprises thousands of members, he would not even consider engaging them, for the multitude breeds chaos. No matter his efforts, achieving absolute security is unattainable. Conversely, smaller teams are more manageable. On Sunday morning, Ye Jingchuan, accompanied by Ye Xiaoyan, arrived at the Zhouzhuang team, intending to discuss a collaborative venture with the team leader. The Zhouzhuang team consists of around 100 households, and the team leader harbors aspirations for cooperative factory establishment. Given the scarcity of arable land and the general hardship faced by the residents, they would undoubtedly welcome any initiative that promises economic benefit through collaboration. Having interacted with Zhou Yunfeng, the team leader, on 2 previous occasions, Ye Jingchuan found him to be a reliable individual, which prompted this third meeting. The path leading into the village proved arduous, and midway through their journey, the duo found it unbearable to continue bouncing along and opted to push their bicycles onward. As they proceeded, Ye Jingchuan's keen eyes spotted a distant off-road vehicle, and he recognized Ye Jingchuan standing beside it. A wave of confusion washed over him. What could Ye Jingchuan possibly be doing here? He initially hesitated to approach, but with Zhou Yunfeng present, he found himself caught in an awkward predicament. Chapter 156, An Unexpected Encounter with Zhou Jingchuan. As Ye Jingchuan contemplated whether to greet Zhou Jingchuan, Zhou Yunfeng had already noticed him. Ah, Jingchuan is here. He called out cheerfully, waving. It was difficult for Zhou Jingchuan to ignore him under the circumstances. With their eyes meeting, Ye Jingchuan felt compelled to approach and extend his greetings. Zhou Jingchuan, taken aback by the encounter, quickly grasped the general purpose of Ye Jingchuan's visit from Zhou Yunfeng's earlier remarks. Brother Zhou, he acknowledged. What brings you to Zhejiazhuang? I aim to engage in a small business venture, seeking to collaborate with the Zhejiazhuang team for factory establishment. Ye Jingchuan replied candidly, realizing he could not conceal his intentions. A person of Zhou Jinyuan's stature would hardly trouble himself over someone of his modest standing. You have quite the ambition. That is commendable, Zhou Jinyuan remarked, offering no judgment on Ye Jingchuan's aspirations to establish a clothing factory, merely indicating that Zhou Yunfeng was indeed a trustworthy partner for collaboration. Though his words were few, Ye Jingchuan discerned that Zhou Jinyuan held a favorable view of his venture. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhou Jinyuan took his leave. Once he departed, Ye Jingchuan learned from Zhou Yunfeng that Zhou Jinyuan's ancestors hailed from Zhejiazhuang. Although the family had not resided there for 4 generations, they maintained a nostalgic connection to their roots. This time, Ye Jingchuan visited Zhejiang to inspect the ancestral grave. The elderly Mr. Zhou has been in declining health, plagued by various ailments over the past few years. He heard that having one's grave properly prepared in advance could potentially prolong life, which is why he asked Ye Jingchuan to help him select a suitable location for the burial site. Not far to the east of the road where they stood was the site of the Zhou family's ancestral grave. Upon hearing Zhou Yunfeng's words, Ye Jingchuan secretly wiped the sweat from his brow. Fortunately, he had visited twice before. Otherwise, Ye Jingchuan might have suspected that he had intentionally come to encounter him and forge a closer connection. Jingchuan, let us head to the brigade and discuss how we can cooperate, Zhou Yunfeng remarked, his smile deeper than usual upon realizing Ye Jingchuan was acquainted with Ye Jingchuan. Very well, let us finalize this matter today. I've already made 3 trips, Ye Jingchuan replied. We must reach a conclusion. At present, Ye Jingchuan and Zhou Yunfeng were at an impasse regarding 2 critical issues: the ownership of the garment factory and the matter of the factory building. According to Ye Jingchuan, although the garment factory was ostensibly a joint venture with the Zhejiang Brigade, he insisted on having sole authority behind the scenes. He could employ brigade members as workers, but the brigade must not interfere in the factory's operations. Having witnessed other brigades manage factories where the brigade secretary held all power, Zhou Yunfeng found it inappropriate that he was to play no role in the management. His stance was that Ye Jingchuan would oversee sales while he would handle production as the factory director. As for the factory building, Zhejiang was impoverished and lacked any existing facility. Ye Jingchuan proposed to lease land from the brigade and construct a new factory. However, Zhou Yunfeng felt that the 10 rooms in the brigade office, if tidied up, would suffice, and there was no need for a new building. Moreover, there was no precedent for an individual leasing brigade land to build a factory, and even if he wished to pursue this, it might not receive approval from county leaders. These 2 issues had already caused contention, and this time, Ye Jingchuan was not inclined to engage in further idle chatter. As soon as he entered the office, before Zhou Yunfeng could pour tea, he began to present his proposed solutions. Uncle Zhou, let us address the first matter. Your desire to be the factory director cannot be realized, as you lack knowledge of garment production. However, I can appoint you to oversee the factory workers. You would be responsible for managing their attendance, punctuality, work ethic, and distribution of benefits during holidays. While it may seem trivial, managing workers is indeed a demanding task. Zhou Yunfeng hesitated, pondering the distinction between managing workers and overseeing garment production. They both involved management of people. Furthermore, given Ye Jingchuan's firm stance, it appeared there was little room for negotiation. If he were to decline, the prospect of cooperation would likely dissolve. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yunfeng finally nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed with this arrangement, and we will document these terms in our contract. Now, we are left with the final matter concerning the factory building. Uncle Zhou, I genuinely have no viable solutions for this issue. We are not merely purchasing a few sewing machines. According to my plan, we will require at least 20 industrial sewing machines. Just look at the limited space in our brigade office. There is simply no room for 20 machines. Jingchuan, I do not wish to place you in a difficult position. Your intentions are commendable. However, the notion of constructing a factory on land leased from the personal rental brigade is utterly unprecedented. The county is bound to disapprove. Zhou Yunfeng hastily waved his hand. It was not that he opposed Ye Jingchuan's factory, but rather he was quite eager for the venture to materialize. After all, Ye Jingchuan's rental of land from Zhejiang would entail a financial commitment, a portion of which would be remitted to the county, while the majority would remain with the brigade. Should they acquire this sum, combined with the promised benefits from Ye Jingchuan, every member of the brigade could enjoy pork this winter, allowing them to share a bit more wealth for a prosperous new year. Uncle Zhou, please refrain from hastily opposing. If I were to seek prime farmland, the county would undoubtedly refuse, as it constitutes the brigade's grain-producing land. Constructing a factory there would inevitably diminish their yield. What if we consider the desolate hillside behind our brigade's office? A segment of that land could suffice for my factory. That area? Zhou Yunfeng gazed at Ye Jingchuan in astonishment, questioning if he had misheard. Are you referring to the section where a vast expanse of peach trees is planted? Indeed. Although there are peach trees, they appear to be withering, showing no signs of bearing fruit, likely due to the soil's infertility, rendering it unsuitable for fruit cultivation. Jingchuan, Do you know why peach trees were planted there? Zhou Yunfeng's rhetorical inquiry left Ye Jingchuan perplexed. How could he possibly know? Years ago, we engaged in a fierce battle here, resulting in the loss of over 1,000 lives, a truly harrowing scene. In the aftermath, with no time to clear the battlefield, a large pit was dug at the base of the slope to inter the fallen soldiers. The presence of that extensive peach orchard is attributed to the strange occurrences that have plagued the area. Some claim to have witnessed unsettling apparitions, including ghostly lights. I had no alternative but to plant peach trees. Do you really wish to erect a factory there? That would only invite trouble. And what of this? Ye Jingchuan harbored no belief in the supernatural. Such tales were often exaggerated, and he regarded ghostly lights as mere natural phenomena. However, he devised a plan that would not only enable him to successfully lease the peach grove for his factory, but also enhance Zhou Yunfeng's reputation, ensuring that he would heed his counsel in future matters. Chapter 157. Success. Uncle Zhou, I understand your concern regarding the county's approval of this land for me. I have a scheme that may prove beneficial, allowing me to lease this land, while simultaneously enhancing your standing. If fortune favors us, we might even become a model for the county, and more importantly, transform this ill-fated land into a treasure. Oh, do share your idea. I am all ears. Zhou Yunfeng instantly straightened in his seat, grateful for any solution Ye Jingchuan could provide regarding the peach grove. The prospect of a good reputation was secondary to resolving the issue at hand. He had only briefly mentioned the grove's predicament, concealing many details out of reluctance. For the past 2 years, the Zhejiazhuang Brigade had been struggling, with many attributing their misfortune to the ominous aura surrounding the peach grove, which they believed adversely affected the brigade's fortune. Even the young women from other brigades are reluctant to marry into their brigade, claiming that it is plagued by misfortune and that marrying there would lead to a life of poverty. Such rumors abound, and during the last county meeting, he was specifically admonished by higher authorities not to engage in superstitions. If the matter of the peach orchard could indeed be resolved, Ye Jingchuan could be of great assistance to him. In truth, this issue is not particularly challenging. He should refrain from mentioning to the county his intention to contract the peach orchard for factory construction. Instead, he should state that they wish to collaborate on establishing a factory and intend to build a warehouse there. During the excavation for the warehouse's foundation, some heroic remains were unearthed. To honor these heroes, the Zhejiang Brigade is willing to construct a memorial cemetery atop the hill. If this plan can be executed, the subsequent endeavor to contract the peach orchard will naturally follow suit, and in time, the villagers of Zhejiang will earn profits through the garment factory, thereby enhancing the village chief's reputation. Zhou Yunfeng was instantly filled with excitement. How had he never considered such a solution? By establishing a memorial cemetery for the heroes, the ominous aura surrounding the peach orchard would dissipate, for heroes, who cherish the people, cannot harbor malevolent energies. Henceforth, others would no longer dare to claim that the Zhejiang Brigade is situated in an unfavorable location with poor fortune. Moreover, if he were to elevate the significance of the memorial cemetery project, positioning it as a patriotic model for the county, he would achieve notoriety throughout the surrounding villages. The deeper Zhou Yunfeng delved into this thought, the more exhilarated he became. Who could have imagined that merely constructing a memorial cemetery could yield such benefits for the Zhejiang Brigade? How had he overlooked this before? Jingchuan, you truly deserve to attend a prestigious university in the capital. Your intellect surpasses that of us antiquated souls, and your ideas are plentiful. Uncle Zhou, you must contemplate the finer details and determine how to report this matter. I will handle the outreach, and you should return next weekend. I anticipate we will have some progress by then. Very well. Should any insurmountable issues arise, feel free to visit me at the university. I will gladly offer my counsel. Agreed. With their plans solidified, Ye Jingchuan and Ye Xiaoyan rode home together. Along the way, Ye Xiaoyan inquired about who would serve as the factory manager if the garment factory were to open. Naturally, it will be you. I must focus on my studies and cannot be present daily. Jingchuan, please do not frighten me. How could someone as inept as I become the factory manager? Do not jest with me. Ye Xiaoyan was acutely aware of his own limitations. He lacked the intelligence of others, and even considered himself somewhat dull. The prospect of him managing the garment factory seemed implausible. I assert that you are capable, you will succeed. Remember when you first began using the sewing machine? You thought you could not learn, yet the reality was that it took only a few days to master it. Managing a garment factory is far simpler than crafting clothing or operating a sewing machine. You merely need to instruct the workers in using the machines and producing garments. Furthermore, I will recruit additional tailors and skilled industrial sewing machine operators who will assist you. Ye Jingchuan was also mindful of Ye Xiaoyan's youth, which might hinder his authority. Yet finding a qualified factory manager in the short term would not be easy. Currently, anyone with a modicum of skill was gravitating towards state-owned enterprises, who would take an interest in a cooperative garment factory established by a brigade. For the time being, Ye Xiaoyan could only manage to oversee the operations of the clothing factory, while on weekends, devoid of classes, he would remain there. I truly fear for you, Jingchuan, and the possibility of things going awry. Do not worry, proceed with confidence. Should the factory workers disregard your instructions, simply inform Zhou Yunfeng, who will undoubtedly lend his assistance. With such encouragement, Ye Xiaoyan felt compelled to acquiesce, despite his reservations. The matter of Ye Jingchuan establishing a clothing factory was not concealed from Nanzhi. As they began to see some tangible prospects, the two commenced discussions on producing winter garments. During this season, the absence of down jackets typically left people clad in cotton-padded jackets, sweaters, or heavier outerwear layered over cotton clothing. After deliberation, they resolved to create substantial outerwear. Winter coats are not inexpensive. Even a basic cotton top can cost a dozen to 20 yuan, while woolen coats may range from 30 to 50 yuan each. Producing in large quantities would mean they could not afford to keep excess stock, whereas producing too few might lead to customers undervaluing their offerings and driving prices down. The cash at hand was sufficient to manufacture several thousand, even up to 10,000 thick outer garments. The crux of the matter lay in the design. Only with innovative styles could they achieve remarkable success. Ye Jingchuan, having taken the bold step of opening a clothing factory, was undoubtedly well prepared. If his current funds fell short, he had numerous strategies to secure additional capital. Financial constraints were never a primary concern for him. However, as a mere medical student, Nanzhi found the expectation of creating something extraordinary somewhat daunting. With a troubled expression, she looked towards Ye Jingchuan, having expended considerable mental effort on designing shirts recently. The thought of now creating thick outerwear left her utterly at a loss. Fear not, for I shall assist you in generating ideas and designing new outerwear, Ye Jingchuan assured her. As someone with more experience, he was well aware of the nuances of the industry. In a mere half-day, they crafted 2 designs for women's tops. The reason for limiting their designs to just 2 was Ye Jingchuan's concern that his concepts might be too avant-garde, potentially deterring even the most fashionable women in the capital. He intended to test the waters with these initial designs. If the wholesalers responded favorably, he would then feel emboldened to pursue bolder creations. The 2 tops they devised featured one in a deep violet and the other in a creamy white. Given that the capital is the most bustling metropolis in the country, these colors remained quite trendy. However, the final decision on colors would hinge on his assessment of the fabric. In addition to the style and color of the garments, a crucial element lay in the embellishments. From his previous experience with shirt purchases, Ye Jingchuan discerned that although these small adornments might appear trivial, they could elevate the garment's price by 2 to 3 yuan once applied. Though he could not fathom why women placed such importance on these minor details when purchasing clothes, he could not deny that it was a pathway to enhance sales. As October arrived, dispelling the lingering heat of summer, Ye Jingchuan would take the opportunity to explore parks and commercial streets with Nanzhi and the twins whenever his schedule permitted. The 2 children are on the cusp of 3 months, and their personalities are gradually emerging. He is typically composed. Nothing seems to disturb his slumber except for hunger. Even after a full day at the park, he spends most of his time asleep. Perhaps his slumber aids in an infant's growth. He is noticeably larger than Maimao. In contrast, Maimao possesses a more vivacious disposition and is notably clingy. Whenever Nanzhi is at home, Maimao resolutely refuses to be with Grandma Yu or Lu Xiaofeng, insisting on staying by Nanzhi's side. Even if Nanzhi is seated at her desk reading, Maimao must lie beside her, otherwise, she would wail so fiercely that it could raise the roof. On Saturday, the family of 3 ventured to the park once again. Ye Jingchuan, cradling each little one in his arms, cherished them immensely, occasionally eliciting laughter from them. Maimao, ever responsive, would giggle at the slightest provocation, quickly followed by hiccups. On the other hand, would yawn intermittently and occasionally pucker his lips, as if to humor his father. Jingchuan, the children are still small. You shouldn't make them laugh too much, as it leads to hiccups, Nanzhi remarked, gently taking Mai Mao into her arms and patting her back to ease her hiccups. Though the twins are nearing 3 months, Ye Jingchuan, a novice father, has yet to fully embrace his role, despite spending all day with the children. He feels a slight emotional distance compared to Nanzhi's bond with them. It is as though a thin veil separates him from the children, and only when this veil dissipates will their parent-child relationship genuinely flourish. To hasten the disappearance of this veil, Ye Jingchuan strives to carve out time to be with the twins. Unfortunately, fate often intervenes. They had barely begun to enjoy their time in the park when Ye Xiaoyan hurried over. "Brother Jingchuan, Zhou Yunfeng came by the school for you this morning," Ye Xiaoyan announced, handing him an envelope. The letter stated that the issues concerning the peach orchard had been resolved. Starting from yesterday, the Zhou family village and county officials had commenced excavating and clearing the mass grave at the orchard. Zhou Yunfeng urged Ye Jingchuan to visit in the coming days to discuss the next steps. Zhou Yunfeng indeed has some capabilities. There's no rush. Let's have lunch first before heading over, Ye Jingchuan replied, folding the letter and tucking it into his pocket, inviting Ye Xiaoyan to join them in the park. "Jingchuan, don't worry about me and the children. Attend to your matters first," Nanzhi insisted. "Nothing is more important than you and the children. There's a stall selling cotton candy ahead. Let us go buy some." Ye Jingchuan gently placed the nearly sleeping He into Ye Xiaoyan's arms, while he held Mai Mao in one hand and took Nanzhi's hand with the other, heading towards the cotton candy stall. "I'm already a mother. Why would I want cotton candy?" Nanzhi replied, feeling somewhat bashful. The crowd around the cotton candy stall was composed entirely of mothers with their children, making her feel slightly awkward about indulging in such a treat at her age. "In my eyes, you will always be a young girl," Ye Jingchuan said, moving forward to purchase 2 large cotton candies, pink for Nanzhi and yellow for Ye Xiaoyan. Overwhelmed with the responsibility of holding Ye Xiaoyan was pleasantly surprised to receive a cotton candy of his own, his joy akin to that of a child. "This is delicious and sweet," he exclaimed, reveling in the delightful experience, a first for him at this age. After lunch, Ye Jingchuan and Ye Xiaoyan went to Zhijiazhuang, heading straight for the peach orchard, where a bustling crowd was visible from afar. The original peach grove had vanished, replaced by countless baskets of soil being extracted from deep pits, surrounded by numerous wooden boxes, presumably intended for the collection of bones. "Jingchuan, you finally arrived. I've already commenced work. It should be nearly completed in just 7 or 8 days. Is it truly that swift?" Ye Jingchuan questioned, perplexed, considering that there were over 1,000 remains to excavate. It seemed implausible that such a task could be accomplished in that time frame. "What you may not realize is that after I reported this, the county took it very seriously. Not only our team, but also numerous personnel from the county have joined in. With so many hands at work, the pace is naturally accelerated. Come, let us discuss this in the office. You mentioned wanting to lease the land of the peach orchard. It appears there are developments." It turned out that Zhou Yunfeng had informed county officials that the discovery of the hero's remains was largely due to Ye Jingchuan's proposal to collaborate with their team in establishing a clothing factory. Without his suggestion, the Zhijiazhuang team would not have delved deeper into the peach grove, nor unearthed the hero's remains. The leaders were highly supportive of the collaboration to improve the living standards of the local populace. Subsequently, Zhou Yunfeng expressed the dire financial situation of their team, stating that they only had a handful of buildings suitable for factory use, which was far from adequate. Initially, they had hoped to finance the construction independently, but the costs were exorbitant, rendering it impossible for them to proceed. He sought assistance from the county, inquiring if they could allocate funds to construct the factory, promising to repay them once profits were generated. However, given the current lack of resources in every county, it was evident that Zhou Yunfeng would not be able to secure any financial aid. After much negotiation with county leaders, he proposed that instead, Ye Jingchuan leased the peach orchard land for the factory's construction. "You have no idea how much I had to plead with the county leaders. They initially insisted there was no precedent for such an arrangement. After much persistence on my part, they finally relented. At first, they were willing to grant you a 20-year lease, but considering the investment you would need to make, I fought for a 50-year term on your behalf." Ye Jingchuan was astounded by Zhou Yunfeng's prowess in negotiating such a lengthy lease. "Uncle Zhou, I knew you could do it. You just didn't believe it. And now look, it has all come to fruition." Zhou Yunfeng chuckled, surprised that it had indeed succeeded. Initially, when he approached the county leaders, they were adamantly opposed. But when Zhou Jingchuan arrived, he specifically inquired if there were precedents elsewhere. Ye Jingchuan, being well informed, mentioned that while there were indeed rare examples in other areas, they existed. The next day, Zhou Yunfeng planned to continue his discussions with the county leaders, but to his astonishment, they agreed outright. You have no idea how restless I was those nights, fearing this endeavor might fall through. Upon hearing Zhou Jinyuan's name, Ye Jingchuan felt a bold speculation arise in his mind. The success of acquiring the peach orchard land was likely linked to him in some significant way. As he pondered whether to express gratitude or feign ignorance regarding the matter, Ye Jingchuan ultimately resolved to meet Zhou Jinyuan. Establishing a favorable rapport with Zhou Jinyuan would undoubtedly serve him well, especially as he planned to deal with Zhou Jun. The question remained, when to pay a visit and under what pretext. He needed to contemplate this carefully. Chapter 159. Guziyu Uncle Zhou, the arrangements have been finalized. Shall we proceed with signing the contract? Once we ensure that the hero's remains are properly laid to rest, I can commence the construction of the factory. I have long retrieved the contract. Please examine it thoroughly. If all is in order, affix your signature and seal. Afterward, you may remit the contracted amount, and I shall provide you with a receipt. Very well. Ye Jingchuan took the contract and scrutinized it intently. The peach orchard encompassed merely over 2 acres. Yet it was adjacent to a stretch of mountains and wasteland. Zhou Yunfeng had fortuitously offered him the entire area, totaling 10 acres. At a rate of 10 yuan per acre per year, the total sum for 50 years amounted to a mere 5,000 yuan. Observing Ye Jingchuan's meticulous reading of the contract, Zhou Yunfeng felt a twinge of anxiety. The additional mountainous and barren land had been included without proper authorization. Jingchuan, aside from the peach orchard, the other 8 acres are quite valuable as well. The wasteland is conveniently located next to the orchard, and once you establish the factory, if anyone attempts to cultivate the wasteland or plant crops on the mountains, they will invariably pass by your factory. Last time, you mentioned not wanting anyone to know about the affairs within the garment factory. By acquiring this mountainous and barren land, you will minimize foot traffic and prying eyes around your factory. Uncle Zhou, your foresight is commendable. Ye Jingchuan maintained a composed demeanor as he signed the contract, yet internally, he was elated at Zhou Yunfeng's unexpected generosity of an additional 8 acres. Though this land seemed undervalued now, its future worth was beyond his wildest dreams. This was prime land near the 3rd Ring Road. Once developed into residential properties, the potential for wealth was staggering. With the contract signed, the following day, Ye Jingchuan made a special trip to deliver the contracted payment and to obtain the joint venture contract for the garment factory, seeking Zhou Yunfeng's signature on that as well. Zhou Yunfeng also assisted in finding a construction team for the factory at a reasonable price. Ye Jingchuan saw this as a gesture of goodwill, recognizing that he would need Zhou Yunfeng's support in the future, and thus, it was wise to offer him some incentives. Having made significant progress on the garment factory, Ye Jingchuan began to inquire about the wholesale clothing hubs in the capital. To his dismay, he discovered that there was no dedicated clothing wholesale district in present-day Beijing. The once popular Fengqiao Road was merely home to a smattering of shops, most of which sold local specialties, with very few offering clothing. Truth be told, the bustling atmosphere of the Banyang market surpassed that of current-day Beijing. If he intended to sell his garments at the Banyang market, the travel expenses would be considerable, and transportation would be a challenge. The most effective strategy would be to sell within Beijing and its surrounding towns. As for the intricacies of marketing his clothing, that presented a myriad of challenges. According to Ye Jingchuan's plan, he aspired to meet several more collaborators akin to Hu Dajuan and Ding Yi. However, there was no need to rush. While the factory was being constructed, he also needed to procure industrial sewing machines and fabrics, leaving him with an overwhelming pile of tasks. Ye Jingchuan could not help but express his frustration internally, yearning to relish his university life, yet it seemed increasingly unlikely. At least until the clothing factory was fully operational, he would have no chance to slack off. As someone with experience, Ye Jingchuan was determined not to exhaust himself. He promptly set about recruiting someone to assist him. The first person that came to mind was Guziyu. In his previous life, Guziyu had been his right-hand man, accompanying him through various endeavors and making significant contributions. They had first met a decade later in the south, where Ye Jingchuan was engaged in the garment wholesale business, managing to get by. At that time, Guziyu had inquired why he, a native of the capital, did not remain there, but instead ventured to Guangzhou. Ye Jingchuan had refrained from elaborating on his past, merely stating that he had left the capital because he could not make a living there. After joining him, Gu Ziyu had never returned to the capital, often mentioning that, with his parents long gone, there was little for him to see back home. Reflecting on it now, Gu Ziyu was just 20 years old, and Ye Jingchuan was uncertain of what he was currently doing. His knowledge of Gu Ziyu's youth was scant. He vaguely recalled him mentioning spending much of his time in the antique market, and at one point, in order to make ends meet, he had even sold used books there. Ye Jingchuan decided to take a chance. Perhaps he might encounter him. After all, sooner or later, Gu Ziyu would become one of his invaluable assets, so it would be wise to summon him sooner rather than later. This time, Ye Jingchuan chose not to visit the antique market on a weekend, but rather on an afternoon when he had no classes. At present, the antique market was not primarily focused on selling antiques. Instead, it had become a cultural street dominated by shops selling vintage glassware. Most of the stores in the antique market were state-owned enterprises, and the so-called antiques were primarily aimed at foreigners, established to earn foreign currency, while local citizens seldom frequented the market for such purchases. In addition to the shops, there were also a few scattered vendors along the street, selling second-hand books, glass products, and various artworks passed off as antiques. When Ye Jingchuan arrived, the market was relatively quiet, with only a few elderly gentlemen strolling about. He ambled leisurely down the street, his gaze flitting across the faces of various vendors, but after scanning half the street, he still could not find Gu Ziyu. He could not help but mutter to himself, wondering if Gu Ziyu had yet to set up his stall. If he had not, it would be quite challenging to locate him solely based on his name amidst the bustling crowd. The antique market was not large, and traversing from one end to the other did not take much time. After a thorough search, Ye Jingchuan still failed to find Gu Ziyu. Yet he remained undeterred and resolved to search once more, only to come up empty-handed again. Surely, he would not return without success today? Ye Jingchuan felt somewhat exasperated, realizing that he should have inquired more about Gu Ziyu's past in his previous life, preventing him from enduring this fruitless wait now. As Ye Jingchuan endeavored to recollect the past of Gu Ziyu, he was unexpectedly jostled from behind, causing a large stack of books to scatter across the ground. "I'm so sorry. I took too many books and didn't see you there. Are you hurt?" A clear, melodious male voice resonated from behind him. Ye Jingchuan turned swiftly to find Gu Ziyu standing before him, his expression fraught with concern. Before him, Gu Ziyu appeared far more diminutive than Ye Jingchuan had envisioned, resembling someone suffering from malnutrition. His hair was a dull yellow, and his complexion was far from healthy. He wore a blue shirt that had faded with wear, adorned with two poorly stitched patches that were clearly the work of an amateur. It was evident that Gu Ziyu's current circumstances were quite dire. "It's nothing," Ye Jingchuan replied, crouching down to assist in gathering the scattered books. "Do you sell used books at the antique market?" "Yes," Gu Ziyu responded, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "I've collected many rare books that aren't widely available. Would you care to take a look?" "What kind of books?" Ye Jingchuan instinctively thought of something risque, only to be met with Gu Ziyu's enigmatic smile as he replied, "I have 2 copies of Songs of Youth. I expected you to mention Jean Ping Mei. I have that too, complete with illustrations." Gu Ziyu grinned, sharing a knowing look with Ye Jingchuan. "Perhaps you should keep those for yourself. I have no interest in such books." Ye Jingchuan handed the collected books back to Gu Ziyu, contemplating how he might persuade him to join his company. Knowing they were still strangers, and that Gu Ziyu would not easily place his trust in him. "Can you manage all these books alone? Would you like some help?" Ye Jingchuan inquired, observing Gu Ziyu struggling with the 20 or so heavy volumes that obstructed his view, likely the reason for the earlier collision. "I'm used to it," Gu Ziyu replied just as a shout rang out from a distance. "The authorities are coming. Everyone flee." Instinctively, Gu Ziyu divided the books in his arms with Ye Jingchuan, urgently urging him, "Brother, run." The two dashed towards a nearby alleyway, with Ye Jingchuan amusedly watching Gu Ziyu sprint ahead. They hadn't even been selling at the antique market. Why the need to flee? Nevertheless, he refrained from calling out to Gu Ziyu, and instead followed him through a series of twists and turns into a narrow passage. The alley was lined with numerous households, cluttered with an assortment of miscellaneous items. Gu Ziyu paused to catch his breath, glancing at Ye Jingchuan, who was drenched in sweat from the exertion of carrying the stack of books. He couldn't help but chuckle. "You're quite fast, brother. It seems you've had your fair share of chases." "Likewise," Ye Jingchuan replied, finding Gu Ziyu to be rather amiable. They exchanged names, and Gu Ziyu invited. "My home is just around the corner. Would you like to come in? I have plenty of good books. Do you have any English books?" "Indeed. I picked up many a few years ago." Suddenly, Guziyu realized that his words were inappropriate and quickly corrected himself. A few years ago, I collected numerous English books during my time at university. I couldn't recognize the English letters inscribed on them, nor did I comprehend their utility. However, despite my lack of scholarly knowledge, I have an affection for books. I couldn't bear to dispose of them even if they were unsellable. Let us go take a look. Perhaps there is something suitable for me. The two of them traversed the narrow courtyard, arriving at Guziyu's abode. It was a modest dwelling, barely qualifying as a home. Once a storage room in a traditional courtyard, the space was small, comprising merely 2 rooms, accompanied by a kitchen hastily constructed from wooden planks. Xiaofei, I'm back. Upon entering the courtyard, Guziyu's face illuminated with a smile. Hearing his voice, Gu Defei swiftly opened the door and rushed towards him. At that moment, Ye Jingchuan stood frozen in surprise. He had never heard Guziyu mention having a younger brother. The weather has turned a bit chilly. Why aren't you wearing warmer clothes? What if you catch a cold? Guziyu expressed concern as he ushered Gu Defei inside to add more layers to his attire. After a brief moment, he brought him back out to meet Ye Jingchuan. Jingchuan Gu, this is my younger brother, Gu Defei. Xiaofei greet him. Gu Defei appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, exceedingly thin, with a gaunt face that showcased only a pair of lively, large eyes. He smiled brightly, his eyes crinkling with joy. All my books are here. Feel free to browse through them while I prepare some food for my brother. Guziyu gestured towards the outer room, where books were piled high like a small mountain. All right, I'll take a look myself. You go ahead and tend to your tasks. At this moment, Ye Jingchuan's mind was still in a haze as he struggled to recall whether Guziyu had ever mentioned having a brother during their years of acquaintance. After much contemplation, he concluded that Guziyu had never disclosed this detail. From his fragmented remarks, Ye Jingchuan surmised that Gu Defei must have passed away at a tender age, and Guziyu had departed Beijing shortly thereafter to forge his own path. With this thought, Ye Jingchuan couldn't help but glance at Gu Defei, who trailed behind Guziyu like a little shadow. His emaciated figure suggested more than mere undernourishment. It implied a deeper affliction. Gu Defei was evidently unwell. The possibility of this saddened Ye Jingchuan. The Guziyu he knew was composed and rarely smiled. Yet today, he presented a radiant and cheerful demeanor. Clearly a person of bright disposition. The two brothers shared laughter while preparing noodles in the kitchen. Jingchuan Gu, have you found any suitable books? Guziyu's voice pulled Ye Jingchuan from his reverie. Spotting a few English novels that appeared to be limited editions, highly collectible, Ye Jingchuan raised the 2 gilded English books in his hands to show Guziyu. There should be many more beautiful books with such covers. Do take a closer look. Indeed, my wife has recently started learning English at home. These novels will be just perfect for her. Ye Jingchuan continued to search for useful books among the towering stacks. The collection included not only English literature but also novels from various eras, as well as volumes on calligraphy and painting. The sheer variety of texts in Guziyu's possession left Ye Jingchuan feeling quite dizzy. Guziyu, why do you have so many medical books here? Ye Jingchuan inquired with curiosity, picking up a thick volume titled Internal Medicine, which he presumed to be a textbook from school. Most of these books were collected from the school, some obtained from various professors, Guziyu explained. You know, the school was quite unstable a few years ago, and many professors would clear out books they deemed problematic. Ah, that makes sense. I was puzzled about the presence of school textbooks here, Ye Jingchuan remarked, placing the internal medicine book down and retrieving a beautifully bound notebook from the pile. Initially, he thought it to be a blank journal, but upon opening it, he discovered it was filled with vibrant colored pencil illustrations of various plants, Malva verticillata, Aster tetericus, Sephora japonica, and even the herb Houtuinia cordata. Each page featured a different specimen, and after a while, Ye Jingchuan realized these were not ordinary plants, but medicinal herbs. The names beneath each illustration were penned in brush strokes, suggesting the artist was quite adept with a brush. Flipping to the last page, he found the name Yushuejuan, accompanied by another name, Lin Song. The name Yushuejuan was quite rare, instantly reminding Ye Jingchuan of his grandmother. Could this notebook belong to her? Yet, it didn't seem plausible. If it truly were hers, with her meticulous nature, how could she have lost such a precious item? Moreover, the notebook appeared to have been inscribed by Moon Nanzhi's grandfather, Lin Song, further complicating matters. Chapter 161. More questions filled with confusion. Ye Jingchuan set the notebook aside temporarily and continued to browse other books. Among them were several English volumes that likely belonged to Lin Song. as evidenced by his name inscribed in brush calligraphy on the title pages. This only deepened Ye Jingchuan's curiosity. He recalled Mu Nanzhi mentioning that her grandparents shared a profound bond, with remnants of her grandfather's clothing, books, and writing instruments still present in their home. If that were the case, where did these books that belonged to Lin Song come from? Guziyu, where did you acquire these books? Ye Jingchuan gestured toward the pile he had just explored. Ah, these were collected a few years ago from Yinyun Garden. The residents there are all prominent figures from Capital University. I remember 3 years back, a family mentioned they had too many books and decided to discard some. I was fortunate enough to retrieve them all, Guziyu recounted. Do you recall what kind of family it was? I'm quite curious about how such valuable foreign books could be so easily discarded, Ye Jingchuan pressed. Of course, I remember, an exceptionally refined elderly lady, Guziyu replied. Upon hearing the phrase elderly lady, Ye Jingchuan began to doubt his earlier assumptions. Could it be that he was overthinking, and it was merely a coincidence of names? However, verifying whether it was indeed a case of shared names would be simple enough. He could inquire with his grandmother upon returning. Ye Jingchuan ultimately selected 6 books. He intended to offer Guziyu some money for them, but Guziyu insisted that he would not accept payment, as he had merely assisted in moving the books. During a casual conversation, Ye Jingchuan glanced at Guzifei, who was voraciously consuming noodles, and couldn't help but inquire, "Is your brother unwell? He appears exceedingly thin." Guziyu nodded. "My brother has been constitutionally weak since birth. The doctors at the hospital mentioned that given his condition, reaching the age of 10 is already a stroke of luck. Now, he is 11, soon to celebrate his 12th birthday, and I still hold on to the hope that a miracle may occur." As he spoke, Guziyu's gaze remained fixed on Guzifei, filled with helplessness. If it were any other illness, at least the doctors would have some methods to treat it. However, my brother's congenital condition has destined him for a short life from the moment he was born. Have you not sought the opinions of more doctors? Perhaps the diagnosis you received was not entirely accurate, Ye Jingchuan suggested. I have consulted several physicians, all of whom confirmed there is no remedy, Guziyu replied. Have you tried traditional Chinese medicine? Indeed, Guziyu shook his head. Since Guzifei's birth, he had lost count of how many doctors he had seen, the number of medications he had taken, and the injections he had endured. No one had ever offered hope for his brother's recovery, and after all these years, he had long since resigned himself to that fate. Little Fei is so understanding, it's truly a pity. Now, I have come to terms with it. As long as little Fei is cheerful every day, I find contentment. Ye Jingchuan stayed at Guziyu's home for a considerable time before finally departing with his books. Upon returning home, he found his grandmother absent and handed all the books to Mu Nanzhi. I have just begun learning English, and you give me such difficult books. I fear I won't be able to read even a page in a day. Mu Nanzhi casually flipped through a book for a few pages, her expression tinged with bitterness. It's all right. Learning English is not a task to be accomplished in a day or two. Take your time with it. Ye Jingchuan intended to read a couple of pages of an English novel to Mu Nanzhi when suddenly, a frantic knocking echoed from outside. Jingchuan, come quickly. Mai has been crying incessantly. Could she be running a fever? The voice of Lu Xiaofeng startled both Ye Jingchuan and Mu Nanzhi, prompting them to rush to the door to check on Mai. Ye Jingchuan reached out to take Mai, and upon touching her forehead, he confirmed she felt somewhat warm. She is indeed a bit warm. We must hurry to the hospital. At that moment, Ye Jingchuan was completely flustered, instinctively carrying Mai as he rushed outside. Wait, Jingchuan, have you forgotten that my grandmother understands medicine? Let's have her check Mai first. Yes. Let's ask grandmother to take a look. Ye Jingchuan handed Mai to Mu Nanzhi and hurried to find his grandmother, who was currently engaged in sewing with Grandma Song at the corner store. Upon hearing that Mai had suddenly developed a fever, Yu Weipo was taken aback and quickly made her way home. My dear granddaughter, how did you suddenly come down with a fever? Yu Weipo approached and took Mai's pulse, reassuringly stating, Fortunately, it is merely a fever caused by gastrointestinal discomfort. I will administer a couple of acupuncture needles and massage some acupoints, and she will be fine. Grandmother, is Mai truly all right? Mu Nanzhi asked, her anxiety palpable, fearing that the fever might stem from a more serious issue. She is fine. Mai is quite sturdy. Subsequently, Yu Weipo retrieved silver needles and carefully administered a few acupuncture points on Mai's small hands and around her navel. After massaging several acupoints on her hands and arms, half an hour later, Mai finally began to cool down and ceased her cries. Xiao Feng gazed intently at Mai. who soon needed to expel the toxins from her body. "All right, I will keep watch," she assured Ye Jingchuan. Observing that his grandmother had only administered a few injections and massaged several acupoints to swiftly reduce Mai's fever, couldn't help but recall Gu Zifei. "Grandmother, a child from my friend's family has been constitutionally weak since birth. The doctors initially predicted he would only live until around the age of 10, yet he is now 11. Aside from appearing somewhat frail, he seems to have no other issues. I wonder if you could take a look at him. I do not expect him to live as a normal person, but extending his life by a few years would be a blessing." Grandmother Yu nodded at Ye Jingchuan's description. Constitutional deficiencies from birth can be nurtured if addressed before the age of 1, allowing the child to grow and live like others. However, he is already 11, and even with my medical skills, I could only prolong his life by 3 to 5 years at best. 3 to 5 years would be wonderful. I will have him come to our home tomorrow for your assistance." Agreed. Ye Jingchuan was pleasantly surprised by how accommodating Grandmother Yu was. Upon his suggestion, she readily agreed. As for the matter of the notebook, he no longer hesitated and handed it to her. "My friend's family collects old books. While I was there, I found a notebook filled with illustrations of Chinese medicinal herbs. On the last page, I saw your name. I wasn't sure if it was yours, so I brought it back." As soon as Ye Jingchuan produced the notebook, Grandmother Yu recognized it as her own. "How could this be?" she exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at the herbal drawings, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Thank you, Jingchuan. This is indeed my notebook. I feel a bit fatigued. I shall return to my room now." With that, she closed the notebook and turned to her own quarters. Even Ye Jingchuan, though somewhat naive, could discern that Grandmother Yu was in a state of distress. "Nanzhi, is your grandfather named Lin Song?" Mu Nanzhi nodded. "I saw your grandmother and grandfather's names on the last page of the notebook. Could you share with me what you know about your grandfather?" "I have never met my grandfather, only heard my mother speak of him. She said he was remarkable, both knowledgeable and handsome, but came from a modest background. He passed away when my mother was quite young. Aside from that, I know little. My grandmother seldom mentions him." Chapter 162. A request for diagnosis. Ye Jingchuan furrowed his brow, pondering. If Lin Song had indeed passed away long ago, how could his books have found their way to Yinyun Garden? It is known that Yinyun Garden consists solely of standalone villas, where the residents are typically notable figures who have contributed to the prestigious Beijing University. Why would such a person collect the writings of an ordinary man who had been deceased for many years? This was truly perplexing. Unless the resident of Yinyun Garden was Lin Song himself or a close relative. As for why Grandmother Yu stated that Lin Song had long since died, there must be undisclosed history behind it. Ye Jingchuan had no interest in prying into others' privacy. Since Grandmother Yu chose not to elaborate, he decided to let the matter rest. After lunch, Ye Jingchuan noticed that Grandma Yu was in a good mood, so he brought the Gu brothers back home, asking her to assist with the diagnosis. Inside the room, the Gu brothers appeared somewhat reserved. Their clothes, though clean, bore unsightly patches, which was rather embarrassing. In contrast, Grandma Yu and her companions were dressed neatly, and the fabric of their garments suggested they were of fine quality. The disparity in their social standings instilled a sense of inferiority in the brothers. "Xiaofei, sit here, and I will check your pulse," Grandma Yu instructed. "Okay," Gu Zifei replied obediently, taking a seat at the edge of a chair, extending his hand for her to examine. After checking his left hand, she switched to the right. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, she finally released his hand. Gu Zifei's health was significantly better than I had anticipated. With careful nurturing over the next few months, I would reassess his condition. Should all progress positively, with 4 to 5 years of diligent care, he could lead a life akin to that of a normal individual and eventually marry and start a family. Grandma Yu's words caused Gu Ziyu, who had been silent until then, to widen his eyes in astonishment. "Grandma Yu, will my brother truly be able to live like a normal person?" "Of course, but it requires meticulous care. I will prepare a prescription for you, along with some precautions. As long as you adhere strictly to my instructions, there should be no significant issues." Grandma Yu took out paper and a pen to write the prescription, which was rather lengthy, requiring over 30 different herbs. Due to the quantity, the preparation would be somewhat cumbersome. There are many dietary restrictions when consuming traditional Chinese medicine. One must avoid cold and spicy foods, and as autumn transitions into winter, one must also guard against drafts, as exposure could diminish the efficacy of the medicine. After nearly half an hour, Grandma Yu completed the prescription and the accompanying precautions. Most of the herbs listed were not particularly expensive, but one must prepare for the long-term commitment to the treatment. Thank you, Grandma Yu. As long as it can cure my brother, I will ensure he takes his medicine on time and in the proper amounts, Gu Ziyu expressed gratefully. All right. After a week of treatment, return for a follow-up. If everything is indeed satisfactory, thereafter, you may come once a month for a checkup. Ye Jingchuan escorted the Gu brothers to the door, and once outside, he remarked, I estimate that your brother will need to spend quite a bit on medication each month. The money you earn from your stall at the antique market may not suffice. Why not join me at my clothing factory? We are currently in need of workers. Brother Jingchuan, I know you mean well, but I have no knowledge of garment production. Even if I were to work there, I wouldn't be able to contribute much. You are overthinking it. You merely need to run errands for me. No expertise in clothing is required. Besides, being around me daily amidst the fabric will naturally teach you in no time. It's not a difficult task. With Ye Jingchuan's insistence, Gu Ziyu felt it would be unreasonable to decline any further. At this juncture, he was indeed in need of money, and a job offered by Ye Jingchuan was an opportunity he could hardly refuse. Thank you, Brother Jingchuan. I will come by tomorrow. All right. I will take you to see the fabrics then. Upon leaving Grandma Yu's place, Gu Ziyu immediately took the prescription to procure the medicine. Typically, a single prescription would cost around 30 to 40 cents, but due to the inclusion of several expensive herbs in Grandma Yu's prescription, this particular batch would cost 70 cents. According to the prescription, one must consistently take the medication for at least 20 days each month, which incurs a cost of over 10 yuan each month. For Gu Ziyu, who merely scrapes by selling old books, this amount is rather substantial. He feels a wave of anxiety, especially since Ye Jingchuan has not disclosed his monthly salary. Regardless of the remuneration offered by Ye Jingchuan, he is determined to work. If his earnings prove insufficient, he will seek additional odd jobs. A grown man like him cannot allow a mere 10 yuan to hinder his livelihood. The following morning, Gu Ziyu reports to Ye Jingchuan. Here, did you not have breakfast? Ye Jingchuan hands him a fried pancake. Thank you, Brother Jingchuan. Gu Ziyu does not engage in pleasantries, as he typically skips breakfast to save money. His stomach growls, prompting him to devour the pancake eagerly. Today, we will first visit the supply and marketing cooperative to look at fabrics, then head to a textile factory. Since you are familiar with the capital, do you know where we can find affordable cloth? Indeed, I do. Having roamed the streets collecting cardboard, there is scarcely a place in the capital that I am not acquainted with. Gu Ziyu finishes the pancake in a few bites and rides his bicycle, carrying Ye Jingchuan out of Emerald Lane. As Ye Jingchuan sits on the back, he contemplates purchasing a bicycle for Gu Ziyu, realizing that traversing the capital without one is quite impractical. When it comes to buying fabric, we cannot go to the state-run textile factory. Their sales are difficult to negotiate, and the prices are exorbitant. Furthermore, they often offer unattractive fabrics that are hard to sell. I will take you to a few smaller textile factories where the fabrics are appealing and reasonably priced, devoid of any complications. You seem quite knowledgeable about this matter. Ye Jingchuan is taken aback by Gu Ziyu's astuteness, considering his young age. Indeed, these smaller factories are generous when it comes to purchasing cardboard. They do not take advantage of my youth. However, dealing with the large state-run factories to collect cardboard is akin to pulling teeth. Upon hearing this, Ye Jingchuan cannot help but chuckle. The state-run factories accumulate vast amounts of cardboard daily, and it is clear they would not just sell it to anyone without connections. The smaller textile factories Gu Ziyu refers to are also located outside the third ring road. The first one they visit is notably sizable and situated in a town. Ye Jingchuan muses that his connections may not be strong enough, requiring him to exert considerable effort to collaborate with larger groups. With sufficient connections, he could establish a large-scale garment factory. Young Gu, I have reserved the cardboard you requested. The gatekeeper, an elderly man, appears quite familiar with Gu Ziyu and greets him warmly upon arrival. Mr. Su, I am not here to collect cardboard today. Rather, I have brought a fortune for your textile factory. Gu Ziyu, well acquainted with the factory personnel, is not hindered by Mr. Su, who allows him to ride directly into the factory. From the entrance to the office, he encounters several individuals, all of whom greet him with cheerful smiles. A young man collecting waste who can integrate so well into a textile factory undoubtedly possesses exceptional emotional intelligence. Chapter 163, Uncovering Fabric and Sewing Machines. Additional update. Factory Director Gu Ziyu, accompanied by Ye Jingchuan, made their way directly to the office of the textile factory director, Yu Jiangwo. It has been quite a while since I last saw you, my friend. Are you here to collect waste paper again? Ye Jingchuan inquired. This time, I am not here for waste paper. I have come to purchase fabric, Gu Ziyu replied, providing a brief introduction of the two. So, you are Director Ye. May I inquire what type of fabric you are seeking? I am in need of thick cotton fabric suitable for winter coats, and if you have woolen fabric, that would be even better, Ye Jingchuan responded. I run a small factory and do not have woolen fabric, but I do have no fewer than 20 varieties of thick cotton fabric suitable for coats. Allow me to escort you to the warehouse to see for yourself, Ye Jingchuan said warmly. Director Ye, please feel free to browse. If you find anything you like, do let me know. If the colors do not suit your needs, I can weave fabric according to your requirements, he continued. Very well, I shall take a look, Ye Jingchuan replied, as he began to examine the fabrics, searching for the one that would evoke memories from his past life. To Ye Jingchuan's discerning touch signified that he was an expert, capable of discerning the quality of fabric merely by feel, an ability not possessed by ordinary individuals. After sampling over 20 types of fabric, Ye Jingchuan finally discovered one that met his standards. The fabrics available at Ye Jingchuan's factory were large rolls of 30 meters, rather than the smaller 13-meter rolls. Based on Ye Jingchuan's budget, such substantial cotton fabric would typically cost no less than $2 or $3 per meter. However, when Ye Jingchuan quoted a price of $1.50 per meter, the two engaged in a bit of friendly negotiation. Ultimately, Ye Jingchuan conceded an additional 30 cents and even provided some leftover scraps. Director Ye, what do you intend to do with the scraps? Ye Jingchuan inquired, curious, as he usually sold such remnants as waste. My garment factory has just been established, and many of the workers are novices. These scraps will be perfect for them to practice on, reducing the likelihood of defects in the final products, Ye Jingchuan explained. I see. It is indeed wise for novice workers to hone their skills. A finished garment can be quite costly. It would be disheartening if it were ruined, Ye Jingchuan acknowledged. That day, Ye Jingchuan signed a purchase contract with Ye Jingchuan. Since the two types of fabric he desired were not in stock, with a longer delivery time, Ye Jingchuan requested that Ye Jingchuan arrange for extra shifts to expedite the delivery within 15 days. He planned to return 3 days later to collect the fabric, taking as much as was available. As October's chill began to set in, by the end of the month, thick coats would be ready for sale, and he was determined to ensure that the garment factory commenced production promptly. With the fabric issue resolved, Ye Jingchuan visited the Zhouzhuang Brigade, where the factory was gradually being constructed. He aimed to start the garment factory to allow the novice workers to practice so that when the bulk of fabric arrived, they could operate at full capacity. Uncle Zhou, please prepare a few vacant rooms in the brigade office over the next few days. I will bring back a few industrial sewing machines, and I would like your assistance in recruiting 20 workers from the brigade. Those familiar with sewing machines will be prioritized, as will those who are diligent and swift, he instructed. That sounds feasible. The young women in our brigade are all industrious. However, how shall we determine their wages? Uncle Zhou asked. From my inquiries, I've learned that female workers in other brigades typically earn between $20 to $25 a month. I propose an average of $23 per month, with overtime compensated with meals and additional pay, Ye Jingchuan suggested. Very well, I shall begin notifying everyone immediately, Uncle Zhou replied. Zhou Yunfeng was taken aback when Ye Jingchuan entrusted him with the recruitment task, a lucrative opportunity indeed. Henceforth, anyone wishing to work at the garment factory would need to curry favor with him. Having received benefits from Ye Jingchuan, he was naturally inclined to assist him with utmost diligence. Within half a day's effort, the vacant rooms were tidied up. A few days later, the entire peach orchard was transformed, and the construction workers commenced their tasks. Ye Xiaoyan, appointed as the overseer, reported punctually each morning and returned home only after dusk. Ye Jingchuan procured another bicycle, inviting Gu Ziyu and Ye Xiaoyan to join him, ensuring mutual support among them. Subsequently, Ye Jingchuan busied himself with acquiring second-hand sewing machines. Being new to the capital, he sought assistance from Wang Zhuoran. In no time, Wang Zhuoran managed to locate a batch of machines. Arriving early at school, he pulled Ye Jingchuan aside in the corridor to discuss the matter. Jingchuan, I understand that every business has its taboos. I wonder if you have any such considerations. Wang Zhuoran inquired. Ye Jingchuan, puzzled, looked at him quizzically. What do you mean? I find myself a bit perplexed. The situation is as follows. You requested I find a batch of second-hand machines from state-owned factories. During my inquiries, I learned that a brigade in the suburbs, Jiangzhuang, had set up a cooperative garment factory earlier this year. They invested a considerable sum, yet it ceased operations after only 6 months. They are eager to sell all the machinery and leftover materials. I am unsure if you would be interested. I have heard that some people might be superstitious about acquiring items from a defunct factory. Upon hearing this, Ye Jingchuan chuckled heartily and waved his hand dismissively. I have never subscribed to such superstitions. I only trust in my own abilities. That's excellent. When you have time, I can take you to see it. The Jiangzhuang Brigade is keen to offload the machines at a very low price. The industrial sewing machines they used were reputable brands, originally priced at 450 yuan each. They are now being offered for merely 220 yuan after 6 months of use. However, we cannot expect to negotiate the price down to half. We should assess their condition today. I anticipate they might be priced below 200 yuan. Ordinary household sewing machines, even secondhand, tend to sell well. But industrial machines are a different matter. Large state-owned enterprises will not purchase secondhand machinery, leaving only small workshops. These workshops are cost-conscious, often insisting on having the price. Even for machines that are nearly new, let alone those that have been used for half a year. The Jiangzhuang Brigade, eager to sell their industrial sewing machines, will have no choice but to reduce their prices. We have no classes in the afternoon. I will take you to see them, Wang Zhuoran suggested. All right. Let us defer any further discussion until after we have seen the machines. Upon returning to the capital, Wang Zhuoran opted against cycling around. Instead, he personally drove a small sedan to pick up Ye Jingchuan for their trip to Jiangzhuang. Zhuoran, you've done well. You've switched to a car as soon as you returned to the capital, Ye Jingchuan remarked. This belongs to my sister. I lack the clout for such a display. My mother advised me to maintain a low profile as I am still in university, Wang Zhuoran replied. Your mother is wise, Ye Jingchuan concurred. Ye Jingchuan cast a glance at the driving Wang Zhuoran, unable to suppress his musings. Truly, this individual is destined to be a future leader, despite his youth. He exhibits remarkable composure and a propensity for thorough consideration in his endeavors. At times, he pondered how Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao, two individuals with such contrasting temperaments, managed to forge a deep friendship. As the vehicle traversed the dusty road, they finally arrived at the Jiangzhuang Brigade. Upon witnessing the expanse of meticulously arranged large tiled houses, Ye Jingchuan comprehended why the Jiangzhuang Brigade had the audacity to package and sell off their loss-making garment factory entirely. With a population exceeding 2,000, the brigade not only boasts well-constructed homes, but also operates multiple factories, not limited to just the garment industry. Such a brigade, possessing substantial financial resources, naturally dares to make significant sacrifices. Hello, Director Yi. Allow me to show you the sewing machines and other equipment. Jiang Weiman, the brigade's secretary, warmly welcomed Ye Jingchuan and Wang Zhuoran to inspect the sewing machines. Prior to their arrival, an intermediary had informed him of Wang Zhuoran's identity, urging him to provide exceptional hospitality. Managing a brigade of over 2,000 individuals undoubtedly requires exceptional capabilities, and Jiang Weiman's eloquence and efficiency left no room for criticism. The vacant garment factory was impressively spacious, housing over 100 sewing machines and an array of other equipment totaling around 50 or so, clearly indicative of its substantial scale. All the machinery was newly purchased, and while not claiming to be brand new, it was undoubtedly in excellent condition. With so many sewing machines, I fear I may be unable to take them all in at once. Not to worry, while I am publicly stating that the entire package is for sale, we can certainly consider separating the items. Just let me know which equipment piques your interest. Very well. After inspecting several sewing machines without issue, Ye Jingchuan noted, as Wang Zhuoran had mentioned, that all the machines and equipment were indeed in pristine condition, with 2 pieces having never been utilized. Following their examination of the sewing machines, the trio proceeded to inspect the fabric warehouse. Upon seeing a whole warehouse filled with military green cotton fabric, Ye Jingchuan's eyes brightened. Was this not the most fashionable color of the moment? With such materials at their disposal, how had the Jiangzhuang Brigade allowed the garment factory to falter? Ye Jingchuan approached the military green cotton fabric, noting its thickness. While somewhat heavy for summer tank tops, it would be too soft for outerwear, leading to unappealing finished garments that would likely distort after washing. This fabric posed a bit of a dilemma. However, it would be quite suitable for long-sleeve t-shirts, perfect for spring when layered beneath a light jacket. In addition to the military green cotton, other colors such as blue, black, and gray were present, with the only vibrant hues being bright red and deep purple. As Ye Jingchuan felt the deep purple fabric, a smile blossomed within him. This was precisely the material he had recently ordered, and he had not anticipated seeing it here in finished form. The warehouse also contained numerous boxes of ready-made garments, predominantly tops in blue, black, and gray. Upon reaching this point, Ye Jingchuan began to grasp the reasons behind the clothing factory's demise. Such ready-made garments were ubiquitous, and the products from Jiangzhuang Brigade possessed no competitive edge whatsoever. When clothes fail to sell, the factory is bound to shut down. Moreover, the presence of both men's and women's clothing in a haphazard mix raises the question of profitability. In the garment industry, smaller workshops ought to specialize in a singular focus. Attempting to cater to every demand often results in an inability to excel in any area. Director Jiang, should we bundle all these fabrics in the warehouse for sale? Yi inquired. Indeed, Jiang Weiman replied. I can dismantle the sewing machines for individual sale, but the fabrics and ready-made garments must be sold as a package. Otherwise, picking one item from here and another from there will leave us with unsellable remnants, which complicates matters considerably. Ye Jingchuan furrowed his brow, visibly troubled. These military green fabrics are all new arrivals, 30 meters per roll. I acquired them at 2 yuan per meter. If Director Jiang is willing to take all the inventory from the warehouse, I can offer them to you at 1 yuan per meter. Although Jiang Weiman's words seemed enticing, Ye Jingchuan was no fool. While the military green fabric was indeed priced attractively, he feared that the blue, black, and gray materials would require significant effort to dispose of, and the ready-made garments were rather unappealing, necessitating considerable effort to sell. Director Jiang, it is not my intention to complicate matters for you. To be candid, this batch of military green fabric poses challenges. Its half-thick nature makes it difficult to work with. Furthermore, the vibrant red and dark blue-gray colors are commonplace. Even if garments were produced, they would struggle to find buyers. Ye Jingchuan pointedly addressed the crux of the issue, indicating that he was not naive to market conditions. We also have other colors available, Jiang Weiman interjected. For instance, this beautiful crimson purple, and here is a lovely cream fabric. He hurriedly rummaged through the pile of textiles, eventually extracting a roll of cream wool fabric. There were over 30 rolls of this cream wool, meticulously packaged with cardboard at both ends and several layers of plastic wrap. Ye Jingchuan approached and brushed his hand against the plastic wrap, finding it devoid of dust, indicating that these wool materials had just arrived. He was perplexed. Not only was the cream wool color vastly different from the blue, black, and gray, but it felt as if it were sourced from a different supplier altogether. This suggested an underlying discord within the factory. After perusing the warehouse, Ye Jingchuan did not express his intentions regarding the purchase, but instead requested a statistical inventory of the warehouse's goods. To his surprise, Jiang Weiman was unable to provide one, rendering Yi speechless with amusement. How could one sell without knowing the inventory? Director Yi, if you desire the warehouse goods, I can have someone tally them up right away. We can even share a meal together in the meantime, Jiang offered eagerly. Very well, Yi replied. Once the inventory is compiled, we can examine the fabrics and discuss pricing. Upon hearing the mention of pricing, Jiang Weiman recognized the potential for success, hastily pouring a cup of tea for Ye Jingchuan. Rest assured, as long as Director Yi is interested in the fabrics, the prices are negotiable. As Ye Jingchuan received the warehouse details, darkness had already enveloped the sky. However, the time spent at Jiangzhuang Brigade was, in fact, well worth it. Inside the warehouse, the fabric colors, blue, black, gray, and red, were not plentiful, totaling around 20. Military green accounted for 50, while other colors reached 30. In addition to the crimson and woolen cream, white he observed, there were also cotton fabrics emerging in shades of cream, deep purple with subtle patterns, deep pink, woolen materials, as well as brown and camel hues, all suitable for winter garments. It seemed that a knowledgeable young individual at the Jiangzhuang Brigade's garment factory had aspired to revive the establishment with these fashionable colors. Regrettably, that day never arrived, and the factory faced closure before his vision could materialize. Ultimately, Ye Jingchuan procured this batch of fabric at a price reduced to 40%, while the ready-made garments, originally priced at several tens, he acquired for a mere 5 yuan each. As for the black, blue, and gray fabrics, he offered only 20% of their original price. Jiang Weiman was well aware of the difficulties in selling black, blue, and gray. Thus, he was grateful to find a buyer, even if it meant recovering just 20% of the cost. If Ye Jingchuan had declined, he would have been compelled to force the fabrics upon the brigade, earning himself a scolding, given that this was a collective industry that could not be given away without compensation. However, if sold at a discount, the losses would be attributed to the entire garment factory, and it was not solely his decision to make. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon all involved. Ye Jingchuan's garment factory was not fully established yet. He first required 20 sewing machines, along with cutting machines, cutting tables, and various smaller equipment, such as buttonhole and button sewing machines. His factory, while modest in size, was well equipped with an array of necessary tools. Regarding pricing, industrial sewing machines, typically valued at over 400 yuan, were brutally negotiated down to 150 yuan by Ye Jingchuan. Jiang Weimin felt immense regret over this loss, but found himself powerless, as the announcement regarding the transfer of equipment had been made for a month, with only 2 inquiries received, both of which led to nothing after he quoted a price. Ye Jingchuan was the first to respond with an offer and genuine intent to purchase. If he missed this opportunity, Jiang Weimin questioned whether anyone else would step forward with a willing price. Chapter 165. A glimmer of hope despite his reluctance to part with the sewing machines and fabric at such a low price. Jiang Weimin could only console himself with the thought of selling 20 machines for now, as there were still over 80 remaining. And perhaps later someone would come forth with a higher offer for the rest. Thus, the decision was made. He inquired when Ye Jingchuan would come to collect the fabric and sewing machines. I need to find a truck first. You know how difficult it can be to secure a large vehicle, Ye Jingchuan replied. Leave the truck arrangements to me. I can have one here by tomorrow morning for loading, Wang Zhuoran interjected, willingly offering his assistance. For others, finding a large truck could prove troublesome, but for Wang Zhuoran, it was merely a trifling task. Then we shall come early tomorrow, exchanging payment for goods, Ye Jingchuan confirmed. All right, Jiang Weimin replied. Although he felt pain to part with his sewing machines and fabric at such a loss, the fact that he had finally sold a portion after a month was indeed a cause for celebration. As Wang Zhuoran drove back to the city, it was already past 7 in the evening. The road was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any streetlights, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Zhuoran, I am immensely grateful to you today. Without your assistance, I fear I would have struggled to procure a suitable industrial sewing machine in such a short time, he said. Brother, there's no need for such formality. It was merely a small favor, nothing to concern yourself with, Zhuoran replied. Indeed, we brothers should not be so polite. Once the garment factory is up and running, we must gather together, he continued. We don't need to wait for the factory's opening. In just a few days, He and Mima will be celebrating their 100th day. We should come to your home for hot pot and celebrate the occasion for the 2 little ones. That sounds good. Ye Jingchuan also intended to celebrate the 100th day for the twins. Initially, he had only planned a small gathering at home with a few people. However, if Wang Zhuoran and Kong Xingyao joined, it would be better to make it a grander event, inviting Mu Nanzhi and her friends, as well as some of Grandma Yu's old acquaintances, to create a lively atmosphere. There's another matter I'd like your help with. Could you find out who imported those beige woolen fabrics, and what their character is like? That's easy. Jingchuan, what are you planning? Surely you're not considering poaching someone? The clothing factory in Jiangzhuang has closed down. It's hardly a matter of poaching. I merely seek a suitable factory manager. As you know, Xiaoyan is not particularly astute. He can only oversee things temporarily, but he won't suffice in the long run. Wang Zhuoran acknowledged this, remarking that Ye Xiaoyan was a decent person but lacked the ability to manage properly, especially in challenging situations. Tomorrow, we will go to fetch the sewing machine. You should be able to converse with the person there. How can you be so certain? Because I have acquaintances in Jiangzhuang. Wang Zhuoran spoke truthfully. The next day, when they went to collect the sewing machine, Wang Zhuoran took the opportunity to introduce Ye Jingchuan to someone while the workers were busy moving goods. Do you see that woman speaking under the big locust tree? Her name is Jiang Zhiji, and she is the one who imported that batch of woolen fabric. Ye Jingchuan discreetly observed Jiang Zhiji. She was strikingly beautiful, resembling a stunning woman in her mid-20s. Her long waves were tied up, adorned with a black polka-dot headband, and she wore a berry red knee-length woolen skirt, exuding a distinct Hong Kong style. What is her background? She doesn't appear to be from Jiangzhuang. You are mistaken. Jiang Zhiji is indeed from Jiangzhuang. However, she was married and lived in Yanqing, returning to Beijing only this summer. I have heard from acquaintances that Jiang Zhiji's husband passed away a few years ago, leaving her with a son and a daughter. She initially intended to remain unmarried for life, raising her children, but tragically, her in-laws tarnished her reputation, accusing her of being unfaithful and forcing her to leave without a penny. How cruel. Regardless, she bore them a son and a daughter. How could they treat her so harshly? It all boils down to money. I've heard her in-laws are quite wealthy, fearing she might take their money if she remarried, which is why they drove her away. Fortunately, Jiang Ziji's father holds some prominence in Jiangzhuang. Otherwise, she might have had nowhere to turn. She can't possibly be the daughter of Jiang Weiman, can she? Wang Zhuoran nodded, recalling that Jiang Weiman had 5 children, with Jiang Ziji being the youngest daughter. When she returned, he had also endured considerable pressure. Come, let's go greet her. Ye Jingchuan, having heard Wang Zhuoran's introduction, had formed a basic understanding. Asking Jiang Ziji to assist him with the garment factory should pose no significant issue. As a widow, her tumultuous return from Yangqing and her ability to thrive in Jiangzhuang Brigade suggested she was quite adept. Jiang Jia, allow me to introduce you to someone. Wang Zhuoran cheerfully approached Jiang Ziji, facilitating a brief introduction between the two. Ye Jingchuan began to engage her in casual conversation. Jiang Jia, have you ever worked with a garment factory before? Yes, my in-laws operate a garment factory. After I married, I assisted there, so I have some understanding of it. I heard from my father that you purchased all the fabric from the warehouse. Indeed, those blue, black, and gray fabrics. Are you planning to make garments with them? Not at all. They are typically used as supplementary materials. I doubt we could make much profit from ready-to-wear garments in those 3 colors. Jiang Ziji, who had been casually chatting, finally lifted her gaze to meet his. Have you seen the camel-colored fabrics? What do you think of those colors? They are exceptionally suitable for winter. A long coat made from them would look splendid. Ye Jingchuan's unique insight surprised Jiang Ziji. She had not anticipated their thoughts would align. Regrettably, her father did not share her vision and had summarily declared the closure of the garment factory without even producing a batch of clothing. Comrade Jiang, would you be interested in becoming the manager of my garment factory? Director Yi, please, do not jest. While I am somewhat familiar with the production process, I have never managed a factory. I truly cannot take on this role. Experience is always accumulated over time. My garment factory has just opened and is still in disarray. If you are uncertain, you could start by working for a month. After that, if you feel capable, you may continue as the manager. Otherwise, I will seek someone else. Given Ye Jingchuan's earnestness, Jiang Ziji could not misunderstand his proposal as a mere jest. May I inquire where your garment factory is located? In Zhejiazhuang Brigade. Merely 20 miles from Jiangzhuang Brigade. Will you provide accommodation there? Well, Ye Jingchuan hesitated. To be honest, the factory is still under construction. Currently, I am utilizing the office of Zhejiazhuang Brigade, and the living conditions there are not ideal. Jiang Ziji paused thoughtfully. If you would allow me to bring 2 sisters along, I would agree to become the manager of the garment factory. Of course, the factory is in need of personnel right now, whether you bring 2 or even 10. It would not be an issue. Director Yi, when may I start working? Jiang Ziji responded with remarkable straightforwardness, not engaging in banter with Ye Jingchuan. Jiang Factory Manager, have you not inquired about the salary? I trust that Director Yi would not deceive us. Rather, I should address you as Manager Yi. For the factory does not require 2 managers. Ye Jingchuan's lips curled into a smile as he contemplated how much Jiang Ziji truly trusted him. Indeed, it is a fact that those destined for greatness do not begrudge others a modest salary. He offered Jiang Ziji a monthly wage of 65 yuan, while her companions received the standard rate of 25 yuan. Most of the workers at the garment factory were novices, and for the past week, production of finished garments had been paused, allowing the workers to practice and familiarize themselves with the machinery. After a week, he hoped to maintain a defect rate of 5, which is the typical standard for a garment factory. Any higher would inevitably lead to increased costs. Yi, the manager, felt assured. Recalling that he had previously supervised a garment factory for his in-laws, and achieving a 5 defect rate was well within reach. Once everything was settled, Ye Jingchuan anticipated that Jiang Ziji would head to Zhoujiao village the following day. To his surprise, she swiftly packed her belongings and called upon 2 friends to accompany her in a truck to Zhoujiao village. Her rapid relocation indicated that her life in Jiangzhuang Brigade had not been particularly pleasant. Zhou Yunfeng was equally taken aback by Ye Jingchuan's efficiency. Just as he finished preparing a few rooms, he found himself unloading a truck full of sewing machines. Everyone, be careful. These sewing machines are quite valuable, he cautioned. Jingchuan, should we place a waterproof cloth beneath these fabrics? Zhou Yunfeng felt overwhelmed by the crowd and goods cluttering the courtyard before the brigade office. By the time everything was organized, mealtime had long passed. Zhoujia village was rather impoverished, and the brigade office was in a dilapidated state. Upon arrival, Jiang Zhizhi and her two sisters paused briefly to survey their temporary accommodations before promptly getting to work. With insufficient beds, they repurposed old-school desks from another room to construct a large bed. Some of the desk legs were broken, but they quickly found a hammer and repaired them with ease. The dusty walls left them covered in grime, so they swept the entire room clean, using newspapers where possible, and draped an old cloth over areas that could not accommodate paper. As the truck unloaded the sewing machines and fabrics into their room, the space underwent a remarkable transformation. Observing Jiang Zhizhi and her friends diligently working, Ye Jingchuan mused about her impressive capabilities, noting that she could tackle any task, even replacing a door latch. Her resilience made him reminiscent of Yang Tingting, who, in her youth, was equally formidable, adept at various skills, only to transform entirely as she matured. The unpredictability of change in people could indeed be unsettling. Jingchuan, let us first have dinner. The brigade's electrician will be here shortly to install the power, and we can test the sewing machines this afternoon, one of her friends suggested. Very well, dinner can wait. We must ensure the electricity is connected promptly, Ye Jingchuan replied. He remained in Zhoujia village until dusk, feeling utterly exhausted after a day filled with discussions and activities. The complexities of the garment factory loomed large. Yet he finally began to untangle some of the threads of the situation. Upon entering the courtyard, Ye Jingchuan was greeted by the enticing aroma of herbal medicine wafting from the kitchen. Nanzhi, what is simmering in the kitchen? It seems to have a hint of traditional Chinese medicine, he inquired. With autumn's arrival, his grandmother had purchased lamb to prepare a nourishing soup of angelica and ginger for dinner. Upon hearing the mention of angelica, Ye Jingchuan immediately realized that this soup was prepared for Nanzhi, who had been rather frail since giving birth to twins. Grandma remarked that she could also partake, as both angelica and ginger are known for their ability to replenish vitality and blood. Do I really need a supplement? Ye Jingchuan cast a meaningful glance at Nanzhi, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, and she shot him a fierce glare. It was Friday, and Qianqian would be returning that evening. A perfect opportunity for her to enjoy a bit of the soup as well. How swiftly time flies. It was already Friday again. Almost forgotten. The fabric for the sample clothing had been procured, and tomorrow they would go together to examine it and also create the sample. Indeed, it is already mid-October. We must hasten our pace. Understood. Seizing a moment when the house was empty, Ye Jingchuan wrapped his arms around Nanzhi's waist, resting his chin in the nook of her neck as he whispered, I've been rather busy lately, with little time to spend with you and the children. Once this hectic period passes, how about we visit the zoo together? Sounds delightful. The weather is just right for an outing. Nanzhi gently patted Ye Jingchuan's back. Do not worry about me and the children. I shall take excellent care of them. I know. Just then, Grandma emerged from the kitchen and instantly spotted the affectionate couple in the room. She smiled softly. Seeing the young couple in such harmony reassured her as a grandmother. Brother, I'm back. Ye Qianqian's excited voice resonated from outside the door, prompting Ye Jingchuan to reluctantly release Nanzhi. His sister's timing was impeccable. During dinner, Nanzhi deliberately served Ye Qianqian a generous portion of lamb in her bowl. The school cafeteria surely cannot compare to our home-cooked meals. You must eat more lamb to replenish your strength. You seem to have lost some weight lately. Thank you, sister-in-law. I used to be too heavy, so I've been controlling my diet. Ye Jingchuan looked at Ye Qianqian with a puzzled expression. You are not overweight. You merely have a hint of baby fat on your cheeks. In a few years, that will fade. Back at the old Ye residence, she could barely fill her stomach, resembling a slender reed, and she had only enjoyed a few months of good meals, so where could she have gained much weight? Ye Qianqian pinched her own cheeks, remaining silent, yet she still extracted a considerable amount of lamb from her bowl. Ye Jingchuan did not intervene. She had grown up and reached an age where she cared about her appearance. As an older brother, he felt he should not say too much, merely advising her casually. Qianqian, if you wish to lose weight, that is fine, but do not overdo it. It should not compromise your health. Understood, brother. Meanwhile, Grandma felt that Ye Qianqian's weight was just right. She did not need to lose any. If Qianqian does not wish to eat more lamb, then drink some soup. All the grease has been skimmed off, and it will not contribute to weight gain. Thank you, Grandma. Ye Qianqian beamed at her grandmother and began to drink the soup heartily. This soup is truly delicious. The subtle aroma of the herbs is so comforting. Indeed, every Saturday and Sunday, Grandma will prepare medicinal dishes for you. Grandma, what prompted you to suddenly think of making medicinal dishes? Nanzhi, savoring her lamb, casually inquired. Grandma, who had been smiling moments before, froze for a moment, a flicker of sorrow passing across her face. Autumn and winter are the best seasons for nourishment. With you expecting He and Mima, and your body still recovering, it is imperative that you replenish your strength. We are all benefiting from your good fortune. Nanzhi and her grandmother discussed the matter of medicinal cuisine, while Ye Jingchuan pondered in silence. Since the incident with the notebook, his grandmother appeared calm. Yet her life had undergone considerable transformation. Previously, she seldom engaged with medicinal herbs, and even many of the old neighbors were unaware of her medical expertise. After the notebook incident, she frequently visited the herbal market, purchasing a variety of herbs, some of which she crafted into calming sachets for the children's cribs. Just a few days ago, she had bought a substantial quantity of poria, claiming she intended to make poria cakes. Today, she unexpectedly prepared medicinal dishes. And all these occurrences together stirred his curiosity. However, at that moment, Ye Jingchuan could not quite grasp what feelings his grandmother harbored for Lin Song. Was it resentment or longing? Chapter 167. Sample clothing. The clothing factory's affairs gradually fell into place, with Gu Ziyu and Yi Xiaoyan visiting the factory daily, closely monitoring its construction and production processes. Ye Jingchuan picked up the finished tops, preparing to commence order runs. Before that, he had specially brought 2 pieces of clothing to school. Zhuoran, could you deliver these 2 garments to your sister? You've been driving her car around with me lately, so I must express my gratitude. Zhuoran accepted the 2 pieces without hesitation. I'll convey my thanks to my sister on your behalf. Jingchuan, what about me? You cannot just give to Zhuoran and neglect me. Currently, they were producing women's clothing. Do you fancy a change in taste, perhaps trying on some women's attire? Ye Jingchuan cast a teasing glance at Kong Xingyao, humor dancing in his eyes. I harbor no such peculiar preferences. Whenever you start producing men's clothing, do set aside a few pieces for me. My physique is quite model-like, destined to make your garments fly off the shelves. Have you forgotten? I run a clothing factory. I do not have a storefront to sell these clothes. You wish for me to achieve sales success? You must accompany me to market. That seems manageable. If you have Zhuoran assist in establishing a clothing store in the mall, that would be a piece of cake. Oh, does Zhuoran's family have such connections? There's no need to rely on Zhuoran's family ties. His sister can handle it. Pian Ran is involved in foreign trade and knows quite a few people. Familiar with prominent mall representatives. Zhuoran smiled, not denying the claim. If you genuinely wish to open a store in the mall, just let me know. It's not difficult to arrange, but you would need to operate under someone else's brand. You cannot solely use your own label. That is inconsequential. As long as I can sell clothes and make a profit, I am satisfied. Ye Jingchuan remained optimistic, fully aware of the current national circumstances. If he acted too recklessly, although he might earn substantial money, he would also face significant risks. In the coming years, the economy would transform, along with various laws and regulations. If he did not proceed with caution, even with backing, he could still end up losing everything. Originally, Ye Jingchuan merely intended to gift Wang Pianran 2 pieces of clothing as a token of gratitude for using her car. Yet he did not anticipate that Wang Zhuoran would boast about it. The following day in class, Wang Zhuoran surprised him with an unexpected revelation. My sister expressed her profound admiration for the 2 garments you provided, and she has asked me to inquire whether you would consider selling these pieces in a retail establishment. Naturally, if my clothing were to grace the shelves of a department store, not only would the prices increase significantly, but the sales volume would also multiply. Therefore, I shall arrange for you to meet my sister at noon, so you may discuss this matter in person. At this moment, Ye Jingchuan could not help but exclaim internally that indeed, it is advantageous to lean against a sturdy tree for shade. Matters that others strive desperately to achieve can be resolved effortlessly by a few words from Wang Pianran. As long as his clothing could secure a place in the department stores of the capital, his future endeavors in the city would be exceedingly promising. This auspicious beginning surprised him greatly. In a buoyant mood, Ye Jingchuan listened to his teacher's monotonous lecture with unexpected interest, finding it far from tedious. At noon, Wang Pianran arrived at the school to collect Ye Jingchuan and Wang Zhuoran. Dressed in a sharp professional attire and holding an LV handbag, she exuded an air of sophistication. This was 1979, a time when most people were unfamiliar with the LV brand, yet Wang Pianran possessed it with elegance. Having heard from Zhuoran about a brother with whom he shared a deep bond, who looked more striking than a movie star, Ye Jingchuan was not disappointed upon meeting him. Why not pursue a career in film instead of laboring in a garment factory? He jested. Wang Pianran gazed at Ye Jingchuan with a hint of surprise. She had not anticipated that he would be so extraordinarily handsome, surpassing even the film stars she had encountered. Should I embark on an acting career? Will you be my investor? He inquired playfully. Consider it done. I shall ensure you become the most celebrated film star, she replied with a smile. Amidst their banter, the trio proceeded to dine together, where Wang Pianran exhibited her expertise when discussing fashion. You are aware that state-owned factories maintain a stringent standard for quality. The 2 garments you wish to introduce will undergo inspection by their personnel prior to being displayed. Should they fail this quality check, even with my connections, they would be reluctant to showcase your clothing, she explained. That poses no issue. I have confidence in the garments produced by my factory, he assured her. That is excellent. For each style you provided, we will need an initial order of 500 pieces. Once they are displayed, if sales are favorable, we can continue supplying them for long-term sale. Thank you, Sister Pianran, Ye Jingchuan expressed with gratitude. Engaging in lively conversation with Wang Pianran at the restaurant, he remained blissfully unaware that a friend of Mu Nanzhi had spotted him entering her vehicle earlier that day. At the cafeteria of Capital University, Jiang Xiuji sat down across from Mu Nanzhi, carrying a tray of food. Nanzhi, I just saw Ye Jingchuan, she remarked. Oh, where is he? Mu Nanzhi inquired, scanning the cafeteria. Earlier, Ye Jingchuan had mentioned he would be dining with Wang Zhuoran, so she wondered if he had changed his plans. It was not at the cafeteria, but rather at the school entrance. He got into a very elegant womanesque car, Jiang Xiuji replied cautiously, stealing a glance at Mu Nanzhi, who displayed little reaction. Nanzhi, you must keep an eye on Ye Jingchuan. Back when you both lived in the village, there were only a few people around. Now, in this bustling capital, with so many individuals and his striking looks, you should be wary of him being swept away. As Jiang Xiuji uttered those words, she nearly divulged to Mu Nanzhi the considerable birthmark that marred her face, deeming it rather unsightly. If she did not keep a vigilant eye on Ye Jingchuan, it would not be long before he was ensnared by some alluring woman from outside. It's all right. I have faith in Jingchuan's character. He is a man of integrity, not one to flit from one woman to another, Mu Nanzhi reassured herself, harboring great confidence in her discernment. Noticing Mu Nanzhi's lack of reaction, Jiang Xiuji pressed on. Nanzhi, forgive my candidness, but this is for your own good. You currently possess an advantage. Your household registration is in the capital. If Ye Jingchuan desires such a status, he cannot divorce you within 5 years. You need not worry during this period. However, should he seek a local beauty, this advantage would dissipate. All right, I understand. But Jiang Xiuji, why are you so invested in my husband? Do you harbor any ulterior motives? Mu Nanzhi could no longer restrain herself, sensing an unsettling undertone in Jiang Xiuji's remarks. She was no fool. Several classmates, drawn to her, had intentions to get closer to Ye Jingchuan. Perhaps they believed that a woman like her, considered unattractive, was unworthy of such an exceptional man, and each fancied themselves capable of usurping her position as his legitimate wife. They often boasted to her of their carefree lives, portraying themselves as daring and passionate women of the new era. Indeed, they had a knack for glamorizing the act of stealing another's husband. Nanzhi, please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to protect you from potential heartache, Jiang Xiuji stammered, her composure faltering, for Mu Nanzhi's words rang true. Who wouldn't he be enamored by a man as striking and accomplished as Ye Jingchuan? I truly appreciate your concern, Mu Nanzhi replied, rising to leave, eager to escape Jiang Xiuji's incessant prattle. Chapter 168. Mu Nanzhi's inner turmoil. Jiang Xiuji's words lingered uncomfortably in Mu Nanzhi's mind. The birthmark on her face was undeniably unattractive. She had long inquired of her grandmother whether it could be removed. Her grandmother had replied that such marks, carried from the womb, could not be erased unless surgically excised, which would leave scars. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, her visage would be forever altered. In a world where beauty is cherished, Mu Nanzhi was no exception. The thought of erasing her birthmark filled her with longing, for she wished to stand beside Ye Jingchuan adorned in beauty. With only one class scheduled for the afternoon, Mu Nanzhi found herself disappointed when she did not see Ye Jingchuan waiting for her at the door after class. She absent-mindedly touched the birthmark on her forehead. Perhaps he was occupied today, which is why he did not come to fetch me, she mused. Hey, Nanzhi, why hasn't Ye Jingchuan come for you? Could it be that he hasn't returned since he left at noon? Jiang Xiuji's voice rose, drawing the attention of their classmates nearby. Xiuji, do you know something? Du Share, a round-faced girl, inquired, her expression eager with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing much. I merely saw Ye Jingchuan getting into a luxurious car with a stunning woman at the school gate during lunch. A luxurious car? The round-faced girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with envy, for it was no small feat for a woman to own such an automobile. Nanzhi chose to disregard Jiang Xiuji and turned to leave. After walking for a short while, someone called her name from behind. Nanzhi, don't stoop to Jiang Xiuji's level. She is just that type of person, always gossiping behind others' backs. We have all worked hard to gain admission to this prestigious university. We are here to learn, and no one enjoys her idle chatter. The speaker was Su Jinjin, a close friend of Nanzhi, who feared that Nanzhi might be disheartened and thus came to comfort her. I don't take her words to heart. People will speak as they wish. I cannot control her tongue, but I shall have no further interactions with her, Nanzhi replied. It is best that you think this way. Regarding your husband, today might just be a misunderstanding. Go home and discuss it with him calmly, without quarreling. The bond between spouses only grows weaker through conflict. I understand. Thank you, Jinjin. My relationship with my husband has always been strong. He has never expressed disdain for the birthmark on my face. I believe so too. Your features are striking. You clearly possess a natural beauty that a small birthmark cannot diminish, Su Jinjin said affectionately, linking her arm with Nanzhi's as they strolled together, chatting about their classes. Nanzhi, have you heard? We will be having anatomy classes in December, aimed at allowing us freshmen to get acquainted early. Starting next year, we'll have 2 anatomy classes each week. I am quite frightened at the thought of anatomy. Just the idea of facing a cadaver fills me with dread. Su Jinjin had initially thought that her gynecology major would exempt her from studying anatomy, but she soon realized that most doctors cannot avoid this course. Our school has arranged for us to adapt gradually, so it should not be too daunting. Nanzhi remained unfazed by the prospect of anatomy classes. In her view, if others could handle it, so could she. If she struggled, she would find a way to overcome it. I also heard that Professor Suyuro, who was supposed to teach us anatomy, fell ill recently. Now, Professor Zhang Xian is taking over the class. It's such a pity. I've heard that Professor Su is exceptionally skilled, known as the scalpel of the capital. She studied abroad in her youth and is a veritable legend in the field of gynecology, with many remarkable cases to her credit. Nanzhi had heard of Suyuro, especially since she was pursuing gynecology, and naturally, she paid attention to her potential instructor. Regrettably, she had arrived at the school only to learn that Suyuro had been on sick leave for 6 months and was still recuperating at home. When she would return to teach remained unknown. As the two laughed and chatted, they parted ways at the school gate. Nanzhi looked around, but still saw no sign of Ye Jingchuan. A mixture of emotions welled up within her, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of heaviness. Returning home alone, Nanzhi found Ye Jingchuan absent, which only deepened her discomfort. However, she concealed her feelings behind a calm facade, praising the herbal dishes her grandmother had prepared and engaging in playful antics with her twins, readying milk for them later. Tonight, I'll prepare an extra dish of Du Chong Yaohua for Jingchuan. I've noticed he has been preoccupied with his studies and the clothing factory, endlessly busy. In youth, one is robust and oblivious to fatigue despite a relentless schedule. However, excessive exertion inevitably gives rise to various ailments in later years. Now, it is prudent to replenish one's strength to mitigate potential health issues as one ages. The infusion of Yucamia bark is particularly beneficial for fortifying the bones and enhancing vitality, making it ideal for Jingchuan. Nanzhi nodded repeatedly, acknowledging her grandmother's expertise in medicinal cuisine. Do not weave your grandmother into a web of enchantment. How well have you memorized the medicinal recipes I asked you to recite last time? The mere mention of the recipes transformed Nanzhi's expression into one akin to bitter melon. Grandmother, the compendium of recipes you provided is thicker than the Xinhua dictionary. How could I possibly memorize it in such a short time? Moreover, many of the preparation methods are rather unique, making it quite a mental strain. You are merely making excuses. From now on, memorize 10 recipes each day. Should you fail to complete this task, you shall forego dinner. Nanzhi found herself torn between laughter and tears at her grandmother's insistence. Grandmother, I am no longer a child. You employed this method to compel me to memorize recipes when I was younger, but now that I am a university student, I am not susceptible to such tactics. Besides, these recipes are not of paramount importance. I can take my time to learn them. You are a stubborn child. As medical practitioners, we embark on a lifelong journey of learning from the very beginning. Once you have mastered the medicinal recipes, I shall impart to you some truly remarkable formulas. What remarkable formulas? Grandmother, please tell me about them. Nanzhi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she yearned to learn those exceptional recipes. Well aware that her grandmother possessed a wealth of profound knowledge, when you have fully memorized the medicinal recipes, I will teach you the other remarkable formulas. Why must I memorize the medicinal recipes? They seem to have little relevance to healing. Their relevance is significant. Take a closer look at the annotations I provided with the recipes. The role of herbs in medicinal cuisine differs greatly from their function in prescriptions. You must thoroughly study each ingredient. Only then will you grasp the pharmacology when I teach you other formulas in the future. Do not be impatient. A solid foundation is essential for mastering more advanced recipes. You cannot afford to examine each herb individually while learning the prescriptions, as that would waste considerable time. Witnessing Nanzhi's anxious demeanor, her grandmother found it amusing. Her granddaughter was exceptionally bright and possessed a natural talent for medicine. Yet she was still too young and needed a steady approach. The study of medicine is one of the most challenging professions, particularly traditional Chinese medicine, where some individuals struggle for decades without comprehension. She wished to impart all her knowledge to her, knowing that a long journey lay ahead. Chapter 169. Unraveling the Hearts. Ye Jingchuan returned home only in the evening after spending the afternoon at the garment factory. Some workers had commenced the production of ready-to-wear clothing, while others, still lacking proficiency, were practicing with scraps of fabric. According to his plan, 3,000 garments must be produced by the end of October or early November. He had purchased 20 industrial sewing machines to ensure that production levels kept pace. After a long afternoon at the factory, Ye Jingchuan felt quite disheveled upon returning home and quickly set about boiling water for a shower. As he sought out his attire, he called out to Nanzhi several times before she suddenly realized he had returned. What thoughts occupied her mind so deeply? Oh, nothing much, just contemplating a medicinal recipe. Flustered, Nanzhi hastily closed the book in her hands and turned to Ye Jingchuan. Go wash your face. Dinner is ready. Grandma prepared duchong kidney today, claiming it fortifies the body. All right, I shall take a shower before dining. Then I will boil some water for you. No need, you attend to your tasks. I can manage on my own. Hearing the commotion, Lu Xiaofeng emerged from the west room and, upon learning Ye Jingchuan intended to bathe, promptly headed to the kitchen to heat water. Having spent considerable time with Nanzhi, Ye Jingchuan understood her well. Although she was often engrossed in her studies of medicinal cuisine and prescriptions, she was not so absorbed as to be oblivious to his return. Clearly, she was troubled. Yet why did she not confide in him? Was there something she found difficult to articulate? Nanzhi, being rather introspective, tended to keep her concerns to herself. Ye Jingchuan resolved to inquire further during the evening. That night, the twins slept with Lu Xiaofeng, while Ye Jingchuan urged Nanzhi, who was diligently studying, to retire early. It's barely 9, I'm just reading a bit more. Come sit beside me. Ye Jingchuan patted the space next to him, adding, it's chilly in here. A blanket will keep you warm. Sitting beside him with a thick blanket draped over her legs, Nanzhi felt considerably warmer, though the warmth began to induce drowsiness. Nanzhi, do you harbor some worries today? Not at all. Startled, Nanzhi's gaze fell to her book, unable to meet Ye Jingchuan's eyes. You claim not. Yet I could see your troubled demeanor the moment I walked in. Speak, what transpired? Almost instinctively, Nanzhi blurted out. Is it that obvious? Regret washed over her. Had she not just revealed too much? Ye Jingchuan drew her closer, his gaze penetrating as he pressed on. Tell me, what is the matter? Hesitant under his intense scrutiny, Nanzhi finally spoke the truth. She was candid, recounting all the events in a rush. It's just that, Jingchuan. Do you truly not mind the birthmark on my face? She looked at him, anxiety lacing her features. At that moment, Ye Jingchuan was utterly taken aback. Let me clarify everything. This afternoon, I was supposed to have lunch with Wang Zhuoran, but since we needed to check some outfits at the mall, we invited his sister, Wang Pianran, to join us. The beautiful girl you saw was likely Wang Pianran. As for why I returned so late, after lunch, I went to the garment factory. They had just begun, and I couldn't simply be a hands-off observer. I needed to see it for myself. Did you not notice my dusty appearance upon returning? The wind was fierce today, and I ended up covered in dirt from cycling back and forth. As for the last question, Nanzhi, what do you say? If I were indifferent to you, how could there be he in my mind? If I truly cared about the birthmark on your face, how could I possibly marry you? Am I really such a superficial person? Ye Jingchuan took the book from Nanzhi's hands, his slender fingers gently tracing the contours of her delicate face. Ever since life had improved, Nanzhi had been nurtured to a dewy freshness. Her little face seemed as if it could yield drops of water. As for the birthmark on her face, he had grown accustomed to it. For him, her kind heart mattered far more than any superficial beauty. After all, he had experienced so much in his past life. He had encountered all sorts of stunning beauties. And the more beautiful they were, the more toxic they often proved to be. There were plenty of femme fatale. Nanzhi, how can I prove to you that I do not care about the birthmark on your face, but only about the essence of who you are? I do not know. Nanzhi felt Ye Jingchuan's gaze fixed upon her, her heart racing wildly, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. It was truly perplexing. Observing her anxious demeanor, Ye Jingchuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Sometimes, his wife was adorably naive. I have a splendid idea, he said, as his large hand moved to unbutton Nanzhi's shirt. She understood his intentions. Turn off the lights. No need to turn off the lights. I want to show you that I do not mind the birthmark on your face. No, you don't have to prove anything to me, Jingchuan, really. Unfortunately, Nanzhi's words came too late. Ye Jingchuan did not grant her any opportunity to escape. Count carefully, Grandma and the others are still awake. The thought of making noise while exercising terrified Nanzhi, for the room was brightly lit, and she feared that they might attract Grandma's attention. Keep your voice down. If Grandma hears us, she will surely come over. Ye Jingchuan smirked, deliberately trying to frighten Nanzhi. In reality, at this hour, Grandma and the others had already fallen asleep and would not be aware of their activities. Nanzhi was exceedingly anxious, biting her lip to stifle any sound. Ye Jingchuan found her mixture of desire and restraint utterly captivating. Initially, he intended to spare her, but unable to control himself, he took her 3 times, leaving her exhausted. In protest, Nanzhi bit his arm hard. Do you still doubt that I do not care for you? Nanzhi shook her head. She would never doubt Ye Jingchuan again in this lifetime. Do not concern yourself with your appearance. Rather than focusing on that, invest your time in studying medicine. As long as your medical skills are formidable, no one will care about how you look. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Unbeknownst to her, Nanzhi soon fell into a deep slumber. Ye Jingchuan gently kissed her forehead. She was still so young, easily swayed by trivial matters. The following afternoon, Ye Jingchuan did not go to pick up Nanzhi from school. Instead, he visited the store of the state-owned clothing factory that Wang Pianran had introduced to him. The store was far larger than he had anticipated, offering both men's and women's clothing. Those sales were merely mediocre. Ye Jingchuan thought that if he could sell out on his first attempt, the factory would likely seek him out to sell their garments in the future. However, he also intended to keep some cards close to his chest, wary of the factory's potential betrayal. In the realm of finance, some individuals possess no moral compass. Chapter 170. An unexpected visitor. After spending the morning outside, Ye Jingchuan returned home just before noon. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Nanzhi pushing a double stroller in the yard, playfully engaging with 2 children. The stroller appeared to be quite impressive, a stark contrast to the rudimentary designs typically seen these days, many of which were merely bamboo crafted. Even the better options were single-seat strollers. However, this particular stroller, constructed primarily of metal and capable of lying flat, was a rarity. Clearly custom-made, it resembled modern strollers, complete with thick padding and canvas sides, suggesting a considerable expense. Nanzhi explained that the stroller had been a gift from a friend of her grandmother, purportedly imported from abroad. As she elaborated on its various features, she demonstrated how the stroller could be separated into 2 individual strollers using a clasp. Here, take Hehe, and watch me perform a little magic, she said, handing the child to Ye Jingchuan. With a few deft movements on the stroller's clasps, she transformed the previously flat design into a seated one. The delivery person mentioned this stroller could be used until the child is over a year old. This way, when we visit the park, it won't be so exhausting. They are getting heavier, and carrying them around might leave me utterly worn out. Ye Jingchuan cast another glance at the stroller, noting the absence of any branding, indicating that it had likely been modified after purchase. In the current economic climate, anyone able to afford such an extravagant stroller would undoubtedly be affluent, and the ease with which his grandmother accepted the gift suggested a close relationship between them. Do you know who sent this stroller, Nanzhi? He inquired, shaking her head. Nanzhi replied, the person didn't disclose their identity, but they left a card with my grandmother. I'm not privy to its contents. Given the personal nature of the matter concerning her grandmother, Ye Jingchuan refrained from pressing further, but was certain that the gift was of significant importance. The following day, a Saturday, Ye Jingchuan went out to play with her classmates, leaving Ye Jingchuan and Nanzhi to take their two little ones on an outing to the park. They had intended to invite her grandmother along, but she declined, expressing her newfound interest in medicinal cuisine and her need to procure ingredients. The autumn park was awash with an array of vibrant chrysanthemums, and the two children, captivated by the blooming flowers, chattered excitedly. Ye Jingchuan, cherishing the moment, cradled one child in each arm, leisurely strolling alongside them. He even took time to feed them and change their diapers, embodying the role of a nurturing father. While attending to the children, he suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation. He had always struggled to envision himself as a father, yet in that fleeting moment, he finally grasped the joy of parenthood. The sight of the children's happiness filled him with contentment, a truly extraordinary feeling. Why does it smell so bad? Hee. Have you done something naughty? Just after changing the diaper, Hee, lying in the stroller and wriggling about, looked innocently at Nanzhi, babbling away and occasionally blowing bubbles. Clearly in high spirits. Today, it seems that the delightful mood from strolling in the park has led to an abundance of little surprises. Ye Jingchuan glanced at Hee's diaper and, indeed, there was evidence of a recent change. You truly have a hearty appetite, he remarked, having just consumed a bottle of milk, and within a mere 10 minutes, produced such a considerable mess. As he spoke, he deftly cleaned Hee's little derriere and replaced the soiled diaper, tossing the dirty one into the trash with ease. Jingchuan, why did you discard the diaper? We could have taken it home to wash and reuse it, lamented Nanzhi, feeling a twinge of regret at the loss of such fine fabric. I simply find it unseemly to keep it in this pristine stroller. Oh, you possess an even greater aversion to filth than I do. Nay, your fastidiousness surpasses mine. I simply wish not to spend the remainder of our park visit in the company of a foul diaper. Once the two little ones were tidied up, the trio continued their leisurely exploration of the park, admiring the chrysanthemums. If only we had a camera, I could capture more memories for you, Ye Jingchuan mused, eager to document the growth of the children. It seemed a trip to the Friendship Mall was in order, as he believed he could find the desired camera there. I recall there are many photographers in the park. Let us have a few pictures taken. The park frequently hosted photographers, mainly from nearby studios, and the fees were quite reasonable, ranging from 50 cents to $1. Ye Jingchuan selected $1 option, favoring the quality of the photo paper, which would come with a protective cover, although the prints would not be available until the following day. With a generous spirit, Ye Jingchuan opted for 10 photographs, including solo shots of himself and Nanzhi, as well as a family portrait with the children. Next time, we should bring Grandma along for the pictures. Once I purchase a camera, you can take photographs to your heart's content. The three meandered through the park for the entire morning until hunger beckoned them homeward. Grandma, today at the park, we saw so many chrysanthemums and even took some pictures. You must join us next time. Nanzhi began, only to realize they were not alone in the living room. There stood two individuals she had never encountered before, appearing to be of similar age to her grandmother, both with hair touched by gray, their faces bearing the deep marks of time. The elderly gentleman seemed in reasonably good spirits, while the elderly lady beside him bore a pallid complexion, a clear testament to her prolonged battle with illness. Nanzhi has returned, the gentleman remarked, seemingly recognizing Nanzhi and greeting her with a warm smile. Who is this? Nanzhi inquired, her gaze shifting to her grandmother with a hint of perplexity. You may call him Grandpa Lin, her grandmother replied, her tone inscrutable, yet Nanzhi could sense an unusual atmosphere in the room. Hello, Grandpa Lin. Greetings, greetings. Following this, her grandmother offered brief introductions, revealing that the frail lady was, in fact, Su Yuru. Nanzhi was taken aback. She had never imagined that Su Yuru was acquainted with her grandmother, especially since she had been away at university for several months without a mention of this connection. May I hold the twins? Grandpa Lin inquired, his gaze fixed on the babies. Of course. Nanzhi handed over the more docile Hee to Grandpa Lin, noticing, for reasons unknown, that his hands trembled slightly as he cradled the child. Old Lin, you are not holding the little one correctly. The child is barely 3 months old and quite fragile. You should cradle them horizontally. Su Yuru assisted in adjusting the posture in which old Master Lin held the baby. Just moments ago, He, who was frowning and on the verge of tears, pouted but ultimately did not cry, instead gazing curiously at old Master Lin. It has been many years since I held a newborn, and I had long forgotten the proper way to do so. Old Master Lin was quite fond of He, even engaging in conversation with the child, who, in turn, flashed a rare, gentle smile in response. Chapter 171, Lin's Song After a While. Grandma Yu finally instructed Mu Nanzhi and Ye Jingchuan to take the twins to the West Room, as she had more to discuss with them. Upon returning to the West Room, Ye Jingchuan, who had been rather quiet, pulled Mu Nanzhi aside and closed the door to the inner room. Nanzhi, do you know the two individuals from earlier? Mu Nanzhi looked at Ye Jingchuan in confusion and shook her head. I don't know old Master Lin. I have never seen him before. That is curious. If you do not recognize them, they cannot be relatives of yours. However, I distinctly noticed a resemblance in old Master Lin's features to yours. Ah, surely not. I did not feel that at all. You are too close to the situation to see it clearly. You hardly glance at yourself in the mirror, so you naturally pay little attention to your own appearance. Wait a moment, Nanzhi, you mentioned not knowing old Master Lin, but do you recognize Su Yuru? I cannot say I know her. Su Yuru works at Beijing University. She was supposed to teach us anatomy, but due to illness, we had to switch instructors. Mu Nanzhi then recounted everything she knew about Su Yuru to Ye Jingchuan. Professor Su is quite esteemed at Beijing University. She currently resides at number 63 Yingyun Garden. Are you familiar with Yingyun Garden? It is home to many notable figures from Beijing University, all residing in beautiful standalone villas. Upon hearing this, Ye Jingchuan felt a bold conjecture forming in his mind. The connections between Yingyun Garden, the Lin surname, and notebooks led him to wonder if the gentleman who visited today could possibly be Mu Nanzhi's grandfather, Lin Song. If he truly were Lin Song, what role did Su Yuru play in all of this? For a moment, Ye Jingchuan hesitated to dwell on the implications, as it was quite possible that Lin Song had once been a heartless scoundrel, abandoning his wife and daughter, with Grandma Yu being the forsaken one. Now, Lin Song had the audacity to return, which surely could not bode well. Nanzhi, have you ever seen a photograph of your grandfather? I have seen a few, but in those pictures, my grandfather appeared quite young, merely in his 20s. After so many years, I am certain I would not recognize the aged version of him. At this point, Mu Nanzhi began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Ye Jingchuan. Are you suggesting that old Master Lin might be my grandfather? Ye Jingchuan nodded, seemingly pleased that his wife was not entirely dim-witted. Nanzhi, let us eavesdrop and discern why they have come to see Grandma. How shall we listen? The outer room and the main hall are separated by only a thin panel. We will surely catch their conversation. With that, the two discreetly positioned themselves by the door of the outer room, straining to eavesdrop on the unfolding dialogue. In the parlor, only 3 individuals remained. After a prolonged silence, Yu's grandmother finally spoke in a measured tone. The past has long since faded into memory, and I have moved on. However, asking me to treat Su Yuru is indeed a considerable burden. Upon hearing her words, Lin Song's face clouded with concern as he sighed deeply. Xuejuan, I understand that the past has caused you great pain, but that was solely my fault. You and Yuru are blameless. If you hold any resentment, direct it towards me. I implore you to save Yuru. I would not disturb you were it not absolutely necessary. You are well aware of the anguish you have inflicted upon me. So how can you have the audacity to come here again? Yu's grandmother scoffed, wishing she could subject the man before her to 1,000 torments. The wounds she bore from years ago were something he could never comprehend. If it weren't for her extraordinary medical skills, she might have already become nothing more than a pile of bones, devoid of hope of ever encountering Lin Song, the heartless man. I know you are angry. Whatever conditions you wish to impose, I will accept, even if it costs me my life, Lin Song pleaded. Brother Lin, please do not speak thus. You are coercing Sister Xuejuan. I am fully aware of my condition. It is beyond remedy, and I am merely buying time. Su Yuru had initially not intended to come. In her youth, she had been impetuous, always eager to prove herself, believing love to be paramount. Yet this pursuit had only resulted in suffering for all 3 of them. Now, with a tumor in her brain that defied treatment, she felt it was a fitting retribution for her past misdeeds. Over the years, having weathered many storms, she had finally come to realize how absurdly wrong she had been. When a person reaches a state of acceptance regarding their past, it signifies true enlightenment. Now, All she wished for was to bid farewell to old friends and quietly fade away. As for Yusong's claim that Xuejuan could cure her, she merely regarded it as idle talk. Although she had heard of Xuejuan's remarkable medical prowess, her affliction was far too severe, and she doubted Xuejuan could offer any aid. Having acknowledged that her condition was beyond cure, she did not wish for Lin Song to press her into seeking treatment. Sister Xuejuan, the entanglements among the three of us are too intricate to unravel. I hope that after my passing, all grievances will be buried with me. I ask that you forgive old Lin. If fate allows, a reunion would be most splendid. Yu's grandmother was utterly taken aback by Su Yuru's words. In the past, she had nearly sacrificed her life to win Lin Song's affection, and now she sought to let go. Meanwhile, Ye Jingchuan and Nanzhi, who were present in the room, exchanged stunned glances, their minds racing with shock at the melodrama unfolding before them. I, Yu Xuejuan, do not desire what you offer. Keep it if you cherish it. But do not return to torment me. Seeing that Yu's grandmother was impervious to his pleas, Lin Song felt utterly helpless. He rose and, with a thud, knelt before her, proclaiming, Xuejuan, I truly have no other recourse. I beseech you, overlook our past and save Yuru's life. Neither Yu's grandmother nor Su Yuru anticipated that Lin Song would go this far. His kneeling struck Yu's grandmother like a dagger to the heart, leaving her breathless. Old Lin. Su Yuru knelt beside Lin Song, clutching his arm tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Why must he do this when he clearly knew she was beyond salvation? Granny Yu stared blankly at the two kneeling before her, remaining silent for a while. Finally, she trembled slightly and spoke. I may agree to save Su Yuru, but I have a condition. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Song blurted out, state your terms. I would accept not just one condition, but even 10 or 20. My condition is that Su Yuru must impart all her skills to Nanzhi. Should she withhold any knowledge, I will cease her treatment immediately. Very well. Not only Su Yuru's skills, but I, too, would generously share my knowledge with Nanzhi. After all, she is my only granddaughter. Who else would I entrust my lifetime of learning to? Do not embellish your words only to play tricks in the end. After knowing you for so many years, I am well aware of your capabilities. If you dare to conceal anything, I will certainly uncover it. Xuejuan, I have never deceived you. Are you not aware of my character? Of course I know. You have no credibility with me. Stop pretending to be pitiful while kneeling there. Come over. Let me feel your pulse. If you truly are in a dire state, even a celestial being could not save you. Thus, discussing matters here would be a waste of breath. Granny Yu's words remained cold. Yet her willingness to check Su Yuru's pulse was tantamount to a tacit agreement to aid her. Chapter 172. A mere exchange of interests. Su Yuru was genuinely taken aback that Yu Xuejuan would agree to examine her. Although they had lived in the capital together for years, they had never interacted. The city was not vast, and their social circles inevitably overlapped, but they had both been careful to avoid each other. She had always believed that Yu Xuejuan harbored deep resentment towards her, thinking that even if she had the means to save her, she would not easily extend her hand. Yet today, she had only made one request and laid down years of grievances, which was truly unexpected. Sister Xuejuan, regardless of whether you can cure me, I will impart all my skills to Nanzhi. This will serve as atonement for the mistakes I made years ago. With trembling legs, Su Yuru stood up and took a seat beside Granny Yu. You do indeed have a lot to say. Nanzhi is currently studying medicine at Capital University, specializing in gynecology, just as you did. If it were not for her genuine interest in this field, you wouldn't even be able to enter this door today. With that remark, Granny Yu retrieved a pulse pillow and began to examine Su Yuru's pulse. The examination lasted an unusually long time, approximately 15 minutes, during which Lin Song's anxious breathing became nearly imperceptible. Granny Yu looked at Su Yuru and inquired, has the tumor in your brain been growing significantly faster in the past 2 months? Yes, when first discovered, it was only the size of a mung bean. 3 months later, it grew to the size of a soybean, and now it has reached the size of a longan, much larger than before. That confirms it. Prolonged neglect could result in potential complications. Fortunately, you arrived early. If you had delayed treatment for another month, even divine intervention would have been futile. Granny Yu put away the pulse pillow and took out paper and pen to begin drafting a prescription. Her prescription consists of merely a dozen herbs. Yet among them are 3 exceedingly precious ingredients that are nearly non-existent in the market. However, this does not concern her. Whether Lin Song can procure the necessary medicinal materials is of no consequence to her. As they observed Granny Yu penning the prescription, both Lin Song and Su Yuru felt their eyes welling with tears of excitement. The mere act of writing a prescription indicated that there remained hope for her illness. Prior to seeking Granny Yu's help, Su Yuru had consulted numerous doctors, many of whom were esteemed authorities in the field. Yet, all had delivered the same grim verdict. Her ailment was beyond remedy. The location of the tumor in her brain was particularly perilous, leaving no opportunity for surgical intervention. Merely relying on medication would not suffice to curtail the tumor's growth. In a span of just 6 months, the tumor had inflicted immense suffering upon Su Yuru. Recently, she had been plagued daily by nausea, worsening dizziness, and a significant decline in her vision. Without a suitable treatment option, it seemed improbable that she could endure even another 6 months. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether the tumor was malignant or benign. Given the current rate of growth, it was likely benign. If it were malignant, she would not have withstood this long. To be candid, Su Yuru had not harbored much hope before this visit. But witnessing Granny Yu inscribe line after line of medicinal names on the blank sheet filled her with overwhelming joy, bringing her to tears. The plan was to take the prescription for a week and then undergo an X-ray. If possible, a CT scan would provide even clearer insights. Lin Song carefully folded the prescription after a brief glance and placed it in his pocket. Are there any precautions to consider during the medication period? He could not help but inquire. Lin Song, I recall you studied traditional Chinese medicine for several years. How could you forget the precautions for taking herbal remedies after wielding a scalpel? No, it's not that. I merely thought your prescription might be somewhat unique, and thus the precautions could differ from other prescriptions. It was already late October, and although the room was not particularly warm, Lin Song was sweating profusely, indicating that Granny Yu was under considerable pressure. Very well, I have given you the prescription. You should hurry along. You do not expect me to keep you for lunch, do you? Thank you, Shuijun, they replied. Do not indulge in idle chatter. I anticipate that Su Yuru's condition will improve significantly within 2 weeks. At that time, do not forget to bring her to learn from Nanzhi. Rest assured, I shall not forget. Lin Song was astute enough to discern that Su Yuru's current symptoms would likely see considerable alleviation in a fortnight. Thank you, Shuijun. Lin Song was at a loss for words, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. While Su Yuru was so overjoyed, she seemed almost dazed. Having been condemned to death, she now felt as though she had narrowly escaped it, a sensation both exhilarating and terrifying. Granny Yu frowned at their exuberance and could not help but remark, Aren't you afraid I might poison the herbal concoction? I have a measure of trust in you. Yes, Sister Shuijun, we trust your character, Su Yuru exclaimed, eager to grasp Granny Yu's hand, only to be met with a quick withdrawal. Granny Yu shot them a piercing glare, swiftly opening the door to have Lu Shaofeng escort them out. Emerging from her grandmother's home, Lin Song and Su Yuru remained in a state of bewilderment, particularly Su Yuru, who felt an overwhelming sense of unreality and anxiety about her fate. Old Lin, do you truly believe that Sister Shuijuan's prescription can cure my tumor? After all, so many have examined me, and each one shook their head in despair. Lin Song nodded earnestly. You are well aware of Shuijuan's medical prowess. If she wishes to assist, there is no ailment she cannot heal. Just listen to me and diligently take your medicine, avoiding any unfounded worries. Indeed, I trust both you and Sister Shuijuan. Neither of you would deceive me regarding your medical expertise. Once we return, I shall search for the cherished books I possess, particularly those suited for Nanzhi. I will have her study them, and when my health improves, I shall personally guide her. Very well, I will assist you in finding the books. Meanwhile, Ye Jingchuan and Mu Nanzhi, who had been eavesdropping from the west room, rushed out as soon as the others departed. Grandmother, what on earth is going on with those two? Ye Jingchuan inquired anxiously, glancing at his grandmother. You must have overheard our conversation inside, she replied. Both Ye Jingchuan and Mu Nanzhi nodded in unison. They came to seek my medical advice, she explained. Surely it cannot be that simple? The two appeared determined to uncover the truth, and although their grandmother wished to dismiss their inquiries, she ultimately relented. Alas, this matter is rather complex. Mu Nanzhi, filled with curiosity, could not contain herself and asked, Grandmother, is that Lin old gentleman the same as my grandfather Lin Song? Indeed. Returning to the main room, her grandmother poured herself a cup of tea before recounting the long-buried tale. Decades ago, during a time of turmoil, my family was steeped in traditional Chinese medicine, and Lin Song was a scion of a prestigious family, having studied medicine since childhood. He intended to study abroad, but before his departure, the elder Lin arranged for him to marry the daughter of a dear friend, me. Though Lin Song was reluctant, he acquiesced to the wishes of our parents. In the early days of our marriage, we experienced moments of sweetness, yet everything changed thereafter. By the time Lin Song returned from abroad, I had already given birth to Lin Jingchuan, who was 4 years old. Logically, having a daughter should have meant we would cherish our life together. Regrettably, Lin Song met Su Yuru while overseas. Their entangled relationship persisted for many years, culminating in Su Yuru sustaining 2 gunshot wounds while attempting to save Lin Song. This tumultuous affair, which tormented the 3 of us for years, finally drew to a close. One of the bullets struck Su Yuru's abdomen, necessitating a hysterectomy to save her life, rendering her incapable of bearing children. Lin Song felt profound guilt and resolutely divorced me to marry Su Yuru. Chapter 173. Echoes of the past. As she reminisced, her grandmother became lost in thought, taking considerable time before she lifted the teacup from the table and took a gentle sip. In this matter, it is difficult to ascertain who was right or wrong. Before our marriage, Lin Song and I had never even met, and love was a mere illusion. Years have passed, and time has dulled the resentment within my heart. Now, all I desire is to cherish Nanzhi and live a peaceful life. Everything else pales in comparison. Grandmother joyfully caressed Mu Nanzhi's long braid and continued. Su Yuru possesses remarkable expertise in gynecology. If you manage to acquire her skills, all the hospitals in the capital will vie for your talents. As for Lin Song, his specialization lies in orthopedic surgery. You may learn a few things from him, but orthopedic procedures often rely on brute force, which is hardly suitable for you. From grandmother's words, Ye Jingchuan comprehended that her forgiveness of Lin Song and Su Yuru was largely for Mu Nanzhi's sake. The sentiment involved was likely non-existent. The entire affair was merely a transaction of interests. Ye Jingchuan suspected that grandmother's medical prowess was exceptional, and although she would impart her knowledge to Mu Nanzhi, she would not allow her to display it freely, for some skills could invite peril, with Lin Jingchuan perhaps being a case in point. From the outset, Ye Jingchuan had never believed that Lin Jingchuan could vanish so easily while providing free medical care in the countryside. After all, a medical team had gone together, and even personnel were dispatched for protection. It was inconceivable for a living person to simply disappear. Yet, he could not directly inquire with grandmother, and even if he did, she might not divulge the truth, as it involved some of the family's hidden secrets. Grandmother, Su Yuru has ruined your marriage and your life. I do not wish to learn medicine from her. Mu Nanzhi gazed at grandmother with deep sympathy, a victim of an arranged marriage, unable to find solace in her heart. Grandmother has already given her the prescription. If you do not master her skills, grandmother will have suffered a great loss. Gigi, listen to grandmother. Within 3 years, you must learn all of Su Yuru's abilities. Over time, grandmother cannot guarantee her longevity. At this juncture, although Mu Nanzhi felt discomfort, she nodded. This opportunity for learning was a trade made by grandmother for the prescription, and she must cherish it. Well, let us not dwell on unhappy matters. For lunch today, we shall have something light, like pork buns filled with chives. I remember that Gigi loves those. Grandmother is simply the best. Mu Nanzhi, in a playful manner, clung to grandmother's arm, knowing that she was the only one in the world who cherished her unreservedly. Well, perhaps there was one more person. With this thought, Mu Nanzhi glanced at Ye Jingchuan, who was sipping tea. The steam rose gently as he delicately held the porcelain teacup with his slender fingers, taking a leisurely sip. Each of his movements left Mu Nanzhi starry-eyed, utterly captivating. In her delight, however, Mu Nanzhi was once again struck by anxiety regarding her appearance. Everyone claimed that the birthmark on her face was trivial, yet she understood all too well that it was indeed unsightly. Ever since her university days began, she had received various peculiar glances while walking through the campus, and even in her own class, whispers would follow her presence. She could easily guess what they were discussing. Mu Nanzhi sighed softly, pondering whether traditional medicine could truly address her birthmark concerns. Grandmother, is the stroller used by Hihi and Mima from Old Master Lin? Indeed. Ever since Nanzhi returned, he has sent numerous items over, though I have refrained from taking them outside. After pausing momentarily, Grandma Yu added, these years have been tough for everyone. Lin Song occasionally sends me some things, and I don't hold a grudge against him. I accept his gifts without hesitation. Though I find his presence repulsive, the items themselves are innocent. Listening to Grandma Yu assertively talk about receiving gifts from Yi Song, Ye Jingchuan felt that her straightforward nature made her an endearing old lady. Did you not seek assistance from old Master Lin regarding Nanzhi's rural assignment? Don't even mention it. The Lin family is a den of wolves and tigers. I refrained from approaching Lin Song, at the very least. No one has troubled Ji in her rural location. If I had sought Lin Song's help, who knows if I would have returned alive. Ye Jingchuan was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Grandma Yu's words. Does someone from the Lin family wish to harm Nanzhi? You may not know, but the Lin family holds a prominent status in the capital. However, Lin Song has no heir, and his fortune has long been coveted by several nephews. If they were to learn of my seeking Lin Song's assistance, they would undoubtedly target Nanzhi. With a cold snort, Grandma Yu continued. The meager assets of the Lin family are treasures only to their ineffectual offspring. I have no interest in them. Had I desired that wealth, I would have long since approached Ji. The situation with the Su family is quite similar. Su Yuru has a laboratory dedicated to researching gynecological medications, possessing several patents for both traditional and Western medicines. Even if she did nothing each year, this laboratory would yield substantial profits, and it is her private property. Whomever secures it will essentially possess a veritable treasure trove. The younger generation of the Su family has fought fiercely over this treasure in recent years. Nanzhi, in her studies under Su Yuru, must stay far away from the greedy descendants of the Lin and Su families. They are capable of anything for a mere pittance. Upon hearing this, Ye Jingchuan immediately understood. The relatives of the Lin and Su families covet the fortunes of Lin Song and Su Yuru. In his previous life, he had also heard of Su Yuru's laboratory, which had become the foundation for 2 pharmaceutical companies, one of which later boasted a market value exceeding 20 billion. This company thrived on a traditional Chinese medicine that had made headlines, claiming that the formula was a family inheritance of the Lin family. Yet, it remains uncertain where this formula truly originated, as the ties among the Lin, Su, and Yu families are quite intricate. In his previous life, Mu Nanzhi had perished early, and Grandma Yu, having aged, would not live much longer either. She had no children, and after her passing, it was inevitable that Lin Song would assist in handling her affairs. Discovering certain formulas among her belongings would not be surprising. If, in his previous life, Grandma Yu had passed away before Su Yuru, it would be entirely plausible for her formulas to fall into Su Yuru's hands. Reflecting on this, Ye Jingchuan felt an even deeper sense of indebtedness towards Mu Nanzhi. Had she not married him in her past life, and if he had merely persevered until 1979, her status would have allowed her to return to the capital swiftly, embarking on a new and exceptional life. Rest assured, Grandma, I will take good care of Nanzhi and ensure that no one bullies her. Very well, Grandma trusts you. If anyone from the Lin or Su families troubles you, give them a thorough thrashing. Should the heavens fall, Grandma will support you. Chapter 174. Memories of the past. To Grandmother Yu gazed at Ye Jingchuan with unwavering confidence. In the past, her forbearance stemmed from the fact that only she and her granddaughter were left of the Yu family. At that time, Mu Nanzhi was still young. Any endeavor she wished to pursue required careful consideration. The duo, one elderly and one young, found it exceedingly difficult to navigate this voracious world. Despite Grandmother Yu's connections and background, their efforts were futile. However, the circumstances had changed, with Ye Jingchuan by their side, a man of both courage and intelligence. Any predicament could be resolved. Even if he could not manage it alone, Grandmother Yu would always stand behind him for support. As she observed the tall figure of Ye Jingchuan, Grandmother Yu deeply understood why so many desired a son. At times, a man in the household could indeed alleviate numerous challenges. She was quite familiar with the Lin and Su families and meticulously relayed information to Ye Jingchuan, who committed every detail to memory, linking them to people and events from his past life. It must be said that these venerable families, with their centuries of existence, possessed considerable skill and influence. They thrived on the legacy left by their ancestors, coupled with the benefits reaped from the tides of the times. As for the Yu family, I recall you mentioning that they were also a family of traditional Chinese medicine in the capital. Indeed, in my generation, all that emerged from our household were wastrel heirs, squandering the vast family fortune on indulgences. When chaos ensued, the entire Yu family disbanded overnight. It is rather amusing to think that despite being a family of traditional Chinese medicine, none of my cousins or brothers wanted the family's medical prescriptions or books during the division of assets. They only coveted the few remaining antiques and properties. as in their eyes, material wealth was of utmost importance. With a hint of disdain, "Grandmother," you continued, "such mundane individuals have no comprehension of the true value of the medical knowledge our ancestors bequeathed to us." Thus, during the division, I claimed only this small courtyard, leaving everything else behind. Years have passed, and it has proven that my choice was indeed astute. The squanderers of the Yu family dissipated their inherited wealth in no time. And due to their ostentatious lifestyles during turbulent years, many have perished, with likely few remaining alive today. Listening to Grandmother you recount the history of the Yu family, Ye Jingchuan could not help but feel a pang of melancholy. Both from prestigious families, yet some managed to carry on their legacy, while others, like the Yu family, faded into obscurity. Nanzhi was profoundly moved by her grandmother's tales. She had always assumed that Grandmother Yu was merely an ordinary citizen, never realizing that she had once been a wealthy heiress. No wonder everyone who knew her praised her grace. It was an elegance forged from genuine wealth in her youth. "Grandmother, I will strive to be strong. No one shall bully us," she vowed. Nanzhi embraced her grandmother with deep compassion. Throughout her lifetime, her grandmother had endured numerous ups and downs, yet it was her resilient spirit that allowed her to live freely and joyfully despite the hardships. Had she possessed a more fragile heart, the experience of divorce might have rendered her incapable of continuing life. My dear Gigi has grown up and is now able to protect her grandmother. Grandma Yu, feeling a sense of comfort, gently stroked Nanzhi's long braid. She was determined to live for a few more years, wanting to witness Ye Jingchuan and Nanzhi flourish before she could finally rest in peace. On Monday, as Ye Jingchuan and Nanzhi arrived at the classroom building, they spotted Lin Song waiting there with a large stack of books. "Nanzhi," he called. Nanzhi hesitated for a moment before sweetly greeting him. "Hello, Grandpa Lin." At the sound of this address, a subtle smile almost faltered on Lin Song's face. But he quickly composed himself and warmly handed her the books. "These are the books your Grandma Su selected for you. The passages that need to be memorized are marked in red, along with a notebook. In a week, as long as you have no classes, your Grandma Su will take you under her wing to teach you about gynecology." "All right." Nanzhi clutched the heavy books, momentarily at a loss for words. As her grandfather was merely a name to her, she felt an overwhelming unfamiliarity with him. "Nanzhi, you should hurry to your class. If you have any questions, feel free to come find me. I reside at number 63, Yingyun Garden. Of course, if you and Jingchuan ever wish to visit, you are most welcome." "Thank you for the invitation, Grandpa Lin. If we have the time, we will certainly pay a visit. But for now, we must go to class." "Very well. Off you go." Ye Jingchuan grasped Nanzhi's hand, hurrying into the building. "Jingchuan, why did you mention visiting him?" she asked. "That was just being polite, you know. You can't outright say we don't want to go." Nanzhi still harbored resentment towards Lin Song due to her grandmother's situation, pouting with displeasure. "My little ancestor, please don't be upset. How about I take you out for lunch to have some braised food? I recall you have no classes this afternoon, so we can visit the clothing factory." Since her last visit to try on samples, several days had passed without a return. "All right, let us have lunch first, and then go." The two intended to visit the clothing factory, but were delayed. After classes, Lin Song sent a letter requesting that she and Ye Jingchuan come to Yingyun Garden in the afternoon, as he had matters to discuss with them. "Jingchuan, what do you think? I'm a bit reluctant to go." Nanzhi felt somewhat uncomfortable. In her eyes, Lin Song was a heartless man unworthy of forgiveness. "Of course we should go. It would be foolish to pass up an opportunity," Ye Jingchuan replied. "Nanzhi, I want not only the Lin family's fortune, but also the Su family's. They owe you that." "Ah, I can understand wanting the Lin family's wealth. But the Su family's has nothing to do with us. Today, you heard Su Yuru say that it was she who ruined Grandma's life, and she is willing to pay the price for it. If that is the case, why not let her make amends?" Nanzhi stared in astonishment at Ye Jingchuan, recognizing the wisdom in her husband's words. "After we had lunch, let us venture together to Yingyun Garden. I have heard that it is exceptionally beautiful." Agreed. The two of them dined at the school canteen before cycling towards Yingyun Garden. Upon reaching the entrance, they completed a brief registration, which allowed them entry. The fragrance of osmanthus was rich in the air. Nanzhi, seated at the back of the bicycle, wrinkled her nose in delight. She had always adored osmanthus and could not resist inhaling its scent deeply. "Do you see the osmanthus trees amidst the flower beds along the road?" Indeed, there were quite a few. No wonder the aroma was so potent. Mu Nanzhi observed the 2 rows of towering osmanthus trees planted among the flowering shrubs, each tree robust and evidently aged. Chapter 175. Yinyun Garden Number 63. Yinyun Garden Number 63 was rather distant. It took them quite some time to locate it while cycling. It was a charming 3-story villa, recently refurbished, with new red tiles and whitewashed walls and railings. In the garden before the villa stood 2 grand osmanthus trees, taller than the surrounding wall, and as they approached the entrance, the fragrance enveloped them. "I feel a bit anxious," Mu Nanzhi admitted, tugging at Ye Jingchuan's sleeve. To her, Lin Song and Su Yuru had become strangers, and one she particularly disliked at that. "There's no need to be nervous. I am here. Besides, they are currently in need of your grandmother's assistance, so they will naturally treat us with courtesy. Just remain assured and bold in your visit." "All right." Mu Nanzhi straightened her posture and pressed the doorbell. In a short while, Lin Song personally came to greet them. "Nanzhi, Jingchuan, you've arrived. Please, come in." "Hello, Mr. Lin." The 2 greeted Lin Song politely. Although Lin Song felt a pang in his heart upon hearing the title Mr. Lin, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, believing that as long as he treated Mu Nanzhi sincerely, there would come a day when she would call him grandfather. The villa's decor was quite modest, filled with books and paintings, exuding an intellectual ambience. Su Yuru had been waiting for them in the living room. "Nanzhi, please sit here." Su Yuru gestured to the seat beside her, encouraging Mu Nanzhi to join her. Mu Nanzhi initially considered declining, but upon seeing Su Yuru's eager gaze, she acquiesced. "After giving you the book this morning, I reflected on it and felt it was inadequate. As medical students, we must not only memorize but also comprehend the material. If we simply regurgitate information, we will never become proficient doctors. I have reviewed your schedule, and I noticed that you have 3 afternoons each week with either no classes or only 1. I thought that you could come directly to Yinyun Garden on those days, studying in my study. If you encounter any difficulties, you can ask me immediately. There are certain concepts that require thorough explanation for quicker understanding." Mu Nanzhi did not anticipate that Su Yuru had called her over to provide hands-on teaching, a rare opportunity for someone pursuing a medical career. Her grandmother had mentioned that this learning opportunity was exchanged for a prescription, and thus, she could not afford to squander it. Consequently, Mu Nanzhi readily agreed to attend Yinyun Garden every week during her free afternoons to study alongside Su Yuru. "Ever since I began taking the traditional Chinese medicine prescribed by your grandmother, my health has significantly improved. I anticipate that within 2 weeks, the various adverse symptoms caused by the tumor will ameliorate. On Saturday, I plan to dedicate half a day to the hospital for a 2-hour consultation, during which the school will arrange for 4 undergraduate students to accompany my graduate student to observe. I have secured a spot for you. Although you may not yet have mastered much knowledge, early exposure to various ailments will be immensely beneficial for you." As Su Yuru's words echoed, Mu Nanzhi was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. Although she was merely a freshman, she had been exposed to such matters from a young age and was acutely aware of the rarity of the opportunity to consult alongside a renowned professor. Had it not been for Su Yuru's deliberate efforts to secure this spot for her, even with stellar exam results, it would have been unlikely for her to be chosen, given the multitude of privileged individuals within the institution. "Thank you, Grandma Su. I will strive to learn from you and will not let you down. Indeed, I have reviewed your college entrance examination results. Achieving such high scores after spending several years as a rural youth demonstrates your innate intelligence. If you are willing to put in the effort, it is only a matter of time before you surpass my accomplishments." Ye Jingchuan listened intently to the conversation between Su Yuru and Mu Nanzhi, reflecting on Su Yuru's genuine desire to teach Mu Nanzhi, as evidenced by her meticulous arrangements. "Would you care to accompany me to the backyard? The chrysanthemums I have planted are currently in full bloom. They are truly beautiful. This will allow Nanzhi and Yuru to converse at length." "Certainly." Ye Jingchuan exchanged an encouraging glance with Mu Nanzhi before following Lin Song to the backyard. "Grandfather Lin, how effective has the medicine prescribed by my grandmother been? Today, I noticed that Grandma Su appears to be in much better spirits, her complexion less pallid. Your grandmother's prowess could easily earn her the title of divine healer." The day we returned from Jade Alley and consumed the first dose, Yuru's headaches ceased that very night. After 3 consecutive days of treatment, she has regained considerable vitality. As Lin Song spoke of Su Yuru's condition, his words flowed more freely, the elder and the younger engaging in a leisurely exchange. "While your grandmother's traditional medicine is indeed remarkable, It cannot eliminate the tumor from Su Yuru's mind in such a short time. For now, alleviating her complications and enabling her to live normally is a source of satisfaction for Lin Song. As for how much longer her life may be extended, they have both come to terms with it, allowing fate to take its course. I trust that Ye Jingchuan has informed you of my circumstances. Yes, my grandmother mentioned some details. In the past, I hesitated to contact Ye Jingchuan for fear of upsetting her. A few years ago, upon hearing of her illness, I intended to visit her in the hospital. But as soon as I reached the entrance, she threw an orange at me in a fit of temper. I genuinely feared she might drive herself to despair in the hospital, so I could only arrange for someone to deliver items inside, while I caught a glimpse of her through the window. At this point, Lin Song chuckled helplessly, remarking on Ye Jingchuan's spirited nature, suggesting that had she lived in ancient times, she would surely have been a chivalrous figure. Later, I learned of Nanzhi's rural assignment. Unfortunately, by the time I heard, she had already departed. I had initially planned to leverage my connections to facilitate her early return to the city, but due to unforeseen circumstances, that plan was postponed. As for what Lin Song did not disclose, Ye Jingchuan could vaguely surmise that it was certainly not a pleasant matter. Moreover, it was highly probable that if Lin Song had taken Mu Nanzhi back to the capital at that time, she would have encountered peril. Otherwise, he would have no reason to watch his only granddaughter suffer in the countryside. Later on, I learned that Nanzhi had married you, and that you two planned to return to the capital together. Upon hearing this news, my joy knew no bounds. Ye Jingchuan never anticipated that Lin Song had been keeping a close watch on their every move. Evidently, he was not devoid of conscience. Do you know about Nanzhi's mother? Lin Song had long foreseen that Ye Jingchuan might inquire about this matter, and he readily nodded in affirmation. Since Jinran's disappearance, I have persistently sought her whereabouts. A few years ago, I received word that someone had encountered Jinran while foraging for medicinal herbs in the mountains. However, when they attempted to approach her, she vanished without a trace. She should still be alive, though the absence of any news could indicate deeper circumstances. As long as she is alive, she will eventually return. Lin Song sighed softly, advising that for now, she should not inform her grandmother, fearing that if Jinran truly did not come back, it would cause her to suffer anew. I understand. Chapter 176. The rumors of the camel-colored coat. The backyard of the villa was more expansive than the front. Adorned with numerous chrysanthemums and 2 tall pink rose bushes, their blossoms as large as bowls, exuding an irresistible charm. Ye Jingchuan mused that these 2 rose bushes bore a striking resemblance to the one his grandmother had planted. They were likely of the same variety. Grandma Su greatly adores roses. These 2 are exceptionally well tended. Don't laugh, but it is I who am fond of roses. Unfortunately, I am too busy to cultivate them myself. These 2 are not particularly rare varieties, yet their large blooms are easy to care for, which is why they found their place in the garden. It seemed that affection extended beyond mere ownership. His grandmother must still hold some regard for Lin Song. If she truly despised him, she would have discarded his gifts long ago, severing all ties, rather than maintaining a connection over the years. Knowing that Ye Jingchuan studied economics, Lin Song initiated a conversation on the subject. To his surprise, their insights resonated remarkably well together. The 2 conversed with great rapport, and before they realized it, time slipped away as dusk approached. Lin Song and Su Yuru invited them to stay for dinner, but they politely declined. Had they accepted, Grandma Yu would undoubtedly feel disheartened. Mu Nanzhi later explained this to Grandma Yu, who felt that it was indeed suitable for Nanzhi to accompany Su Yuru for lessons in the afternoon. Consequently, it was not long before Nanzhi began her daily visits to Yenyun Garden each afternoon. After lunch, Mu Nanzhi gathered her books and prepared to head to Yenyun Garden. Today marked her first day of studying under Su Yuru, and she could not afford to be tardy. Not long after setting off, she unexpectedly collided with Guziyu. It had been several days since she last saw Guziyu, and today, she nearly failed to recognize him. The once frail-looking Guziyu had undergone a remarkable transformation. His hair, previously resembling dry grass, was now neatly styled, and his patched jacket had been replaced by a well-fitted suit. Even Guziyu held a handbag. Those unaware of his past might mistake him for a young aristocrat, given his attire. Sister-in-law, Jingchuan asked me to bring you these 2 garments. Why the sudden gift of clothing? Mu Nanzhi inquired, accepting the paper bag and peering inside. Within were 2 coats. One was a long camel-colored woolen overcoat, and the other a short cream-colored woolen jacket. The wool's texture was exceptionally soft, imparting a warm sensation upon touch. Are these your new sample garments? Yes. They were just finished at the garment factory this morning. Jingchuan said you'd look splendid in them and urged me to deliver them without delay. I also have 2 more to take to the mall. All right, then you should hurry and attend to your tasks. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Guziyu flashed a grin at Nanzhi, hopped onto his bicycle, and sped away. Holding the camel overcoat, Nanzhi searched briefly before shedding her current jacket to don the new one. The coat fit perfectly, resting just above her knees, its length impeccable. Donning the overcoat, Nanzhi felt elated as she continued her walk towards Ye Jingchuan garden. Along the way, anyone she encountered, regardless of gender, cast glances her way, amplifying her anxiety. Despite the coat's fashionable appearance, she could not fathom it being so attention-grabbing. Naturally shy, Nanzhi quickened her pace towards Ye Jingchuan garden, her figure soon vanishing at the road's end, unbeknownst to her that Jiang Xiuji had witnessed Guziyu's delivery of the coat. Upon seeing Nanzhi in the camel overcoat, Jiang Xiuji immediately recognized its substantial price. It surely could not be acquired for under $100. In an era where the average wage hovered around 20 or 30, ordinary workers would never splurge on such an expensive woolen coat. The young man who had presented the coat, dressed impeccably, exuded wealth. Could it be that Nanzhi was clandestinely engaging with someone else behind Ye Jingchuan's back? This thought startled Jiang Xiuji. How could she betray someone as admirable as Ye Jingchuan? No, she was determined to inform Ye Jingchuan about this matter, and perhaps it might lead to their divorce. Once they were separated, she would seize her opportunity. When she captured Ye Jingchuan's heart, she would ensure Nanzhi faced dire consequences. Jiang Xiuji cast her gaze once more in the direction Nanzhi had departed, her eyes filled with malice. This revelation needed to reach Ye Jingchuan, and she also aimed to inform others at school. She was eager to see how everyone would react upon discovering that Nanzhi, who usually appeared as a model student, was in fact a loose woman, married with children yet still engaging with others. Furthermore, she intended to find a way to inform the man who delivered the coat, as he was likely unaware of Nanzhi's marital status. As Jiang Xiuji plotted to tarnish Nanzhi's reputation, she simultaneously felt a fierce jealousy, with a conspicuous birthmark marring her face. She wondered why Nanzhi could flirt so freely while she herself had no suitors. Meanwhile, Nanzhi, having just arrived at Ye Jingchuan garden, was preoccupied with thoughts of her upcoming class, oblivious to the myriad of assumptions Jiang Xiuji had concocted in such a brief span of time. The following day, Nanzhi arrived at school punctually, engaging in light-hearted banter with Ye Jingchuan along the way. However, upon entering the campus, she keenly observed that there were occasional whispers and pointed fingers directed towards the two of them. Jingchuan, is there something amiss with us today? I can't shake the feeling that people keep glancing our way. Sitting on the back of the bicycle, adorned in a camel-colored coat, Nanzhi tugged at Ye Jingchuan's sleeve. Indeed, it seems as if someone is fixated on us, Ye Jingchuan replied, equally perplexed. They were both dressed appropriately, devoid of any elements that might attract undue attention. So why the scrutiny? As they arrived at the foot of the teaching building, Ye Jingchuan refrained from departing immediately and instead approached a familiar classmate for inquiries. The classmate glanced at Ye Jingchuan, then at Nanzhi, and with an ambiguous expression, claimed ignorance before hastily retreating. It was evident to Ye Jingchuan that something was indeed afoot. Nanzhi, Su Jinjin emerged from the teaching building, spotting Nanzhi and Ye Jingchuan at once. Jinjin, do you know what is happening? I feel like everyone is looking at me strangely. Have you received no word at all? Su Jinjin, noticing the bewilderment on Nanzhi's face, felt a surge of urgency, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. I truly have no idea. If I did, I wouldn't be asking you, Nanzhi responded, appearing genuinely uninformed. Finally, Su Jinjin, seeing that Nanzhi was completely in the dark, spoke in a hushed tone. Word around school is that they're saying you are promiscuous, that you are involved with multiple men, and that the camel-colored coat you're wearing today was a gift from some man. As Su Jinjin's words hung in the air, both Ye Jingchuan and Nanzhi were left astounded. They were at a loss as to how such rumors had emerged.